This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 721. I don't know if the Wavebreaker mecha can use other energy cubes. At night, Zhou continued to absorb the three-color energy in the colorful bubbles of the energy rainbow tree. While absorbing energy, he thought to himself. According to Zhou speculation, the energy engine of the Wavebreaker mecha should be able to use other energy cubes. After all, one of the materials needed to make the mecha energy engine is the stomach sac of fog lice, and fog lice can absorb almost any energy. Before, when the tidal Leviathan was about to land in the deep sea, these fog lice could even absorb king-level energy. Therefore, the mecha energy engine using the stomach sac of fog lice as the main material should be able to use other types of energy cubes. Should we make the lightning cube? Zhou pondered. Previously in the thundercloud region, Zhou obtained a lightning electron plasma from the heart of the thunder Leviathan. In addition to being used as a material for the transformed Leviathan's phagocytosis period, it can also be made into a lightning cube. Zhou learned about the standard for the transformed Leviathan to enter the phagocytosis period from the regional communication channel. The transformed Leviathan needs to reach a length of 500 meters before the materials of the phagocytosis period can be used. Zhou's transformed Leviathan is not far away at 500 meters, and if he wants, he can instantly grow the transformed Leviathan to more than 500 meters. After the fourth trial, plus killing the king of the first area, Roderick, the number of transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystals in his hand has reached 66. Assuming that one pill increases by 20 meters, 66 pills can instantly increase the length of the phantom scale by 1,320 meters, and the total length can reach 1,761 meters. According to the level of Leviathan, this length is also considered to be at the level of a small Leviathan. The length of the transformable Leviathan is currently meaningless to Zhou, unless he enters the food transformation period and obtains energy-based defense or attack capabilities, otherwise the length is meaningless. And Zhou has a better ultimate formula for transforming Leviathan food transformation period. He will definitely not use lightning plasma as the material for the phantom scale's food transformation period. But the materials for the ultimate formula of the food transformation period are too difficult to obtain, so he is not in a hurry to make the phantom scale grow quickly. Although this lightning plasma can also be used by his subordinates, he thinks that the food transformation material of the large Leviathan is too low level. At least it should start from the sea abyss level, otherwise if there is anything for them to do in the future, how can they have the strength to complete it? Therefore, Zhou prepared to make lightning plasma into lightning cube. But now there is a problem, that is, can this lightning plasma make lightning cube? Let's try it. Zhou stopped absorbing the three-color energy, then came to the outside of the colored bubble, extracted the energy cube condenser from the system interface, and finally took out the lightning plasma. As Zhou put the lightning plasma with a diameter of 1 meter close to the energy cube condenser, the lightning plasma automatically decomposed into 12 parts, and then entered the 12 energy compression balls. After these small portions of lightning plasma entered the energy compression ball, they suddenly began to release energy, directly changing from liquid to ionized lightning energy, and then, these lightning energies began to mix with the condensed liquid in the energy compression ball. This should mean that it can be made, right? Zhou was thinking in his heart, and the energy cube condenser had already begun to shrink inward, but this time the compression speed was slower than the previous production of the free cube. At this time, in the center of the energy cube condenser, the violent lightning energy gradually gathered together under the compression of the energy cube condenser, and a lightning cube with a side length of 10 centimeters was quickly formed. When the energy cube condenser shrunk to only 5 meters, the lightning cube in the center was completely condensed, and then a silver-white cube with a trace of electric light on the surface automatically flew into Zhou's hands. Ding! Get a lightning cube X1. Success? Zhou looked a little surprised. In other words, as long as energy can be extracted, it can be made into an energy cube through the energy cube condenser? Zhou guessed. He still had a lot of immortal water lily pulp in his hand, and the immortal water lily energy could be extracted through the energy extractor. According to his guess, it should also be possible to make an immortal water lily cube. Alas, it's a pity that there is not much condensation liquid left. Zhou used his mental power to cover the energy cube condenser in front of him, and check the condensation liquid content in the energy compression ball. If only 1/10 of the free cube was consumed before, then the production of the lightning cube consumed 5/10, and only 4/10 of the condensation liquid in the energy compression ball is left. The energy form of the immortal King Lotus energy is still relatively high, and the remaining condensation liquid may not be able to produce the immortal King Lotus Cube. No matter, let's see if the energy engine of the Wave Breaker mecha can withstand the energy of this lightning cube. Zhou directly took the Wave Breaker mech out of the mech column. The next second, he appeared in the cockpit. After connecting to the mech's intelligent brain, he moved his mind, and the circular mech energy engine cover under his feet opened automatically. The free cube in it flew out, and was replaced by the lightning cube. As the mech's energy engine started, silver-white electric light instantly spread all over the body. Zhou teleported away from the colored bubble, and came to the sea to operate it. He found that the whole mech was much faster and faster under the supply of lightning energy. It seems that other types of energy cubes can indeed be used. The low-level energy cubes required in the Wave Breaker mech's blueprints should be the minimum standard for making mechs, just like those mech accessories. Then, Zhou came out of the cockpit of the Wave Breaker mech, and then let the mech's intelligent brain control the Wave Breaker mech to release the lightning energy protection layer, and he used his own various energies to test the intensity of the lightning energy. Zhou skipped the dead blood energy directly, and then tested it with the Songhuang energy, the Overlord energy, and the Immortal Wanlian energy. He did not try the Golden Thunder energy, so as not to destroy the mecha that he had made with great difficulty. The final result was that the intensity of the lightning energy was slightly weaker than the Overlord energy and the Immortal Wanlian energy, but much stronger than the Songhuang energy. This intensity was enough for Zhou. You know, the lightning cube can provide energy to the mecha for a long time, but he himself cannot open the characteristics for a long time. With the lightning cube, when he encounters some stronger Leviathan creatures, he can use the mecha to fight without consuming the characteristic energy in his body. After the test, Zhou took the lightning cube out of the mecha energy engine and replaced it with the free cube. The free cube is used for ordinary movement, and the lightning cube is used when fighting against stronger Leviathan creatures. Chapter 722. After all, he only had this one thunder cube, and as long as the number of free algae increases in the future, he can make 4 more free cube according to the content of condensed liquid in the energy cube condenser. In the following time, Zhou spent all his time absorbing energy in the colorful bubbles. The night passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the morning of the 164th day. Zhou had stayed in the Thunder Cloud domain for 4 days. After yesterday night, 50 Huangjin energies were condensed again, and 10 Jinlei energies were condensed. There were a total of 150 Huangjin energies, and 30 Jinlei energies in his body. As for the 3-color energy, Zhou could not continue to absorb it for some reason, as if he had reached the upper limit of what his body could absorb. However, the 3-color energy in his body was enough for him to activate the 3 characteristics for 15 minutes. As soon as Zhou returned to Wanlin's stomach wall space through teleportation, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. In the private message was a bottle of blue glowing medicine, which was the gene medicine of the king-level Leviathan swallowing sea Leviathan that he had asked Garlon to give to Alien Brain to make. It was researched so quickly. The speed is quite fast, Zhou said, and sent the flesh and blood of the gilded Leviathan and the lightning Leviathan to Garlon through Jiang Haitao, asking Alien Brain to make a copy of the gene medicine of these 2 king-level Leviathans and send it to him. After sending the message, Zhou began to feed Huanlin, and then went out to put away the rest platform. Soon after, Huanlin began to move. Not long after Huanlin moved, Zhou received another message from Jiang Haitao. It was Garlon who asked if there was any blood and blood of Leviathan creatures of the Abyss, or large Leviathan level. He wanted Alien Brain to make the corresponding gene medicine, and then give it to his men for use. Zhou thought this request was reasonable, because in Area 1 of Gallon, only he could use high-level energy attacks, and other survivors could only use dead blood energy at most, but it was still very difficult for dead blood energy to kill dead blood energy type Leviathan creatures. The recent mutant splithead eels were a kind of creature that gave the survivor kings of each area a headache. There were too many of them, and there were too few people who could clean them up. It was not impossible to rely on the survivor king to clean them up, but as a king, he couldn't always do it himself. That would be really busy. For this reason, Gallon wanted his men to also obtain the energy type Leviathan gene, so that he wouldn't have to do some small things himself in the future. Zhou thought about it, and sent some of the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan and the lightning Leviathan to Gallon. The flesh and blood of the golden sea dragon Leviathan and the golden thunder Leviathan must not be given to Gallon, otherwise Gallon might know some of his details. When asking Jiang Haitao to send the flesh and blood of 2 large Leviathan creatures to Gallon, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to remind Gallon that the Alien Brain gene potion below the king-level Leviathan is not protected by the king-level coercion, and the subordinates may be controlled by the Alien Brain after taking it. Of course, the alien brain in Area 1 is currently in a cooperative relationship with Galen, and will definitely not directly control Galen's subordinates, but you still have to be careful. After reminding Galen, Zhou took out the 2 biological meats with increased attributes sent by Jiang Haitao yesterday. Both of these biological meats are energy-type creatures. One of the creatures is called the fire claw shrimp, which is about 150 meters long, and has a layer of fiery red energy attached to its body. When attacking, the 2 thick claws will burn with flames. There is no supply box in the body, but there is a core. Ding! Obtain Fire Tongs Core X1. Fire Tongs Core. After use, you can obtain the Fire Tongs feature. When the Fire Tongs feature is turned on, both hands are attached with Fire Tongs energy, and the duration depends on the Fire Tongs energy in the body. Zhou took a quick look at the introduction of Fire Tongs Core. Jiang Haitao has tested the strength of this Fire Tongs energy, which is about the same as free energy, which is a relatively low-level energy, and the method of obtaining Fire Tongs energy is more difficult than free energy. Where the survivors found the Fire Tongs shrimp, there is also a plant called fire pattern duckweed growing on the sea surface. Fire water chestnuts will grow at the roots of fire pattern duckweed. The way to obtain Fire Tongs energy is to eat fire water chestnuts. But fire water chestnuts itself is also a kind of food that increases attributes, and the number is not large. So when it is difficult to obtain Fire Tongs energy, the value of Fire Tongs core is not great. Another creature is called black light python, which is about 100 meters long and has a layer of black light energy attached to its surface, which is very aggressive. Because the deep sea was pitch black, the survivors who went out to explore could not find the black light python, but the black light python had a strong sense of territory and took the initiative to attack the survivors' team's transformed Leviathan. Then the survivors informed the Jiangge Guild, and the core members of the Jiangge Guild came directly with them. After using a bottle of pale yellow energy liquid, they killed all 5 black light pythons and obtained the flesh and core. Ding! Obtain Black Light Core X1. Black Light Core. After use, you can obtain the Black Light feature. When the Black Light feature starts, you can attach energy to the weapon. The duration depends on the Black Light energy in the body. The intensity of the Black Light energy is not high, slightly stronger than the free energy, but the way to obtain energy is simpler than the Fire Tongs core. You only need to eat the meat of energy-type creatures to condense the Black Light energy in your body. It is a relatively good core, but the number is too small, only 5. After reading the relevant information of these 2 energy creatures, Zhou threw the meat of these 2 creatures into the iron pot, and then added fire water chestnuts. Soon after, the 3 kinds of food that increase attributes were cooked, and Zhou ate them quickly. Ding! Eat fire claw shrimp meat, strength plus 5. Ding! Eat fire water chestnuts, strength plus 3. Ding! Eat black light python meat, strength plus 7. Not bad, a total of 15 points of strength, but the increased attributes are too single. Zhou listened to the system prompt sound in his mind. After that, Zhou had nothing to do, so he kept condensing the golden energy and golden thunder energy in the stomach wall space, and opened the regional communication channel to check the current situation of each district. At this time, the clearance of mutant split eels in each district, except for District 10, which was cleared as early as the 161st day, the other districts have just been cleared until today. There is nothing we can do about it. The power distribution in other areas is too extreme. Apart from the King of Survivors, there are not many survivors who are capable of clearing the mutant splithead eels. They can only rely on the King of Survivors to clear them, so it is so slow. At this time, in the regional communication channel, the survivors in each area are praising the strength of the King of Survivors in their area. Survivors in Area 8. Guys from other areas, today I will let you see the strength of our King of Area 8. Chapter 723. As soon as the survivor from Area 8 sent the message, he immediately sent another photo. In the photo, there was a figure wearing diamond scales. A burst of blue energy burst out from his body, and then the surrounding seawater was instantly frozen, and all the mutant split-brain eels in the seawater were frozen into ice sculptures. Area 5 survivor, your Area 8 king is indeed powerful, but he is still a little worse than our Area 5 king. Our Area 5 king can punch those mutant split-head eels into pieces with a golden energy. Area 8 survivor, TSK. Do you have photos of that time? If not, please stop bragging, okay? Area 5 survivor, I'm not bragging. I saw it with my own eyes, but the scene was so shocking that I forgot to take a photo. Area 3 survivor, oh, the kings of your 2 areas are very powerful, but their efficiency is a bit slow. Our Area 3 king can kill a lot of people instantly with a lightning bolt. You have just cleaned up the mutant splithead eels, while the survivors in our area have already started to explore in the morning. In the following messages, all the survivors in each area were bragging about the king of their own area in various ways. After Zhou Wen found that there was no useful information, he was ready to close the regional communication channel, but at this time a different message popped up. Survivor in Area 2. The king of survivors is of course powerful, needless to say. But the transmogrified Leviathan is quite ordinary. Let me show you this photo of mine. As soon as the photo of this survivor in Area 2 was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of survivors in the regional communication channel. The photo showed a transmogrified Leviathan, but the surface of this transmogrified Leviathan was emitting a dazzling white light, similar to the white light of the Abyss Leviathan. In the photo, this phantom Leviathan emitting white light is colliding with a group of mutant splithead eels in the sea at high speed. The mutant splithead eels, which are covered with dead blood energy, are instantly smashed into meat paste by the phantom Leviathan. Survivor in Area 8. What's going on? Why is the phantom Leviathan glowing? Survivor in Area 1. This phantom Leviathan, has it entered the food transformation period? Survivor in Area 3. The king of Area 2 found the food transformation period materials so quickly? Survivor in Area 10. Why does this white light look a bit like the white light of the Abyss Leviathan? Survivor in Area 5. Is there any way to get the food transformation period materials from the Abyss Leviathan? For a while, the regional communication channel was full of discussions on how to obtain food transformation period materials from the Abyss Leviathan. Some said that they would exchange them with a large amount of biological meat, and some said that they would kill the Abyss Leviathan. All kinds of strange ideas emerged one after another. Even the king of survivors in some districts tried to kill the Abyssal Leviathan after seeing the news. Of course, it was impossible for them to kill it. They used the first method, feeding a large amount of biological meat, but in the end, they did not get anything other than 30 days of king-level pressure. Did you use the white light factor? Zhou Wen saw the photo of the survivors in District 2 transforming into Leviathan with white light, and immediately guessed that the white light factor was used. He had one, but it was secretly swallowed by the brilliant sea serpent. The reason why the king of survivors in other districts did not know was because they were not strong enough on the survival planet. In the second trial, they did not meet the conditions for cultivating the Abyssal Leviathan to a body length of 10,000 meters, so they did not know the white light factor. At this time, Zhou Wen discovered a detail through the photos sent by the survivors in Area 2. That is, the teeth of the phantom Leviathan emitting white light in the photo are no longer filter-feeding whisker plates, but shark-like predator serrated fangs. Just as the survivors in various areas were asking the survivors in Area 2 in the regional communication channel how the king of Area 2 obtained the food-changing materials, the survivor in Area 2 sent another photo, and the content of this photo was even more shocking. The photo shows a lamp algae Leviathan that was blown into pieces. There is no figure of the white light phantom Leviathan in it, but a ring with a diameter of 100 meters can be seen from the exploded pieces of the lamp algae Leviathan, and a faint white light can be seen from this ring. Survivor in Area 1. Wow! Is it the white energy halo of the Abyss Leviathan? Is this also released by the phantom Leviathan? Survivor in Area 2. Of course, this is what I just took using the system interface. Survivor from Area 3. My friend from Area 2. Can you tell me how the king of Area 2 obtained the food transformation materials from the Abyss Leviathan? Survivor from Area 2. You ask me? How would I know? Do you think I, an ordinary survivor, am qualified to know the secrets of the king? Survivor from Area 2. However, if the kings of your various areas want to know, they can perhaps communicate with our king of Area 2. Zhou Wen saw this message, and a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. The two photos sent by the survivor from Area 2 should have been deliberately sent by the king of Area 2, and then lure the kings of other areas to privately find him to obtain information related to the food transformation period, so as to get benefits. After all, kings cannot duel with each other. Even if the kings of other districts are deceived, there is no way to deal with him. However, the king of District May 2nd really know the method to obtain the food transformation period materials. In order to avoid missing out, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to communicate with the king of District 2 privately to see whether it is true or false. As a result, as soon as Jiang Haitao communicated with the king of District 2, the other party began to ask for a sky-high price, such as 1 million land-based, free algae, free boat yellowtail, and even wanted the king-level Leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain. Seeing this, Zhou knew without thinking that the king of District 2 had no way to obtain the food transformation period materials at all, and it was pure fraud. Since the king of District 2 dared to deceive him, he would not be polite. He directly asked Jiang Haitao to clarify the matter of white light factor with the king of District 2, and then asked the king of District 2 to send Jiang Haitao 1 million land-based. Otherwise, he would immediately send this message to the regional communication channel so that he could not cheat a penny. At first, the king of Area 2 wanted to quibble, but after Jiang Haitao mobilized the guild members and began to reveal some things about the white light factor in the regional communication channel, the king of Area 2 also admitted defeat and said Jiang Haitao 1 million land base to keep the secret for the time being. The transformed Leviathan is a bit strong after entering the food transformation period. Zhou suddenly regretted making the lightning plasma into the lightning cube. If he gave it to his subordinates, maybe his transformed Leviathan would have the ability to fly and release lightning. Forget it, I will definitely encounter better food transformation materials in the future, Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 724. Seeing that there was no useful information in the regional communication channel, Zhou found Shi Kongyun's avatar, and then began to show justice and criticize his color novel. When it was afternoon, the regional communication channel was full of curses, and the content was all the curses from the survivors in other districts to the survivors in District 2, because the survivor king of District 2 used false information about the food change period to defraud the survivor kings of other districts, which was now made public by the survivor kings of other districts in the channel. The survivor kings of the deceived districts took the lead in cursing in the regional communication channel, but the survivor king of District 2 did not take it seriously at all, and even mocked him. Survivor king of District 2, you said I was cheating? How did I cheat you? You asked me how to make the transformed Leviathan obtain white light energy, and I answered that you need to use white light factor, a food change period material. The king of the survivors in Area 2, you asked me how to obtain the white light factor, and I also explained to you in detail how to obtain it. Although I accepted your things, I also told you everything I knew. You scolding me like this is not very decent. The king of the survivors in Area 8, Andre. Don't let me meet you in the next trial. The king of the survivors in Area 4, Andre, I advise you to return all the materials that you cheated me of, otherwise, when the next trial starts, even if I don't meet you, I will also take action against your survivors in Area 2. The king of the survivors in Area 7, King of Area 2, as long as you return the materials that you cheated me of, I can forgive you. It is really unwise for you to offend all of our areas with one area. The king of the survivors in Area 9. Yes, the current survivors in each area are already struggling to survive. In just 40 to 50 days, the number of survivors in each area has decreased by more than 40%. If you offend the survivors in all of our areas, the number of survivors in your Area 2 will definitely be even smaller. King of the survivors in District 10. King of District 2, I advise you to return the 1 million land-based that you cheated me of, otherwise I will launch a cross-district conquest war against you. King of the survivors in District 2, Jiang Haitao, when did I cheat you of 1 million land-based? King of the survivors in District 10, what? You dare not admit it? You forced me to do this. Even if you don't participate in the conquest war, I will kill 10,000 survivors from your District 2 to vent my anger. King of the survivors in District 9, I didn't expect that the king of District 10 was also cheated by this guy. Since you have the cross-district conquest voucher, please teach this bastard a hard lesson, which will also help us vent our anger. King of the survivors in District 8, President Jiang is indeed very powerful. He actually has another extremely rare item, like the cross-district conquest voucher. This bastard Andre has found the wrong person this time. King of the survivors in Area 4, that's right. This Andre is going too far. When a group of kings of the survivors heard that Jiang Haitao actually had a cross-area expedition ticket, they jumped out one by one, flattering Jiang Haitao and persuading him to use the cross-area expedition ticket on Area 2. Although the cross-district expedition ticket will not directly allow the king of the survivors in the conquered area to participate in the war, in order to avoid participating in the war, the king of the survivors needs to force ordinary survivors to participate, just like the king of District 1 before, but doing so is very damaging to their dignity, and they don't want to do it unless it is absolutely necessary. So, when they saw that Jiang Haitao still had the cross-district expedition ticket, they were surprised and hoped that Jiang Haitao could use it quickly, so that they would not have to face the same situation as the king of District 1 before. King of the survivors in Area 10, Humph. Andre, you also saw that the kings of other areas wanted me to use cross-area conquest vouchers on you. Are you really not going to return my 1 million land-based? King of the survivors in Area 2, Sakabuli. Jiang Haitao, Don't go too far. King of the survivors in Area 10, since you don't want to return it, don't blame me. However, this cross-area conquest voucher of mine is very precious. Shouldn't the kings of each area compensate me a little? After hearing Jiang Haidao's words, the kings of the survivors in other areas cursed the vampire in a low voice, but in the end, each of them sent Jiang Haitao 200,000 land-based, and even the king of Area 2, Andre, said 200,000 land-based, a total of 1 million land-based. However, just as the 4 survivor kings were waiting for Jiang Haitao to launch a cross-area conquest war against Area 2, there was no news of Jiang Haitao in the regional communication channel. The 4 survivor kings immediately realized that they had been deceived again, and then questioned Jiang Haitao through private messages. King of the survivors in Area 10, don't worry, I am very honest. I will definitely use the cross-area expedition voucher on Area 2, but the problem is that I don't have one now. When I get one, I will definitely launch a conquest war. Please wait patiently. Afterwards, in the regional communication channel, the survivors in Areas 2 and 10 were chased and scolded by the survivors in other areas. But these survivors in other areas did not dare to scold the king of the survivors in Areas 2 and 10, because it would be easy to be killed. Zhou wanted to laugh when he saw the 4 kings of the survivors being cheated one after another. He knew that when Jiang Haitao asked them for benefits, they must have thought about being cheated, but they thought it was worth a try to exchange 200,000 land-based for a chance for Jiang Haitao to use the cross-area expedition voucher. Zhou also thought of this, so he didn't ask Jiang Haitao to ask for too much land-based, so that those kings would be willing to try. Land-based is really important for the development of ordinary survivors in Area 10, and the more you can cheat, the better. At this time, it was already afternoon. Zhou temporarily stopped refining the golden energy and golden thunder energy, and then used the fire tongue shrimp meat and black light python meat to make a simple dinner. Just when the dinner was about to be cooked, he received Lung Liang's message. Lung Liang has been staying on the second seaweed island of the Black Knife Association during this period. This seaweed island is different from other seaweed islands. It cultivates free algae, and the entire island is covered with glass blocks. Because this island is specially used to hatch the 30 spirit silk leviathan eggs, after so many days, these 30 spirit silk leviathans have finally hatched. These spirit silk leviathans are 50 meters long when they are just hatched, but the tentacles account for 4/5 of the total length, and the umbrella body is only 10 meters in diameter. Since the lengthy leviathans had just hatched, the first person they saw was Lung Liang, so they were very close to Lung Liang and kept swimming in circles around him. Chapter 725. Lung Liang sent a message to Zhou, telling him that the spirit silk leviathan had hatched, and asked whether to feed the little spirit silk leviathan with free-swimming yellowtail. Although these free-swimming yellowtail were controlled by their Black Knife Club, Zhou was the boss behind the scenes. Feeding 30 little spirit silk leviathans would definitely consume a lot of free-swimming yellowtail, so Zhou must be asked about this. Feed the spirit silk leviathan's spirit silk tentacles are still very important. Zhou sent. The spirit silk tentacles are the only way to obtain spirit steel energy, and can also be used to make wave breaker mechas. When he collects more wave breaker mecha materials in the future, he also wants to make a mecha army. However, you should not treat all 30 spirit silk leviathans equally. Choose one with better qualifications, and try to feed it some high-level leviathan biological meat to see if you can cultivate a mutant spirit silk leviathan. After sending the message, Zhou sent some of the energy-type leviathan creature meat in his hand to Lung Liang. Among them, large leviathan flesh and blood, abyss-level leviathan flesh and blood, and king-level leviathan all have flesh and blood. The leviathan creatures cultivated by oneself are naturally the more advanced the mutation, the better, which can also be regarded as a kind of combat power. After the communication with Lung Liang, Zhou quickly ate the cooked creature meat, and then left the stomach wall space, and came outside to prepare to build a rest platform for Huanlin. But as soon as he got outside, Zhou's mind rang Huanlin's voice. It seemed that a group of dead blood energy leviathan creatures were swimming towards this side. After a while, Zhou saw some more red light spots in the dark sea water in front of him. The number of red light spots was extremely large. He counted them casually, and there were at least thousands of them. Why are there so many dead blood energy leviathan creatures here? Is it a biological population? Zhou asked with some surprise. However, Zhou was not afraid. Although there were many of them, they were all dead blood energy creatures after all, and they were no threat to him. Moreover, the Wavebreaker mech was just made yesterday, and now it was a good time to try the effect. Immediately, with a thought, the Wavebreaker mech appeared out of thin air, and Zhou went directly into the cockpit. He did not replace the free cube in the energy engine with a lightning cube. This kind of dead blood energy Leviathan creature can be killed with free energy. After connecting to the mecha intelligent brain, Zhou spread his mental power to a radius of 3,000 meters. Soon, those dead blood energy Leviathan creatures appeared within the mental power detection range. This is a group of Leviathan creatures that look like tuna, with a body length of about 500 meters, covered with dead blood energy, and swimming very fast. Zhou directly activated the mecha energy engine, allowing the back of the Wavebreaker mecha to spray free energy, so as to achieve the effect of high-speed movement in the seawater. After the Wavebreaker mecha sprinted forward for a distance, it was discovered by the group of tuna-shaped Leviathan creatures. A tuna Leviathan creature with the fastest swimming speed came to the Wavebreaker mecha and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to bite the Wavebreaker mecha into pieces. But when the mouth was about to close, the Wavebreaker instantly swung the dark gold sword in his hand, directly chopped the fallen teeth, and then rushed out of the Leviathan creature's mouth. No, this speed is too slow. Zhou thought to himself, and then he broke away from the Wavebreaker mecha directly, and then he turned on the arc light feature and moved at high speed in front of a large number of tuna Leviathan creatures with the dark gold sword in his hand. Although Zhou left the Wavebreaker mech, the mech did not stay there stupidly. Instead, under the control of the mech's intelligent brain, it continued to attack the tuna Leviathan creatures in front of it, but the movement speed was too slow, so the killing efficiency was very low. A few minutes later, Zhou, with the blessing of arc-light characteristics, killed all the thousands of tuna Leviathan creatures, and the Wavebreaker mech decomposed the corpses behind. If we make hundreds or thousands of Wavebreaker mechs to decompose corpses, the efficiency will definitely be very high. Zhou thought, and then checked the newly added biological illustrations. River Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 500 meters. Weight, 200,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A social Leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea, swimming very fast, often appearing in groups. Then, Zhou took a look at the black material box inside the river Leviathan. The items inside were very ordinary, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, full, and 10 land-based, and there was not even an equipment blueprint. Before thousands of river Leviathan corpses sank into the deep sea, Zhou decomposed 100 of them, and stored them in the system interface. There was no way to deal with the rest. Although the Wavebreaker mech could resist the water pressure and continue to decompose the corpses, he still needed to go out to collect the decomposed corpses. However, it was not worth using the golden energy to collect these Leviathan corpses infected by the dead bloodworm. It seems that the Wavebreaker mech is still not very good without the lightning cube. Zhou thought to himself when he was building a rest platform for Huanlin. Moreover, the movement speed of the Wavebreaker mech in the seawater is also limited. There are too many Leviathan creatures encountered, and it is impossible to kill all Leviathan creatures in a short time, so the Wavebreaker mech is more suitable for facing a single Leviathan creature with a higher energy form. At night, Zhou condensed the golden energy and golden thunder energy in the stomach wall space. At the same time, in the water ball of Area 10, the members of the Brother Jiang Guild were building a huge island with land. This island is not used to grow seaweed, but a platform for competing for strength. At this time, Jiang Haitao posted a message in the World Communication Channel of Area 10. The content of the message was that he was going to hold a competition among ordinary survivors tomorrow. The top 10 could get rich rewards, but only ordinary survivors were allowed to participate. Guild members could not participate. Many survivors who went out to explore returned to the water ball overnight after seeing Jiang Haitao's message, because the rewards were really tempting. First place reward, a golden thunder spear, a set of thunder pattern snail shell armor. Second place reward, a dead blood core, plus a characteristic steel stamp. Third place reward, a bottle of gold potion, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid full. Fourth place reward, a power type Leviathan blood vein fruit, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, attack. Fifth place reward, supply 10 tons of ordinary seaweed for the Phantom Leviathan. The following 6 to 9 places all supply ordinary seaweed for the Phantom Leviathan, but the number of tons of ordinary seaweed supplied is reduced by 2 for each place lower in the ranking. 10th place reward, 10 toll exemptions for entering the free transfer station. At this time, the survivors who saw the top 10 ranking rewards issued by Jiang Haitao were discussing in the World Communication Channel. Chapter 726. Oh my god! The first place reward is a bit outrageous. The Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Conch Shell Armor seem to be energy type equipment. With these two pieces of equipment, you can basically kill dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. It's a bit difficult to get to first place. I think I can compete for the second place. The second place reward is Dead Blood Core and Characteristic Steel Seal, which are energy cores. Forget it, you are still competing for the second place. It's already very good to get the 10th place. Even if the guild members don't participate, we have only more than 100 points in the 3 attributes, so we are just filling the numbers. Do you think the boss can get the first place? Is the boss still alive? I haven't paid much attention to him for so many days. What are you talking about? The boss has been alive and well, but he just hasn't spoken in the communication channel. Didn't they say that the boss's transmogrified Leviathan died, so he was planting seaweed for the guild members? Nonsense. Did you see the boss planting seaweed for the guild? Really? Can you believe this rumor? It's really strange. Since the boss came to the deep sea, it seems that he has evaporated from the face of the earth. There is no news at all. The boss liked to hide his strength when he was on the survival planet before. Do you think that he has been hiding his strength all the time, and his real strength is terrifying? Sure, Kongyun, why are you thinking about these things here again? Update the color novel quickly. The competition will start tomorrow. I won't write for the time being. I plan to get the 9th place, and get 2 meals of ordinary seaweed for my transmogrified Leviathan. Just you? You make a living by writing color novels every day, and you still want to get the 9th place? Fuck, after listening to Sure Kongyun's words, don't you think the boss is quite mysterious? Maybe the boss is really the kind of strongman who hides his strength. Can you be more normal? If the boss is really very powerful, why is he hiding? It is not as easy to develop in the deep sea as on the survival planet. Come on, don't listen to Sure Kongyun's nonsense. What hidden strongman? I said that the boss is the mysterious strongman who killed the king of the survivors in Area 5 in the last trial. It's really funny. However, after this survivor sent this message, the world communication channel in Area 10 suddenly became quiet for a while. Damn. You don't really think that the mysterious strongman who can kill the king of survivors is the boss, right? Who knows? What if he is? No one knows which district the mysterious strongman is from, and the boss has been missing. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Are you crazy? Who would hide so much strength? Anyway, in my impression, only the boss in our district has been hiding his strength. Before on the survival planet, if the guild hadn't suppressed us ordinary survivors too harshly, the boss would have stood up for us. I didn't know that the boss's power reached 200 points. For a while, there was a brief silence in the communication channel of District 10. At this time, Zhou looked at the remarks of the survivors in the world communication channel, and his mouth twitched. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let Jiang Haitao organize this survivor competition. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to organize this competition in order to allow the survivors to improve their own strength more actively. But they never thought that they would talk about him, and he was almost right. It seems that I have to show up in this survivor competition, Zhou said helplessly. After that, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to send some people to the world communication channel of District 10 to turn the topic of the survivors to the competition rewards. If these survivors continue to guess, it will be troublesome if it spreads to other districts. After a while, under the intentional or unintentional guidance of the guild members of the 2 guilds, the discussion topic of the survivors finally returned to the main topic. Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to continue to condense energy, Huan Lin's voice sounded in his mind again. Why is there another dead blood energy Leviathan approaching? What's going on in this sea area? Zhou frowned, and then quickly left the stomach wall space. This time Zhou did not use the wave breaker mecha, so he brought out the brilliant sea snake for lighting. After a while, thousands of red dots appeared in the dark sea water in front of him. Obviously all of them were dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. Where did these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures come from? Is there a black rock platform in front? Although it is normal to encounter dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the deep sea, encountering so many at once is definitely a problem. Half an hour later, all the more than 1,000 dead blood energy Leviathan creatures were killed by Zhou. Because the characteristics were not activated this time, it took a long time. But this time, the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures are no longer a group, but all kinds of Leviathan creatures. He did not collect the bodies of these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, but took out the black supply boxes in their bodies, and obtained some land-based and dead blood energy liquid, complete. Zhou took a deep look at the deep and dark front, and decided to go and explore it tomorrow to see if there was anything abnormal. However, not long after Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, another group of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures approached. Forget it, I go and take a look. After clearing the third wave of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, Zhou decided not to wait and let Huanlin stay away from the sea area. He drove the wave breaker mecha directly to the sea surface and ran towards the direction where the group of dead blood energy Leviathans were swimming. After Zhou drove the wave breaker mecha over the sea for more than 100,000 meters, he discovered through his mental power that there was another group of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures under the sea. After putting away the wave breaker mecha and cleaning up the group of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, Zhou floated to the sea again and was about to move forward. Suddenly, his mental power detected something, and then, a huge semicircular water ball suddenly bulged upward from the sea where he was. As the water ball broke, a giant creature opened its mouth like the abyss and was about to swallow him. For this kind of Leviathan creature that wants to swallow him, Zhou usually doesn't resist much. Anyway, he will get into its body later. However, when this creature swallowed him, he chopped it in its mouth with a dark gold sword in his hand, but found that the dark gold sword could not cut. So at the moment he fell into the mouth of this giant creature, he summoned the wave breaker mecha and directly replaced the free cube in the mecha energy engine with the lightning cube to provide energy. Zzz. For a moment, electric currents flashed on the surface of the wave breaker mecha. Then, Zhou controlled the mecha to swing his fist, which was filled with lightning energy, and punched the upper jaw of the giant creature. Bang! An explosion sounded, and a 20 to 30 meter charred pit was directly smashed out of the upper jaw of the giant creature by this punch. Chapter 727. Boom boom boom. The wave breaker mecha, which was emitting electric light all over its body, continuously swung its fists with lightning energy, and directly smashed a charred hole in the upper jaw of the giant creature that went straight to the brain cavity. After the wave breaker mecha entered the brain cavity of the giant creature, it began to destroy the brain frantically. The dead blood energy that emerged on the surface of the brain could not stop the attack of lightning energy at all, and soon the brain of the giant creature was completely destroyed. After killing the giant creature, Zhou quickly scanned the whole body of the giant creature through mental detection, and then immediately drove the wave breaker mecha towards the direction of the stomach wall space, and finally found a black supply box in the stomach wall space. Bang! With a loud bang, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the abdomen of the giant creature, and then a large hole with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters was exploded, and the wave breaker mecha swam out of it. Zhou had already obtained the information of this giant creature by touching it when he was in its body just now, so he directly opened the biological illustration information and checked the newly added illustrations. Colorful Silk Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 2,200 meters. Weight, 43 million tons. Food type, photosynthesis. Introduction. A small Leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea. It performs photosynthesis through colorful fins on its body that are like silk. The colorful silk fins can be used to make photosynthetic energy armor for Leviathan. Colorful Silk Leviathan? Zhou looked at the simple picture of the colorful silk Leviathan in the biological illustration book, and then used his mental power to scan the giant black Leviathan creature in front of him. There was no similarity between the two. It looks like it's mutated. Zhou thought to himself, then put away the wave breaker mecha and opened the black supply box in his hand. Ding! Get the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan photosynthetic energy armor. Ding! Get dead blood energy liquid, all X1. Ding! Get Pier Voucher X1. Ding! Get Land Base X30. Zhou took out the blueprint directly, and checked the production requirements after using it. Transform Leviathan Photosynthetic Energy Armor Blueprint. Requires Colorful Silk Leviathan Colorful Silk Fin X1, Energy Metal Ingot X10. Zhou had a little energy metal ingot in his hand, and then he looked at the mutated Colorful Silk Leviathan corpse in front of him and found that there was no Colorful Silk Fin mentioned in the biological illustration on its body surface, but he still used the transformed Leviathan Light Energy Armor Blueprint to try to make it on the corpse, but there was no response. The body structure has mutated? Zhou murmured, and then summoned the wave breaker mech again, and then drove the mech to the surface of the sea. The body of the mutated colorful silk Leviathan was of no value, and he was too lazy to spend time to decompose it. Continue to move in the direction where a large number of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures appeared. In this process, he did not encounter groups of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. After running for about 200,000 meters, Zhou detected a huge object 2,000 meters below the sea level through the tenfold mental power amplified by the mecha brain. Dived directly into the water, and quickly approached the huge object. Soon, A huge shadow appeared below, just like the seabed at the bottom of the sea, but the question is there really a seabed in the deep sea? After the wave breaker mech landed on the seabed, Zhou used his mental power to detect everything within a radius of 3,000 meters. What kind of creature is this? It's so big? Zhou used his mental power to detect and found that this huge seabed was actually a kind of carapace. But because the carapace was too thick, his mental power detection distance could not penetrate the carapace and see its body. Zhou temporarily put away the wave breaker mech and touched the black carapace that looked like a reef under his feet with his hand. Then, the biological illustration information was updated, and he opened it directly to check. Daytime Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 500,000 meters. Weight, 9 trillion tons. Food type, sunlight. Introduction. A king-level Leviathan that lives in the everyday sea of the endless sea, with immortal stars and infinite energy. It's actually a king-level Leviathan. After reading the biological illustration information, Zhou face was shocked. This is the daytime Leviathan. Dead? Zhou looked at the black carapace under his feet, and then looked at the simple picture of the daytime Leviathan in the biological illustration. The overall appearance of the daytime Leviathan is similar to that of a conch, but the shell is orange-white, and the surface is covered with red-gold lines, which is not the dark color at this time, so Zhou believes that the daytime Leviathan is dead. I picked up the body of a king-level Leviathan, Zhou said with some surprise. The kings of other regions have almost all picked up the bodies of king-level Leviathans on their respective survival planets, but he has never picked one up. This time it is finally his turn. However, the body of this daytime Leviathan looks very strange, because even if it is dead, the shell cannot be black. Could it be invaded by dead bloodworms? Zhou thought to himself. After all, the deep sea is full of dead bloodworms, and this daytime Leviathan has been dead for an unknown period of time. It is not impossible for it to be invaded by dead bloodworms after a long time. I hope the core is still there. I don't know if it's the daytime core. The daytime core is one of the materials in the ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan. Next, Zhou drove the wave breaker mech and ran on the body of the daytime Leviathan, using his mental power to detect and find a way to enter the body. Just now, he used various levels of energy to test the shell under his feet. The lighting energy could not leave a mark on the shell, but could only knock off the dust on the surface of the shell. The Overlord energy and the Immortal Wanlian energy can leave a mark on the shell, but the shell is more than 3,000 meters thick. With the degree of damage caused by these two energies, even if all the energy is used up, at most a 100-meter pit can be dug on the surface of the shell, which is completely meaningless. The destructive effect caused by the Golden Thunder energy is stronger. A Golden Thunder can hit a distance of hundreds of meters, but the diameter of the hole is only about 10 centimeters, and no one can get in. The best one is of course the flame-splitting blade. Cutting the shell is like cutting a foam box, but the flame-splitting blade is too heavy. Without turning on the feature, with his current 958 points of strength, he can only lift one side, and cannot use it at all. Although the flame-splitting blade can be used through the wave breaker mech, the wave breaker mech is large. If you want to use the flame-splitting blade in this way, you need to open a hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters on the shell, and enter the hole together with the mech. But this method is really a waste of time, so he plans to find an entrance to the daytime Leviathan first. If there is no entrance, then use this method. Half an hour later, Zhou found a huge black hole in the center of the daytime Leviathan's body. He drove the wave breaker mech around the hole quickly, and found that the diameter of the hole was about 30,000 meters. Chapter 728. This hole should be the cause of the death of the daytime Leviathan. Zhou drove the mecha and stood at the edge of the hole. After a slight hesitation, he turned the output power of the mecha energy engine to the maximum, condensed a layer of lightning protection on the surface of the wave breaker mecha, and then entered the hole. However, just as he began to dive, Zhou's mental power detected that there were a large number of dead blood energy creatures swimming towards the hole. Swish! 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 The wave breaker mecha held a dark gold sword in each hand, and then danced quickly, slashing at the surface of these approaching dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. This time, the wave breaker mecha used the lightning cube. The body was full of energy, and the speed of movement in the seawater was enough to avoid the attacks of these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. Zhou drove the wave breaker mecha through the brain cavities of the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, destroying their brains and quickly killing them one after another. But the movement speed of the wave breaker mecha was ultimately not enough for Zhou to activate the arc light feature, so it took a full 2 hours to kill all the thousands of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. But just as Zhou was about to continue driving the mecha to dive deeper, a turbulent current suddenly surged below, with such a strong impact that it directly pushed the wave-breaker mecha upwards, and pushed all the bodies of the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures out of the hole. Immediately afterwards, a giant Leviathan creature with a pitch-black body and clusters of blood-red needles growing on both sides of its body rushed out of the hole. As soon as the Leviathan creature emerged from the hole, it immediately locked onto the wave-breaker mecha. Its worm-like body twisted violently, and the blood-red needles on its side shot out rapidly. In an instant, these blood-red needles left long blood-red light marks in the dark sea water, like countless red silk threads. Facing unknown creatures, Zhou did not dare to be careless. In addition to activating the lightning protection layer of the wave-breaker mecha, he also activated the golden characteristics and condensed a layer of golden lines on his body surface. If these blood-red needles penetrated the lightning energy protection layer, he could also rely on the golden lines to resist the attack. Zzz. Soon, the slender blood-red needles met the lightning energy on the surface of the wave-breaker mecha, and the lightning energy suddenly burst out with a violent electric current sound. The two energies confronted each other fiercely for a while, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. Swish, swish, swish. The giant worm-like Leviathan creature saw that its blood-colored needles could not penetrate the wave-breaker mech, so it gave up the long-range attack and rushed directly towards the direction of the wave-breaker mech. Huh? As the giant worm-like Leviathan creature rushed towards the wave-breaker mech, its giant body, that reached 10,000 meters, drove the surrounding seawater, forming circles of vortices. The blood-colored needle attack stopped, and Zhou immediately controlled the wave-breaker mech to move quickly to avoid being hit by the giant worm-like Leviathan creature's body. The height of the wave-breaker mech is only 30 meters, and this giant worm-like Leviathan creature seems to be a large Leviathan. If it is hit head-on, the wave-breaker mech will probably fall apart in an instant. Let's end this quickly. After controlling the wave-breaker mecha to avoid an impact from the giant worm-like Leviathan creature, Zhou immediately got out of the cockpit and let the mecha's intelligent brain control the mecha to attract the attention of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature. He activated 3 characteristics, increasing his own attributes 5-fold, and then holding the blade-splitting knife, he rushed directly to the body of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature, and while it was not paying attention, he used the blade-splitting knife to cut the blood-colored energy on the surface of the body, and then broke through the flesh and blood and drilled into the body. The moment Zhou drilled into the body, the giant worm-like Leviathan creature discovered him, and then the blood-colored needles on both sides of its body were all retracted into the body. For a while, the giant worm-like Leviathan creature was like a needle hell, full of dense and thin needles, which intertwined and woven into cages, trying to tie Zhou in place. But for Zhou, who was protected by the brilliant gold pattern, the energy form of the large Leviathan was still not good enough, and the blood-red energy on the needles could not cause any harm to him at all. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Zhou quickly swung the blade in his hand, ignoring the blood-colored spikes blocking the way ahead. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the head of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature, and after entering the brain cavity, he quickly destroyed the brain. 1 minute later, the brain of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature was completely destroyed, but to Zhou's surprise, the giant worm-like Leviathan creature was not dead. For this situation, Zhou paused for a moment, then took action again, and then spent 2 minutes to find the heart of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature. Since destroying the brain could not kill it, he took away the core that supplied energy to the body. A fiery red knife light flashed, and the heart of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature was instantly cut open, and a blood-red sphere with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in Zhou's eyes. Zhou immediately drilled into the heart, then reached out to touch the blood-colored sphere, and immediately a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtain Bloodthorn Core X1. Ding! Bloodthorn Core. After use, you will obtain the Bloodthorn feature. When the Bloodthorn feature is turned on, you can attach the Bloodthorn energy to the weapon and throw it out. The attachment time of a Bloodthorn energy is 10 seconds. The moment Zhou collected the Bloodthorn Core, the blood-colored energy on the surface of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature began to rapidly dissipate. After a while, it seemed to have all its strength taken away and collapsed to the ground. Although it did not die immediately, it also lost the ability to attack. From turning on the 3 features to taking away the core of the giant worm-like Leviathan creature, Zhou only took less than 5 minutes. There was still 10 minutes for the 3 attribute enhancements. He did not want to waste it. After collecting the exclusive supply box, he immediately rushed towards the hole not far away. Zhou, whose speed attribute was increased 5 times, dived rapidly in the hole. In just a few seconds, he dived nearly 30,000 meters. However, the water pressure at this depth was not something he could bear, so he activated the golden attribute to resist the water pressure. As he continued to dive, a faint light appeared under the originally pitch-black hole, and the light was like sunlight. Why is there light in this place? Could it be emitted from the core of the daytime Leviathan? Thinking of this, Zhou-Wen's emotions unconsciously became excited. Chapter 729. Zhou-Wen dived several thousand meters further, but strangely, the light below did not become brighter, but still looked a little dim as before. However, at this distance, Zhou-Wen could already see a glowing object, which was an orange-yellow sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. No need to guess, this must be the core of the daytime Leviathan. He continued to dive with excitement, but as he got closer and closer to the core, the look on Zhou-Wen's face gradually turned into doubt. Because he was less than a kilometer away from the core of the daytime Leviathan, but the light emitted by the core did not increase in brightness at all, as if a black veil was covering the core. Zhou-Wen felt a little uneasy, so he immediately stopped diving, then summoned the Wavebreaker mech, connected it to the back of the mech's intelligent brain, and turned on the mental power detection. In an instant, a mental power covered the bottom and directly enveloped the core. At this time, Zhou-Wen finally discovered the abnormality. Under the mental power detection, the core seemed to be wrapped up by something. Voila! Voila! Zhou-Wen had just spread his spiritual power, when the seawater below suddenly surged violently. Then, the dark shadow that had been covering the core began to move. Buzz! Suddenly, a dark energy suddenly spread out. Zhou-Wen immediately reacted and increased the output power of the mecha energy engine, condensing a layer of lightning energy protection layer on the surface of the Wavebreaker mecha. Boom! However, when the dark energy came into contact with the lightning energy protection layer, the lightning energy protection layer did not play any resistance role at all, and it dissipated directly like smoke being blown away. Zhou-Wen was shocked and immediately put the Wavebreaker mech into the mech fence. This was the mech he had made with great difficulty. If it was destroyed here, it would be a big loss. Without the Wavebreaker mech, the dark energy swept directly through Zhou-Wen's body, and the dark gold scales on his body were immediately damaged, and even the clothes on his body disappeared. Ocean-level energy? Zhou-Wen judged in his heart. Although the armor and clothes on the surface of his body were gone, his body was protected by the golden pattern, so he did not suffer any damage. The golden pattern successfully resisted the dark energy. Zizizizi. Zhou-Wen did not hesitate at all. After pulling away from the shadow below, he immediately activated the Golden Thunder feature. Since the translucent black shadow outside the core was an ocean-level Leviathan, he would use the ocean-level Golden Thunder to attack it first. The shadow below was still wriggling, just like a black shadow under the dim light. If it weren't for the core of the daytime Leviathan emitting light and revealing the shadow, Zhou-Wen would not have been able to find this strange creature without relying on the Wavebreaker mecha to increase his mental power. Buzz. Another energy buzz, but this time it was no longer a range energy attack, but a black energy beam with a diameter of more than 100 meters, which came to Zhou-Wen almost instantly. Swish. A sharp sound of passing through sounded in this space. Zhou-Wen quickly dodged the attack with the speed increased by 3 characteristics. At this time, the Golden Thunder in his palm had also condensed, and then he hit his palm downwards. Boom! Thunder exploded, golden light flashed, and a tortuous golden lightning light passed through a distance of 1,000 meters in a moment, hitting the shadow like a thunder, and directly blasted a long golden lightning mark on the shadow. But Zhou-Wen's face was not happy, because the golden lightning mark did not last long and quickly disappeared. On the body of the shadow creature, the penetration-like damage caused by the golden lightning was instantly repaired. Buzz! The shadow creature below fired a dark energy beam at Zhou-Wen again. While Zhou-Wen dodged, he also began to rush downward quickly. The palm of his hand flashed with blue light, and the flame blade appeared in his hand. The amplification time of 3 characteristics is limited. The sea abyss level energy cannot cause substantial damage, so he directly used the flame blade. When Zhou-Wen was less than 500 meters away from the shadow released another range of dark energy to prevent him from getting closer. However, Zhou-Wen had the flame blade in his hand. He swung his arm quickly, and the fiery red blade directly cut the dark energy that was rushing in. Relying on the protection of the golden pattern on the surface of his body, he continued to approach the shadow creature. When Zhou-Wen was only 200 meters away from the shadow creature, his mental power could already detect the body of the shadow creature. It was a jelly-like body without flesh and blood tissue. At this moment, A black sphere with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared in the body of the shadow creature, and this black sphere was facing Zhou. The next second, the body of the shadow creature twisted violently, and it rose up like a wave, forming a funnel shape, and wrapped around Zhou from all directions. Then, an invisible mental force enveloped Zhou's whole body. At this moment, Zhou's face changed drastically, because this mental force was very similar to the king-level pressure of the tidal Leviathan. King-level Leviathan. The moment Zhou realized this, the shadow bodies that were wrapped around him released a dark energy at the same time, directly blocking the space around him. Then, the dark sphere in the shadow below suddenly emitted a terrifying dark energy. If the dark energy released before was like a shadow under a dim light, then this dark energy was the ultimate darkness. Buzz! The energy hummed, and a dark energy beam shot out from the dark sphere. The diameter of the dark beam was only 10 meters, but the momentum of the king-level energy made Zhou's pupils shrink suddenly. Zhou wanted to dodge, but the surrounding space was blocked by the dark energy released by the shadow. Although he could use the flame blade to break through these dark energies, he would definitely not be able to dodge this dark king-level energy. Wang Jinlun also couldn't block this king-level energy. Once hit, he would definitely die, so he didn't hesitate anymore. At the moment when the dark energy was about to hit him, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shwa! The dark energy instantly penetrated the blockade space formed by the dark energy, passed through the hole tens of thousands of meters deep, and suddenly rushed out from the sea surface, blasting a huge and deep hole in the thick fog above. After a while, Zhou sat in the center of the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, holding the three-color energy thread in his mouth, absorbing the three-color energy in it. At this time, the amplification effect of three characteristics has ended, and the three-color energy in the body has been consumed, and it needs to be replenished quickly. That shadow creature should not have become a king-level Leviathan yet. Zhou thought while absorbing the three-color energy. Chapter 730. Just now the situation was urgent, and there was no time to think. Now that it was safe, Zhou thought carefully and felt that the shadow creature should not be a king-level Leviathan, otherwise the golden pattern on his body would not be able to defend against a range of energy attacks. It seems that the creature is absorbing the core energy of the daytime Leviathan. Zhou speculated, thinking about the scene where the shadow creature wrapped the daytime Leviathan core at the beginning. We have to take out the daytime Leviathan core quickly. If it is absorbed by the shadow creature, we will miss a king-level core. Zhou felt anxious when he thought of this. The king-level core is right in front of him, and it may also be one of the materials of the ultimate formula of the transformation Leviathan. If it is absorbed by the abyss-level shadow creature, it will be difficult to obtain it in the future. But the problem is that the shadow creature can release king-level energy, and he currently has no means to defend against king-level energy. Unless he can activate the white Leviathan form. But when facing the shadow creature just now, the mini white Leviathan in his heart did not react at all, and it was obviously impossible to give him the white Leviathan energy. Should I use the rainbow cube? Zhou hesitated. To some extent, the rainbow cube was more important to him than the king core. After all, the king core could not be used before he reached the large Leviathan level, and the rainbow cube was his ultimate trump card, which could be used to save his life at a critical moment. Suddenly, Zhou thought of something, so he immediately opened the drawing interface. The evening passed quickly, and it was the morning of the 166th day. Zhou spent the rest of the night absorbing the three-color energy, and condensing the brilliant gold energy, and the golden thunder energy. After returning to Huanlin's stomach wall space, and feeding Huanlin, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel in Area 10 to check the information. At this time, in the water ball of Area 10, a large number of survivors gathered around a huge island. The diameter of this island is 10,000 meters, and the surface is covered by a huge hemispherical glass dome, and the seawater inside is completely emptied. In the center of the island, there is a rectangular battle platform built with an iron foundation. The battle platform is 500 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 10 meters high. There is a circle of viewing platforms built with stone foundations around the battle platform. Survivors who did not participate in the competition can watch the competition on the viewing platform. There are 9 smaller battle platforms around this largest battle platform. For such a large-scale competition, only one battle platform is obviously not enough. There are a total of 100 entrances around the island. At this time, a large number of ordinary survivors, under the supervision of the members of the Jiangge Guild, enter the island in an orderly manner. After the survivors enter the island, members of the Jiangge Guild began to register the survivors who wanted to participate in the competition. However, considering the competition time, It is impossible for all survivors to participate in the competition, so the Jiangge Guild added a registration condition, that is, the strength attribute must reach 200 points to register, and those who cannot reach it will just be spectators. However, because the character attribute panel can only be seen by the survivors themselves, they need to lift weights to ensure that the applicants meet the registration conditions when registering. After the registration test, identity test, and competition order, the time came directly to noon. There are more than 100,000 survivors who are qualified to participate in the competition, not including the number of guild members. At 1 p.m., the first Ordinary Survivors competition was finally about to begin. However, before the competition, Jiang Haidao walked onto the stage and explained the rules of the competition in a loud voice. First, no killing. Second, you can use items with special and amplifying properties. Third, during the competition and the next day, no one can use the duel ticket. These 3 simple rules were also sent to the World Communication Channel of Zone 10 for everyone to see. After explaining the rules, Jiang Haidao walked off the stage, and then the core members of the Brother Jiang Guild, who served as referees, came on stage to announce the start of the competition, and then determine the survivors who would go on stage through the number plates. The first round of the competition was a preliminary screening, so it was conducted in the form of a big fight. On a stage, 100 people went on at once, and the last one left on the stage advanced to the next round. Zhou Wen was on the first stage of the first round at this time. He was wearing a golden scale armor, surrounded by ordinary survivors wearing various armors. Begin! The moment the referee announced the start of the game, the survivors on the ring, who were already wary of each other, immediately attacked the survivors closest to them. However, just as these survivors were preparing for a battle of equal strength, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly blurred and turned into a golden afterimage, passing through each survivor at a speed of 300 points. In just half a minute, all the survivors on the ring were knocked to the ground, and only Zhou Wen stood among the fallen crowd. Although the requirement of the game is to knock the opponent out of the ring, there is no need for other survivors to deliberately seek a fight with such an obvious gap. Many people walked off the ring by themselves after recognizing the gap. But there were some who were unwilling to give up. Most of these people had items with amplification properties in their hands. After using them, their properties were improved, and then they attacked Zhou Wen together. But the result did not change at all. Items with amplification properties generally increased the property points by no more than 10 points, which could not make up for the gap of Zhou Wen's full 3 properties in the first stage. After seeing the gap, the remaining small number of survivors, who were unwilling to give up, had to walk down the ring. In the end, only 2 people were left on the number 1 ring. Aren't you going to admit defeat? I have already held back. If you don't go down, I will hit you hard. Zhou Wen threatened the survivor in front of him. Humph! You are indeed very strong, but I also have my trump card. The survivor snorted coldly. You should know the characteristics. Let me tell you, each of my attributes has a characteristic, and each characteristic can increase my attribute by 100 points. The survivor said this with a little pride in his tone. Among ordinary survivors, there are very few who can have 3 characteristics, and he has 1 of each. Boiling attribute, on. Reef attribute, on. Brilliant attribute, on. The survivor shouted 3 times, each louder than the last, with an invincible aura rising spontaneously, and even his head unconsciously raised high, as if the victory was already decided. Now, my 3 attributes are Strength 303 points, Constitution 356 points, and Speed 211 points. If you don't have any attributes, you'd better step down from the ring. The survivor crossed his arms, looked at Zhou Wen and persuaded him with a strong demeanor. Chapter 731. Your characteristics are indeed very strong, but I still want to learn from them. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, Well, in that case, let me show you how powerful the characteristics are. The survivor said, and rushed to Zhou Wen in one step, chopping down with the axe at his hand with a whistling sound. But in a second before the axe fell, Zhou Wen's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared behind the survivor, raised his hand and punched him, hitting him staggering. Huh? After the survivor stabilized his body, he turned around and swept the axe blade with a cold light, slashing towards Zhou Wen's abdomen, but this attack still missed. Then, the survivor launched a high-frequency attack on Zhou Wen, but he couldn't even touch Zhou Wen's hair. His 211-point speed was simply unable to keep up with Zhou Wen's 300-point speed. After 2.5 minutes, the survivor's characteristic enhancement time ended, and his legs immediately went limp and collapsed on the stage. Zhou Wen lifted him up with one hand and threw him out of the stage, and he successfully advanced to the first round of the audition. First round of auditions. The winner of stage number 1 is Zhou Wen. The referee announced on stage. At the moment of the announcement, the survivors watching the game on the viewing platform suddenly became agitated. Zhou Wen. This seems to be the name of the boss, right? Damn. The boss really came to participate in the competition. The boss has become stronger again. The survivor who just turned on the characteristics was not the opponent of the boss. Do you think the boss's 3 attributes are full? It should be. The survivor just turned on the speed characteristic, but the movement speed is still not as fast as the boss. If the speed attribute can reach 300 points, then the strength and constitution must have reached 300 points. I said that the boss couldn't possibly go to plant seaweed for the guild, isn't that fine? But he certainly wasn't the mysterious strongman who killed the king of the top 5 districts. Haha, that's all nonsense from some unreliable guys, you can't believe it at all. Soon, the news that Zhou Wen appeared on the Survivor competition arena spread in the World Communication Channel of District 10. Some survivors took his photo and posted it on the communication channel and told about his strength. After the first round of competition, Zhou Wen ended his journey and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space to continue to condense Huangjin energy and Jinlei energy. Afterwards, it was evening, and the first round of auditions was over, successfully selecting 1,000 qualifiers from more than 100,000 participating survivors. The second round was still a big fight, but this time, there were only 10 survivors on one stage. Start. As soon as the referee announced the start, the other 9 survivors stood together. Boss, we know you are very strong, so we can only ask you to leave the ring first. A man in steel scale armor said among the 9 people. It depends on whether you have the strength, Zhou Wen said. The next second, Zhou Wen disappeared, and the golden shadow moved at high speed, directly attacked the bodies of the 8 people on the opposite side. The 8 people fell to the ground immediately, but the man in steel scale armor disappeared. Huh? A gust of wind blew, and a vague figure suddenly appeared behind Zhou Wen. It was the man in steel scale armor. He activated the speed feature, and his movement speed had exceeded 300 points at this time. Zhou Wen's expression did not change. When the big knife in the steel scale armor man's hand was about to fall on his back, a golden shield appeared behind him. Bang! A loud metal collision sound spread, and the golden shield successfully blocked the big knife attack. The steel scale armored man frowned. He couldn't understand how Zhou Wen reacted. His speed was obviously faster than the other party. Bang! 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 One after another metal collision sounded on the ring. The steel scale armored man was now in the same situation as Lu Zhuang. Although he moved faster than Zhou Wen, his attacks were always blocked by the golden shield. 2 minutes later, the speed of the steel scale armored man suddenly slowed down. His speed-related characteristic enhancement ended. However, because his physique was relatively high and only one characteristic was activated, he did not fall into a completely weak state. But facing Zhou Wen in a state of complete victory, he had no chance of winning, and finally could only admit defeat and walk off the ring. After the second round of auditions, the third round of competitions would not start until tomorrow noon, so after Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he immediately went out and drove the Wavebreaker mecha towards the direction of the body of the daytime Leviathan. After a while, Zhou Wen came to the huge hole on the body of the daytime Leviathan again. After putting away the mecha, he floated up to a position less than 200 meters from the sea surface. Then he asked Jiang Haitao to come over, and asked Jiang Haitao to send him an invitation to go with him. In this way, if he encounters an unavoidable attack later, he can quickly escape through the companions. Keeping a backup, Zhou Wen came to the huge hole again, directly activated 3 characteristics, and dived at the fastest speed. Yesterday, because he didn't know much about the shadow creature, he was in the trial stage at the beginning, so he missed the opportunity to attack. Today, he wants to drill directly into its body. It can't release king-level energy to his body. When Zhou Wen was less than 500 meters away from the shadow creature launched a dark energy attack on him again. After Zhou Wen dodged it with his speed, he directly drilled into its body, and began to cut it madly with the flame-splitting knife. But the shadow creature had no flesh and blood, and its body would recover quickly after being cut. Although the flame-splitting knife had a certain amount of burning energy, which could prevent recovery for a short time, the shadow creature was very large, and the wound cut by the flame-splitting knife was nothing to it. Seeing that the attack of the flame-splitting knife was not ideal, Zhou Wen looked in the direction of the core of the daytime Leviathan, and decided to take the core away directly. However, just after moving forward not far to the location of the core, waves of dark energy condensed in the jelly-like body of the shadow creature, forming a series of barriers, trying to stop Zhou from moving forward. At the same time, the sphere that released the dark energy yesterday also came near Zhou and began to condense the dark energy. No way. Do you really want to release the king-level energy in your body? Zhou found that the shadow creature was a little stupid. It was not a king-level Leviathan. The abyss-level energy in its body could not withstand the king-level energy attack. Its body would probably be shattered by a single blow. However, this was also the situation Zhou hoped to encounter. If the shadow creature could kill itself, he would not have to waste time entangled with it. Buzz. Soon, a buzzing sound of energy sounded, and the dark energy light shot towards Zhou. Zhou immediately turned into a blue light and disappeared on the spot. Boom! A loud noise came from the hole, and then, driven by the terrifying energy, a large amount of seawater sprayed out from the hole like a high-pressure water gun, forming a huge fountain on the sea surface. Chapter 732. The sea current near the corpse of the daytime Leviathan became very chaotic due to the explosion, but Zhou, who was walking with Jiang Haitao, saw that the attack of the shadow creature had ended, so he swam towards the direction of the huge hole against the turbulent and chaotic water current. His 3 characteristics time was only a dozen minutes, and it was impossible for him to wait until the sea current returned to normal. When Zhou came to the huge hole, he could still feel a terrifying residual energy. Swish! Zhou dived at the fastest speed and soon returned to the bottom of the hole, but because of the explosion just now, the sea water at the bottom was extremely turbid, and there were a lot of broken bone fragments in the sea water. These broken bone fragments, along with the turbulent sea water, scratched tiny scratches on Zhou's armor. Zhou immediately unfolded his mental power and used his mental power to explore the situation below, but at this moment, the sea water on his side suddenly surged. Then, within Zhou's mental power range, a dark tentacle appeared and whipped him. Seeing this dark tentacle, Zhou knew that the shadow creature was not killed by his king-level energy, so he immediately dodged and kept turning his head and pupils to look for the daytime Leviathan core in the turbid sea water. This shadow creature is very different from other Leviathan creatures. It cannot be killed at the fastest speed by destroying the brain, so Zhou did not think about killing it. As long as he could get the daytime Leviathan core, he would teleport away immediately. Finally, when dodging the attack, Zhou saw that the darkness of the sea water at his location was different from that of the surrounding sea water, so he immediately swam in that direction. As he got closer, Zhou saw a ray of light, which seemed to be emitted from the gap. It should be the explosion just now, which caused the core of the daytime Leviathan to be submerged by the broken bone fragments. The moment he dodged the tentacle attack again, Zhou summoned the Waybreaker mech, quickly connected to the mech's intelligent brain, increased the mental power detection range to 3,000 meters, and directly wrapped the area emitting light. Sure enough, in the pile of broken bone fragments, he saw an orange-yellow sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The mental power also explored the situation around Zhou himself. He found that there were a lot of body tissues of shadow creatures in the seawater. The black tentacles that had been attacking him just now were transformed from these broken body tissues. The body was blown into pieces, and he didn't die. Zhou was slightly surprised. However, it was not the time to study these things. The first priority was to get the daytime Leviathan core. With a thought, Zhou put the Waybreaker mech into the mech fence, and swam quickly in the direction he had just detected. During this period, a large number of tentacles attacked him, but he quickly dodged them. Gradually, he was less than 300 meters away from the core of the daylight Leviathan. As long as he used the flame-splitting knife to cut the broken bone fragments piled on the surface, he could store the daylight Leviathan core in the system interface. But just when Zhou arrived in front of the bone fragments and was about to start cleaning them, the bone fragments suddenly exploded with a bang, and a dark sphere emanated a rich dark energy. Buzz! A dark energy beam with a diameter of 10 meters was released almost close to Zhou's body. However, the moment this dark sphere appeared, Zhou had already turned into a blue light and disappeared on the spot, and reappeared beside Jiang Haitao. Fortunately, I just used the Waybreaker mech to increase my mental power to detect it. Otherwise, if I was attacked by the king-level energy at such a close distance, I might not have had time to teleport away. Zhou said with some lingering fear. Boom! There was another deafening explosion in the giant hole. The scene that happened before happened again at this time, and a huge fountain formed on the sea surface again. It should be dead this time. Zhou swam towards the giant hole, thinking secretly in his heart. Just now, the Waybreaker mech was briefly used to increase the mental power. The broken tissues detected nearby showed that the body of the shadow creature could not withstand the bombardment of the king-level energy. This time, it was attacked again, Even if it didn't die, it should be difficult to pose a threat to him. Arriving at the giant hole, Zhou looked down and entered it again and dived quickly. Huh? But Zhou had just dived 1,000 meters, and the seawater below suddenly seemed like a wall, with a huge impact force directly pushing him out of the giant hole. Not long after Zhou was pushed out of the giant hole, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the hole, and then a sphere emitting orange-yellow light rushed out of the hole. Daytime Leviathan Core. Zhou opened his eyes, and was about to rush up to collect the core, when black spheres rushed out of the hole one after another. There were 10 of these black spheres, each with a diameter of 100 meters. They followed the daytime Leviathan Core closely, and then surrounded the daytime Leviathan Core. At this time, Zhou discovered that there was a thin layer of shadow around the daytime Leviathan Core, which was the shadow creature. In the huge hole, black shadows kept rushing out, and then merged into the 1,000-meter shadow group composed of 10 pitch-black balls, making the shadow group bigger and bigger, and finally reached 10,000 meters. Huh? Only 10,000 meters in size? Zhou said with some surprise, but soon he figured out the reason. It's not that this shadow creature is only 10,000 meters, but that its body has suffered 2 king-level energy bombardments, leaving only 10,000 meters. The vitality of this shadow creature is really strong. Zhou was sighing in his heart, and at this time, the 10 pitch-black balls in the shadow creature's body dispersed in the body, one of which condensed the pitch-black energy and attacked him again. But this time, Zhou was not afraid. The field outside the hole was wide, and the diameter of the shadow creature was only 10,000 meters. As long as the moving space around him could not be blocked, it was almost impossible for the pitch-black energy beam to hit him. Buzz! A pitch-black energy beam with a diameter of 5 meters shot towards Zhou. Zhou opened the ability to slow down his vision, and easily avoided the attack. The energy beam has become thinner. It seems that there is not much king-level energy left in the body. The shadow creature is not a true king-level Leviathan creature after all. It cannot directly generate king-level energy by itself. It can only obtain it by absorbing the energy in the core of the daytime Leviathan, but it does not have enough time to absorb it at present. In this case, the things made last night will be useful. Zhou raised a smile and rushed directly towards the shadow creature. The shadow creature continuously released dark energy beams at Zhou, but it could not hit Zhou, and instead caused the king-level energy in its body to decrease. When Zhou came to the body of the shadow creature, the dark energy beam released by the dark sphere in the shadow creature was only 1 meter thick. Chapter 733. She. The fiery red blade flashed, and the blade of blade easily cut through the body of the shadow creature. Zhou immediately drilled into it, and then moved at the fastest speed inside the shadow creature. I don't know how powerful this thing is yet. Zhou thought to himself, and then extracted a black sphere with a diameter of 10 meters from the system interface. The appearance of this black sphere is very similar to an energy compression ball, but it is actually a floating energy expansion bomb. Floating energy expansion bomb drawing requires floating energy crystal X1, energy compression ball X1, steel cannon frog saliva X1, explosion juice X1, atomization factor X1. This floating energy expansion bomb was made by Zhou last night. Because there are only 3 atomization factors, only 3 were made. Originally, Zhou's initial plan was to detonate these 3 floating energy expansion bombs inside the shadow creature, and then take advantage of the shadow creature being affected by the explosion and collect the daytime Leviathan core in the chaos. Unexpectedly, before his plan was implemented, the shadow creature released the king-level energy to itself. However, the vitality of this shadow creature was somewhat tenacious, and 2 king-level energy attacks failed to kill it, so he could only continue to execute the original plan. Quickly disperse the 3 floating energy expansion bombs in the shadow creature's body. During each placement of a floating energy expansion bomb, Zhou would transfer some floating energy into the interior. This was the method of detonating the bomb. After Zhou and the 3rd floating energy expansion bomb were 1,000 meters away, a dazzling white light lit up at the location where the first floating energy expansion bomb was placed. Boom! 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 3 dazzling white lights, and 3 loud explosions. Floating energy expansion bomb. At the moment of the explosion, energy particles as small as sand spread out like exploding fireworks. Then, these tiny energy particles began to expand rapidly, expanding to 10 meters in an instant. Under the expansion of countless energy particles, a cavity area with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared in the shadow creature's body, and the shadow creature's body also bulged out a big bag. Boom! Another terrifying explosion, The bulging bag on the shadow creature's body exploded, and a hole several thousand meters long appeared on its body's surface for a short time. After 3 explosions, most of the shadow creature's 10,000-meter body was destroyed, leaving only about 3,000 meters of the body that was rapidly merging. Zhou relied on the golden pattern on his body to forcibly block the power of the explosion, and with the help of the impact of the explosion, he came to the location of the daytime Leviathan core and reached out to touch it directly. Ding! Get daytime core X1. Ding! Daylight core. After use, you can obtain the daylight attribute. When the daylight attribute is activated, your physical fitness will be increased by 10 times. At the same time, you can mobilize the daylight energy in your body at will, and obtain the king level pressure. The duration depends on the daylight energy in your body. Finally got it. Zhou saw the information of daylight core, and was relieved. He immediately put daylight core into the system interface. Then, Zhou looked at the 10 black spheres in the shadow creature. He felt that these 10 black spheres should be the weakness of the shadow creature. Before, the shadow creature was large in size, and these 10 black spheres were scattered in various places. It was very difficult to find and destroy them one by one. But now, the diameter of the shadow creature is only about 3,000 meters. Zhou summoned the Wave Breaker mech to determine the location of the 10 black spheres and move quickly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of shattering sounds came from the body of the shadow creature, and the black spheres were cut into pieces by Zhou with the flame-splitting knife. After the shadow creature assembled its body that was shattered by the bomb, it wanted to use its own dark energy to stop Zhou from destroying the black spheres, but its own abyss-level energy could not stop Zhou at all. After a while, all 10 black spheres were shattered, and the body of the shadow creature stopped moving at this moment. The jelly-like body fell on the surface of the daytime Leviathan corpse, and slowly spread out. Ding! Successfully killed the abyss-level Leviathan creature, and each of the 3 attributes increased by 3 points. It's finally over. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou relaxed, and the 3-color light on his body also dissipated, and the 3 characteristics amplification time ended. Zhou took a short rest in the shadow creature, and obtained its biological illustration information. Night Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 60,000 meters. Weight, 1 billion tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, a sea-level Leviathan that lives in the deep sea. Its body is made of night gel. The 10 night source cores in its body are the main body. As long as the night source cores are not completely destroyed, it will not die. The night source core belongs to the material of the transformation period of the illusion Leviathan. Does this night Leviathan have no core and exclusive material box? Zhou found that those black spheres were not the core after reading the illustration information, and he was a little surprised. Afterwards, Zhou collected the night source cores that he had cut into pieces one by one. When he touched them with his hands, these night source cores were reassembled under the effect of the blue light of the world system. After putting 10 night source cores together, clusters of dark energy with a diameter of 1 meter flew out of the 10 night source cores, and then merged together in the seawater to form a translucent black sphere. Ding! Obtain Night Core X1. Ding! Night Core. After use, you can obtain the night feature. When the night feature is turned on, you can release the night energy shock wave, and the duration depends on the night energy in the body. The moment Zhou touched the night core, a box made of gold was peeled off from the core. It was a pure gold treasure box, which was opened directly with his hands. Ding! Obtain Gold Order X1. Ding! Obtain Night Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtain Rapid Recovery Potion X3. Ding! Obtain the Night Source Nuclear Cage Blueprint. Ding! Obtain the Night Source Nuclear Fragment Armor Blueprint. Ding! Obtain King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket X1. So many new things. Zhou first took out the Golden Order and King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket, and put them away, then began to check the Night Leviathan Gene Potion. Ding! Night Leviathan Gene Potion. After taking it, you will obtain the Night Leviathan Gene, and you can condense the night energy in your body by eating the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures, and at the same time obtain the Super Speed Regeneration ability. Ding! Super Speed Regeneration. You can quickly repair your body by using the night energy. Another Abyss-level Leviathan Gene, but I no longer have a place for the Chimeric Gene. Zhou said helplessly, and then continued to check the items. Chapter 734. Rapid Recovery Potion. After taking it, as long as the brain is not damaged, the body can be restored to its original state, and the duration is 3 minutes. This potion is good. It can be regarded as a life-saving item. Zhou eyes lit up. Zhou took out all the remaining 2 drawings, and checked the production requirements after using them. Night Source Core Cage Drawing. Requires Night Source Core X1, Night Gel X1000, Night Cube X1. Night Source Core Fragment Armor Drawing. Requires Night Source Core X1, Night Gel X10, Parker Fiber X1000. Okay, none of them can be made. Night Source Core Cage is inferior to Night Cube, and Night Cube belongs to the Abyss level cube, and the gel liquid left in the Energy Cube condenser cannot be made at all. Nightfall Nuclear Fragment Armor lacks Parker Fiber. This is the first time Zhou has heard of this material. However, in the Meteoric Armor formula, there is a material called Parker Crystal, which may be related to this Parker Fiber. After looking at the items in the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to come down to collect the corpse of the Nightfall Leviathan together. The corpse of the Abyss level Leviathan is still very useful. After a while, the corpse of the Nightfall Leviathan was collected, and Jiang Haitao also ended his journey and left. I wonder if there is a special supply box in the corpse of the Daylight Leviathan. Zhou stood in front of the giant hole, and thought to himself as he looked down. Then, Zhou drove the wave breaker mech to dive, and after reaching the bottom, he started to search with his mental power. Huh? As soon as he started searching, Zhou found an abnormal area. The flesh and blood of the Daylight Leviathan in other places had completely rotted, but the flesh and blood in the area he found was very fresh, as if it had just died not long ago, and this area happened to be the location of the Daylight Core before. I didn't expect to pick up a piece of Daylight Leviathan's flesh and blood. Zhou face showed joy. In this way, he had another kind of king-level Leviathan flesh and blood in his hand. However, the area of the Daylight Leviathan's flesh and blood was not large, with a diameter of only 300 meters and a thickness of only 100 meters. After storing the Daylight Leviathan's flesh and blood in the system interface, Zhou continued to look for the exclusive material box in the Daylight Leviathan's huge body that looked like a continental plate. Although Zhou could detect everything within a diameter of 6,000 meters through the wave breaker mecha with his mental power, this detection range was not enough in the Daylight Leviathan, which was 500,000 meters long. In the second half of the night, Zhou kept looking for the exclusive material box. It was not until noon on the 167th day that he found a white treasure box with orange-yellow sunlight patterns on the surface in the innermost part of the huge shell. With a look of surprise on his face, he was about to open the treasure chest to check the items, but at this time, he received an invitation from Jiang Haitao to go with him, because the third round of the Ordinary Survivors competition was about to begin. Forget it, I come back to see it after the competition. Zhou took the Daylight treasure chest, moved his mind, and teleported into the colorful bubble, and then returned to Huanlin's body. After putting the Daylight treasure chest away, and feeding Huanlin with seaweed, he accepted the invitation to go with him, and came to the water ball in Area 10. The second round ended yesterday, and there were more than 600 people who advanced to the third round. The reason why there were only more than 600 people was that although more than 10,000 qualifiers were selected in the first round yesterday, some of them used their characteristics in the first round, which made them weak and unable to participate in the second round of competition. In today's third round, there were only 400 people who could participate in the competition, not 600. The third round was still an open audition, with 10 survivors on a stage. When Zhou stood on the stage waiting for the competition to begin, many survivors who were watching the competition came to take pictures with him. Zhou's reputation on the survival planet was still very important in the hearts of ordinary survivors, and he was now a person who retired at the peak of his career, which was equivalent to quitting the arena at the most glorious time. Therefore, he left a good impression on the survivors, and was considered a celebrity. Soon, the preparation stage ended, and the first stage competition of the third round officially began. After the referee announced the start, Zhou faced the same situation as yesterday. The other 9 survivors united to deal with him, but he knocked down 6 of them in an instant, and the remaining 3 activated their characteristics and wanted to defeat him. But the problem was that none of these 3 people had the characteristics of increasing speed. Either strength or physique, the speed could not keep up with Zhou, and the result was that they were dragged to death by Zhou's speed. A few minutes later, the 3-person characteristic enhancement time ended, and Zhou won directly and advanced to the next round. As soon as the competition ended, Zhou found an empty corner, ended his companionship, and returned to the stomach wall space, and then couldn't wait to open the Daylight treasure chest. Ding! Get Daylight Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get Transform Leviathan Daylight Energy Liquid X3. Ding! Get Sunlight Crystal X1. Ding! Get Sunflower Seed X3. Ding. Get Eternal Daylight Sea Area Positioning Card X1. Ding. Get the third stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula. Ding. Get the Emperor level positioning card fragment X1. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up, and he saw the third stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula at first glance, and then immediately took it out to check, but found that there was only one material inside that he had seen before, and it was the sunlight crystal he had just seen. Anyway, my physical attributes have not reached the upper limit, so there is no rush. Zhou Wen put the third stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula into the locker, and continued to check other items. Daytime Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you can obtain the Daytime Leviathan Gene. You can condense the daytime energy in your body by eating Leviathan flesh and blood or sunflower seeds. Consuming a daytime energy can directly restore all physical energy. It can be used only when the physical fitness reaches 1000 points and the character attribute panel reaches the medium Leviathan. Using daytime energy to restore physical energy means that as long as you embed the daytime Leviathan gene, you will never fall into weakness again? Zhou Wen was shocked. Sunlight Crystal. It is one of the materials for the third stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula. It can be used to transform Leviathan into a food transformation material, and can be used to directly break through the second stage physical attribute upper limit. King level food transformation material, but unfortunately there is only one. Zhou Wen must keep this Sunlight Crystal as a material to break through the third stage physical attribute upper limit, and it is impossible to give it to others. Sunflower Seeds. After consumption, it can increase physical fitness by 50 points and instantly restore physical fitness. When Zhou Wen saw the introduction, he was stunned for a moment, because the sunflower seeds clearly stated that they were seeds, which meant that they could be planted. If they could be successfully planted, it would be equivalent to obtaining countless instant physical fitness recovery capsules. There was nothing to see about the Eternal Daylight Sea location card. Zhou Wen took it out and used it directly, but there was no reaction, so he could only put it away first. Chapter 735. Leviathan Daytime Energy Liquid. After using it on Leviathan, it can release daytime energy for 3 minutes. It really allows Leviathan to obtain daytime energy, but the duration is actually 3 minutes. Zhou Wen said with an extremely surprised look after reading the introduction. With this Leviathan Daytime Energy Liquid, Huanlin can obtain king-level energy for a short period of time. This is definitely a big trump card. Not only does it make Huanlin's safety more secure, but even he can rely on Huanlin, who has obtained king-level energy to survive some fatal crisis. After reading all the items in the daytime treasure chest, Zhou Wen began to try to plant sunflower seeds. There are 3 sunflower seeds in total, which look similar to sunflower seeds. The shell is white, and looks like white jade. There are vertical golden stripes on the surface. The size is larger than ordinary sunflower seeds, and it is as long as 2 fingers. Considering the special nature of the sunflower seeds, Zhou Wen did not plant them in a small planting box, but directly used a large planting box, and only planted 1 seed, so as not to destroy all the seeds with the wrong planting method. After planting a sunflower seed in the large planting box, Zhou Wen tried to pour a bottle of instant plant growth liquid into it, but after waiting for a while, the sunflower seed did not move at all. Seeing this, Zhou Wen knew that his planting method was wrong, but the sunflower seeds were new plants after all, and he did not have detailed relevant information, so he did not know what to do for a while. So after adding a portion of high-grade gold fertilizer to the large planting box, he temporarily left the plant area. After returning to the living area, Zhou Wen looked at the lightning core hanging on the top of the stomach wall space. Although the lightning core can be used as a light bulb for lighting, but because its surface is always flashing with lightning, the light of illumination is always flickering. If he is not now physically strong and no longer an ordinary human, his eyes would have been blinded. The light emitted by this daytime core is just like sunlight, just right for lighting. Zhou Wen took out the daytime core, and the stomach wall space, which was originally dimming, suddenly became bright. Zhou Wen immediately took action, took down the lightning core, and then replaced it with the daytime core. The orange-yellow light illuminated the entire stomach wall space, and this moment made him feel like basking in the sun. Oh, there is still the exclusive supply box of the large Leviathan that I haven't seen. Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Because he looked at 2 high-level treasure chests in a row, he ignored the exclusive supply box in the body of the large Leviathan that he encountered when he just entered the giant hole. However, before checking the exclusive supply box, Zhou Wen first checked the biological illustration information of the large Leviathan. Bloodthorn Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 51 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A large leviathan living in the deep sea, with blood thorns like fluff on both sides of its body. When attacking, it will launch these blood thorns by rotating its body. The blood thorns have extremely strong penetrating power. After reading the biological illustration of the bloodthorn leviathan, Joen felt that there was nothing special, so he opened the exclusive supply box directly. Ding! Obtain Bloodthorn Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtain Bloodthorn Leviathan Bloodthorn Armor Drawing. Ding! Obtain Gene Chimera X1. Ding! Obtain Pier Voucher X1. Ding! Obtain Land Base X300. Bloodthorn Leviathan Gene Potion. After using it, you will get the Bloodthorn Leviathan Gene, and you can condense the Bloodthorn energy in your body by eating the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures. After taking a quick look at the introduction information of Bloodthorn Leviathan Gene Potion, Joen directly sent the Gene Potion to Chen Xian, along with the Bloodthorn Core and Bloodthorn Leviathan Bloodthorn Armor Blueprint. After doing all this, Joen had nothing to do. This time, in order to kill the Night Leviathan, he also consumed a lot of Huang Gene energy, which needed to be replenished quickly. All the time afterwards, he has been condensing Huang Gene energy and Gene Lei energy. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The third round of the Ordinary Survivors Ring competition ended. A total of 42 qualifiers, but 2 of them won by turning on the characteristics, so they were weak and could not continue to participate in the 4th round, so the number of people who really advanced was only 40. The reason why Joen allowed Ordinary Survivors to use characteristics in the ring competition was actually to give those survivors, who were more flexible but slightly lacking in strength, a chance. After all, many times, it is not enough to just rely on recklessness. You also need to have a certain amount of brains, otherwise no matter how strong you are just a reckless man. Among these 40 survivors who advanced, there are several survivors who do not have any characteristics themselves, and they succeeded in advancing completely by using other survivors on the ring. Of course, if you just use others, you won't be able to succeed without your own strength, so the next 2 rounds of one-on-one individual battles are to screen out such people. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Joen was accompanied by Jiang Haitao to the water ball in Area 10. The 4th round of the Ordinary Survivors Arena competition was about to begin. The arena where the competition was held was the largest arena in the center of the island. The 40 qualifiers drew lots 1 by 1, and the numbers drawn ranged from 1 to 20. The 2 survivors who drew the same number became the 2 sides of the battle. Joen originally came here to go through the motions, and he didn't have time to waste here all the time, so he asked Jiang Haitao to operate in the background and let him draw number 1, so that he could go on stage in the first round without waiting. Boss? There was half an hour of preparation time before the 4th round of the competition. At this time, a familiar female voice came from beside Joen. Joen turned his head and looked to the side, and saw a female survivor wearing serrated armor looking at him. Lin Yun? Although he couldn't see the other person's appearance, with Joen's current memory, he could know who the other person was by the voice. Yeah. Lin Yun was a little surprised, and then nodded heavily, with a hint of joy in his voice. Boss? Have you been busy recently? Why haven't I seen you show up in the communication channel? Lin Yun stood beside Joen and asked. Yes, it's quite busy. The supplies in the deep sea are not easy to obtain. Joen nodded. Yes, the supplies in the deep sea are indeed much harder to obtain than the survival planet. Lin Yun agreed, and then continued. However, if you go out to explore with your companions, the success rate of obtaining supplies will be higher and safer. I have formed an exploration team before. If you are alone, you can join us. Lin Yun glanced at Joen and said. Well, I am used to being alone, so I won't join the team. Joen hurriedly refused. Oh. Lin Yun showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Then if you want to join the team in the future, you can consider our team, Lin Yun said immediately. Well, okay. Joen smiled and nodded. Chapter 736. By the way, does the green algae bacteria in your body still have an effect on you? Joen suddenly remembered the green algae bacteria in Lin Yun's body. At that time, Lin Yun was infected with green algae bacteria, which caused his skin to turn green all over his body. There is no effect. As the physical fitness improves, the skin is no longer green, but... At the end, Lin Yun lowered his voice, and then leaned close to Joen's ear before continuing. Now that I am irradiating the light emitted by the tidal Leviathan, the effect of physical recovery is much faster than before. In this way, Miss Ling can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Joen said with a little surprise. He thought that the green algae bacteria in Lin Yun's body would disappear as the physical fitness improved, but he didn't expect that the effect would actually increase. Well, I also want to thank you for the negative oxygen ion mushrooms you gave me. Lin Yun thanked. No need to thank me, we help each other. Zhou Wen waved his hand. Afterwards, the two fell into silence. Not long after, the fourth round of the Ordinary Survivors competition officially began. Zhou Wen played in the first round. His opponent was a man wearing silver scale armor, who should have been a hidden strongman in Area 10. After the referee announced the start of the competition, the opponent rushed towards Zhou Wen without any nonsense, swinging the sawtooth broadsword in his hand. The opponent's speed was not slow, and the speed attribute should have reached the upper limit, probably around 280 points. And the speed attribute can reach 280 points, which means that the other two attributes have reached the upper limit. Zhou Wen did not dare to be careless. His figure blurred, and he also swung the sawtooth broadsword in his hand and rushed towards the opponent. Bang! The two identical weapons collided with each other vigorously, and a large piece of spark suddenly burst out. The strength of both sides was evenly matched. Next, Zhou Wen and his opponent tangled together. Two figures on the ring flashed quickly, and then burst into fierce sparks. Finally, Zhou Wen relied on his own speed advantage to defeat his opponent. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that the opponent would activate the characteristics, so that he could also activate the colorful characteristics. After the competition, he would withdraw from the competition on the grounds of physical weakness. He would not compete with ordinary survivors for the rewards of the top 10. However, it doesn't matter if he advances. He can just lose the next round. In this ordinary survivors ring competition, there is actually a hot candidate to win the championship, that is Wu Bing. Wu Bing has the dead blood characteristics. Among all ordinary survivors, it can be said that no one can beat him. In the next round of competition, Zhou Wen can directly let Jiang Haitao arrange Wu Bing as the opponent. Afterwards, Zhou Wen found a corner where no one was, and was about to leap together, but he received messages from Zhuo Junyang and Yi Wei at the same time. Both messages asked him how he was doing recently. Zhuo Junyang and Yi Wei knew Zhou Wen's strength, and they just asked him a reason to communicate with him. Zhou Wen originally planned to chat with him casually, but thinking that these two people knew his true strength, it would not be good to cut off contact directly, so he gave them a task, which was to collect free algae. Currently, medium-sized guilds are opening up exploration routes in distant seas. Zhuo Junyang and Yi Wei's two guilds will naturally not miss this opportunity. It just so happens that he also needs a large amount of free algae to make free cube. Zhuo Junyang and Yi Wei were very happy to receive Zhou Wen's task, and did not ask for compensation. The boss has always been very generous, and there is no need to do anything unnecessary. When Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, it was almost evening. After a simple meal, he went to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. Since the two creatures, the floating electric wool and the flying fog insect, appeared in the colorful bubble space, the hydrogen content in the air was extremely sufficient. With enough food, the triangular firefly mother began to lay eggs in large numbers, and let the ordinary triangular fireflies expand the nest. At this time, the diameter of the nest had increased to 5 meters, and the number of triangular fireflies had increased from more than 20 to more than 100. The color of each body was different, colorful, and when the group flew in circles, in the fog with limited vision, it was like a rainbow in the clouds. Zhou Wen now had a lot of floating factors in his hand, all of which were obtained from the supplies of the other two survivor kings. There were more than 30,000 in total, enough for the triangular firefly mother to expand the race. After taking out 10 floating factors, and giving them to the triangular fireflies flying around him, Zhou Wen came to the center, and held the 3-color energy thread in his mouth to absorb the 3-color energy. The process of absorbing energy was boring, so Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channel to check the situation of the survivors in other areas. During this period, the kings of survivors in other areas also began to organize people to explore the distant sea areas. Now they have successfully opened up a route. Ordinary survivors in various areas have followed the route to explore the distant sea areas, and found a large number of free algae. The free transfer station in Area 10, the kings of survivors in other areas have long known about it from the survivors in Area 10, by giving generous rewards. So now that there are free algae, they have also begun to build free transfer stations. However, the free transfer stations in other areas are mainly used by the survivor king's subordinates. Ordinary survivors are not qualified to use free algae. They still need to use biological meat to exchange for king-level pressure with tidal Leviathan before they can go out to explore. At this time, A message in the regional communication channel caught Zhou Wen's attention. Survivors in Area 5. Everyone should not explore the distant sea area. There are ghosts in the distant sea area. Survivors in Area 1. I don't believe you. Do you think we are little babies in Area 5? You want to stop us from going out to explore with such a low-level lie? Survivors in Area 2. Why are you always talking nonsense in Area 5? Can you be normal? Where do ghosts come from in this world? Survivors in Area 3. That's right, this kind of clumsy lie, and you still want to deceive us, despicable survivors in Area 5. Survivors in Area 5. Believe it or not, today a survivor team in our area encountered a ghost when they went to explore the new sea area. Survivor from Area 2. Is this true? How can there be ghosts in this world? Could it be some kind of creature? Survivor from Area 5. It's not a creature. At the beginning, the team felt that something seemed to be approaching them, but they looked around and found nothing. Do you know what happened later? Survivor from Area 1. Are you telling a supernatural story here? It's whetting my appetite. I might as well read the erotic novels of the survivors from Area 10 instead of listening to your nonsense. Survivor from Area 5. Later, a figure with the same appearance as them appeared next to each member of the team, and then attacked them. One of the team members wanted to attack, but was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Survivor from Area 5. If the other team members hadn't run fast, they would have been wiped out. Chapter 737. Survivors from Area 1. Is it so weird? It should be some kind of creature, and it is an energy creature. You survivors from Area 5 are really stupid. If you encounter such a creature, you will definitely get a rich reward if you take Wang Xing with you. The members of that team actually missed it. This description. Why does it feel like the energy creature I encountered last time? Zhou Wen thought to himself, with his eyes slightly open. Is there a sea area near the water ball of Area 5 where energy creatures that produce condensation liquid are active? Zhou Wen is in urgent need of condensation liquid now. If the survivor team of Area 5 really encountered an energy creature that produces condensation liquid, then he will have to go to the water ball of Area 5. Afterwards, Zhou Wen checked the regional communication channel for a while, and confirmed that the survivors from Area 5 were indeed energy creatures that produce condensation liquid, so he took out the regional positioning card. Just as he was about to use it, Zhou Wenke suddenly paused. The current king of Area 5 was considered Galen's subordinate, so he could ask Galen to send the king of Area 5 to collect condensation liquid. Although the king of Area 5 is a pseudo-king, the gilded energy should be enough to kill energy creatures. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and sent a message to Jiang Haitao, who then forwarded it to Galen. At this time, in the royal court in the water ball of Area 1, Galen had just rewarded several bottles of large Leviathan gene potions made by the alien brain to several subordinates, when he received a message from Jiang Haitao. Condensation liquid? Galen murmured. He had never heard of condensation liquid, but he did not ask anything. He directly opened the system interface, found the current king of Area 5, and sent the request. The current king of Area 5 is called Shivam. He was receiving massages from several beautiful girls. After receiving the message from Galen, he frowned slightly, cursed in a low voice, and drove the girls out. This Galen just gave me a bottle of king-level Leviathan gene medicine, and really regarded me as his subordinate, Shivam said with anger on his face. But he didn't dare to ignore Galen's message directly, because he was a pseudo-king, and had no protection from the title of King of Survival, so Galen could challenge him to a duel, and Galen dared to give him the gilded Leviathan gene medicine made by the alien brain, so he was definitely not afraid of his resistance. Soon, Shivam asked his men to find the members of the survivor team who discovered the energy creatures, and then asked the team members to take them to the sea where the energy creatures were. My king, you can't go. There are ghosts in that sea. The captain of the survivor team, when he heard that the king was going to the ghost sea, fear suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly persuaded him. Yes, one of our team members was just touched by a ghost and turned into an ice sculpture, and then shattered into pieces. A team member also said immediately. After they'd lost the king in Area 5, they finally got another king. They couldn't let any accidents happen, so the two survivors in Area 5 didn't want the king to go to the ghost sea. Shivam raised his head impatiently, and looked at the survivor team members kneeling under the king's platform, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. If you don't lead the way, you will die, Shivam said lightly. His voice was not loud, but the survivor team members kneeling under the king's platform were frightened and trembled all over. Seeing that they could not persuade him, the survivors did not dare to say more. After leaving the water ball, they led the way honestly in front. 3 or 4 hours later, Shivam and his team came to an empty sea area, which was the Ghost Sea area mentioned by the survivors. After determining the location, Shivam asked his men to spread out and look for the so-called ghosts in this sea area. Soon, one of his men was attacked by a figure exactly like himself. After Shivam learned the news, he went directly to the past, and then saw a human-shaped object dragging a long ice mark, chasing his men. At first glance, it really looked like a ghost. Humph! Shivam snorted coldly, and a dazzling golden light was released from the surface of his body, and then attached to his body. This golden light was the gilded energy. Boom! After the gilded energy attached to his whole body, Shivam rushed directly to the ghost creature and punched the ghost creature's body. Crack! The moment Shivam's fist touched the ghost creature's body, his fist was frozen, but when the gilded energy on his fist burst out, the condensed ice crystal shattered instantly. Bang! The powerful gilded energy formed an energy shock, which directly smashed the ghost creature's body. TSK! What ghost? Seeing that the so-called ghost was dispersed by his punch, Shivam's face showed contempt. Huh? But just as Shivam was about to step forward to collect the condensation liquid mentioned by Galen, the group of ghost creatures that he had dispersed gradually gathered together and turned into the appearance of his subordinates again. At this moment, Shivam's face showed a trace of solemnity, but he still did not believe in evil and sent a gilded energy shock to the ghost creature again, but the result was still the same as before. The dispersed ghost creatures gathered together again. Is it really a ghost? Even the king-level energy, the gilded energy, could not kill it, which made Shivam, who was full of confidence at the beginning, feel a little scared. After a while, in the royal court of the water ball in Area 1, Garen received the news that Shivam failed to obtain the condensation liquid. What happened? Garen frowned. He couldn't complete such a simple task of collecting materials. This made him feel that Shivam didn't take his words seriously at all. However, he didn't get angry immediately, but asked a situation first. The energy creature you mentioned can't be killed at all. I almost used up all the king-level energy in my body, but it was useless. Even if it was broken up, it could be reassembled. Is the condensation liquid you mentioned really obtained by killing the ghost-like creature? Shivam said. Even the king-level energy can't kill it? After reading the message sent by Shivam, Garen was a little surprised, but he knew that Shivam didn't dare to lie to him because Shivam was a smart man. After thinking for a while, Garen immediately sent the details of Shivam's situation to Jiang Haitao. Can't kill it? Zhou was a little surprised when he saw the message forwarded by Jiang Haitao. Although the gilded energy obtained through the gene potion is not a real king-level energy, it should not be impossible to kill energy creatures. Can it be that the energy creature can only be killed with the blaze blade? Zhou was really a little unsure about this, because the previous two condensation liquid were obtained by him killing energy creatures with the blaze blade. At that time, he had no higher level offensive energy except blood energy, so he could only use the blaze blade, so he really didn't know whether other levels of energy could kill energy creatures. Alas, after going around in circles, I still have to go there myself. Zhou sighed helplessly. Chapter 738. Ding! The area positioning card has been used. Please select the survivor area you need to go to, from Area 1 to Area 10. Area 5. Zhou said silently in his heart. Ding! Area 5 has been located. According to the current speed of the Leviathan transformation, it will arrive at the destination in 10 days. 10 days. This time it takes a bit longer. Zhou thought in his heart. Because the journey of these 10 days is unlikely to be smooth sailing, there is a high probability that there will be stops and starts, and today is the 167th night. Wanlin began to rest, and will officially set off tomorrow. Starting from the 168th day, 10 days later is the 178th day, but 2 days later is the 180th day. If there is a 5th trial, then the time he arrives in Area 5 must be after the 5th trial. In the following time, Zhou has been absorbing various energies. The nighttime passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already the morning of the 168th day. In one night, Zhou replenished the 3-color energy, condensed 100 Huangjin energy and 30 Jinlei energy. Of course, there were 330 Huangjin energy and 72 Jinlei energy in his body. After being teleported back to the stomach wall space, Zhou went to the plant area and checked the sunflower seeds planted yesterday. The seeds showed no signs of germination. It would be great if I could get relevant information about the sunflower seeds, Zhou said with some distress. This sunflower seed can not only quickly restore physical strength, but also condense daytime energy in the body by eating the sunflower seeds after the daytime Leviathan gene is embedded. Therefore, the sooner it is planted, the better. Unfortunately, this special plant definitely requires some special planting conditions to be planted. It seems that only by going to the Eternal Days can we obtain relevant information on growing sunflowers. Zhou sighed, then came to the digestion tank and began to crush the seaweed. Today Zhou fed Huanlin a red light algae vesicle to increase the growth rate 3 times. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou went out to put away the rest platform, and then Huanlin began to move towards the direction of the water ball in Area 5 according to the positioning signal. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou had a simple breakfast and began to absorb the immortal energy in the immortal Victoria seed. For so many days, because he always encountered various things, Zhou was constantly using Huangjin energy, and Huangjin energy is currently his most basic life-saving energy. He must spend time to condense some in case of emergency. Now, there are 330 brilliant gold energy stored in the body, which can barely cope with emergencies, so he began to absorb the immortal energy. After all, the immortal energy can allow him to be reborn once, so even if there is no time, he must fill his body with the immortal energy as much as possible. At this time, in the World Communication Channel of Area 10, the survivors were discussing who would win the first place in the Ordinary Survivors Arena competition and get 2 heaven-defying energy equipment. The 4th round of competition ended yesterday, and 20 qualifiers were selected. Today, the top 10 survivors will be selected, so the survivors are discussing who will win the first place. Who will win the first place? Need I say, of course it's the boss. Can you please not bring bad things to the boss? The boss is really strong, and it is likely that all 3 attributes are full, but without energy characteristics, it is impossible to defeat Wu Bing. I think the first place should be Wu Bing. His dead blood characteristic is really unsolvable among us ordinary survivors. No matter how strong your characteristic is, as long as you can't break the dead blood energy defense, you will definitely lose. How do you know that the big guy doesn't have energy characteristics? The big guy has hidden his strength more than once or twice. Anyway, I think the big guy will win the first place. By the way, what's Shi Kongyun's current situation? Didn't he say before that he would take the 9th place and give his transmogrified Leviathan 2 meals of ordinary seaweed? Do you believe him? I paid special attention to him at the beginning, but he didn't even make it through the first round. Haha, it's really a fake. Who is a fake? Who are you calling fake? I was targeted by the survivors in the same ring. At the beginning of the first round of the ring competition, the other 99 guys beat me up and threw me off the ring. They also told me to write erotic novels, and not to waste time participating in the competition. Damn it! Shi Kongyun, come on, who beat you up? Didn't you stand on the edge of the ring and accidentally step on the air, and fall out of the ring and lose your qualification? Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about my unfair experience. I think the first place this time is likely to go to the big guy. The big guy must have hidden his strength. Maybe he has energy-related characteristics. Alas, no matter who gets the first place, it has nothing to do with us guys whose strength has not reached 200 points. What's the point of sighing here? Since the strength has not reached 200 points, we should find a way to improve it. Now it's not only our district that is exploring the distant sea, other districts are also exploring. In the future, more and more biological meat with increased attributes will be discovered. We can use the supplies in our hands to exchange for newly discovered biological meat with survivors from other districts. Indeed, compared with the survivors from other districts, our District 10 is already very good. Time soon came to noon, and the 5th round of the ring competition was about to begin. Jiang Haitao sent Zhou an invitation to go with him. After a while, Zhou stood on the ring, and the person standing opposite him was Wu Bing, who was specially arranged through backstage operation. Boss, long time no see. Wu Bing greeted in a friendly manner. Yes, long time no see. Zhou also responded. Since obtaining the mining rights of the crystal mine area, the two have not seen each other much. Boss, I must win the first place in this ring competition. Sorry for the offense. Wu Bing said, and directly activated the dead blood feature. Then, a red energy was released from his body and attached to his whole body. Your dead blood energy cannot be infinite. It depends on which of us can last longer. Zhou smiled lightly, and a white light suddenly burst out from his body. He activated the luminous feature, a feature that is useless. Swoosh! A whistling sound sounded, and Zhou's figure disappeared instantly. In a moment, he had come to Wu Bing, and the sawtooth sword in his hand was swung out quickly. Zhou's speed at this time was 900 points. He activated the useless luminous characteristic just to add a special effect to his body, so that other survivors would know that he activated the characteristic, and it was a characteristic that increased speed. Wu Bing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Zhou Wen's speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to react before his body was slashed more than a dozen times. Chapter 739. However, this was mainly because Wu Bing did not activate the speed-related characteristics. After all, his goal was to be the first. If he activated the characteristics here, it might affect the subsequent competition, so he only activated the dead blood characteristics. Because of the dead blood energy protection on his body, Zhou Wen's attack did not cause any damage to him. Instead, the blade of Zhou Wen's sawtooth broadsword was damaged. Shwa! 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 Zhou Wen's speed was extremely fast. The survivors watching the battle on the ring even saw a circle of phantoms around Wu Bing. In just 1 second, these phantoms had swung hundreds of swords at Wu Bing. Huh? Every time Zhou Wen swung the sawtooth broadsword, there was a sharp sound of breaking the wind, and it was accompanied by a strong gust of wind. With the superposition of countless sword shadows, the gust of wind turned into a hurricane. On the viewing platform, all the ordinary survivors opened their mouths in surprise. The strength displayed by Zhou Wen was really terrifying. However, even though Zhou Wen was so fast and his attack was so fierce, Wu Bing still stood there motionless. The storm-like blade light could not even leave a tiny mark on his armor. A few minutes later, the white light on Zhou Wen's body disappeared, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Looking at Wu Bing, who was still unscathed, he could only leave the stage with regret and stop in the top 20. As soon as the game was over, Zhou Wen pretended to be weak, walked out of the competition island in a sluggish state, and then returned to the stomach wall space. I've finally shown my face. Now those survivors won't guess that I'm some mysterious strongman anymore. Zhou Wen sat on the platform of the living area of the stomach wall space, looking at the news in the World Communication Channel of Area 10. At this time, many survivors in the World Communication Channel felt sorry for him. With the strength he had just shown, if he hadn't been unlucky to meet Wu Bing, he would have been in the top 10. This state is what Zhou Wen wants. The strength he showed is definitely the top level among ordinary survivors. In this way, the survivors will no longer think that he is still hiding his strength, especially Shi Kongyuan, who guesses blindly every day. Otherwise, there is no need for him to waste time participating in this competition. When it was close to the evening, this ordinary survivors arena competition officially ended. Wu Bing won the first place without surprise, and successfully won the first prize, the Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor. The second place is Lin Yun. Lin Yun also has 3 full attributes, and the 3 characteristics he has are relatively strong. The strength characteristic and the physical characteristic are both twice the effect of increasing the attribute, and the speed characteristic is the effect of doubling the attribute. These 3 characteristics may not be strong compared with Zhou Wen or the presidents of various guilds, but among ordinary survivors, they can be said to be top configurations. The third place surprised Zhou Wen. It was Zhang Chao, whom he had met once in the underwater maze trial. At that time, he was still a member of the Tingfei Guild. The fourth place was Du Lu, the strongest candidate in the former boss team except Zhou Wen. The following survivors were nothing special. Zhou Wen simply checked them and closed the system interface. In the evening, after dinner, after building a rest platform for Huanlin, Zhou Wen teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. The 9 attribute bubbles in the middle of the colorful bubble space have now grown to the size of a human head. It feels like the attribute bubble is growing faster and faster. Zhou Wen muttered as he looked at the attribute bubble the size of a human head. It was only the size of a fist not long ago, but now it has grown several times larger. Then, Zhou Wen left the colorful bubble and came outside, and found that his current position was farther away from the stone platform below. Zhou Wen followed the trunk of the energy rainbow tree, and swam to the platform below, which was full of corpses of various energy leviathan creatures. During this period, he roughly calculated the height of the energy rainbow tree, which was almost 3,000 meters. Growing so fast? Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. You know, the energy rainbow tree on the survival planet is only 5,000 meters high. It feels like it won't take long for this recently planted energy rainbow tree to reach the size of the survival planet. Zhou Wen thought to himself. After that, Zhou Wen began to look for the core among the corpses of those energy leviathan creatures. Zhou Junyang and He Yue helped him collect free algae, and he couldn't give them nothing, so he prepared to find 2 energy cores that were still acceptable here and give them to the 2 as a reward. By searching with his mental power, Zhou Wen quickly found 2 energy cores named Emerald Core. He didn't know the specific energy intensity, but it was definitely stronger than the dead blood energy. While searching for the core, Zhou also collected the supply boxes from various Leviathan corpses, about 30,000 Leviathan corpses, and 30,000 exclusive supply boxes. Zhou couldn't open so many supply boxes by himself, so he divided them into 3 parts and sent them to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang respectively, asking them to help open them. In the end, these 3 material boxes didn't produce anything good, except for genetic potions, land bases, or equipment blueprints. Because the energy in these Leviathan cores was basically absorbed by the energy rainbow tree, without the core, these genetic potions were useless. Equipment blueprints were also useless, because the corpses were sucked dry by the roots of the energy rainbow tree, and the scales were also pierced by the roots. The only useful thing was land base. 30,000 exclusive material boxes opened a total of 300,000 land base. And these 300,000 land base were used by Zhou to expand the stone platform, where the energy rainbow tree was located. As the energy rainbow tree grew, the roots spread very widely, and now many roots have stretched out of the platform. An hour later, the platform was expanded, and the side length increased from 30,000 meters to 50,000 meters. Then Zhou was teleported back to the stomach wall space through the colored bubbles, and began to condense the brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. On the morning of the 169th day, in the water ball of Area 10, yesterday's ordinary survivor arena competition had ended, and today the survivors began to go out to explore the distant sea. During the ordinary survivor arena competition, the people of the medium-sized guild were not idle, and they had been planning the route. After 3 days, the route had been drawn up, and was open to ordinary survivors. However, the medium-sized guild has not yet collected enough free algae, so it is impossible to build a free transfer station, so the fee is relatively low, and 500 tons of biological meat can go to the distant sea through the route set by the medium-sized guild. And ordinary survivors will also receive certain protection from the members of the medium-sized guild stationed on the route. After all, they have been charged, and the ordinary guild members of the medium-sized guild also have to explore, so providing certain protection for ordinary survivors is just a matter of convenience. Chapter 740. On Zhou side, after feeding Huanlin and putting away the rest platform, he continued to move towards the water ball in Area 5. Zhou had nothing to do in the stomach wall space, so he continued to absorb the immortal energy. He was now refining the golden energy and golden thunder energy at night, and absorbing the immortal energy during the day. Hate it, why are you following me all the time? Go away. Huanlin had just been swimming for a while, when Zhou suddenly heard Huanlin's voice in his mind. It seemed that some creature had been following Huanlin, but judging from Huanlin's emotions, this unknown creature should not be aggressive. Then, Zhou left the stomach wall space by slapping the esophageal diaphragm. As soon as he came out, he saw a giant creature clinging tightly to Huanlin and rolling its body continuously. Turtle? This giant creature should be 3,000 meters long, and its appearance looked similar to a turtle, with an orange-red body. This giant creature did not attack Huanlin, but just stuck to Huanlin and turned its body, as if it was scratching an itch. Zhou thought about it briefly, and thought of something. So he approached the turtle leviathan creature, and directly used his mental power to check its body. He found that there were many dead blood worms in its body. This turtle leviathan creature stuck to the phantom scales, actually wanting to use the king-level pressure on the surface of the phantom scales to drive away the dead blood worms in its body. Zhou saw that the turtle leviathan creature was not aggressive towards him, so he stepped forward and touched its body with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information. Sunset leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 3,000 meters. Weight, 8.4 million tons. Food type, sunset seaweed. Introduction, a small leviathan living in the everyday sea. It can form an energy shield on its back. Friendly creatures will be protected after entering the interior. The sunset armor can be used to make equipment. Energy shield? Zhou showed doubt on his face, and then he circled around the sunset leviathan, but didn't see the energy shield at all. It seems that its own energy is almost exhausted, so it can no longer condense an energy shield. Through the biological illustration information, we can know that the sunset leviathan is also an energy creature. If it can still release energy, it will not be invaded by the dead blood worm. Why not kill it? Zhou thought. Although he usually doesn't take the initiative to kill non-aggressive leviathan creatures, this sunset leviathan obviously hasn't found food for a long time, so it has no way to replenish energy, so it has run out of energy in its body. Even if he doesn't kill it now, it will eventually be eroded by the dead blood worm and become a dead blood creature. But just when Zhou was about to take action, the sunset leviathan didn't know what happened. The little energy left in its flesh and blood suddenly began to dissipate. It looked quite energetic just now, but in just a dozen seconds, it became half dead. Zhou felt something strange, and immediately summoned the Wavebreaker mecha. After entering the cockpit and connecting to the mecha's intelligent brain, he used his enhanced mental power to scan the whole body of Sunset Leviathan. It's that special dead bloodworm again. After scanning the whole body of Sunset Leviathan with mental power, Zhou found special dead bloodworms in its heart, and they were absorbing the energy in the heart's core to reproduce a large number of dead bloodworms. My core! Zhou immediately rushed into the body of Sunset Leviathan, and came to the heart at the fastest speed. He cut open the heart with a dark gold sword, and then attached the Overlord energy to the dark gold sword. After killing the special dead bloodworms in the heart, he successfully collected the core. Ding! Obtain Sunset Core X1. Ding! Sunset Core. After using, you can obtain Sunset characteristics. The Sunset characteristics start by forming an energy shield with a mental coverage range around the body. The duration depends on the Sunset energy in the body. After the core was taken away, Sunset Leviathan died soon. Zhou entered its stomach wall space and found a silver-edged material box. He opened the box directly to check the items inside. Ding! Obtain Sunset Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtain Sunset Leviathan Armor Plate Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Sunset Leviathan Egg X1. Ding! Obtain Sunset Root X100. Ding! Obtain Land Base X100. There are quite a few things. In order not to delay the trip, Zhou did not check the information of these items for the time being. After putting away the silver-rimmed material box, he summoned the Wavebreaker mech. One man and one mech quickly decomposed the corpse of Sunset Leviathan, and then returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Sunset Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain Sunset Leviathan genes. By eating Sunset Rhizomes, you can condense Sunset energy in your body. Why do you eat Sunset Rhizomes to obtain Sunset energy? Zhou was a little confused, so he took out the Sunset Rhizomes to check. Sunset Rhizomes, after eating, it increases 20 points of physical fitness, and can grow Sunset Seaweed. It turns out that Sunset Rhizomes are eaten by survivors, and Sunset Seaweed is eaten by Leviathan creatures. This Sunset Root system is equivalent to the fruit of Sunset Seaweed. Zhou said lightly. The Sunset Leviathan egg is an orange-red sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. Zhou thought about it, and sent the egg and 100 Sunset Rhizomes to Chen Xian. Jiang Haitao has a coral polyp as a pet, Lung Liang has a jellyfish as a pet, and this Sunset Leviathan egg will be Chen Xian's pet after it hatches. The food of Sunset Leviathan is Sunset Seaweed, so the Sunset Rhizome was given to Chen Xian to plant, so that when the little Sunset Leviathan hatches in the future, there will be food to feed. Zhou sent Sunset Core and Sunset Leviathan Gene Potion to Lung Liang. Lung Liang currently only has Spirit Steel properties and Free properties. This Sunset Core should be stronger than those two properties. Just as Zhou was about to continue absorbing immortal energy, he received private messages from Zhuo Junyang and He Yue. Both private messages contained free algae, a total of 20 million free algae. Among these 20 million free algae, some were found by their guild members, and some were purchased from ordinary survivors. Zhou did not take the free algae out of the mail, but directly sent it to Bai Lan, asking Bai Lan to extract the free energy with the energy extractor. Then, Zhou sent the Emerald Core and the corresponding gene medicine he found last night to Zhuo Junyang and He Yue. Zhuo Junyang and He Yue were very happy after receiving the Emerald Core. The energy characteristics they are using now are still the dead blood characteristics, and the energy intensity is not as good as the thunder pattern shell armor they are wearing. Now that they have the Emerald Core, they can be regarded as a serious energy characteristic. Although they don't know the intensity of the emerald energy, the things given by the boss are generally not bad. Afterwards, Zhuo Junyang and He Yue quickly sent messages to thank him and asked Zhou if there was anything else he needed help with. Zhou continued to let them collect free algae. Chapter 741. In the water ball of Area 2, in a royal court built with crystals and diamonds, Andre received a message from his subordinates that an ordinary survivor team went to explore the distant sea and found a new seaweed. The color of the seaweed was purple gold, and the surface emitted a purple gold light. At that time, the survivor team was originally preparing to get closer to check it out, but they never thought that a huge Leviathan creature with a body length of several thousand meters suddenly rushed out of the purple gold seaweed forest. 4 of the 5 ordinary survivors were swallowed up in an instant. Only one team member who was farther away escaped the sudden attack of the huge Leviathan creature, and then hurried back and reported the situation to the royal guards. Seaweed emitting purple gold light? After reading the message sent by his subordinates, Andre immediately stood up from the throne, because he thought of the blood algae found by the King of Survivors in Area 1 before. The blood power algae also emits red light all over, and the blood power fruit on it can allow survivors with strength attributes to reach the upper limit and directly break through the upper limit of the first stage. Maybe the seaweed emitting purple gold light can also grow some kind of fruit that breaks through the upper limit of the first stage attribute. Andre showed a hint of expectation on his face. After a while, Andre's men found the only surviving team member, and then immediately gathered people, and left the water ball of Area 2 with 1,000 elites. Under the leadership of the surviving team member, Andre and his team spent 5 hours to finally arrive at the sea area where the purple gold seaweed grows. The area of purple gold seaweed in this sea area is very large, and it is full of purple gold from a distance. In this purple gold seaweed, there are many leviathan creatures wandering. These leviathan creatures are the giant leviathans that attacked the survivors' team before. They look similar to killer whales, but their bodies are longer than killer whales. They have fine scales on their bodies. They are purple gold in color. The scales emit purple gold energy. They are about 5,000 meters long. Haha, I finally found other energy-type leviathan creatures. Andre laughed loudly. The creatures he had encountered so far were basically dead blood creatures, and he only had the dead blood core. His men could only be marked with dead blood characteristics, but the dead blood energy had no suppressive effect on the dead blood leviathan creatures, so he had to go out in person many times. Now that other energy-type leviathan creatures have been found, if the core can be obtained, the strength of his men can be improved to a certain extent, and he will not need to go out in person to clean up the dead blood leviathan creatures in the future. Huh? A sound of rapid seawater flow was heard, and Andre's transformed leviathan was emitting white light all over his body. Under Andre's command, he rushed directly towards a huge energy-type leviathan creature. At the edge of the purple gold seaweed forest, a killer whale-type leviathan creature was gnawing on the purple gold seaweed with its fangs in its mouth. Suddenly, it noticed something and immediately turned its body to check the surroundings, but saw a white energy halo with a diameter of 100 meters on its side. Boom! The white energy halo fell directly on the body of the killer whale-type leviathan creature, and a roar of energy suddenly erupted. The purple gold energy on the surface of the killer whale-type leviathan creature could not reach the bombardment of the white energy halo at all. Half of its body was blown out by the diffused white light energy, leaving a large hole with a diameter of 300 meters. A large amount of blood flowed out of the hole, dyeing the surrounding seawater purple gold. However, although the killer whale leviathan creature suffered a heavy blow, it had no intention of escaping. Its eyes, like amethyst gemstones, quickly looked forward to the sea. After seeing a creature emitting white light all over its body, it opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, swung its tail violently, and rushed over quickly. But before the killer whale leviathan creature could get close to the creature emitting white light, a very tiny white light spot rushed out from the back of the white light creature. This tiny white light spot was Andre, and his whole body was emitting the same white light as the transformed leviathan, and then he rushed straight to the killer whale leviathan creature. Swish! Swish! Andre rushed to the killer whale leviathan creature almost instantly, and with 2 sawtooth broadswords with white light energy in his hands, he easily cut the scales on the surface of the killer whale leviathan creature's head, and then flashed into its brain. The next second, the killer whale leviathan twisted its body in pain, and after struggling for half a minute, it gradually stopped moving. Puff! After a while, the abdomen of the killer whale leviathan was cut open by a blade emitting white light, and Andre swam out, holding a silver-rimmed supply box and a purple gold ball in his hand. Purple gold leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 5,000 meters. Weight, 80 million tons. Food type, meat, purple gold seaweed. Introduction. A medium-sized leviathan that lives in a group in the purple gold sea area of the Endless Sea. It obtains purple gold energy by eating purple gold seaweed. It is very aggressive, and its purple gold scales can be used to make equipment. Andre took a quick look at the biological encyclopedia information of the purple gold leviathan, and then sent a message to his subordinates behind him, asking them to come and decompose the body of the purple gold leviathan. Why does this white light energy feel stronger than the king-level energy? While his subordinates were decomposing the body, Andre looked at his 2 palms, one of which was emitting white light energy, and the other was emitting pale blue energy. The pale blue energy is called the sea-turning energy, which is obtained from the sea-turning leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain. The sea-turning leviathan is a king-level leviathan, and it is a part of the body that Andre accidentally obtained on the survival planet. The white light energy is the energy of the Abyss Leviathan, which belongs to the Abyss level energy, and is transmitted to him by his Phantom Leviathan. After his Phantom Leviathan used the white light factor to completely enter the food transformation period, it can generate white light energy in its body by eating Leviathan biological meat, and every time it feeds food, the Phantom Leviathan will transfer a part of the white light energy to him. These white light energies do not require him to have the corresponding genes or the corresponding characteristics. He can use them at will as long as he wants. It seems that the king-level energy obtained through the genetic medicine made by the alien brain is not really king-level energy at all, and is about the same as the abyss-level energy. Andre touched his own Phantom Leviathan and thought in his heart. Thousands of men decomposed the body of the purple gold Leviathan together, with extremely high efficiency. In about 10 minutes, the whole body was decomposed. Chapter 742. Afterwards, Andre led his men deep into the purple gold seaweed forest. According to the purple gold Leviathan illustration, the purple gold Leviathan is a social Leviathan, and he would not miss so many purple gold cores. After a while, Andre had 10 purple gold cores in his hand, and they entered the center of the purple gold seaweed forest, where they found an area with particularly dazzling purple gold light. Andre went forward to check alone, and found a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a purple gold seaweed. The particularly dazzling purple gold light was emitted from this bunch of grape-like fruits. Andre's eyes lit up, and after attaching a layer of white light energy to his arm, he went forward and touched it. Ding! Obtain purple gold sea grape X1. Ding! Purple gold sea grape. After eating, it can break through the upper limit of the first stage physical attribute, and it is also one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute. It's actually the material to break through the upper limit of the second stage of physical attributes. After reading the information in his mind, Andre was shocked, and then immediately looked around, hoping to find more purple gold sea grapes. One night passed quickly, and it was already the morning of the 169th day. Andre led his men to search the entire purple gold seaweed forest overnight, and only found 10 bunches of purple gold sea grapes in total, but the number of purple gold cores in his hand increased to 36. There were a total of 36 purple gold leviathans in the entire purple gold seaweed forest, all of which were killed by Andre. From now on, this purple gold seaweed forest will be his property. The purple gold sea grapes should still be able to grow, so they need to be guarded. Andre thought for a moment, took out 10 purple gold cores and the corresponding gene potions, and rewarded them to his 10 most trusted subordinates. Then he took out 5 bunches of purple gold sea grapes, and rewarded them to 5 of the 10 subordinates, to help them break through the upper limit of the first stage of physical attributes. After these 10 subordinates had completed the purple gold Leviathan gene, and were marked with purple gold characteristics, Andre asked them to eat purple gold seaweed to obtain purple gold energy, and then these people stayed here temporarily to guard the purple gold seaweed forest, and immediately killed any other Leviathan creatures that approached. Then, Andre took the remaining subordinates back to the water ball in Area 2, gave the survivor, who led the way, some biological meat as a reward, and quickly returned to his own royal court. On the water ball of Area 10, on the island where Jiang Haitao lived, he was feeding the various creatures on his island. The first thing he fed was the abyss, then the overlord coral polyps, and finally the flesh and blood of the electric leviathan was added to the roots of the golden thunder cloud mist vine. Not long after these tasks were completed, Jiang Haitao received a private message from the king of Area 2, Andre, who had just returned to the water ball of Area 2. King of Area 10, you said before that you have the second stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula, right? Andre asked. What? Did you find the formula materials? Jiang Haitao said with a little surprise. I found one. Please tell me the name of the material needed in the formula quickly, so that I can collect it more easily. Andre said excitedly. What is the name of the material you found? Jiang Haitao did not directly tell Andre the names of the other materials. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Andre wanted to get important information without paying anything. It was wishful thinking. Purple golden sea grape. Andre hesitated a little and said. He did not have the recipe, so it was meaningless to conceal the name of the material. Send 5 copies. Jiang Haitao said directly. 5 copies. Jiang Haitao, don't go too far. I only have 5 copies in total, and I can only give you 1 copy at most. Seeing Jiang Haitao's big mouth, Andre was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. 3 copies, otherwise no deal. Jiang Haitao took a step back and said. Impossible. Since you don't want to tell the name of the material, forget it. Andre refused directly. Okay, forget it. You can slowly collect the remaining materials. Jiang Haitao replied. At most 2 copies. Andre continued to bargain. You can slowly find the materials yourself. Jiang Haitao did not give in at all. This kind of material, which is obviously a plant, can grow. Even if Andre really only has 5 portions of purple gold sea grapes, he can continue to harvest them in the future. Okay, you win. 3 portions of purple gold sea grapes are sent to you. Please send the names of the remaining materials. Andre finally compromised. The remaining 2 materials are called Strong Water Hyacinth and Xian Wang Bone Marrow. After Jiang Haitao received 3 portions of purple gold sea grapes, he sent the names of the other 2 materials. After learning about the remaining 2 materials, Andre directly closed the system interface. He didn't want to continue talking to Jiang Haitao. When Zhou Wen learned that the survivor kings in other areas were also expanding and exploring the sea area, he asked Jiang Haitao to send the news that he had the 2nd stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula and 2nd stage speed attribute upper limit breakthrough formula in the regional communication channel. In this way, if the survivor kings in other areas find some materials to break through the 2nd stage, they will definitely come to ask the names of other materials, so that they can get the corresponding materials from them. In order to obtain all the 2nd stage materials, Jiang Haitao did not tell all the materials. There are 4 types of formula materials for breaking through the 2nd stage attributes. The first 3 are the most difficult to find. The last material is the corresponding type of medium-sized Leviathan core. The core is the easiest to obtain, but if the survivor kings are not told, they will never think of it. Jiang Haitao only did not tell the last material. After the survivor kings collected the 3 materials and found that they could not break through the 2nd stage upper limit, they would naturally come to him, so that he could get the remaining 2 materials. Of course, if the survivor kings in other areas also obtain the 2nd stage formula, then this method would definitely be useless. But Zhou Wen's purpose of informing other survivor kings of the 2nd stage materials was to increase the speed of collecting the 2nd stage materials as much as possible. It would be best if he could get his girlfriend for free, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. At most, he could exchange the 2nd stage power materials with them. It was already the morning of the 169th day. After Zhou Wen fed Huanlin, he went out to put away the rest platform and continued to move towards Area 5. During Huanlin's swimming, Zhou Wen had nothing to do, so he began to absorb the immortal energy and check the communication channel in this area to see the current exploration of the survivors in other areas into the distant sea. As the survivors in other areas found more and more free-swimming yellowtail, the survivor kings of each area also specially built an island to help the ordinary survivors transform Leviathan clean up the red algae infection in their bodies. Chapter 743. The fee is also very cheap. After all, ordinary survivors are the foundation of each district. It is not good to always ignore them and lose too many survivors. At noon, Zhou Wen received a private message from Jiang Haitao. The private message contained several new biological meats and a bottle of genetic medicine made by the alien brain, which was the genetic medicine of the king-level Leviathan swallowing sea Leviathan. These things were sent by Galan to Jiang Haitao, and then Jiang Haitao forwarded them to him. After Zhou Wen extracted the things in the email, he sent a piece of daytime Leviathan flesh to Jiang Haitao, and asked him to forward it to Galan to give to the alien brain to make it into a genetic medicine. By the way, after the transfiguration Leviathan officially enters the food transformation period, will the world system also reward the symbiont? Zhou Wen suddenly thought. When the transfiguration Leviathan entered the scale transformation period before, the world system would reward a corresponding armor blueprint. It stands to reason that there should be rewards for entering the food transformation period. Zhou Wen thought about it, took out a Nightfall source core, and sent it to Jiang Haitao to pass it on to Galan. Zhou Wen wanted to get as many king-level food-changing materials as possible for his subordinates, so he let Galen's Phantom Leviathan use the Nightfall source core. Moreover, Galan was a survivor in Area 1. Even if the Phantom Leviathan had abyssal energy, it would not have any impact on Area 10 for the time being. At this time, in the Royal Court of the Water Ball in Area 1, Galan had just received the flesh and blood of the daytime Leviathan sent by Jiang Haitao, extracted it, and after checking the biological illustration information of the daytime Leviathan, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Although he had been surprised many times, it was really hard to suppress. King Jiang actually has the flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan in his hand, and judging from the freshness of this flesh and blood, it must have been killed not long ago, right? Is King Jiang's strength strong enough to kill a king-level Leviathan creature? Garen's eyes were filled with shock and excitement. With such a powerful backer behind him, he didn't need to be timid when facing the kings of other districts. Come out. Garen sat on the throne and uttered 2 words lightly, and then an alien brain entered the royal court. Respected King of District 1, what do you want? The alien brain knelt down respectfully before asking. Research the genetic medicine of this daytime Leviathan, Garen said, throwing the daytime Leviathan flesh and blood in his hand to the alien brain. The alien brain quickly caught it with both hands, felt the breath of the daytime Leviathan flesh and blood, and doubt emerged in its blue eyes. Respected King of Area 1, is this also the flesh and blood of the king-level Leviathan? Alien brain really couldn't figure out where the King of Area 1 got the flesh and blood of the king-level Leviathan from. This is already the 5th one. Yes, research it as soon as possible, you can leave. Galen simply nodded and let alien brain leave. He didn't want to communicate too much with alien brain, and with the deterrence of these 5 kinds of king-level Leviathan flesh and blood, alien brain wanted to make small moves, but it had to think carefully. After alien brain left, Galen opened the World Communication Channel of Area 1 and prepared to see the situation of the survivors in Area 1. But at this time, he received another private message from Jiang Haitao. After opening the private message and seeing the items in it, he showed confusion on his face, not knowing what it was. But when he extracted the item and got the relevant information by touching it, his eyes widened unconsciously. Night Source Core, Abyss-level transformed Leviathan food transformation material. Lord Jiang, is this Night Source Core for me? Because Jiang Haitao didn't write anything in his private message, Galen was a little unsure whether it was for him. It's for you. After using it, report to me about the transformed Leviathan, Jiang Haitao said. Oh, okay, thank you, Lord Jiang. Knowing that the Night Source Core was indeed for him, Galen was very excited. He thanked him, and immediately left the royal court, and came to the location of his transformed Leviathan. After entering the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, Galen threw the Night Source Core into the digestion pool without hesitation. The next second, a translucent black energy was released from the consumption pool and gradually spread along the stomach wall to the whole body of the transformed Leviathan. The beard tooth plates used by the metamorphosis Leviathan for filtering food began to fall off rapidly, and then under the stimulation of the night energy, jagged black fangs grew rapidly from the gums. The originally gray skin of the metamorphosis Leviathan also turned black at this time, and a layer of translucent black energy was attached to the surface of the scales. Ding! The metamorphosis Leviathan has successfully entered the food transformation period. The world system prompt sounded in Garen's mind. As soon as the prompt sound ended, a group of translucent black energy balls the size of a human head quickly condensed in the stomach wall space of the metamorphosis Leviathan, and then flew directly into his body. Is this night energy? Garen's mind moved, and a layer of translucent black energy was attached to the surface of his palm, as if it was covered with a layer of black gauze. Afterwards, Galen found his men who used the large Leviathan gene potion yesterday, and used their large Leviathan energy to test the night energy. There was no comparison between the two. The energy of his men almost dissipated at the first touch. Finally, he used his own flame energy to try to collide with the night energy, and found that the two energies were of equal strength. Haha, now my transformed Leviathan is equivalent to a sea-level Leviathan, Galen said with a smile. Galen waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no world system reward, he reported the situation to Jiang Haitao. After the transformed Leviathan enters the food change period, the symbiont can actually directly obtain the corresponding level of energy. Zhou showed a hint of surprise on his face after reading the message forwarded by Jiang Haitao. In this case, the ultimate formula of the transformed Leviathan I obtained requires 10 king-level Leviathan cores. If I really make the ultimate formula of the transformed Leviathan, I can use 10 king-level Leviathan energies at once. Zhou thought about it, and his mouth opened wide unconsciously. If he added his own king-level Leviathan gene and the king-level characteristics, he could use at least 16 king-level Leviathan energies. 16 king-level Leviathan energies, wouldn't that mean he's invincible? I'm afraid that the Emperor-level Leviathan can be killed at will. Just when Zhou expression was about to get carried away, his expression immediately returned to normal. Forget it, I don't know when I can collect all 10 king-level cores. Zhou poured a basin of cold water on himself. The transformation of Leviathan into the food transformation period only allows the use of corresponding energy. In this case, the King of Area 2 is no longer a threat. Zhou thought to himself. The energy of the Abyss level was not enough for him. Chapter 744. Zhou suddenly had an idea, that is, to find a way to send the Nightfall Source Core in his hand to the survivor kings of other zones, so that the transformed leviathans of the survivor kings of other zones will be limited to the abyss level. The transformed leviathans in the phagocytic period are the same as the scale transformation period. They can only use evolution materials once, and they cannot change even if they encounter better materials afterwards. According to the current development stage of each zone, the abyss level Nightfall source core is definitely a very good material in the eyes of the survivor kings of each zone. After they get it, they will definitely use it directly. No, why should I give them the abyss level phagocytic period materials? In Zhou Wen's opinion, the survivor kings of other zones are unlikely to obtain the abyss level phagocytic period materials. If he directly sends the Nightfall source core, it will actually improve their strength. Forget it, it's better not to waste time. Zhou Wen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just now, in the email sent by Galen, in addition to the king-level gene potion made by the alien brain, there are also 3 new types of biological meat. These 3 types of biological meat were found by the survivors in Area 1 today, when they explored the new sea area. All 3 are energy-type creatures. Galen sent them to Zhou Wen as soon as possible. Zhou Wen briefly looked at the information of these 3 types of biological meat, then cut the biological meat into pieces, and threw them into the pot to cook. While waiting for the biological meat to cook, Zhou Wen read the novel in the regional communication channel while absorbing the immortal energy. At this time, in the world communication channel of Area 10, Wu Bing sent a message to recruit team members, and a large number of survivors signed up to join. But there are standards for joining Wu Bing's team. Among the 3 attributes, the strength attribute must reach about 250 points, the physique attribute must reach the upper limit of 300 points, and the speed attribute must reach about 200 points. At the same time, at least one of the 3 attributes must be marked, and the amplification effect of the attribute, except for the speed attribute, the amplification effect of the other 2 attributes must reach 1 time. Wu Bing was also a person who liked to hide his strength on the survival planet before, but after coming to this deep sea, he found that it was difficult to develop by continuing to be self-reliant, so he participated in the ordinary survivor arena competition and won the first place. Now that he is famous, it is time to recruit teammates, but he has no intention of establishing a guild because he does not have the capital to establish a guild. At present, if you want to establish a guild, you need to build an island to grow ordinary seaweed at least, but he is a lone ranger and does not have so much land base to build an island. Although he can purchase from ordinary survivors, those guilds are also purchasing. With the little supplies he had, he couldn't compete with the guild, not to mention that he didn't want to offend the guild. Therefore, he planned to recruit 25 team members, plus his original 4 team members and himself, to form a 30-person exploration team, and then divide them into 6 teams of 5. Every time the 6 teams go to a new sea area together to explore, the probability of encountering new creatures or new seaweeds will be much higher, and he now has 2 powerful equipment, the Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor. If the team members encounter energy creatures during the exploration, they don't need to inform the guild immediately, they can go with them first. As long as they can kill the energy creatures, then they don't have to share their spoils with the guild. Moreover, among ordinary survivors, almost everyone knows that he has 2 energy equipment, which means that he has the ability to kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, which is also a huge development opportunity. Because ordinary survivors are not able to fight against the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, they can only inform the guild when they encounter the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. But if the guild comes forward, it will take half of the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures and the supply box as rewards, which is a big loss for ordinary survivors. Before, ordinary survivors had no choice but to find the guild. Now they have a choice. As long as they want to save the rewards they pay, they will definitely come to him. Of course, Wu Bing is not a fool. He did not publicize that he can help ordinary survivors kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, and the benefits he wants are lower than those of the guild, because this is completely seeking death. Although the guild is now more disciplined, if he really does this, it is undoubtedly provoking the guild. In order to consolidate its position, the guild will definitely find a way to get rid of him. Therefore, Wu Bing only recruited teammates in the World Communication Channel, and did not mention that he could kill the deadly energy creatures. He believed that there would be survivors who contacted him privately. After a selection, Wu Bing successfully recruited 25 new team members, many of whom had participated in the ordinary survivor arena competition before, and they were all strong among ordinary survivors. Now that there are more people, the speed of obtaining biological meat should be faster. Wu Bing thought to himself, but he still owed the Jiangge Guild 1 million tons of biological meat. Wu Bing divided the new members into 5 teams, and then asked them to choose a team leader. He then gave each of the 5 team leaders a traveling ticket, so that they could travel with him when they encountered new creatures that they could not deal with. After that, Wu Bing took his team members and left the water ball to explore. On Zhou Wen's side, the biological meat in the iron pot was already cooked. He ate it in big mouthfuls. After eating, according to the system prompt in his mind, his strength increased by 10 points, his physique increased by 15 points, and his speed did not increase. The attributes have been increasing a bit slowly recently. Zhou Wen muttered as he looked at his character attributes. When the survivors in other areas start to explore new sea areas, there should be more biological meat with increased attributes. Let Galen go and buy some then. Zhou Wen thought to himself. In the following time, Zhou Wen has been absorbing immortal energy. He has not encountered any events that require fighting in the past 2 days, so he just condenses more energy of various types. At this time, many people gathered on a 10,000-meter island at the edge of the water ball in Area 6. Half of these people were survivors, and half were alien brains. The reason why they gathered on this island was actually to experiment to see who could integrate the genes of the gods into their bodies. Ever since they got a bottle of black blood from Qianlin Qianmu last time, the alien brains in Area 6 have been trying to integrate the genes in the black blood into their bodies, even if they can integrate a little bit, but they have not succeeded so far. There is no way. The alien brain can only use this method of casting a wide net to increase the number of experimenters, hoping that a survivor or alien brain can successfully obtain a little gene of the gods. Chapter 745. The black blood of Qianlin Qianmu was evenly divided into 2 bottles by the alien brain. One bottle was injected into the alien brain present, and the other bottle was injected into the survivors present. Afterwards, the alien brains and survivors present were divided into 2 teams, and came forward to receive injections one by one. At this time, a survivor from Area 6, who was unaware of the situation, was injected with a drop of black blood, and his face suddenly showed pain. His normal skin color turned black in an instant, and at the same time, a black energy emanated from his body, and then the whole person turned into ashes. What is this? The survivors from Area 6, who were queuing behind, looked terrified. I thought that this time the alien brain called them over, just like before, to let them drink some strange genetic drugs. Although taking genetic drugs can sometimes be very painful, at least they can still survive. But this time the injected black liquid actually turned a living person into ashes. For a while, the survivors who were originally queuing up gradually became riotous, and many people even stimulated various genes in their bodies, and turned into monsters, who wanted to escape. Come forward. However, the alien brain responsible for the injection just glanced at him calmly, and said a word. The rioting survivors seemed to have received some kind of order, and lined up in an orderly manner again, but there was a strong fear in their eyes. Compared with the riot of the survivors, the alien brain team was much quieter. They accepted the injection expressionlessly, and then turned into ashes expressionlessly. After a while, everyone present had completed the injection, but no one survived successfully. All of them were corroded by the black energy, and turned into ashes. Alas! Failed. The black armored alien brain that conducted this large-scale experiment sighed, with some regret. If the survivor's body is not good, then let's use the body of the Leviathan creature for the experiment next time. Another alien brain next to him said. That's the only way. When that guy reaches Area 5, ask him for some Emperor blood. The black armored alien brain nodded. On Zhou Wen's side, it was nighttime. Huanlin found a free seaweed forest. The area of this free seaweed forest was not large. After Zhou Wen went out to build a rest platform, he quickly collected it with the brilliant sea snake. But not long after he started collecting, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the air around him became extremely oppressive, and then the thick fog above quickly pressed towards the sea surface. Zhou Wen's expression changed suddenly. His first reaction was that he had encountered a giant creature, so he immediately returned to Huanlin with the brilliant sea snake and asked Huanlin to leave quickly. But Huanlin's voice did not show any fear. He just stared with a pair of big eyes, looking at the thick fog that kept descending above with some doubts. Isn't it a giant creature? Zhou Wen was also a little confused, but according to the reaction of Huanlin, there should be no danger, so he summoned the wave breaker mech, and then connected it to the mech's intelligent brain, increasing his mental power detection range to 3,000 meters. Is this seawater? After the mental power spread to 3,000 meters in the thick fog above, Zhou Wen's face became more confused. At this time, his mental power seemed to have entered another ocean, but there were no dead bloodworms in this ocean. The seawater was very clear, and there were even creatures swimming. Moreover, Zhou Wen also saw a very magical scene. As the strange ocean above gradually approached the deep sea, the dead bloodworms in the deep sea retreated frantically towards the depths of the sea, as if they had encountered some terrible creatures. Boom! After a loud noise, the strange ocean in the thick fog finally fell down, and the surface of the deep sea violently surged. After a burst of turbulent water, Huan Lin and Zhou Wen were both wrapped in the ocean in the sky. The collision of the two oceans caused the water on both sides to fluctuate extremely violently. Zhou Wen kept controlling the mecha to avoid being washed away by the rolling torrent. After a long while, the ocean that fell from the sky began to rise slowly again, and then gradually entered the thick fog. At the same time, in a red algae forest in the sea area near the water ball in Area 10, a 500-meter-long algae leviathan was chasing a phantom leviathan. Suddenly, a figure emitting red light appeared on the back of the leviathan, and rushed towards the light algae leviathan that was chasing behind at a very fast speed. Almost in an instant, the red figure penetrated the scales on the head of the light algae leviathan and drilled into its brain. After a while, the light algae leviathan was silent, and then the red figure drilled out from the abdomen of the light algae leviathan, holding a black supply box in his hand. Captain Wu is really amazing, killing the light algae leviathan so easily. The symbiont of the previous leviathan, seeing that the light algae leviathan was dead, quickly commanded his own leviathan to swim in front of the red figure, and then praised it. This red figure was Wu Bing, who had activated the dead blood feature. Alas, I can't say I'm that good. It's all thanks to this equipment. Wu Bing waved his hand. Captain Wu is too modest. You won the first place in the competition because of your own strength. The survivor continued, looking at Wu Bing's thunder pattern conch shell armor and the golden thunder spear in his hand with envy. Haha, it's just luck. Okay, no more words. The reward is as I said just now. The bodies of the lamp algae leviathan belong to you, and I take the supply box. Wu Bing pointed to the black supply box in his hand. Oh, okay. The survivor nodded, but his eyes stared at the black supply box in Wu Bing's hand for a long time. He also wanted the black supply box, but when he contacted Wu Bing for help just now, it had already been allocated, so he couldn't say anything. Then, Wu Bing ended his journey and left with the black supply box. After returning to his own transformed leviathan stomach wall space, Wu Bing couldn't wait to open the black supply box. A blueprint, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, defense, and some foundations. He had seen the 3 items before because they were sold in various guild stores. But Wu Bing was still very excited because this was the first time he got a black supply box after coming to the deep sea for so many days. Wu Bing didn't need dead blood energy liquid, defense himself, so he directly found a team leader and gave it to him as a reward. Today, new team members just joined, and it was just right to motivate them through this reward, and at the same time let them know that if they follow him and work hard, they will definitely get a lot of benefits. As soon as Wu Bing gave out the rewards, he received an urgent report from a team member. The content of the report was that a large number of dead blood energy leviathan creatures appeared in the nearby sea area, one of which was extremely huge, possibly reaching 10,000 meters, and the energy on the surface of its body was black and red. Chapter 746. After reading the report, Wu Bing thought for a moment and immediately asked all the team members to return to the water ball. So many dead blood energy leviathan creatures appeared at once. It seems that they are heading towards the water ball again, just like before. Wu Bing did not rush to kill these dead blood energy leviathan creatures that appeared in groups, but returned to the water ball first to see how the major guilds were going to deal with them. At this time, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds in the water ball in Area 10 also learned from the messages sent by the survivors in the World Communication Channel that a large number of dead blood energy leviathan creatures had appeared in the sea near the water ball. Some brave survivors even took photos, but because there was no light in the seawater, the picture in the photo was pitch black, and only some red fish-shaped light spots could be seen. However, it was enough to see the light spots. At least you could roughly know how many dead blood energy leviathan creatures appeared this time. I feel that this group of dead blood energy leviathan creatures that appeared this time are not simple. Some of them are emitting black and red energy all over their bodies. When the major guilds go to clean them up, it is best to pay attention to those black and red energy leviathan creatures. I saw it too. It feels like an upgraded version of the dead blood energy leviathan creatures. In short, everyone should return to the water ball as soon as possible. It will not be too late to go out and explore after the guild has cleaned up these dead blood energy leviathan creatures. I am really convinced. I just rented the free seaweed. Can the Black Knife Guild waive the rental fee for this 1,000 tons? I still feel sorry for the biological meat. When you die, you don't have to feel sorry. Just as the survivors were constantly discussing in the World Communication Channel, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds in the guild president chat group were also talking. Jiang Haidao, president of the Jiang Brother Guild, don't get close to the black-red energy Leviathan creature that appeared this time. When the guild members find it, just go with me and President Shen. Leviathan Guild President Zhou Junyang. King Jiang, what is the specific energy level of the black-red energy Leviathan creature? Land Guild President Cheng Yoming. Yes, according to the message just sent back by our guild members, the black-red energy Leviathan creature has a body length of 10,000 meters, which seems to be a large Leviathan. The energy intensity level is unknown. Jiang Haidao, president of the Jiang Brother Guild. Why ask so many questions? If you don't want to die, don't get close. Jiang Haidao was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. After warning them in the guild president chat group, he immediately organized the guild members to leave the water ball. The search method was the same as before, distributing the guild members evenly around the water ball, and then searching outward. However, this time, he didn't need to kill every dead blood energy Leviathan creature himself. The core members of the guild all had a set of thunder pattern snail shell armor, and a golden thunder spear. And their speed attribute broke through the upper limit of the first stage and entered the second stage, which was enough to kill ordinary dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. At this time, Chen Xine also led the guild members out. When the members of the Brother Jiang Guild searched in a distributed manner before, they placed a land base on their own route, so that the guild members who joined the search later could start from other routes, and there would be no situation where two teams were on the same route. Afterwards, the guild members of the medium-sized guild were also ready, and they set out one after another. This time, because there were a lot of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, it was roughly estimated that there might be more than 20,000. Therefore, ordinary survivors are allowed to follow, and they can participate in the decomposition of corpses, and the guild will give certain rewards. Wu Bing saw the news in the World Communication Channel that various guilds allowed ordinary survivors to follow, and immediately followed with his team members. With guild members by his side, he could also kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures with peace of mind. If there is an unexpected situation, the guild will also cover it. 2 hours later, guild members, who went out to search in various directions, discovered dead blood energy Leviathan creatures one after another. Those who have the strength only need to report to the guild leader, and then rush up to fight directly. Those who don't have the strength should keep a distance from the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, and wait for the guild leader to come with them. Last time, because I didn't have energy type characteristics, I only killed a black-haired Leviathan. This time, I have the emerald characteristics given by the boss, so I should be able to kill a few more. Zhou Junyang looked at the red dot in the distance, and thought secretly in his heart. Then, Zhou Junyang commanded his phantom Leviathan to rush towards the red dot in the distance. In order to ensure the safety of the phantom Leviathan, when it was 1,000 meters away from the dead blood energy Leviathan creature, Zhou Junyang let the phantom Leviathan retreat, and continue to sprint forward. Zhou Junyang's speed attribute also broke through the upper limit of the first stage. The floating energy crystal used for the breakthrough was obtained by him in the fourth trial. Then he used a large amount of supplies to buy a lot of speed-type Leviathan blood vein fruits from the Survivor Guild store, directly filling up the speed attribute to the upper limit of 500 points, so even if the characteristics are not turned on, his movement speed is not slow. Soon, Zhou Junyang was less than 100 meters away from the dead blood energy Leviathan creature in front of him, and he immediately activated the emerald feature. The next second, an emerald light was released from his whole body, and from a distance it looked like a shining emerald. After obtaining the emerald core, and the corresponding gene potion yesterday, Zhou Junyang used it directly. After eating the flesh and blood of Leviathan, some emerald energy has been condensed in his body. This morning, he also deliberately tested the emerald energy with dead blood energy. The dead blood energy was like paper in front of the emerald energy, and dissipated at the touch. Zhou Junyang dared to say that among all the medium-sized guild presidents in the current 10th district, except Yue, there is no second person who can compete with his emerald energy. A few seconds later, Zhou Junyang encountered the dead blood energy Leviathan creature. This dead blood energy Leviathan creature was about 1,000 meters long, and its appearance was like a sea eel, with a black body and a large mouth with comb-like fangs. Zhou Junyang attached the emerald energy to the sawtooth broadsword in his hand. This time he did not use the golden thunder spear. After all, the golden thunder spear was more suitable for stabbing, and not for chopping. He had stronger emerald energy, so he naturally did not need to rely on the energy attached to the Golden Thunder Spear. Schwa. In just one encounter, Zhuo Junyang entered the head of the sea eel-like Leviathan creature, and then destroyed the brain at the fastest speed. It only took 1.5 minutes to successfully kill it. Haha. The characteristics given by the boss are strong. This emerald characteristics should also be a stronger characteristic in the hands of the boss. Zhuo Junyang laughed heartily. Chapter 747. There are 12 dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the sea area where Zhuo Junyang is located. He spent half an hour to successfully kill all the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in this sea area. The killing process is completely dependent on the emerald property, and no other properties are activated, so he will not fall into a weak state. But now, he can't go to other sea areas to continue to clean up the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, because the emerald energy in his body is almost used up. Even if he relies on the Golden Thunder Spear and other attribute amplification properties, he can only kill 2 or 3 more at most, which is not very meaningful. It is better to let his guild members clean up. He Yue is similar to Zhuo Junyang. After all, he also has an emerald property, but because there are more dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the sea area where he is, a total of 14, so after the emerald energy in his body is exhausted, he activates other properties, causing his body to fall into a weak state. At this time, in other seas where dead blood energy Leviathan creatures were found, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds were also cleaning up these Leviathan creatures, but because they only had the dead blood characteristics, the cleaning speed was a bit slow, but it was still much better than last time. Last time, when the black-haired Leviathan approached the water ball, many medium-sized guild presidents didn't even have the ability to kill one, but this time they were able to kill 7 or 8 on average. On Lung Liang's side, the guild he chose to follow at the beginning was a member of the Survivor Guild. Survivor is a large guild, and it is usually generous to ordinary survivors. Following the members of the Survivor Guild, he has the opportunity to kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures himself. At present, Lung Liang was attacking a dead blood energy Leviathan creature. Before the attack, he had communicated with the core members of the Survivor Guild, who were responsible for cleaning up this sea area. He could kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in this sea area, and all the corpses would belong to him, but the supply boxes needed to be handed over to the guild. Wu Bing originally wanted the supply box. After all, the good things were in the supply box, but he finally didn't say it out loud and agreed directly. He didn't have the capital to bargain with the large guild. The core members of the large guild are really strong. Wu Bing took 5 minutes to kill a dead blood energy Leviathan creature, and the core members of the Survivor Guild who led the team had already killed 3. The dead blood energy Leviathan creatures they encountered were all over a kilometer long, and their bodies exuded dead blood energy. They were much stronger than the lamp algae Leviathan in the red lamp algae forest. It was not easy to kill them quickly. Huh? Just as Wu Bing opened the system interface and prepared to let his team members come forward to decompose the corpse, a strong current of water suddenly hit from a distance. Wu Bing's expression changed. A creature that could cause such a big commotion in the sea must be quite large, so he quickly retreated. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a giant Leviathan creature with black and red energy radiating all over its body swam rapidly from the distant sea, then opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit the corpse of the dead blood energy Leviathan creature. The 1,000-meter corpse was swallowed into its stomach in a few bites. This giant Leviathan creature that suddenly appeared looked like a Dunkleustus, covered with heavy armor, and was 10,000 meters long. After swallowing the corpse of the dead blood energy Leviathan creature, its scarlet dead fish eyes turned and looked at the retreating Wu Bing. Splash. Wu Bing only heard a sound of rapid water flow behind him, and then he felt that he had entered an environment filled with black and red energy. He immediately guessed that he might have been swallowed by the giant Leviathan creature behind him. After realizing this, he quickly opened the system interface and directly agreed to the invitation sent by the previous team members. In an instant, his figure turned into blue light and disappeared. Because Wu Bing's team members were originally in this sea area, the crisis was still not resolved after escaping from the fish mouth through the companions. He immediately sent a message to all the team members, asking them to quickly escape from this sea area. But just as they were about to leave, they saw the core member of the Survivor Guild in charge of this sea area, using a companion ticket. The next second, the blue light flashed, and a female figure, wearing a set of blood-red spiked armor appeared from the blue light. It was Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild. Chen Xian looked at the giant Leviathan creature emitting black and red energy. A blue light flashed in her hand, and a golden thorn spear appeared in her hand. Then a blood-red energy was released from her palm, and quickly attached to the golden thorn spear. Shwa! Chen Xion's figure flashed and rushed towards the giant leviathan creature. When the distance was only 1,000 meters, she threw the golden thorn spear with blood thorn energy at the giant creature. Shwa! A sharp tearing sound of water flows sounded, and the golden thorn spear turned into a slender blood light, dragging a long energy light mark, and instantly rushed to the front of the giant creature. Ding! A crisp penetration sound spread out, and the golden thorn spear with blood thorn energy directly sank into the heavy armor of the giant leviathan creature. Fortunately, this black-red energy has not reached the level of a large leviathan. After seeing the golden thorn spear penetrate the black-red energy on the surface of the giant leviathan creature, Chen Xion's serious expression relaxed a little. Not long ago, Chen Xion told Zhou Wen that the water ball was attacked by a large number of dead blood energy leviathan creatures, and also mentioned this giant leviathan creature that exudes black-red energy all over its body. Zhou Wen told her to be careful of the black-red energy, and it is best to test the strength of the energy before attacking. If the strength exceeds the blood thorn energy of the large leviathan level she has, she should directly use Immortal Wang Lian energy liquid. Zhou Wen guessed that the giant leviathan creature that can release black-red energy may be full of special dead bloodworms, but he has only used the Immortal Wang Lian energy and the Overlord energy to kill special dead bloodworms. He really doesn't know whether the large leviathan energy, which is one level lower than these two energies, can kill special dead bloodworms. For the safety of Chen Xion and Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen specifically reminded them to be careful and test the energy intensity before fighting with the black-red energy creatures. Chen Xion's blood thorn feature is very suitable for testing, because after the blood thorn energy is attached to the throwing weapon, it can be directly separated from the palm, unlike other energies, which must be continuously output to attach the energy to the surface of the weapon, and will dissipate immediately after leaving the body. Now after testing, it is known that the black-red energy is weaker than the energy of the large leviathan level. Chen Xion directly sent the message to Jiang Haitao, and also reported to Zhou Wen. Chapter 748. After sending the message, Chen Xion took out a dark gold sword from the equipment bar, attached a layer of blood thorn energy on it, and rushed directly towards the giant leviathan creature. Chen Xion's current speed has reached 700 points. After turning on the colorful feature, the speed attribute is increased to 1,400 points, which is enough to deal with this giant leviathan creature. This giant leviathan creature is 10,000 meters long after all, and every move carries huge destructive power. Although Chen Xion has the defensive purple mist feature to protect his body, he will also fly far away if hit, which is a complete waste of time. So Chen Xion turned on the colorful feature, and after dealing with this giant leviathan creature for a while, he found the right opportunity to chop the armor on the head. But who knew that the 10-meter-long dark gold sword could not completely cut the armor? The armor on the surface of this giant leviathan creature that looks like a Dunkleosteus is too thick. Ka. Chen Xion slashed at the armor of the giant leviathan creature several times, before finally splitting the armor and entering its brain. Once inside the brain cavity, it was easy to deal with. He directly destroyed the brain at the fastest speed. With Chen Xion's speed of 1,400 points, this brain with a diameter of about 1,000 meters was successfully destroyed in just a few seconds. But what surprised Chen Xion was that the giant leviathan creature was not dead. According to the reports of the core members of the guild outside, the giant leviathan creature was still swimming and had even begun to chase them. Not dead? Chen Xion immediately sent a message to Zhou Wen to ask, and asked Boss Zhou when he was in doubt. Go to the heart of this leviathan and have a look. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and replied. Chen Xion unfolded his mental power, and soon found the heart of the giant leviathan. He opened the heart with a knife, and a large number of dead bloodworms rushed out of it, including many special dead bloodworms with black and red energy on their bodies. Zizizizi. All these dead bloodworms rushed towards Chen Xion. Chen Xion immediately started electro-optical characteristics, and his whole body suddenly emitted a violent electric current, clearing out these dead bloodworms in an instant, and then wielded the dark gold sword with blood thorn energy to clean up the remaining special dead bloodworms. After a while, the dead bloodworms and special dead bloodworms that poured into the heart were all cleaned up by Chen Xion, but the giant leviathan creature still did not die, because there was a black spherical creature with a diameter of about 100 meters in the heart. Chen Xion had discovered this creature a long time ago through mental power detection, and was waiting for it to come out by itself, but after waiting for a long time, the black spherical creature had no intention of leaving the heart. There was no other way. Chen Xion could only enter the heart, but the black spherical creature still did not move. So Chen Xian stopped trying and directly swung the dark gold sword in his hand to chop the black spherical creature. The bloodthorn energy on the blade easily cut the shell on the surface of the black spherical creature. Shwa shwa shwa. Chen Xian saw that the creature did not seem to fight back, so he began to swing the dark gold sword quickly. After chopping the body of the black spherical creature into pieces, the giant leviathan creature finally stopped. After confirming that the giant leviathan creature was dead, Chen Xian took a look at the fragments of the black spherical creature on the ground. After a layer of purple mist energy attached to his palm, he touched the fragments with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information. Brain cavity worm body length, 10 meters. Weight, 2 tons. Food type, blood. Introduction. A parasite that lives in the body of a leviathan creature. After drilling into the brain cavity of a leviathan creature, it will eat a part of the brain, then merge itself into the brain and survive by absorbing blood. Is it mutated by the dead bloodworm? The illustrated information of this brain cavity worm is completely different from the species that Chen Xian saw. The brain cavity worm in the simple picture in the illustrated book is flesh-colored and looks like a silkworm that is already pupa, while the brain cavity worm in the heart of this giant leviathan creature is black all over, with a layer of thorny shell on the surface, and its body length is also 100 meters. Afterwards, Chen Xian took the supply box of the giant leviathan creature in the space of the front stomach wall, and cut open the abdomen of the giant leviathan to go out. When he came outside, Chen Xian dealt with the remaining few dead blood energy leviathan creatures at will, and then told the guild members not to get close to the giant leviathan corpse, and then went to other seas with black and red energy leviathan creatures. There are many special dead blood worms in the giant leviathan creature. The black and red energy on the surface of the special dead blood worms cannot be blocked by the guild members at all. They simply abandon the corpses to avoid casualties. It is not easy to train these guild members. According to the relevant information sent by Chen Xian, Jiang Haitao killed a black and red energy leviathan creature in a very short time. The main reason is that his lightning property is stronger than Chen Xian's bloodthorn property, and the lightning released is also a range damage. The brain of the black and red energy leviathan creature can be completely destroyed by releasing a lightning, and the same is true for the mutant brain cavity worm in the heart. The operation of cleaning up the dead blood energy leviathan creatures lasted until the morning of the 170th day. There were more than 23,000 dead blood energy leviathan creatures, and 33 black and red energy leviathan creatures. Of the 33 black and red energy leviathan creatures, Jiang Haitao killed 19, and Chen Xian killed 14. The two of them killed about 3,000 dead blood energy leviathan creatures together. The rest were all cleaned up by the guild members of their two guilds, and those medium-sized guilds. The crisis was resolved, and the ordinary survivors, who had been waiting for a night, also began to go out to explore. Those who had the courage to follow the guild members to decompose the corpses last night also obtained some biological meat. Wu Bing had the biggest harvest. Although the dead blood energy leviathan creature he killed at the beginning was swallowed by the giant leviathan creature, resulting in him getting nothing, he later went to the sea area where other guild members were and successfully killed 3 dead blood energy leviathan creatures. But because these medium-sized guilds are not as generous as large guilds, even if he killed the dead blood energy leviathan creatures alone, the medium-sized guilds still had to take away half of the bodies and supply boxes. However, even so, he had a good harvest this night. These eel-like leviathan creatures are a kilometer long, and one weighs 600,000 tons. He collected half of the bodies, which is 300,000 tons, and 3 is 900,000 tons. Now I don't have to worry about not being able to repay the debt owed to the Jiangge Guild, Wu Bing said with a smile on his face. Of course, he didn't plan to return all the 900,000 tons of biological meat to the Jiangge Guild directly. There are still 10 days before the 180th day, so there is no need to rush to pay it off. Chapter 749. He planned to pay back 600,000 tons first, and the remaining 300,000 tons would be used to buy items that increase attributes and improve the strength of his 4 teammates at the beginning. These 4 teammates were randomly found by Wu Bing when he first arrived in the deep sea. They were all ordinary survivors. So far, their strength attributes have barely reached 200 points, which is not as good as those new team members who have just joined. After all, Wu Bing has been with these 4 teammates for such a long time, and they have feelings for each other. He wants to improve their strength so that they will not be looked down upon by the new team members. On Zhou Wen's side, after accidentally entering the ocean in the sky last night, he waited until the violently fluctuating sea water returned to calm, and then he tried to swim to the edge of the sea water to check. I thought that this ocean that could fly into the sky was like the waterspout formed by the tidal leviathan before, and the edge was wrapped in energy. But what I didn't expect was that there was no energy fluctuation at the edge of this ocean. This ocean gave him the feeling of a drop of water entering a weightless environment. Moreover, the water pressure in this ocean is extremely small. If you don't feel it deliberately, you won't be able to detect it at all. Compared with the abnormal water pressure in the deep sea, the water in this sky ocean has no water pressure at all. Zhou was very careful in the face of unfamiliar environments, especially since Wanlin was also in this strange ocean. If he encountered any fatal danger, he would have nowhere to escape. After a night of careful exploration, Zhou came to a seaweed forest at this time, but these seaweeds looked very strange. The root was a honeycomb-shaped hollow spherical rhizome, with a diameter of about 300 meters. There were seaweed trunks growing up and down the spherical rhizome. When these seaweed trunks grew to a certain length, a honeycomb-shaped spherical rhizome would grow on the top, and then the seaweed trunks would continue to grow. Among these honeycomb-shaped spherical rhizomes, there is a group of creatures that look like seahorses. Zhou swam forward and first used his mental power to detect the inside of the honeycomb-shaped spherical rhizomes. After confirming that there was no danger, he slowly swam into it. After seeing a seahorse-shaped creature, he directly took out the dark gold sword and wanted to kill one and check the biological illustration information. But just as he was about to get close, the seahorse-shaped creature suddenly swelled up, and then a series of holes on its back sprayed out a rapid stream of water. The next second, the seahorse-shaped creature was like a rocket that was accelerated by jets, and it rushed out more than 30 meters at once. Although Zhou was a little surprised by the sudden movement of the seahorse-shaped creature, it was only a distance of more than 30 meters, which was obviously useless in front of his speed of 940 points. Huh? The seawater churned, and Zhou figure disappeared on the spot, and instantly appeared in front of the seahorse-shaped creature. Shwa! The dark golden blade fell from top to bottom, and the seahorse-shaped creature was cut in half before it could react. Riptide seahorse body length, 3 meters. Weight, 600 kilograms. Food type, floating fish. Introduction. A small, gregarious creature that lives in the endless sea and the infinite floating sea area. It lives in the honeycomb seaweed scales. The honeycomb seaweed rhizomes provide it with a home. The feces discharged by the riptide seahorse provide nutrients for the growth of the honeycomb seaweed. It is edible, and the feces can accelerate the growth of the seaweed. Infinite floating sea area? Is it the ocean where I am now? But we don't seem to have entered the endless sea yet? Zhou had a lot of question marks after reading the introduction of the riptide seahorse. He didn't understand and stopped thinking. Zhou released his mental power to search for the feces of the torrent seahorse. Then he found a lot of black sticky substances on the inner wall of the seaweed rhizome. He touched it with his hand. Ding! Get torrent seahorse feces X1. Ding! Fear seahorse feces. After use, it can shorten the growth time of algae by 50%. Shorten the growth time by 50%. It is stronger than the 30% effect of the phantom worm feces. Zhou looked happy. This torrent seahorse feces is definitely a good thing. Because the algae circle leviathan died before, a large number of phantom worms were lost, resulting in the phantom worms not being enough. Now there is a more effective torrent seahorse feces, so he will naturally take all these torrent seahorses away. I just don't know if these torrent seahorses can survive in the deep sea. Zhou thought. The seawater in this floating sea area has almost no water pressure. The torrent seahorses living here are unlikely to survive in the deep sea. In addition, there are dead bloodworms in the deep sea. The torrent seahorses are not energy creatures, and cannot resist the invasion of dead bloodworms. No, wouldn't it be better if I just keep them in the water ball? Zhou suddenly thought of the environment in the water ball. Because of the existence of the tidal leviathan energy, the seawater in the water ball also has no water pressure. It's just that the volume of these honeycomb seaweeds is too large. If they are transplanted into the water ball in large quantities, they may take up more space. Wait a minute. Zhou looked at the honeycomb seaweed with a diameter of 300 meters in front of him and realized that his worries were unnecessary, because it could be used as a residence for survivors, and the torrent seahorses were not aggressive, and there would be no danger for the transformed leviathan to live in it. The matter of transplanting honeycomb seaweed and torrent seahorses has been decided. The next step is to solve the problem of food for torrent seahorses. Since the floating fish is the food of torrent seahorses, it should also be in this honeycomb seaweed forest. Zhou looked at the dark sea water around him. It was very difficult to find it, with only his mental power detection range of 300 meters in radius. So Zhou first returned to the stomach wall space, brought out the brilliant sea snake, and then summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha to increase his mental power. After a while, within Zhou Wen's 3,000-meter mental power detection range, a group of new creatures were found. This creature had a shuttle-shaped body, and a slender tail behind it that was more than 3 times the length of the body. At this time, this group of creatures were pecking at a honeycomb-shaped fruit emitting green light with their sharp mouths. Zhou Wen immediately drove the mecha closer, and then, under the illumination of the white light of the brilliant sea snake, Zhou Wen saw those creatures with his eyes. The name is really not wrong. It does look like a float, Zhou Wen said with a smile. But Zhou Wen didn't rush to catch these floating fish. The floating fish are very small, only about 30 centimeters long, but they are the food of the torrent seahorse, so they must move very fast. Zhou Wen entered the stomach wall space, took out the incombustible yarn that he had collected in the lava sea area of the survival planet, and then used bone-through silk ropes to sew the incombustible yarn into a 100-meter-long net. That's no problem now. Zhou Wen came outside, summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha, and used the Wavebreaker Mecha to hold the incombustible yarn net. Huh? The free energy behind the mecha sprayed, and the Wavebreaker quickly rushed to the group of floating fish, and when these floating fish were about to flee, it immediately threw out the incombustible yarn net in its hand. He catch them all in one net. Chapter 750. Floating fish body length, 32 centimeters. Weight, 1 kilogram. Food type, honeycomb seaweed seeds. Introduction. A small fish that lives in groups in the infinite floating sea area of the endless sea. When it finds a predator, it will squeeze the seawater in its body and spray it out from the fins on both sides, so that it can move at high speed in the seawater. It is edible. Another edible creature. Aren't all the creatures in this floating sea area edible? Zhou Wen smiled unconsciously. Not long ago, he felt that his attributes were increasing a little slowly. If this floating sea area was really full of edible creatures, then his attributes would be greatly improved. Afterwards, Zhou Wen used his mental power to scan a group of floating fish caught by the unburning yarn net. There were about 1,000 of them. Let Chen Xian raise this floating fish. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and said, now both Brother Jiang and Black Knife Club need to run free seaweed-related businesses, so the farming of floating fish, rapid seahorses, and honeycomb seaweed can only be left to Chen Xian. Moreover, Chen Xian can also use the honeycomb rhizomes of honeycomb seaweed to run a rental business. As long as the price is right, the survivors will definitely be very willing to rent, so that the stone platform they usually leave for the transformed Leviathan to rest can be used to grow ordinary seaweed. However, Zhou Wen did not directly send the floating fish to Chen Xian on a large scale, but first sent about 100 to see if the floating fish can survive in the water ball. After a while, Zhou Wen received a reply from Chen Xian that the floating fish can survive in the water ball, but there is a problem, that is, the floating fish cannot stop swimming in the water ball. Once it stops swimming, it will sink to the depths of the water ball. Their swimming method is to squeeze the water in their bodies and spray high-pressure water to move. Although this method of movement is very fast, it also consumes a lot of energy. The floating fish in the water ball basically swim quickly for a few times, and then can't move, and then slowly sink. Sure enough, there are some differences between the water ball and this floating sea area. There is no obvious gravity in the floating sea area, that is to say, the creatures living in the floating sea area have no way to fight gravity. In this case, they can only be kept in captivity. Zhou Wen thought quickly. The purpose of breeding floating fish is to feed the torrent seahorses to produce feces. Since they can't swim freely in the water ball, they are kept in captivity, and only need to be fed regularly every day. Moreover, this kind of creature that needs to be bred on a large scale can be handed over to the survivors, who rent a house, and then Chen Xian can purchase materials or use rent to exempt them. Then, Zhou Wen sent a large number of honeycomb seaweed trunks to Chen Xian through private messages. The diameter of the honeycomb seaweed rhizomes was too large to be stored in the system interface, so he could only send the seaweed trunks to see if the rhizomes could grow again on the trunks without rhizomes. If it couldn't grow, he could only send honeycomb seaweed seeds to Chen Xian and let her plant them from seeds. According to the illustration information of the floating fish, the fruit that the floating fish pecked with its mouth before should be the honeycomb seaweed seeds. At this time, Zhou Wen used the mecha intelligent brain to increase his mental power, and found another fruit emitting green light in the seaweed forest. The diameter of this fruit was 3 meters. Using mental power to observe, he could find a spherical fruit core with a diameter of 1 meter inside, and a thick layer of flesh wrapped on the surface. I wonder if the flesh of this honeycomb seaweed seed can increase the attribute. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and touched the fruit emitting green light. Ding! Obtained honeycomb seaweed seed X1. Ding! Honeycomb seaweed seed. The flesh is edible, and the physical fitness increases by 3 points after consumption. Only increase the physical fitness by 3 points? This is too low. Zhou frowned. After all, this honeycomb seaweed is also considered a large seaweed, and only increase the physical fitness by 3 points is indeed a bit too low. However, on second thought, he was almost in no danger during the period of obtaining the honeycomb seaweed seeds, and the honeycomb seaweed is not an energy-type seaweed that emits energy, so it is normal to only increase the physical fitness by 3 points. Later, Zhou drove the wave breaker mech to capture a large number of torrent seahorses and floating fish in this honeycomb seaweed forest, and then sent them to Chen Xian. Although the honeycomb seaweed on the water ball has not grown yet, these creatures can be temporarily placed on the island. Chen Xian had the guild members build an island with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and covered the island with glass blocks. The inner hemispherical space was divided into 2 halves by an iron foundation, one half for breeding torrent seahorses, and the other half for breeding floating fish. After catching almost all the torrent seahorses and floating fish, Zhou began to collect honeycomb seaweed seeds. The pulp can be used to feed floating fish or sold to survivors. The seeds left behind can be used to try to plant honeycomb seaweed rhizomes. After all, it is not known whether those honeycomb seaweeds without rhizomes can grow rhizomes again. This process takes time, so the two can be carried out together. After a period of time, all the valuable things in this honeycomb seaweed forest were collected, and only some empty honeycomb hollow rhizomes were left in the seaweed forest. He even took away all the torrent seahorse feces in the honeycomb hollow rhizomes. Ding! Obtained 150,000 pieces of torrent seahorse feces. 150,000 pieces of torrent seahorse feces, Zhou directly sent to Chen Xian, asking her to use them to grow honeycomb seaweed. After doing this, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of Wanlin, and then took out the 3 kinds of food that increased attributes encountered this time, torrent seahorse meat and floating fish meat, threw them into the iron pot to cook, and directly held the honeycomb seaweed seeds to chew. Crack! Zhou bit off a large piece of flesh from the honeycomb seaweed seeds in one bite. The taste was very crisp, and the flesh inside was still emerald green, but the taste was very ordinary, with a seaweed flavor, which could only be said to taste good. Ding! Eat the flesh of honeycomb seaweed seeds, physical fitness plus 3. I don't know how many attribute points the other 2 kinds of biological meat can increase. I hope it's not too little. Zhou listened to the system prompt sound of increasing 3 points of physical fitness in his mind, and smiled helplessly. While waiting for the biological meat to be cooked, Zhou continued to absorb the immortal energy, and checked the messages in the regional communication channel at the same time. Yesterday, not only did a large number of dead blood energy leviathan creatures appear in the sea near the water ball in Area 10, but other areas were also affected. However, because the number of survivors in each area who can kill the dead blood energy leviathan creatures is limited, the other areas have not yet been cleared. Among the other areas, Area 1 and Area 2 performed better. The king of survivors in Area 1, Galen, had his men use the large leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain, so he had more manpower to clear the dead blood energy leviathan creatures. Chapter 751. Galen himself not only transformed into a leviathan and entered the food transformation stage, possessing the energy of the abyss level, but he also possessed the pseudo-king level flame leviathan energy and the abyss level nightfall energy. Those giant leviathan creatures emitting black and red energy were no match for him at all. More than 30 black and red energy giant leviathan creatures were cleared out in an hour. Of the remaining more than 20,000 dead blood energy leviathan creatures, more than 15,000 have been cleared so far, and they will be cleared by noon today. On the water ball side of Area 2, because Andre's transformed leviathan was also in the food transformation stage, he also possessed the pseudo-king level sea turning energy and the abyss level white light energy, so the speed of clearing the black energy giant leviathan was very fast, even 20 minutes faster than Galen. Moreover, Andre discovered the purple gold seaweed forest not long ago. After killing the purple gold leviathan, Andre opened 2 drawings from the exclusive material box of the seaweed purple gold leviathan. One is the purple gold leviathan purple gold broadsword blueprint, and the other is the purple gold leviathan purple gold scale armor blueprint. Both blueprints require a purple gold sea grade grain to be added to the materials, and the equipment produced will have a trace of purple gold energy. Although the intensity of this trace of purple gold energy is very low, it can be used to kill the dead blood energy leviathan creature without any problem. Therefore Andre, the king of survivors in Area 2, used a bunch of purple gold sea grapes in his hand to make 20 sets of equipment, and handed them over to his subordinates. Andre's purple gold core was also rewarded to all loyal subordinates, a total of 36 purple gold cores, allowing 36 subordinates to have purple gold energy, plus 20 people using purple gold equipment. There are a total of 56 subordinates, who can clean up the dead blood energy Leviathan creature. Of the more than 20,000 dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in Zone 2, more than 18,000 have been cleared so far, and the remaining thousands will be cleared in a short time. Except for these two zones, the other zones are a bit hard to describe. Many zones have just cleared the black and red energy giant Leviathans, and the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures have not moved yet. The water ball in Zone 3 has even been surrounded by dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. Fortunately, there are tidal Leviathans and abyssal Leviathans in the water ball to back it up. Some dead blood energy Leviathan creatures that enter the depths of the water ball will be instantly killed by the abyssal Leviathan using white light energy. But even so, ordinary survivors in Zone 3 still suffered a large number of casualties. After all, these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures primarily attack the survivors and their transformed Leviathans. Zone 3 is so bad that Galen can't stand it. Currently, Zone 3 and Zone 5 are equivalent to his responsibility. How can he explain to King Jiang if Zone 3 is like this? So after getting the permission from King Jiang, Galen sent several bottles of large Leviathan gene medicine made by the alien brain to Li Jinjian, the king of Area 3, to let him improve the strength of his subordinates. At the same time, Shivam, the king of Area 5, also gave several bottles. After looking around and confirming that there were no major problems in other areas, Zhou closed the system interface. At this time, the biological meat in the iron pot was already cooked. He directly picked up the iron pot and poured the soup and meat into his mouth. Ding! Eat the torrent seahorse meat, strength +2, constitution +2, speed +4. Ding! Eat the floating fish meat, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +2. Why do I feel like I'm back on the survival planet? Zhou listened to the system prompt sound in his mind and smiled bitterly. Alas, they are all ordinary creatures, so it's normal that the attributes are not increased much. It seems that if you want to increase the attributes significantly, you still need to wait for the survivors in other areas to find a large number of energy creatures. Zhou suddenly found that it was a bit unrealistic to increase the attributes significantly in this floating sea area. Then, after Zhou fed Huanlin the seaweed, he gestured to Huanlin to find other creatures in this sea area. Even if he used the Waybreaker mecha to increase his mental power, he could only cover a radius of 3,000 meters. The exploration range was very limited, so it was more efficient to let Huanlin search. In the following period of time, Zhou captured more than a dozen creatures living in the floating sea area under the search of Huanlin's wide biological radar. The creatures in the floating sea area have a characteristic, that is, they can achieve the effect of rapid movement by compressing the seawater stored in their bodies. Only a small number of creatures move slowly by flapping their fins. Moreover, the fins of these creatures are different from those of ordinary fish. The fins are wrapped around the body, layer by layer, like the hem of a cake skirt. The way they swim is similar to jellyfish, with the ring-shaped fins opening and closing, and swimming in a propulsive manner. At present, the time has come to the afternoon. Zhou has put the dozen or so edible creature meats found during the period into the pot. After cooking, they can be eaten. There are many small creatures in this floating sea area, but why haven't I seen Leviathan-level creatures for such a long time? Zhou asked with some doubts. Is there no Leviathan creatures in this floating sea area? Zhou felt a little unreasonable. There are a large number of Leviathan creatures on the survival planet, and this floating sea area is a sea area in the endless sea. How could there be no Leviathan creatures? Just as Zhou was thinking about the reason, the stomach wall space shook violently. Zhou's expression changed, and he rushed to the iron pot and straightened the iron pot that was about to overturn. What's wrong? There seemed to be an accident outside. Zhou looked at the biological meat that was not fully cooked in the iron pot, and stopped cooking it. He ate all the meat and soup in one breath. The strength and physical attributes of these dozen biological meats were not much increased for him. The strength increased by 26 points, the physical increased by 28 points, but the speed attribute increased a lot, a full increase of 45 points. After quickly checking his increased attributes, Zhou immediately left the stomach wall space. As soon as he came outside, he was almost washed away by the turbulent water. After adjusting his swimming posture and strengthening the swimming power of his limbs, he gradually got used to the turbulent water around him. Why did the water flow suddenly become so fast? Zhou felt something was wrong. He had been exploring the floating sea area all day today. The seawater had always been calm, and would never flow so fast as it did now. After a long while, the sudden turbulent water flow gradually disappeared, and the surrounding sea water returned to calm again. Zhou stayed outside for a while, and seeing that there was nothing unusual, he prepared to let Huanling continue to search for creatures. But just as he was about to return to the stomach wall space, orange-yellow light spots suddenly appeared in the dark sea water in the distance. Chapter 752. New creatures? Zhou murmured. Then he summoned the wave breaker mecha and covered the area of those orange-yellow light spots with his mental power. He found that they were indeed a group of new creatures that he had never seen before, and the surface of these creatures was emitting orange-yellow light, which seemed to be energy creatures. Zhou drove the mecha directly to swim over. These creatures emitting orange-yellow light looked like sea slugs. They were orange-yellow in color, with some irregular golden stripes on the surface of their bodies. They moved slowly in the sea water by dancing the wavy flesh fins on both sides of their bodies. These sea slug-like creatures were not large in size, with a body length of only about 10 meters. Zhou drove the mecha and swung the dark gold sword in his hand, chopping on the body of a sea slug-like creature. But who knew that this knife did not cut the soft body of the sea slug-like creature in half, but just chopped it off. The energy intensity on the surface of this body seems to be quite high. Zhou was a little surprised. The energy intensity that the dark gold sword can match should be the level of a medium-sized leviathan. This intensity is not low, but it can't cut a creature with a body length of only 10 meters. There is no way. Zhou can only put away the mecha, take the dark gold sword himself, attach a layer of dark red overlord energy on it, and cut it towards a sea slug creature again. This time, the dark gold sword easily cut the body of the sea slug creature in half. Then, Zhou stepped forward and touched the corpse to obtain the biological illustration information. Sunny sea slug body length, 10 meters. Weight, 10 tons. Food type, sunny fruit fluff. Introduction. An energy variant evolved from the golden butterfly sea slug, which can release defensive sun energy on the surface of the body, has extremely strong defense, and is edible. Sunny fruit. Zhou opened his eyes slightly, with a look of surprise in his eyes, because this sunny fruit is one of the materials in the third stage physical attribute upper limit breakthrough formula, but the material is not the sunny fruit, but the fruit core. Is the reason why the sunny sea slug mutated and evolved because it was affected by the sunny fruit? Zhou looked at the other sunny sea slugs. Originally, he was going to kill all the sunny sea slugs, but now that he knew they were related to the sunny fruit, he decided to follow behind to see if he could find the sunny fruit. After a while, Zhou followed this group of sunny sea slugs into a bright sea area. The surrounding sea water looked like a shallow sea with sunlight, blue and clear. Moreover, in this sea area, there were many bubble-shaped corals emitting light floating, which looked like a bunch of light bulbs stuck together. Zhou stepped forward and touched them to obtain relevant information. Light coral polyps body length, 3 centimeters. Weight, 15 g. Food type, plankton, sun energy. Introduction. An energy variant evolved from a floating bubble coral polyp, whose skeleton can continue to emit light after death. Is it another mutation caused by the sun fruit? Zhou muttered, as he looked at the biological information of the light coral polyps. The skeleton continues to emit light after death, so can't it be used as a light bulb? So Zhou collected all the light corals he saw into the system interface, and then sent them to Chen Xian through a private message, asking Chen Xian to sell them to survivors. Now most survivors still use daylight coxi for lighting in the stomach wall space. Some survivors even raise 10 centimeters daylight coxi to half a meter, but the lighting effect is still not good. Each coral bulb on the light coral has a diameter of at least 1 meter, and the lighting effect is much better than that of the sun spherical worm, and it will not absorb the blood of the phantom leviathan. With so many benefits, the survivors will rush to buy it. After advancing a distance in this sea area, Zhou found that the brightness of the seawater was getting higher and higher, and another creature appeared on those light corals. It was a worm that looked like a Christmas tree, with a yellow body, living in the cracks of the light corals. It would shrink immediately when Zhou approached. Gradually, the seawater became brighter, and the temperature became higher. Finally, in the direction where the group of sun sea slugs were moving, Zhou saw a huge sphere. The sphere was like the sun, emitting a dazzling light. Isn't this the sun fruit? Zhou looked at the glowing sphere with a diameter of 10,000 meters, a little uncertain. But soon, the group of sun slugs answered him with action. They swam to the glowing sphere and began to eat the fine hairs on its surface. Is the sun fruit so big? Zhou swam to the glowing sphere with a surprised look. The temperature here was very high, and the surrounding seawater was boiling, but it was still within the tolerance range. Then, Zhou was ready to touch it to get information, but just as he was about to raise his hand, the surrounding water flow suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Swish! Suddenly, a 100-meter-long crescent-shaped energy blade flew towards Zhou at a rapid speed. Zhou's expression immediately condensed, and he immediately activated 3 characteristics, increasing his strength, physique, and speed by multiples. Swoosh! A sharp sound of tearing seawater sounded, and Zhou was already 10,000 meters away from the sun fruit, and then he immediately gestured to Huanling behind him to let it stay away from this sea area first. At this time, on the sun fruit, a creature with a body as black as ink, but with bright golden lines on its skin, slowly swam out from behind the sun fruit. This creature is 10,000 meters long and looks like a goldfish. It has wide fins like wings on both sides, and the 5 long black gold tail fins at the end of the tail are swaying slowly like soft silk. The golden eyes of the goldfish leviathan creature stared at Zhou intently, and then it flapped its fins on both sides fiercely. As the tentacles at the end of the fins swayed, it released a series of black gold crescent-shaped energy blades. Shwa shwa shwa. A large number of energy blades flew over, and Zhou immediately moved to avoid the attack. However, in the process of dodging, he also used the dark gold sword with the overlord energy to try to resist the energy blades, but the dark gold sword was directly destroyed. Golden Thunder feature, open. Zhou silently said in his heart, and the next second, fine golden electric light emanated from his body, and then quickly gathered towards his palm. Boom! For a moment, thunder exploded, golden light flashed, and the tortuous golden lightning instantly bombarded an energy blade, directly piercing the energy blade, and then the 2 energies dissipated at the same time. It seems to be a sea abyss level leviathan. After confirming that this goldfish leviathan was a sea abyss level leviathan, Zhou didn't need to be too careful. Even if he couldn't avoid the attack of the energy blade, he could turn on the golden feature and use the golden pattern to resist. Immediately, Zhou flipped his palm, and the flame-splitting blade appeared in his hand. Then he rushed forward violently, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, rushing towards the goldfish leviathan creature in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 753. A large number of energy blades kept shooting at him. Zhou's 3-color figure moved at high speed, flashing between the dense energy blades of 100 meters. While dodging the attacks, he was also closing the distance between him and the goldfish leviathan creature. A minute later, Zhou successfully entered the 100 meters of the goldfish leviathan creature, and his huge body was like a mountain. At such a close distance, it was difficult for the energy blades of the goldfish leviathan creature to attack Zhou again. Just when Zhou was about to rush into the body of the goldfish leviathan creature in one go, a large amount of black gold energy suddenly sprayed out from the body of the goldfish leviathan creature, like a rocket jet. Immediately afterwards, the goldfish leviathan creature twisted its body violently, and its huge body of 10,000 meters directly rotated, and the speed was getting faster and faster. For a moment, the surrounding seawater surged violently, and soon formed a huge waterspout. Zhou saw the goldfish leviathan creature suddenly spinning, and his brows slightly wrinkled. Out of vigilance, he quickly retreated for a distance, and pulled 1,000 meters away from the goldfish leviathan creature. During the spinning process, the goldfish leviathan creature gradually drove the 5 long black gold tail fins on its tail. The tail fins were like ribbons, and began to swing around the body under the rotation of the body. Suddenly, a large amount of black gold energy burst out from the whole body of the goldfish leviathan creature, and the originally bright sea area suddenly became dim under the light of the black gold energy. Then, these black gold energies began to quickly transmit to the swinging tail fins, as if compressing energy. As these black gold energies reached the end of the fins, the light of the energy became more and more intense and more condensed. Finally, when the black gold energy that had almost turned into substance completely reached the end of the tail fin, a series of black gold energy threads were released from the end of the fin. In an instant, under the rapid rotation of the 5 tail fins, countless slender energy threads, like strands of hair, spread out in all directions with the water tornado as the center. Soon, these black gold threads came in front of Zhou. Zhou did not dare to be careless, and immediately swung the blaze blade in his hand to cut off the energy threads that were like a dense gauze net. However, what surprised Zhou was that although these black gold threads were cut off by the blaze blade, they did not dissipate immediately, and still flew towards him. Seeing that the energy released by the goldfish leviathan seemed to have changed, Zhou did not dare to approach rashly, but retreated a distance again, and then activated the Golden Thunder feature to condense a golden thunder in his hand, and hit the black gold energy thread spreading in front. Boom! A loud thunder roared, and the golden thunder instantly hit the black gold energy thread. The two energies that were originally evenly matched changed this time. The golden thunder split into two halves the moment it landed on the black gold energy thread, as if it was cut by the tungsten gold energy thread. King level energy. Zhou Wen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly pulled back 10,000 meters without any hesitation. Why is there another Sea Abyss Leviathan that can release king level energy? Facing the king level energy, Zhou Wen did not have the ability to fight head-on. Although the flame blade in his hand was very powerful, without the supply of flame ion energy, the destructive power was equivalent to that of a relatively strong king level Leviathan. Facing the dense black gold energy threads, if he made a mistake, he would probably lose his arms and legs, or even be cut in half. Since it is a sea level Leviathan, it should be like the night Leviathan before, unable to use the king level energy for a long time. Zhou Wen planned to use the method he used to deal with the night Leviathan last time, by pulling and continuously consuming the king level energy in the body of this goldfish Leviathan creature, and then launch an attack after the king level energy is consumed. 10 minutes later, the goldfish Leviathan creature was still releasing black gold energy threads, and was still chasing him from behind. At this moment, Zhou Wen suddenly realized a problem, that is, the king level energy released by the goldfish Leviathan creature was actually compressed by itself, which was very different from the king level core daytime core obtained by the night Leviathan. As a sea level Leviathan, the goldfish Leviathan creature certainly cannot release the king level energy for a long time, but it is definitely longer than the three characteristics. There is no time. Zhou Wen frowned tightly, looking a little troubled. The three-color energy in his body can still activate the three characteristics for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, although he could still activate the tungsten gold property and shadow property, his movement speed was definitely not as fast as the three properties, and the goldfish Leviathan behind him was still chasing him relentlessly. If he slowed down, he might be in danger. This ability to compress energy cannot be without side effects. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Zhou Wen thought of this, and continued to swim with the goldfish Leviathan creature in the nearby sea for another 3 minutes, trying to let the goldfish Leviathan use the ability to compress energy as much as possible. When the amplification effect of the three properties ended, he was directly teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, and then teleported back to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Zhou Wen first went out to check and confirm that the goldfish Leviathan creature did not chase him, then returned to the stomach wall space to absorb energy. While absorbing energy, Zhou Wen cooked and ate the meat of the sunny sea slug he had killed before. Ding! Eat the sunny sea slug meat, Constitution plus 30. It has increased so much. Zhou Wen was shocked when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Then, he looked at his own Constitution attribute panel. At this time, his Constitution attribute has reached 1084. With the increase of the Golden Thunder Arc Light ability that comes with the Golden Thunder Leviathan gene, his real Constitution attribute is 1,192 points. The Constitution attribute is only 16 points away from reaching the upper limit. Zhou Wen closed his character attribute panel and said, "At present, this floating sea area has not been explored completely. After the exploration is completed, it will definitely reach the upper limit, but Zhou Wen is not in a hurry, because the materials for the third stage Constitution attribute upper limit breakthrough formula have not been collected, and there is no point in rushing to reach the upper limit." After that, Zhou Wen continued to absorb the immortal energy in the stomach wall space, and let the phantom scales continue to move away from the direction of the goldfish Leviathan creature. When it was night, Zhou Wen teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, and began to absorb the three-color energy required for the three characteristics. But what surprised him was that the three attribute bubbles on the other 9 silk threads were now close to the size of a basketball, and it would not take long to harvest. Chapter 754. At night, Zhou would absorb the three-color energy, while also condensing the golden energy and golden thunder energy, and checking the messages in the regional communication channel. At present, except for the water ball in Area 10, among the other 8 areas, only Areas 1 and 2 have successfully cleared all the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures that attacked the water ball. The other areas have only cleared half of them so far, resulting in many dead blood energy Leviathan creatures entering the water ball, causing a large number of casualties among the survivors in each area. Survivor in Area 5. Damn! Why are there so many dead blood energy Leviathan creatures this time? My transformed Leviathan was killed. Survivor in Area 5. Why can Area 10 be cleaned up so quickly? Are there few Leviathan creatures attacking the water ball in Area 10? Survivor in Area 5. I think Area 10 should send people to help us in Area 5 to clean up the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. We are all human beings and should help each other. Survivors from Area 10, get lost. You're still helping each other. Have you forgotten that you guys use dual tickets to kill our survivors from Area 10? You still want us to help you? Dream on. Survivors from Area 3, this is what you should do from Area 10. The alien brain came from your Area 10. Area 6 was destroyed because of the alien brain. Now there are alien brains hiding in each of our areas. They may break out at any time. This is all your fault. What's wrong with asking you to help? Survivors from Area 10, what does the alien brain have to do with us? Our Area 10 is the area most seriously invaded by the alien brain. So many people were killed and injured. Why don't you compensate us? Survivors from Area 10, this is ridiculous. We told other areas about the alien brain from the beginning. You can't clean it up by yourselves, but you blame us. Survivors from Area 9, I think you can send people from Area 10 to help. We can pay you. Survivors from Area 8, yes, you can take some of the bodies of the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures you killed. Seeing that other areas were willing to pay, the survivors from Area 10 immediately wanted to go to other areas to clean up the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, but most of them did not have the strength to do so. So the ones who were interested were members of various medium-sized guilds. Moreover, the presidents of medium-sized guilds also thought it was feasible. This was a good opportunity to get Leviathan creatures for free. Soon, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds discussed it in the guild president chat group. After a while, almost all the presidents of medium-sized guilds reached a consensus and were willing to send the core members of their guilds to go, but in the end, Jiang Haitao alone rejected it. Cheng Yongming, president of the Land Guild. King Jiang, I know you are worried that other districts will be unfavorable to our core members, but if it weren't for your deterrence, they would definitely not dare. Jiang Haitao, president of the Brother Jiang Guild. Those who can kill the Leviathan creatures with lethal energy are the elites of each district. We will send the elites of our own districts. If those districts have evil intentions, we will suffer heavy losses. Taishio, guild leader of Day After Day, they shouldn't dare to do that. Don't you still have the cross-district expedition voucher in your hand? Aren't they afraid of being retaliated? Zhang Cheng, guild leader of Strong Dragon, yes, King Jiang, other districts don't dare to do that. This is a good opportunity to strengthen our District 10. Jiang Haidao, guild leader of Brother Jiang. In this case, if you want to send someone, I won't stop you. But if someone dies, don't come to me. That's it. Jiang Haidao left the guild leader chat group after saying this. Zhang Cheng, guild leader of Strong Dragon, what should we do now? Should we send someone? Taishio, guild leader of Day After Day, forget it, don't send anyone. King Zhang's worry is not unreasonable. There are not many people in our district. If we lose a large number of elites, it will be useless even if we retaliate against other districts. Originally, these medium-sized guilds were willing to send their core members because they knew that King Jiang would back them up. Now that King Jiang is no longer willing to back them up, they no longer have this idea. President Cheng Yongming of the Guild Land, are President Zhua and President He here? Is the emerald green energy you used yesterday a special property? Where did you get it from? If you have any extra, can you sell me one? The price is negotiable. President Taishio of the Guild Day After Day, I take one too. The price is up to you. President Zhang Cheng of the Guild Strong Dragon, me too. When Zhua Junyang and He Yue were cleaning up the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures yesterday, there were many ordinary survivors waiting to decompose the corpses behind them. Therefore, the news that the two of them used the emerald green special property quickly spread in the world communication channel of Zone 10. At present, the energy special properties possessed by the presidents of various medium-sized guilds are all dead blood special properties. Only by relying on the Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Snail Shell Armor can they fight against the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, but they cannot kill real energy creatures. Therefore, even if an exploration team found energy creatures in the sea area under the jurisdiction of their guild, they could not deal with them. They could only ask the leaders of the three major guilds, Brother Jiang, Survivor, and Black Knife Club, to help kill them. They had no chance to obtain other energy characteristics. Yes, now the Black Knife Club has also become a large guild. The leader of the Black Knife Club, Bai Lan, is no longer comparable to the leaders of ordinary medium-sized guilds. What's more, Bai Lan's guild has a stronger vice president, and it is undoubtedly a large guild. Leader of the Survivor Guilds Wu Junyang, I traded with President He, you can ask him. Leader of the current city guild He Yue, I encountered 2 Emerald Leviathan corpses by chance, and only got 2 Emerald cores, 2 more. President Chung Yongming of the Land Guild, only 2? That's out of the question. By the way, what is the strength of your Emerald energy, President Zhua and President He? Can it kill ordinary energy creatures? President He Yue of the current City Guild, I don't know either. Afterwards, all the guild presidents withdrew from the guild president chat group, and Chung Yongming privately contacted Zhua Junyang and He Yue. Today, their guild encountered an energy creature in the sea area under their jurisdiction, but he did not make it public. If Zhua Junyang and He Yue's emerald energy can kill the energy creatures they found, Chung Yongming will have the opportunity to obtain stronger energy characteristics. After a while, Zhua Junyang and He Yue were taken to a sea area by Chung Yongming, and the energy creatures discovered by Chung Yongming's guild members were in this sea area. President Zhua and President He, my guild members have discovered a kind of fish creature with a green glow on its body surface in this sea area. The creature is about 180 meters long, and we have found 12 of them in total. Chung Yongming explained to the two. Chapter 755. As long as President Zhua and President He can kill the 12 energy creatures, you can take 10 of the 12 energy cores and leave 2 for me. Chung Yongming waited for Zhua Junyang and He Yue's answer with a little expectation in his eyes. Although the 12 energy creatures were discovered by the people of Chung Yongming's guild, Chung Yongming had no right to distribute them. He just hoped that the 2 could leave him 1 core. President Chung, don't worry. We don't know whether we can kill them yet. It's too early to discuss the distribution issue now. Zhua Junyang shook his head. Hearing this, Chung Yongming's face was not very good. It clearly meant that he was unwilling to give him a core, but he had no choice. Then, under the search of the members of Chung Yongming's guild transformed into Leviathan, the 3 saw the fish creatures emitting green energy on the surface of the group. Zhua Junyang and He Yue activated the emerald characteristics at the same time, and with a layer of emerald energy attached to their bodies, they rushed towards the group of cyan energy creatures. The energy intensity of these cyan energy creatures was not high, and the 2 of them easily cut open their bodies with weapons attached with emerald energy. A few minutes later, the 2 killed the 12 cyan energy creatures, and the 12 cores were evenly divided between them, and even the corpses were not spared. After a simple decomposition, they were stored in the system interface. Chung Yongming, who was watching all this not far away, breathed faster unconsciously. He was very angry. Not only did they not give him the core, they didn't even leave him the new corpses of the creatures. They were simply 2 beasts. But in the end, Chung Yongming took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and stepped forward with a smile. The 2 presidents are really amazing. They solved such a difficult energy creature in just a few minutes. What do you think of my proposal just now? Chung Yongming first praised them, and then mentioned the core distribution plan he just mentioned. This, Zhua Junyang and He Yue looked at each other, just smiled and said nothing, but the meaning was already very clear. It was impossible to give the core to Chung Yongming. Chung Yongming knew this result a long time ago, but in the end, he still said that if he encountered new energy creatures in the future, he would still ask them for help. There was no other way. He could only pile up the number until the 2 were willing to share it with him. After all, asking the 3 major guilds for help was even more impossible. How about this? I can give you a core, but you need to exchange it with 50 million free seaweeds. How about it? Just when Chung Yongming was about to end his journey and leave, He Yue suddenly spoke. Really? Chung Yongming said excitedly. Although 50 million free seaweeds were not a lot, it was definitely worth it to exchange for an energy core. Me too, 50 million free seaweeds for 1 energy core. Zhua Junyang quickly followed up. He knew the purpose of He Yue's free seaweeds. Wasn't it to complete the boss's task? He couldn't fall behind. At this time, Chung Yongming suddenly felt a good fortune. He didn't have any energy cores before, but now he had 2 energy cores. In the middle of the night, Zhou Wen was absorbing the 3-color energy in the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, but he received a private message from Zhua Junyang and He Yue, which contained some new biological meat. Blue sea wolf body length, 182 meters. Weight, 30,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A kind of social fish that lives in the endless sea. It has blue energy attached to its body surface. It swims very fast and is edible. Its teeth can be used to make weapons. After quickly reading the biological illustrations of the blue sea wolf, Zhou Wen closed the system interface and continued to absorb the 3-color energy. In a blink of an eye, the time came to the 171st day. The 3-color energy in Zhou Wen's body was full, and the 9 energy bubbles had grown to the size of a basketball. Ding! Get strength bubbles x3. Ding! Get physical bubbles x3. Ding! Get speed bubbles x3. These 3 attribute bubbles are all items that can be used to break through the upper limit of the first stage of the attribute. Among Zhou Wen's subordinates, Bai Lan and Zhang Dongyang have not yet broken through the upper limit of their physical attributes, so 2 physique bubbles were sent to them directly. Okay, it's time to take down the goldfish. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Wen disappeared from the spot and teleported to Huanlin's stomach wall space. After feeding Huanlin, he let Huanlin follow the route of yesterday's escape and returned to the sea where the sun fruit was. Soon, the surrounding sea water became bright again. Considering Huanlin's safety, Zhou Wen let Huanlin stay on the periphery and drove the Wavebreaker mecha to continue moving forward. Not long after, the sun fruit emitting dazzling light appeared in Zhou Wen's sight, and the goldfish leviathan creature was lying on the sun fruit to absorb the energy in the sun fruit. As Zhou Wen continued to approach, the goldfish leviathan creature also discovered him, and then, like yesterday, it released a large amount of black gold energy blades by flapping its fins on both sides. But Zhou Wen did not activate the 3 characteristics directly like yesterday, but first activated the shadow characteristic to avoid the energy blade, and then activated the 3 characteristics after entering the goldfish leviathan creature within a kilometer. Today, you should not be able to compress energy like yesterday. Zhou Wen thought to himself, took out the cracking flame knife, activated the gold characteristic to attach a layer of golden pattern on the body's surface. Today, he wanted to kill this sea abyss level leviathan as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen was chased by the goldfish leviathan creature that released the king level energy thread. How is it possible that there is no side effect of compressing the sea abyss level energy into the king level energy? Zhou Wen said in disbelief. No, I can only let the phantom scale come. Zhou Wen's figure disappeared instantly, and returned to the stomach wall space in a few seconds, then took out the illusionary Leviathan daytime energy liquid obtained from the daytime treasure chest last time, opened the bottle stopper, and poured it directly into the digestive tank. Buzz! The next second, a terrifying energy burst out from the periphery of the sunny fruit sea. The orange-yellow light instantly penetrated the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The already bright sunny fruit sea became as bright as day at this moment. At this time, Huanlin was like a sun, and his whole body was covered with an orange-yellow energy that was almost tangible. Dazzling golden patterns spread across his body, and waves of daylight energy that burst out vibrated around him, causing the seawater within tens of thousands of meters to churn, forming layers of waves. Huanlin slowly opened his eyes, and 2 golden sun patterns flashed in his pure white pupils. Huanlin, go! Zhou Wen raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the goldfish leviathan. Boom! A breathtaking sonic boom sounded, and Huanlin, who was emitting daylight energy, instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a cavity area like a passage in the seawater in front. Chapter 756. Splash. Splash. After the goldfish leviathan found that Zhou Wen had disappeared, it returned to the location of the sun fruit. But just as it was about to lie on it to absorb energy, the surrounding seawater suddenly became rapid. The goldfish leviathan immediately became alert, staring at the direction of the surging seawater with a pair of golden eyes, because it felt a hint of danger in this surging seawater. Gradually, the speed of the seawater flowed faster and faster, and the sea area in front became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a huge arc-shaped seawater wall appeared tens of thousands of meters away from the goldfish leviathan. This seawater wall was formed by the rapid compression of an orange light from behind. And behind the huge arc-shaped seawater wall, there was a dazzling 10,000-meter light ball. The shape of the light ball turned into a water drop shape that was wide in front and narrow in the back at high speed. Huh? At this time, the surging seawater around was already extremely aggressive, and the flow was like a strong wind. The 5-tailed fins at the tail of the goldfish leviathan creature kept swinging randomly under the impact of this violent seawater. The goldfish leviathan creature was even more like a formidable enemy, because in its perception, the light ball approaching quickly in front of it was like an extremely terrifying giant, and it was the prey of this giant. Buzz! A burst of energy fluctuation sounded, and when the light ball was less than 10,000 meters away from the goldfish leviathan creature, it suddenly released a 100-meter diameter orange-yellow energy beam, and then instantly shot towards the head of the goldfish leviathan creature. The pupils of the goldfish leviathan suddenly shrank, and immediately the holes on its body released a large amount of black gold energy, and at the same time, it danced its tail fin, suddenly increasing its own speed to the maximum, so that it could barely turn its head to the side. Puff! The orange-yellow beam of light penetrated the body of the goldfish Leviathan in the blink of an eye, leaving a burnt hole with a diameter of 100 meters. However, for the goldfish Leviathan creature with a body length of 10,000 meters, a 100-meter diameter through wound is nothing at all. It will recover in a short time, but it has to wait for the orange-yellow energy remaining on the wound to dissipate. Buzz! The goldfish Leviathan creature just dodged an energy beam, and then another one came, and it was still shot at its head. The goldfish Leviathan creature twisted its body again and deflected its head to avoid the fatal attack, causing the beam of light to penetrate other parts of its body again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the light group continued to approach, the energy beam release became faster and faster. The goldfish Leviathan creature could not completely avoid it at all. It could only retreat continuously to barely prevent its head from being pierced by the energy beam. The goldfish Leviathan wanted to compress the energy with its tail fin by rotating its body, but the light ball did not give it time to prepare. The energy seemed to be infinite, and one after another orange-yellow energy beams shot continuously. In just half a minute, the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature was already riddled with holes. If it were not for its strong recovery ability as an abyssal-level Leviathan, it would have been worn to death by these energy beams. Finally, after some evasion, the goldfish Leviathan creature successfully rotated its body, compressed its own energy into king-level energy through its tail fin, and then released it. But at this moment, the dazzling light ball was less than a kilometer away from the goldfish Leviathan creature. At the moment when the goldfish Leviathan creature released the compressed king-level energy, the 10,000-meter light ball directly hit the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature. As soon as the black gold energy thread compressed by the goldfish Leviathan creature was released, it was offset by the energy of the orange-yellow light ball. The light ball was not hindered at all, and hit the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature directly. Boom! For a moment, an orange-yellow light exploded in the sun-fruit sea, and the terrifying explosion spread throughout the sea. After the goldfish Leviathan creature suffered this impact, its huge body trembled violently, and its body was hit into a C shape, and half of its body became bloody under the destruction of the orange-yellow energy. Just now, at the moment of being hit by the light ball, the goldfish Leviathan creature condensed a layer of black gold energy on its body surface to defend itself, but it was meaningless at all. The moment the orange-yellow energy approached, the black gold energy dissipated directly, without any defensive effect. Puff! On the other side of the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature, a Leviathan creature with an orange-yellow body, bright golden lines on its surface, and releasing terrifying energy suddenly rushed out of the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature, leaving a blood hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters. This Leviathan creature was Huanling, and Zhou stayed in its body when Huanling rushed into the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature. At this time, Zhou was rushing towards the heart of the goldfish Leviathan creature, and at the same time he also activated his three powerful characteristics, namely tungsten gold characteristics, black flame characteristics, and arc light characteristics. After using the Wavebreaker mecha to increase the mental power detection range several times, Zhou successfully found the heart of the goldfish Leviathan creature in more than 10 seconds. But the heart of the goldfish Leviathan snake creature was attached with a layer of black gold crystals, which released extremely high temperatures. The whole heart was like a burning black fireball. Zhou could only rely on the brilliant gold pattern to resist it. Swish! No matter how strong the energy released by the black gold crystals was, it could not compete with the blaze blade. Zhou swung the blaze blade and cut the black gold crystals on the surface of the heart with one knife, and also cut the flesh wall of the heart. Outside, the goldfish Leviathan creature basically lost its combat ability after being hit by the energy of the phantom scale, and only wanted to escape. The phantom scale chased it, while releasing the daytime energy beam to prevent the goldfish Leviathan creature from recovering from its injuries. In fact, the phantom scale can directly kill the goldfish Leviathan creature in the state of the daytime Leviathan, and it is very simple. It only needs 2 energy strikes, and the goldfish Leviathan creature is basically dead, but Zhou will not let it. The reason is very simple. This goldfish Leviathan creature is a sea-level Leviathan. Zhou has a title bonus for killing it personally, and the materials on its body may be used to make equipment later. After a single energy collision with Huanling, half of the body of the goldfish Leviathan creature was severely damaged. If Huanling makes another energy collision, there may be no materials left. At this time, the black gold energy on the surface of the fleeing goldfish Leviathan creature's body suddenly dissipated, the speed of escape suddenly decreased, and the mental state was also very depressed. Ding! Obtain Liang Core X1. Chapter 757. Ding! Liang Core. After use, you can obtain the Liang characteristic. When the Liang characteristic is turned on, you can release the Liang energy blade and increase the speed attribute by 6 times. The duration depends on the Liang energy in the body. It's finally over. Zhou Wen looked at the black gold energy ball with a diameter of 3 meters in front of him and smiled. Without the core, the goldfish leviathan is meat on the chopping board, allowing Zhou Wen to slaughter it. However, Zhou Wen did not rush to destroy the brain, but first went to the stomach wall space of the goldfish leviathan creature, summoned the Wavebreaker mecha, covered the entire stomach wall space with mental power, and successfully found a black gold treasure chest. Ding! Successfully killed a sea abyss level leviathan creature, and each of the 3 attributes increased by 3 points. Soon after, Zhou Wen emerged from the head of the goldfish leviathan creature. After Huanlin's radar sensed it, it quickly swam to Zhou Wen's side. At this time, Huanlin's 3-minute daytime leviathan form had also ended, and its body surface returned to its dark appearance. Let's wait until tomorrow to decompose the body. Zhou Wen had previously activated 3 energy-consuming characteristics, of which black flame characteristics and arc characteristics had ended, and tungsten gold characteristics had 5 minutes left. Fortunately, there was no gravity in this floating sea area, so the body of the goldfish leviathan creature would not sink, and he did not need to rush to decompose it. Afterwards, Zhou Wen returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space and first checked the illustrated information of the goldfish leviathan creature. Liang Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 75 million tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A small creature that lives in the infinite floating sea area of the endless sea. It mutates and evolves from a black fish to an abyssal leviathan by absorbing the remaining energy in the sun fruit. Because of its body structure that squeezes the seawater to move, it has evolved the ability to compress energy to increase energy levels. The Liang crystal in its body belongs to the material of the food transformation period of the illusionary leviathan. The fish scales and tail fins can be made into equipment, and the teeth can be made into weapons. A small creature evolved into a sea-level leviathan? Zhou Wen was stunned after reading the illustrated information of Liang Leviathan. This was really incredible. No wonder the information of this Liang Leviathan is a little wrong. The average adult sea-level Leviathan is about 100,000 meters long, but this Liang Leviathan is already an adult, but its body length is only 10,000 meters. What level is the sun fruit? The energy in it can actually allow a small creature to evolve into a sea-level Leviathan? At this moment, Zhou Wen was more and more curious about the sun fruit, but his tungsten gold properties was about to end, so he couldn't check it for the time being. There was about a minute left for tungsten gold properties. Zhou Wen took out the exclusive supply box of Liang Leviathan, the black gold treasure box, and opened it directly. Ding! Obtained Liang Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Liang Knife Blueprint. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the black gold knife. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the Liang Leviathan Tailwind Coat Armor. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the Liang Leviathan Fish Scale Armor. Ding! Obtained Gene Chimera X1. What the hell? Why are there so many blueprints? Zhou Wen was confused. Such a high-level treasure chest actually only had one item that was useful to him. Liang Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Liang Leviathan Gene. You can condense Liang energy in your body by eating Leviathan biological meat, and at the same time obtain the ability of energy compression. Energy compression. You can compress 100 energies of the same type into one, thereby achieving the effect of increasing energy intensity. Damn! This ability is a bit strong. After seeing the effect of the energy compression ability, Zhou Wen couldn't help but burst out with a swear word. This effect is really powerful. After I get this gene, can I compress the sea abyss energy into king-level energy? Zhou Wen said excitedly. But I don't seem to have a place to insert the gene now. How about removing the black flame dragonfish gene? The effect of black flame characteristics to increase strength 5 times can be replaced by 3 characteristics. However, Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something, and then shook his head to deny this idea. Because of the existence of the mini white horse Leviathan in his heart, the energy in his body is likely to be absorbed by it, just like the last time he encountered the golden sea dragon Leviathan and the twisted creatures. Although the black flame energy required by the black flame characteristics also exists in the body in the form of energy, I don't know why the mini white horse Leviathan did not absorb it. It may be that the energy level is too low, and it doesn't look down on it. Let's wait until the physical attribute breaks through the 3rd stage before using it. Zhou Wen said, putting the Liang Leviathan gene potion into the locker, and then took out the 4 drawings in the black gold treasure box, and used them all to check the production requirements. Liang Knife Blueprint requires Liang Leviathan Tooth X1, Liang Crystal X1, Golden Wood X1. Black Gold Knife Blueprint requires Liang Leviathan Tooth X1, Energy Attached Metal Ingot X10. Liang Leviathan Tail Fin Windbreaker Blueprint requires Liang Leviathan Tail Fin Tissue X10, Silk X100, Turbulent Seaweed Fiber X1000. Liang Leviathan Fish Scale Armor Blueprint requires Liang Leviathan Fish Scale X10, Silk X100, Turbulent Seaweed Fiber X1000. Liang Knife needs to be made with Liang Crystal? Is it a weapon with abyss-level energy? Liang Crystal is the crystal on the surface of Liang Leviathan's heart. When Zhou obtained the Liang core, he obtained it by chance. It is a material for the food transformation period of abyss-level transformed Leviathan. Zhou had all the materials for the Liang knife, so he temporarily left Wanlin's stomach wall space and came to the mouth of Liang Leviathan, then used the blueprint to directly choose to make it. Anyway, he didn't need the materials of the Haiyuan level food transformation period, so he didn't feel bad about using the Liang crystal as the material for making weapons. The production method of the Liang knife is similar to the previous Huangjin sword. It also draws the energy from the teeth of Liang Leviathan and transfers it to the golden wood carved into the knife embryo. Finally, the Liang crystal is wrapped on the blade, and a black crystal long knife with golden lines on the surface is fused. Then, Zhou tried the energy intensity on the blade of the Liang knife, which did reach the Haiyuan level, and it was considered a lower-level substitute for the flame-splitting knife. Zhou had to activate the amplification feature to use the flame-splitting knife until now, and this Liang knife was relatively light, so he could use it directly. If Jiang Haidao and Shen Xian needed it, he could also lend it to them. Zhou also made a black gold knife, but its appearance was not very good-looking. It was exactly the shape of the Liang Leviathan's teeth, just a little smaller. However, there was also a layer of Liang energy attached to it. After a simple test, it was found to be at the same level of strength as the Golden Thunder Spear. Chapter 758. The remaining 2 equipment drawings cannot be made due to lack of materials, so they cannot be tested. We can only wait until the materials are found in the future. At this time, the amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics is completely over. Zhou fell into a weak state. He laid down on the bed and went to sleep directly. He had not slept for many days, and it was just right to rest. The 171st day passed quickly. When Zhou woke up, it was already the morning of the 172nd day. However, Zhou still couldn't move his body, so he asked Shen Xian to help feed Huanlin, and then asked about the growth of honeycomb seaweed. The trunk of honeycomb seaweed can indeed grow rhizomes again, and the speed is not slow, but there is a problem. Honeycomb seaweed, like floating fish, will also be affected by the gravity in the water ball and sink to the deep sea. However, this is not a big problem. Shen Xian has already thought of a solution, which is to build a small platform and then hang the honeycomb seaweed on the small platform so that it will not sink. After explaining the growth of honeycomb seaweed to Zhou, Shen Xian ended the trip and left, while Zhou continued to rest until the evening. When it was evening, Zhou was able to get out of bed and move around. At this time, he received private messages from Zhuo Junyang and He Yue, which contained free seaweed. The 2 private messages added up to 140 million free seaweed. Among them, 100 million were traded from Cheng Yongming with 2 green light cores. In order to collect 100 million free seaweed, Cheng Yongming tried his best, not only letting his guild members collect them, but also buying them from other guilds at high prices. The reason why Cheng Yongming was so anxious was that he was afraid that if he delayed for too long, the 2 would regret it, so he collected 100 million free seaweed in just one day. Why did they send so many at once? These 2 are really hardworking. Zhou was surprised when he saw the 140 million free algae in the private message, and then he forwarded it directly to Bai Lan, asking him to extract the free energy. It takes about 120 million free seaweed to make a free cube, and the amount of free seaweed sent this time is just enough to make 1. Then, Zhou took out 2 power bubbles, and sent them to Zhuo Junyang and He Yue, which was their reward this time. After the 2 got the power bubbles, they were stunned for a moment, because they had never seen them before. After learning from the system introduction that it was an item that broke through the upper limit of the first stage power attribute, they were all very excited. Although they knew that there was a food called blood fruit in Area 1 that could also break through the upper limit of the first stage power attribute, The king of survivors in Area 1 did not sell it to survivors in other areas. They all thought that breaking through the upper limit of the first stage power attribute was a long way off, but they didn't expect that the boss actually had another item that broke through the upper limit of the first stage power attribute. The two of them quickly used the power bubble to allow their own power attributes to enter the second stage, and then immediately asked Zhou Wen if there was anything else they needed help with. Zhou Wen continued to let them collect free seaweed. After the communication with Zhu Junyang and Yue, Zhou Wen moved his mind to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree and began to absorb the three-color energy. The 9 energy threads around them, which had drooped on the ground after the energy bubbles were taken away, have now floated up again after a day, and attribute bubbles have begun to condense on the top of the threads. At night, while Zhou Wen was absorbing energy, he checked the regional communication channel. The remaining dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in other areas had been cleared out early this morning. The survivors from various areas, who had hoped for help from Area 10 in the regional communication channel before now, started to brag about how powerful their king was. Zhou Wen looked at it for a while, and found it boring, so he closed the system interface and concentrated on refining the golden energy and golden thunder energy. The night passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already the morning of the 173rd day. The three-color energy in Zhou Wen's body had been absorbed, and the weak state of his body had disappeared. After being teleported back to the stomach wall space and feeding Huan Lin, Zhou Wen began to go out to decompose the body of Liang Leviathan. However, before decomposing, he first made all the teeth of Liang Leviathan into black gold knives, a total of 2,000, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, asking them to reward them as weapons for the guild members. The Golden Thunder Spear is more suitable for stabbing, not for chopping, so it is not as convenient to use as the black gold knife. In the future, guild members will use the black gold knife, and the Golden Thunder Spear can be sold. An hour later, Zhou Wen and the Wavebreaker Mecha decomposed the body of the Liang Leviathan and put it into the system interface. The next step is to collect the Sun Fruit. Zhou Wen returned directly to the stomach wall space and asked Huanlin to go to the sea where the Sun Fruit was. Because of the escape of the Liang Leviathan, they were already far away from the Sun Fruit. A few minutes later, Huanlin swam to the location of the Sun Fruit. Zhou Wen swam out of Huanlin's mouth and touched the Sun Fruit with his hand to see if he could get any information. Ding! The Sun Fruit with depleted energy. Ding! Sun Fruit, one of the foods of the Eternal Day Emperor, it has the effect of promoting the Sea Abyss level to the King level. The fruit core that has lost energy is one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the third stage physical attribute. Eternal Day Emperor? Emperor level Leviathan? Zhou Wen said in surprise. This is the name of the second Emperor level Leviathan he has obtained. Could it be that the Eternal Day Sea in the Endless Sea is named after the Eternal Day Emperor? Zhou Wen felt that this was most likely the case. Afterwards, Zhou Wen swam around the Sun Fruit and found that the appearance of the Sun Fruit was very similar to a fruit called rambutan, but the Sun Fruit was orange-yellow, and the hair on the surface was also finer, just like fluff. Ka! Zhou Wen used the dark gold broadsword to cut a gap in the thick skin of the Sun Fruit, and then entered the interior through the gap. The skin of the Sun Fruit is more than 10 meters thick. After Zhou Wen entered the interior, he slashed again to completely cut the skin and see the flesh inside. But the color of the flesh is black. Zhou Wen stepped forward to cut off a piece, and then gently pinched it with his hand. The black flesh was crushed like charcoal. It seems that the energy is exhausted. Zhou Wen guessed. The flesh is no longer valuable, and Zhou Wen no longer stops. 2 dark gold swords appeared in his hands, and swung them in turn, quickly cutting the carbonized flesh in front, and moving towards the center of the Sun Fruit. Zhou Wen quickly passed through the flesh area of less than 5,000 meters, and then saw a 100-meter oval fruit core with a texture like topaz in the center. The surface of the fruit core exudes a faint orange-yellow light. When you get close, you can feel the temperature, but the temperature is not high, just warm. What this fruit core is self-evident. Zhou Wen reached out and touched the surface, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get Sun Fruit Core X1. Chapter 759. Ding! Obtain Sun Fruit Core X1. Ding! Sun Fruit Core, one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the third stage physical attribute. Another material is obtained, and there are 3 materials left. Zhou Wen put the Sun Fruit Core into the system interface, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and he was one step closer to breaking through the third stage physical attribute. Then, Zhou Wen swam out from the center of the Sun Fruit along the route he opened when he came, and then asked Huanlin to search for creatures in the sea near the sun fruit. Before, there were many light corals and sun sea slugs near the sun fruit. Light corals are currently very popular among the survivors in Area 10. Survivors with certain strength are willing to buy some. After all, the stomach wall space is too dark, which also affects the quality of life. Survivors with stronger strength still care about it. Not to mention the sunny sea slugs, which can increase the physical fitness of 30 points. Zhou has never seen such a creature before, and its value is even greater. It can be used to quickly improve the physical attributes of the core members of the guild, and can also be sold in small quantities to survivors. Originally, the light corals and the sunny sea slugs were around the sunny fruit, but after Huanlin in the daytime Leviathan state fought with the sunny Leviathan, all these creatures were washed away by the sea. In the end, Zhou spent about an hour under the leadership of Huanlin to collect all the light corals and sunny sea slugs that were washed away by the sea. There are about 1,000 light corals, and after decomposing them, more than 10,000 small corals can be sold as light bulbs. There are 334 sunny sea slugs in total, which is not a large number, but it should be enough for the guild members to eat. The worms that live on the light corals are shaped like small Christmas trees, and can also glow, but unfortunately they are not edible. After collecting all the creatures in the sea area near the sun fruit, Zhou finally returned to the sun fruit, and then looked at the sun fruit peel that was still emitting light, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Although the flesh of this sun fruit has no energy, there should be some peel. I wonder if it can be used to breed sun sea slugs. Sun sea slugs evolved by eating the fluff on the sun fruit, and the sun fruit is abnormally large. Peeling off the peel can breed many sun sea slugs. Thinking of this, Zhou directly summoned the wave breaker mech, and then peeled off the peel on the surface of the sun fruit with the wave breaker mech. The peeling process took about half an hour. After putting all the surface peels into the system interface, Zhou looked at the remaining flesh and fell into deep thought again. This sun fruit is a magical fruit that can make the sea abyss level advance to the king level. Even if the flesh has lost energy, it may still have some effects that the world system has not told you about. Zhou thought to himself. By the way, how about using it as fertilizer? Zhou suddenly thought. The sunflower seeds he planted before never germinated. According to the introduction of the sun fruit is a plant in the Eternal Day Sea. It might be useful to use it as fertilizer. Forget it, the skin and the core are taken away, and the flesh is taken away as well. In the end, Zhou didn't care whether the carbonized flesh was useful or not, and took it away directly. If it was useful, it would be the best. If it was useless, it would just be a waste of time. Although the carbonized flesh of the sun fruit is huge in size, it is easier to collect than the skin because of its crisp texture. Even the phantom scales can cut the carbonized flesh with their pectoral fins. Therefore, it didn't take too long. It only took an hour to decompose the carbonized pulp with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters and store it in the system interface. All the sun fruits were taken away, and the bright sea area fell into darkness again. Zhou gestured to let Huanlin continue to look for other creatures in the floating sea area, and he returned to the stomach wall space. While Huanlin was swimming, Zhou walked to the large planting box used to plant sunflower seeds, and then crushed a small piece of carbonized pulp of sun fruit into powder with his hands, and sprinkled it in the large planting box. In the plant area, in addition to some special plants, Zhou also planted many fruit trees, such as mango trees, peach trees, pear trees, lychee trees, etc. These fruit trees can only grow to 1 meter high when planted in small planting boxes, and the fruits they produce are relatively few. If they are planted in large planting boxes, they can grow to about 3 meters and produce more fruits, so Zhou now uses large planting boxes when planting these fruit trees. Zhou planted these fruit trees for the purpose of eating fruits, but mainly for scenery, which is equivalent to decorations, otherwise the environment of the stomach wall space is too monotonous. Zhou also sprinkled the carbonized pulp powder of the sun fruit in the large planting boxes of these fruit trees, to see if it can be used as fertilizer. This is also a control experiment with the sunflower seeds. If the sunflower seeds still do not germinate, and the fruit trees have changes, it means that the carbonized pulp is still useful. If the fruit trees do not change at all, the carbonized pulp can be thrown away. After eating some lychees, Zhou returned to the living area and began to absorb the immortal energy. He gave the task of breeding sun sea slugs to Jiang Haitao, and set 334 sun sea slugs and a large number of sun fruit peels and shells together. At this time, in the Water Ball King's Court of Area 8, Alexander, the king of Area 8, handed the 3 energy cores in his hand to his 3 subordinates. The energy cores were called Silver Spirit Cores, which were obtained by Alexander after killing 3 energy Leviathan creatures of about 300 meters. Because of the invasion of the water ball by a large number of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures before, the pressure was great, and he realized that he could no longer control all the resources in his hands like he did when he was on the survival planet. He had to let his subordinates improve their strength. Otherwise, if a large number of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures invaded again, he would be exhausted and make other areas laugh. These 3 Silver Spirit Cores were what he received from ordinary survivors yesterday, and then he went to hunt them personally. The 3 subordinates looked at the Silver Spirit Cores in their hands, each with an excited look on their faces, and then kowtowed to thank them repeatedly. Finally, under Alexander's wave, they left the palace with gratitude. Not long after the 3 men left, Alexander received a private message from another man. The content of the private message was that a survivor team had discovered a new energy-type Leviathan creature, and that energy-type Leviathan creature was huge, and seemed to be a large Leviathan. After reading the private message, Alexander asked his men to go with him. He urgently needed to improve the strength of his men, so as long as it was an energy-type Leviathan creature, he would personally kill it. At this time, in the sea far away from the water ball in Area 8, there was a giant Leviathan creature that looked like a blue dragon, with a body length of 10,000 meters, and a black and yellow light all over its body. Chapter 760. 10,000 meters away from this Sunlun Leviathan creature, a group of survivors were staring at this giant Leviathan creature. Suddenly, a burst of blue light flashed on the back of one of the transformed Leviathans, and a man wearing diamond scale armor appeared from the blue light. It was Alexander, the king of Area 8. My king, that is the energy-type Leviathan creature that was discovered. The subordinate, who brought Alexander with him, immediately knelt on one knee to pay homage, and pointed his finger at the giant Leviathan creature emitting black and yellow light in the distance. Alexander looked in the direction pointed by his subordinate, and then simply nodded, not taking this energy-type giant Leviathan creature seriously. He had dealt with more than 30 black and red energy giant Leviathan creatures that invaded the water ball before. He only hoped that the energy level of this giant Leviathan creature could be stronger, so that if a survivor discovered an energy-type Leviathan creature in the future, he would not have to go out in person. Then, the subordinate commanded his own phantom Leviathan and took Alexander to quickly approach the giant Leviathan creature. When they were about a kilometer away, the giant Leviathan creature discovered their phantom Leviathan, twisted its huge tail fin violently, and rushed to the 2 of them. Its big mouth, like the abyss, directly enveloped the phantom Leviathan. But just as the Sunlun Leviathan creature was about to close its mouth, a bone-chilling energy suddenly burst out from its mouth, and then this icy energy quickly spread throughout the body. Soon after, the Sunlun Leviathan creature became a huge ice sculpture, and the phantom Leviathan covered by its mouth had now swam out of the bite range. My king, your strength is as strong as the ice goddess Scotty, the subordinate said excitedly. It was his honor to watch the king show his unparalleled ability at such a close distance. Crack! 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 But at this moment, the ice layer on the surface of the frozen Sunlun Leviathan creature began to show large cracks. Hee, it was frozen by my severe cold energy, but did not die immediately. It seems that the energy intensity is not low. Seeing that the Sunlun Leviathan creature was about to break free from the ice, Alexander's face was not panicked at all, but with a smile. This energy intensity was exactly what he wanted. Bang! The ice layer that froze the Sunlun Leviathan creature was completely broken, but the Sunlun Leviathan creature did not attack again as soon as it regained its ability to move, but turned around and ran. Humph! Alexander snorted coldly, and severe cold energy burst out all over his body. He rushed to the head of the Sunlun Leviathan creature in a flash. He clenched his palm in the seawater, and a frozen broadsword appeared in his hand. A layer of severe cold energy was attached to the frozen broadsword, and with one strike, it cut through the black and yellow energy and skin on the surface of the Sunlun Leviathan creature. Alexander went directly into its brain cavity, and then used the severe cold energy to instantly destroy the brain. The process was extremely fast, and it only took a few seconds. Then, Alexander walked out of the corpse of the Sunlun Leviathan creature, holding a supply box and a black and yellow core in his hand. Ding! Obtained Xian Wang Core X1. Hearing the name of this core, Alexander did not react, and then he checked the illustrated information of the Sunlun Leviathan creature. Xian Wang Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 98 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. a large leviathan that lives in the deep sea. The Xianwang energy in its body can be converted between offensive energy and defensive energy. Its teeth can be used to make weapons. The Xianwang bone marrow in its spine is a material for breaking through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute. It's actually a material for breaking through the second stage physical attribute. Alexander showed joy on his face. His physical fitness has been stuck at 700 points for a long time. It can be regarded as a breakthrough material. Usually, after killing Leviathan creatures, Alexander would let his men decompose them, but this time, because the spine of Xianwang Leviathan was extremely important, he decomposed it himself. In order to prevent the body from sinking into the deep sea, he also deliberately froze the body into a large ice block. After a while, Alexander decomposed the body, and then ended his journey, and returned to the royal court. Xianwang Leviathan has about 50 spines, and a piece of Xianwang bone marrow can be obtained from each spine. After Alexander calmed down his excitement, he contacted Andre, the king of Area 2, to ask him for the names of the remaining second stage physical materials. After Andre learned about the remaining 2 second stage physical materials from Jiang Haitao, he immediately contacted the kings of survivors in each area and told them that if anyone found the second stage physical material, they could ask him for the names of the remaining materials. If they asked Jiang Haitao, they would be cheated. What is the second stage physical material in your hand? Alexander sent a message to Andre. He was not sure whether Andre really got all the material names of the second stage physical formula from Jiang Haitao, so he had to ask. What? You found the second stage physical material? What's the name? After Andre received Alexander's message, he immediately realized that Alexander also obtained a second stage physical material, so he asked excitedly, "Tell me the name of the material in your hand first." Alexander didn't want to take the initiative to tell the name of the material he got. What if Andre lied to him? Wouldn't it be a waste to tell the other party the name of the material? You don't have the names of all the materials in your hand. If I tell you, you can't tell them apart, right? Andre said. Andre, you used fake news about the food change period to deceive me before. If you are not willing to show your sincerity, I will go to Jiang Haitao. Alexander said. Before, when the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures invaded the water balls of various areas, because of the amazing speed of clearing the invading Leviathan in areas 1 and 2, Alexander paid special attention to the survivors' comments in areas 1 and 2 in the regional communication channel. In the words of the survivors in Area 2, it was mentioned that the subordinates of the king of Area 2 were using a purple gold energy. At that time, Andre sent him a message, telling him that he knew the time of the second stage physical material, not long after the invasion of the dead blood energy Leviathan creature. In this way, it can be inferred that the purple gold energy used by the subordinates of the king of Area 2 is likely to have a certain relationship with the second stage physical material in Andre's hand. Okay, let me say first, what I have is called purple gold sea grapes. It's your turn. Seeing that Alexander was going to find Jiang Haitao, Andre no longer insisted. After all, his purpose was just to get the remaining second stage physical materials from other people, and he really had to show some sincerity. The name of my material is yellowfish bone. Alexander deliberately changed the name. He wanted to confirm again whether Andre really had the names of other second stage materials. Chapter 761. Xianwang bone marrow right. Send me 5 copies, and I tell you the name of the last material. Andre also knew Alexander's intention to deliberately say the wrong material name, so he didn't care and directly made an offer. 5 copies? You want me to give you 5 copies of Xianwang bone marrow for 1 material name? Alexander was so angry that he laughed. It was simply an exorbitant price. Is 5 copies a lot? If you don't want to, forget it. You can go to Jiang Haitao to exchange, but I want to tell you that I had 10 copies of purple gold sea grapes at the beginning, and now there is only 1 left. If you think you have a lot of materials, then go to Jiang Haitao to exchange. Andre said half-truthfully. Because he was deceived by Andre once before, Alexander didn't believe Andre's lies at all, and went directly to Jiang Haitao to trade. However, Jiang Haitao asked for 20 copies at the beginning, which scared him back. A bunch of vampires. Alexander gritted his teeth. 5 copies is not enough. I give you 3 copies, but you also have to trade me 1 copy of purple gold sea grapes. Alexander sent a message to Andre again. 3 portions are fine, but I only have 1 bunch of purple gold sea grapes in my hand, so I can't trade them to you. Andre replied. Are your purple gold sea grapes the same as the blood fruit in Area 1, grown from plants such as seaweed? Alexander didn't believe that Andre really only had one bunch of purple gold sea grapes. How about this? You give me 5 portions of Xianwang bone marrow, and I will trade you the only purple gold sea grapes in my hand. Okay, trade in the regional trading channel. You put it on the shelf for me to buy. Alexander didn't dare to trade through private messages. Okay. Andre agreed readily. Soon, the two completed the transaction, and Andre kept his promise and told Alexander the name of the last second stage material tough water hyacinth. Alexander didn't reply after asking about the price. On Zhou Wen's side, Jiang Haitao reported to Zhou Wen about Alexander's inquiry about the second stage materials. You gave up without even bargaining? It seems that there are other channels to obtain the names of the second stage materials. And this channel, Zhou Wen knew without thinking that it was Andre, but it didn't matter. When they collected all 3 second stage materials and found that they couldn't break through, they would naturally come to Jiang Haitao again. After reading the message, Zhou Wen was about to continue absorbing the immortal energy, and the space of the stomach wall suddenly flipped, and at the same time, he could hear the sound of rapid water flow outside. In this floating sea area, is it possible that there will be rapid sea currents from time to time? Zhou Wen frowned and said, this kind of rapid water flow had been encountered once before. Afterwards, Zhou Wen went out to check and found that Huanlin had entered a new area with a seabed, and on the seabed grew a large number of blue, slender seaweeds, which kept floating under the rush of seawater. Floating islands in the seawater? Zhou Wen asked with some doubt. This sea area was floating in the air, and there could not really be a seabed. This could only be a huge island floating in the seawater. Wait! Isn't it another corpse of a king-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen was startled, and immediately summoned the wave-breaker mech, then drove the mech against the turbulent water around, and quickly landed on the seabed below. Zhou Wen put away the mech, and touched the seabed with his hand. There was no new information on the biological atlas panel, so he took out the dark gold sword and chopped it on the seabed. After finding that it was indeed just a stone, he felt a little disappointed. Splash. At this time, the seawater that was originally flowing to the left suddenly changed direction, and began to swim to the right. Zhou Wen, who was originally trying to resist the left-flowing water, was suddenly washed away by the right-flowing water. Zhou Wen subconsciously reached out and grabbed the blue seaweed around him, and then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtain turbulent seaweed X1. Isn't this the material for making equipment? While Zhou Wen was thinking in his heart, the flow direction of the seawater changed again. This time it was rushing from the front, and the impact force was stronger. But then, Zhou Wen felt something was wrong, because this stream of water rushing from the front was not normal at all, more like some kind of giant creature formed at high speed. Just as Zhou Wen gestured to let Huanlin leave this area first, a light blue light spot appeared in the dark sea water in front, and then this light spot increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and around the light spot there were streams of light blue energy like water flow. The light blue light spot was getting closer and closer, and the volume was getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding water flow was getting more and more turbulent. At this time, the seawater seemed to form a huge vortex with the light blue spot as the center, and the surrounding seawater began to flow towards the light spot. The phantom scale was affected by the seawater, and could not run far for a while. When the light blue spot was only 10,000 meters away from Zhou Wen, the size of the light spot had reached the point of covering his vision, like a piece of blue sky pressing down. Is this abyss-level Leviathan? Or a juvenile king-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen had already seen that the light spot was a spherical Leviathan creature with a diameter of 100,000 meters. At this time, in the seawater that was absorbed, a 1,000-meter-long Leviathan corpse appeared. Judging from the appearance of those Leviathans, they seemed to be the corpses of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. When the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures hit the surface of the spherical Leviathan creature with the water flow, it was like falling into a meat grinder, and instantly turned into a black blood mist, and then was absorbed into the body by the holes on the surface of the spherical Leviathan creature. Zhou Wen looked at the direction of the swimming of the spherical Leviathan creature with a serious expression, and then looked at the direction where Huanlin fled. The target of this huge spherical Leviathan creature was clearly Huanlin. I hope it's not a juvenile king-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen was a little uneasy, but he still turned on 3 characteristics, and then followed the surrounding water flow and rushed towards the giant spherical Leviathan creature at a very fast speed. The spherical Leviathan creature rapidly enlarged in Zhou Wen's vision, and it felt like he was approaching a planet. When he was a few thousand meters away, Zhou Wen activated the Golden Thunder feature to condense Golden Thunder in his palm. When he was less than a kilometer away from the spherical Leviathan creature, he began to retreat, using his own strength to resist the water flow, and then shot out the golden thunder in his hand. Boom! The golden thunder traveled a kilometer in an instant and bombarded the carapace-like body of the spherical leviathan, leaving a charred mark. Huh? It's not king level. Seeing that the golden thunder easily penetrated the light blue energy layer on the surface of the spherical leviathan, Zhou Wen was relieved, and then his emotions became excited again. This was a sea abyss level leviathan that came to him on its own initiative, and the energy intensity did not seem to be high. Chapter 762. The shell of the spherical leviathan creature has a large number of irregular strip grooves. During its rotation, the surrounding seawater will quickly flow through these strip grooves, and the seawater flowing through the grooves will be mixed with some light blue energy. After these seawaters with light blue energy leave the shell of the spherical leviathan creature and flow into the surrounding ordinary seawater, they will drive the nearby ordinary seawater and pull it back to the spherical leviathan creature. This is the way the spherical leviathan hunts. By driving the water flow, it leads the creatures in the seawater to itself, and then uses the hard shell with energy attached to the surface of the body to twist these creatures into blood mist, and finally absorb them into the body through the holes on the body for feeding. At this time, Zhou Wen, who was less than a kilometer away from the spherical leviathan, held the blaze blade in one hand and condensed a golden thunder in the other hand. This golden thunder is used to test the energy intensity of the spherical leviathan. If the spherical leviathan has other forms of energy attack later, he will release the golden thunder to test the intensity. There was no other way. The two consecutive encounters of the abyss-level leviathan could release king-level energy. He had to be very careful. Huh? The spherical leviathan creature was getting closer and closer, and the flow rate of the surrounding seawater was also extremely fast, just like a hurricane. Brilliant gold feature open. Zhou Wen silently chanted in his heart, and turned on the brilliant gold feature. On the skin of his body, a burst of golden light shone, and then quickly condensed into bright golden lines. At the moment, when the brilliant gold lines on the surface of the skin were condensed, Zhou Wen, who had been keeping a distance from the spherical leviathan creature, turned into a three-color light and rushed directly towards the huge spherical leviathan creature. Because of the traction of the surrounding seawater and the spherical leviathan moving forward, Zhou Wen seemed to flash and arrived in front of the spherical leviathan in the blink of an eye. Schwa! Just as Zhou Wen's body was about to hit the rapidly rotating shell, he immediately swung the flame-splitting knife in his hand. The hard shell with light blue energy attached was cut like foam at the moment of contact with the blade of the flame-splitting knife. Moreover, because the spherical leviathan was rotating at high speed, Zhou Wen only needed to pierce the flame-splitting knife into the shell, and then with the rotation of the spherical leviathan, a ring-shaped knife mark that spread all over the body appeared on the surface of the shell in just a few seconds. But this knife did not cause any damage to the spherical leviathan. After all, it only scratched a knife mark less than 1 meter on the shell, which was not even a tickle for the spherical leviathan, with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and it was not even as deep as the groove on its body surface. However, Zhou Wen didn't intend to kill this huge creature by destroying its body. He just tested whether the spherical leviathan creature would react to his attack. If the spherical leviathan creature could also release king-level energy, now that he was close and had caused some damage, the spherical leviathan creature would most likely attack him. Buzz! Sure enough, not long after Zhou Wen used the blade of flame to cause damage, a light blue light burst out from the spherical leviathan creature's body, followed by an energy shock wave, which spread out from the spherical leviathan creature as the center, covering an area of about 300,000 meters in radius in an instant. When Zhou Wen found that the surface of the spherical leviathan creature began to emit light, he immediately pulled away from it by 10,000 meters. When the light blue energy shock wave hit him, he directly shot out the golden thunder in his hand to test the strength of the energy shock wave. The golden thunder easily penetrated the energy shock wave, indicating that this light blue energy shock wave was still abyssal energy, and its strength was weaker than the general abyssal energy. In this way, Zhou Wen could finally be sure that this spherical leviathan was a normal abyssal leviathan creature, so there was no need for him to continue testing. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's figure flashed, and under the amplification of 3 characteristics, he crossed the distance of 10,000 meters in a few breaths. Because the spherical leviathan creature had just released an energy shock wave, the body that had been rotating at high speed before slowly stopped, and the surrounding sea water that was like a hurricane was no longer as violent as before. Buzz! The spherical leviathan creature seemed to have been paying attention to Zhou Wen. When it found Zhou Wen rushing over, its huge spherical body once again released a light blue energy shock wave, trying to kill Zhou Wen, a tiny creature like dust. But this time, Zhou Wen did not dodge or evade, but directly used the golden pattern on his body to resist the energy shock wave. When he reached the spherical Leviathan's body, he immediately swung the blade in his hand and drilled a hole 30 or 40 meters deep in the shell at the fastest speed. At this moment, the spherical Leviathan creature seemed to feel the threat of Zhou. While continuing to release energy shock waves, it also quickly rotated its body again, trying to throw Zhou out of its shell. But it didn't work at all. Zhou relied on the golden pattern on his body to resist the light blue energy released by the spherical Leviathan creature, and then continued to slash rapidly in the shell. The shell on the surface of the spherical Leviathan creature was very thick. Zhou dug more than 10,000 meters before finally entering its body. Because there was a lot of light blue energy around, Zhou could not summon the Wavebreaker mecha to increase his mental detection range, so he could only move in the spherical Leviathan creature at the fastest speed to find its brain or core. About 5 minutes later, Zhou saw a spherical object similar to the brain in the center of the spherical Leviathan creature. After destroying it, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Successfully killed the abyss-level Leviathan creature, and each of the 3 attributes increased by 3 points. That's it, this abyss-level Leviathan is a bit weak, Zhou said with a slightly inflated smile. The spherical Leviathan creature died, and the light blue energy in its flesh and blood began to fade rapidly. After the energy completely dissipated, Zhou summoned the Wavebreaker mech, and then began to look for the core and exclusive material box of the spherical Leviathan. Just after increasing the mental power detection range tenfold, Zhou found a sphere emitting light blue light in the remaining brain of the spherical Leviathan creature. Ding! Obtained Ocean Current Core X1. Ding! Ocean Current Core. After use, you can obtain the Ocean Current characteristics. When the Ocean Current characteristics are turned on, you can release the ocean current energy in the body into the seawater around you to control the flow direction of the seawater. The duration depends on the ocean current energy in the body. The core is actually in the brain. Zhou was a little surprised, but the spherical Leviathan creature is round after all, and the core is extremely important. It is normal to grow with the brain. Chapter 763. After putting away the sea current core, Zhou checked the newly added biological illustrations. Sea current Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 100,000 meters. Weight, 3.8 billion tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A sea abyss-level Leviathan that lives in the infinite floating sea area of the endless sea. It can use its own sea current energy to attract seawater within a radius of 1 million meters, and pull the creatures in the seawater to its front for prey. The shell on its body can be used to make Leviathan sea current armor. Soon after reading the biological illustrations of the sea current Leviathan, Zhou found its stomach wall space. The stomach wall space of the sea current Leviathan is also somewhat different from that of other Leviathan creatures. It is a ring shape and surrounds the brain. Zhou also found a light blue treasure chest in it. There was no danger at the moment, so Zhou opened the treasure chest directly to check the items inside. Ding! Get the sea current Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan sea current armor plate. Ding! Obtain sea current surge device X1. Ding! Obtain King Leviathan hunting ticket X1. Ding! Obtain fixed gene chimera frame X1. Ding! Obtain gene chimera agent X1. There are 2 items I haven't seen before. Zhou directly took out the sea current surge device and fixed gene chimera frame from the treasure chest and checked them one after another. Ding! Sea current surge device. A device that increases the swimming speed of the transformed Leviathan. Putting the sea current core into the device will release the sea current energy. This energy will be like a stream of accelerated water around the transformed Leviathan, greatly increasing the swimming speed of the transformed Leviathan in the sea water, and has a certain defensive effect. Increase the swimming speed of the transformed Leviathan, and it also has a defensive effect. What a good thing! Zhou's face showed surprise after reading the introduction of the sea current surge device. At present, because Wanlin has not yet entered the food transformation period, it is in a relatively dangerous situation when encountering energy creatures. It has no defense ability except running away. Now with the sea current surge device, it not only increases Wanlin's escape speed, but also plays a certain protective role, which is exactly what Zhou urgently needs. Ding! Fixed gene mosaic frame. After use, a box will be added behind the gene attribute of the character attribute panel. This box can be embedded with genes once more. When the gene embedded in the box is stripped, the fixed gene mosaic frame will also disappear. It means it is disposable and cannot be reused. Zhou smiled even more, because this is another item he urgently needs. With this fixed gene chimeric frame, he can use Liang Leviathan Gene Potion, and then obtain the energy compression ability attached to the Liang Leviathan Gene. And because the ability of energy compression is very special, Zhou feels that he should use it for a long time, and will not strip the Liang Leviathan Gene in a short time, so he will not waste the fixed Gene Chimera frame. After seeing these two new items, Zhou felt that he had made a fortune, and the remaining items in the treasure chest were all gifts. Ding! See Current Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you can obtain the See Current Leviathan Gene, and you can condense the See Current energy in your body by eating Leviathan biological meat, and at the same time obtain the Rip Current ability. Ding! Rip Current. Use a stream of Rip Current energy to form a Rip Current around your body, greatly increasing your swimming speed in the seawater. This Rip Current ability seems quite useful, but it's a pity that the Rip Current core has to be used as the energy source of the See Current Surge device. Without the core, this gene is not of much use to me, Zhou said lightly. However, it can be used by Jiang Hainao or Chen Xian. Turbulence is a built-in ability of the Sea Flow Leviathan gene. It can be used even without a core. It is actually not bad to use turbulence as an additional speed characteristic, but the premise is that the acceleration effect must be strong. After looking at the gene potion, there was only one blueprint left in the treasure chest that needed to be checked. Zhou took out the blueprint and used it directly, and then checked the production requirements. Transform Leviathan Sea Flow Armor Blueprint. Requires Sea Flow Leviathan Shell Fragment X1, Sea Flow Crystal X1, and Energy Metal Ingot X10. Sea Flow Crystal? I wonder if there is any in this floating sea area. Looking at the name, Zhou felt that it was likely to be found in the sea area where the Sea Flow Leviathan was located. The remaining two items were repeated items, so Zhou didn't need to check them. After putting away the treasure chest, he began to decompose the body of the Sea Flow Leviathan from the inside out. Because the amplification time of 3 characteristics ended, the body fell into a certain degree of weakness. Zhou and the Wave Breaker mech took 7 or 8 hours to decompose the huge corpse. It was already night. Zhou teleported back to Huanling's stomach wall space through the colorful bubbles of the energy rainbow tree, and found that Huanling was still running. He went out to see that they had returned to the sea area where the honeycomb seaweed was first found. I'm afraid it will take some time to return to the sea area where the Sea Current Leviathan is located tomorrow, but it's also a good time to see how the Sea Current Surge device works. Then, Huanling directly drilled into a bare honeycomb seaweed rhizome to rest, and Zhou teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree to absorb the 3-color energy. At the same time, he also condensed the golden energy and the golden thunder energy. Today, in order to fight against the sea current energy in the body of the Sea Current Leviathan, Zhou continued to condense the golden pattern, so he used more than 300 golden energies. At present, there are less than 400 golden energies left in his body, and he needs to condense more. At midnight, Zhou's weak state caused by using the 3 characteristics before had basically dissipated, and some of the 3-color energy was also absorbed, so he took out the fixed gene mosaic frame. Ding! Do you want to use the fixed gene mosaic frame? Use. Zhou nodded, and the next second, his character attribute panel, which was all white and had a faint metallic luster on the surface, automatically popped up and then expanded rapidly. Then the fixed gene mosaic frame in his hand turned into tiny blue light spots, and slowly condensed into a blue box at the end of the gene attribute. Ding! The fixed gene mosaic frame has been added. The system prompt sound rang again in his mind, and Zhou's character attribute panel also shrank to normal size. Okay, it's time to insert the Liang Leviathan gene. Zhou smiled and opened the deep blue treasure chest beside him, took out the Liang Leviathan gene potion inside, and after removing the cork, he tried to put it in front of his mouth to make sure that there was no warning in his mind, and then he raised his head and drank it. After a while, a familiar pain spread throughout his body, and the gene potion began to transform his body. Zhou is now accustomed to this pain, and because of the improvement of his physical fitness, the pain is not as strong as when he first used the Golden Sea Dragon gene potion. After that, Zhou continued to absorb the 3-color energy and condense the golden energy and golden thunder energy. Chapter 764. On the morning of the 174th day, the transformation effect of Liang Leviathan gene potion ended. Zhou opened the character attribute panel and confirmed that the Liang Leviathan gene had been successfully chimerized. He then took out the Liang core and characteristic seal. After the characteristic seal absorbed all the energy in the Liang core, the Liang seal was engraved. Zhou directly chose to stamp it, but to his surprise, a system warning sounded in his mind. Ding! Warning! The speed attribute has reached the upper limit and cannot be increased further. It seems that each attribute can only have a maximum of 5 characteristics. Zhou said, looking at the 5 characteristics behind the speed attribute on his character panel. The 5 characteristics of the speed attribute are arc-like characteristics, colorful characteristics, shadow characteristics, 3 characteristics, and floating characteristics. Zhou took out a characteristic stripping stamp, and after using it, he stripped off the colorful characteristic, and then used the Liang stamp again. This time, the Liang stamp was successfully hit at the end of the speed attribute, leaving a simple black and gold color Liang Leviathan pattern. After hitting the Liang characteristic, Zhou began to use the energy compression ability to compress the Golden Thunder energy in his body. After such a long time of condensation, the Golden Thunder energy in his body has reached more than 200, and it takes 100 energies of the same type to compress energy once. Then, under the mobilization of the energy compression ability, the 100 Golden Thunder energies began to wander around Zhou body. During the wandering process, the Golden Thunder energy was constantly compressed. The time required for energy compression is very long, and during the compression process, Zhou also feels that his physical energy is also rapidly fading. About an hour later, 100 Golden Thunder energies compressed into fine hairs began to gather in Zhou's heart. As Zhou's heart beat, the compressed Golden Thunder energies gradually merged together. At first, when the Golden Thunder energy just poured into the heart, the mini white cold Leviathan living in the heart opened its eyes and looked at it, but then closed its eyes again and continued to shrink in the cocoon woven by the roots and rhizomes of the white cold Leviathan seeds to rest. What do you mean? You don't take my compressed king-level energy seriously? Zhou thought secretly. After another half an hour, the 100 Golden Thunder energies finally merged together successfully and compressed further. At the moment of successful compression, Zhou could clearly feel that this Golden Thunder energy had changed. The originally golden Thunder energy turned into red gold at this time, and the intensity of the energy also rose to a higher level. But Zhou's condition was not very good. Compressing this red gold lightning energy consumed a lot of his physical energy. It felt like he had entered a weak state after the amplification effect of 3 characteristics ended. It's time to test the strength of this red gold lightning energy compressed by 100 Golden Thunder energies. Zhou quickly ate some food, and after a simple half-hour rest to recover some physical strength, he left the colorful bubble and came outside. Zhou himself did not have king-level energy, so he could not directly test the strength of the red gold lightning energy, but there was a place that could be used for testing, that is, the black rock platform under the energy rainbow tree. Before, Zhou had cut the black rock platform, and the hardness was so strong that even the flame-splitting knife could feel the resistance, so it was perfect for testing the red gold lightning energy. At present, there are still a large number of energy-type Leviathan creatures swimming in the sea area near the black rock platform. Zhou shuttled between these energy-type Leviathan creatures, and quickly swam to a position 100 meters away from the black rock platform. Golden Thunder feature, open. Zhou shouted, and while opening the Golden Thunder feature, he also mobilized the red gold lightning energy in his body. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Zhou's whole body burst out with a large amount of red gold electric light, accompanied by violent thunder and lightning roars. Unlike the golden current formed on the body's surface by ordinary Golden Thunder energy before, these red gold electric lights have extremely strong destructive power, and the release range is very wide, which can spread around the body for 100 meters. Those energy-type Leviathan creatures that unconsciously swam past Zhou, when they touched the red gold electric light, their whole bodies were instantly blasted with electric light, and when the electric light dissipated, they had already turned into a charcoal. The energy-type Leviathans below 1,000 meters were all like this, and almost died as soon as they were touched. At this time, Zhou's body was wrapped in red gold lightning, violent lightning traveled all over his body, and a pair of golden eyes flashed with lightning, just like the arrival of the Thunder God. Then, Zhou began to gather these red gold lightning towards his palm. The red gold lightning on the surface of his body gradually disappeared, but the lightning in his palm became more and more intense. Finally, after all the red gold lightning was gathered, Zhou turned his palm, and then slapped the red gold lightning in his palm downwards, as if suppressing something. Boom! In an instant, a thunder that resounded through the world spread in the sea area of the black rock platform. The red gold lightning emitted a large amount of fine electric light, just like a red gold thunder dragon, falling from the sky in an instant, bombarding the black rock platform with the energy of destroying the world. Zzz. For a moment, lightning flashed on the black rock platform, and the electric current surged. The exploding lightning spread out like swift little snakes, and all the energy-type Leviathan creatures encountered along the way were bombarded into ashes. 10 seconds later, the red gold lightning on the black rock platform dissipated completely. After Zhou Wen attached a layer of overlord energy to his body, he could not wait to land on the location bombarded by the red gold lightning, and began to check the damage of the black rock platform. The red gold lightning does not need to cause too much damage to the black rock platform. As long as there is a little damage, it is equivalent to reaching the king level energy. However, what made Zhou Wen confused was that there was no trace on the surface of the black rock platform. In order to observe more carefully, he even lay on the platform and released his mental power. But even so, he still did not find the slightest trace, let alone damage, and it felt like not even a layer of ash fell off. What the hell? That's it? When I activated the feature, there was such a big fanfare, but this is the result? Nothing. Zhou Wen was speechless. After a long while, Zhou Wen calmed down his disappointment. After some thought, he felt that the red gold lightning energy must be much stronger than the gold lightning energy, but it could not reach the strength of the king level energy. The energy compression ability in the Liang Leviathan gene should not be able to compress the energy to the extent of raising it to a higher level. The reason why Liang Leviathan can do it is probably because it absorbs the energy of the sun fruit. Alas, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It's okay. As long as the compressed energy can be close to the king level energy, it's fine. Anyway, I still have the Blaze Blade. Zhou Wen comforted himself. Chapter 765. By the way, I wonder if the Liang energy can be compressed into king level energy. Zhou Wen suddenly thought. The Liang Leviathan was originally just a small creature in the infinite floating sea. The reason why it can evolve into the abyss level Leviathan is that it relies on the yin-yang fruit. It can be said that its own Liang energy is completely the energy mutation in the yin-yang fruit pulp. It may be possible to compress it into king level energy. Try it after the Liang energy in the body reaches 100. Zhou Wen had just completed the chimera of the Liang Leviathan gene. At this time, there was no Liang energy in the body, so he could only try it later. Then, Zhou Wen swam back to the stone platform, where the energy rainbow tree was located, and then swam quickly around the energy rainbow tree. After so many days, the height of the energy rainbow tree has grown to 5,000 meters, reaching the height when it was on the survival planet, but the branches at the top are not spread wide enough. Then, Zhou Wen collected 10,000 boxes of supplies on the stone platform, obtained 100,000 land-based, and then returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space through teleportation. Zhou Wen first fed Huanlin seaweed, and then he also ate a lot of purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood to condense various energies. But he suddenly found a problem, that is, he currently needs to condense too much energy, and the energy in the purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood is insufficient, which leads to a slowdown in the speed of energy condensation in the body. Zhou Wen now needs to condense 4 types of energy by eating Leviathan biological meat, namely, flesh and blood energy, overlord energy, floating energy, and Liang energy. The levels of these 4 energies are very high, and the amount of meat Zhou Wen eats at a time is limited. Now there is another kind of Liang energy that needs to be condensed, and the purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood is not enough to allow these 4 energies to condense at the same time in the shortest time. So, Zhou Wen took out the flesh and blood of the sea flow Leviathan he got yesterday and began to try to eat it to see if he could increase the speed of condensing the 4 kinds of energy. About an hour later, Zhou Wen showed a happy look on his face. The flesh and blood of the sea flow Leviathan successfully restored his energy condensing speed to the level of condensing only 3 kinds of energy before. Then, Zhou Wen sent the remaining flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively, asking them to eat the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan in the future to increase the speed of condensing energy. After doing this, Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to go back to the sea area where he encountered the sea flow Leviathan yesterday. While Huanlin was swimming, he took out the sea flow surge device he got yesterday. The shape of this sea flow surge device is a sphere with a diameter of 15 meters. The whole body is sea blue, and there are many strip grooves on the surface, which looks like a smaller version of the sea flow Leviathan. There is a base with a diameter of 10 meters under the sphere to support it. The combination of the two makes the whole look like a stone pier, with a total height of about 18 meters. Fortunately, Huanlin's stomach wall space is high enough, otherwise it wouldn't fit. Zhou Wen built a 10x10x10 meter iron platform in the center of the stomach wall space, and then placed the sea current surge device on it, with the overall height reaching 28 meters. Now Huanlin's stomach wall space has grown to 31 by by 29 meters. The reason for building a 10-meter high platform is that if seawater flows into the stomach wall space now, the height will reach 7 or 8 meters. The 10-meter high platform is to prevent the device from being flooded. However, Zhou thinks that the sea current surge device may not be afraid of being flooded, but the height of the stomach wall space is also sufficient, so there is no need to lower the height. Then, Zhou took the sea current core out of the locker. The diameter of the sea current core was about 5 meters. When he brought the sea current core close to the sea current surger, the surface of the sea current surger emitted a light blue light. The next second, the surface of the sea current surger sphere was like a melting ice layer, and a hole with a diameter of 5 meters appeared. Then a suction force was generated inside the hole, which directly sucked the sea current core in. Bang! A crisp chiming sound sounded, and the sea current core entered the interior of the sea current surger. Then, the hole on the surface of the sphere began to shrink little by little and finally disappeared. Buzz! Suddenly, the surface of the sea current surger sphere released a light blue energy, and then the sphere with a diameter of 15 meters began to rotate rapidly. As the sphere rotated, these light blue energies quickly flowed through the grooves on the surface of the sphere, gradually forming a spiral energy vortex. Then, the volume of this energy vortex gradually expanded, slowly passing through Huanlin's body and appearing on the surface of the body. The surrounding seawater quickly formed an accelerated current under the traction of the energy vortex. What is this? Huanlin suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and his big round eyes looked at the light blue energy around him, full of curiosity. After hearing Huanlin's voice, Zhou went out to feel the effect of the accelerated current and found that Huanlin's swimming speed had doubled. Then he tested the intensity of the light blue energy with a defensive effect in the accelerated current. The energy intensity was probably at the level of a small leviathan. Not bad. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. In the deep sea, the most common creatures are dead blood energy leviathans. The energy intensity of accelerating the sea current can reach the level of a small leviathan, which is enough to resist the attack of dead blood energy leviathans. After that, Zhou has been absorbing immortal energy in the stomach wall space, and from time to time, he also eats some blood and flesh of sea flow leviathan to condense Liyang energy. He hopes to condense 100 Liyang energies quickly, and then test whether the Liyang energy can become a king-level energy after compression. During the trip to the sea area where the turbulent seaweed is located, Zhou sent the sea flow leviathan gene potion to Chen Xian. Jiang Haitao has a flash feature that increases the speed effect by 5 times, while Chen Xian currently only has a swift core that increases the speed effect by 3 times. As for the turbulence ability that comes with the sea flow leviathan gene, how much speed it can increase can only be known after Chen Xian condenses the sea flow energy for a test. More than 3 hours later, Huanlin returned to the huge floating island where the turbulent seaweed was located. Zhou left the stomach wall space and began to collect the turbulent seaweed on the island. Turbulent seaweed is very resilient. Originally, Zhou wanted Huanlin to collect it. After all, Huanlin is large in size and can collect a lot at a time. However, Huanlin bit a turbulent seaweed and pulled it for a long time without breaking it. In the end, only he and the wave breaker mech collected it together. Ding! Obtain turbulent seaweed X 1000. Ding! Obtain turbulent seaweed X 10,000. Ding! Obtain turbulent seaweed X 100000. Chapter 766. As the collection continued, Zhou's mind kept ringing with system prompts. After 5 or 6 hours, all the turbulent seaweed on the floating island was finally collected, and a total of nearly 1 billion turbulent seaweed was obtained. At this time, Zhou came to the center of the floating island. There was a huge vortex-shaped pit with a diameter of at least 80,000 meters. The pit was filled with a large number of crystals emitting blue light. This should be the nest of the sea flow leviathan. Zhou thought to himself, and then quickly swam towards the pit below. After entering the pit, Zhou swam directly to a crystal emitting blue light. The shape of the crystal was a double spiral up and down, 3 meters long, and the maximum diameter was about 1 meter. After Zhou condensed a layer of overlord energy on his palm, he reached out and touched the surface of the crystal. Ding! Obtain sea flow crystal X1. It is indeed a sea flow crystal. Zhou smiled faintly, and then summoned the wave breaker mecha again and began to collect the sea flow crystals in the pit. An hour later, Zhou collected all the ocean current crystals in the pit into the deep blue treasure chest. There were more than 300,000 crystals in total, and 2 deep blue treasure chests were used. In this way, the exploration of this huge underwater floating island was completed. Perhaps because the ocean current Leviathan lived on the island before, Zhou did not find a new creature after exploring the entire island. It was already afternoon. Zhou did not continue to let Huanlin explore this floating sea area. He let Huanlin rest directly, and placed a large amount of materials on the floating island to make the illusion of Leviathan ocean current armor. Transform Leviathan Sea Flow Armor Sheet Blueprint. Requires Sea Flow Leviathan Shell Fragment X1, Sea Flow Crystal X1, Energy Metal Ingot X10. Energy Metal Ingot Zhou had Jiang Haitao mobilize the guild members to smelt about 100,000 pieces last night. Now Zhou has the Energy Rainbow Tree, and can obtain the body of the Chain Leviathan at any time. Although the metal shells on the surface of many Chain Leviathans have been destroyed by the roots of the Energy Rainbow Tree, it doesn't matter at all. Anyway, the Energy Metal Ingots are obtained by smelting the metal shells of the Chain Leviathans, and they can be smelted even if they are destroyed. With all the materials, Zhou clicked to make it, and then the three materials were wrapped in blue light, and began to merge with each other, and soon formed a blue armor sheet with a side length of 10 meters. The surface of the armor sheet still retains the characteristics of the Sea Flow Leviathan shell, with many strip-shaped grooves, and also emits a faint blue light. Ding! Obtain Sea Flow Armor Sheet X1. When the Sea Flow armor fell into Zhou's hands, he could clearly feel its weight. His hands were strong enough to lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons, and the weight of this Sea Flow armor should be around 1 ton. Then, Zhou tested the hardness of the Sea Flow armor, and found that the intensity of the light blue energy on its surface reached the level of a medium-sized Leviathan. Now the safety of Huanlin is more guaranteed. Zhou prepared to cover Huanlin's entire body with Sea Flow armor. However, with Huanlin's current body length of nearly 500 meters, it would take about 100,000 pieces to cover its entire body with Sea Flow armor. Therefore, the number of energy attachment metal ingots was seriously insufficient, so Zhou sent a private message to Jiang Haitao, asking the guild members to smelt 900,000 energy attachment metal ingots. But 900,000 energy-enhanced metal ingots is not a small amount. If you want to smelt them quickly, it is definitely impossible for the guild members alone to do it, so Jiang Haitao posted the task of smelting metal in the World Communication Channel of District 10, so that all survivors can smelt them together. The reward is a blast furnace. As long as the number of smelted energy-enhanced metal ingots reaches the requirement, you can directly get a blast furnace. Regarding the sudden big move of the Brother Jiang Guild, the survivors in the World Communication Channel of District 10 were also discussing the reasons when signing up for the blast furnace to accept the smelting task. What is this energy-enhanced metal ingot? Has anyone heard of it? Never heard of it. Is it some kind of high-grade metal? It must not be an ordinary metal, otherwise King Jiang would not need it so urgently. This mobilized 300,000 survivors. Can I not use the blast furnace? In the deep sea, the blast furnace seems to be useless. Can I exchange it for some other rewards? Are you stupid? If King Jiang needs to use the blast furnace to smelt metal in the future, can't you just use the blast furnace to smelt, and then exchange it for rewards? If you don't use the blast furnace this time, you may not have a chance to want it next time. Fuck. It's true. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, I find that some people are so talkative. If they don't want the blast furnace, then don't want it. You have to talk about the pros and cons, which makes you look bad. What's the matter? Even if you have a blast furnace, you may not be able to get rewards later. Maybe King Jiang will no longer need energy-enhanced metal ingots after this time? You are wrong. If King Jiang no longer needs a large number of energy-enhanced metal ingots in the future, he will not use the blast furnace as a reward. On the contrary, using the blast furnace as a reward means that he will definitely smelt energy-enhanced metal ingots on a large scale in the future. That makes sense. So using the blast furnace as a reward is the most profitable. Afterwards, on the surface of the water ball in Area 10, a large number of survivors used land base to build a platform for a blast furnace, and then smelted the energy-enhanced metal ingots in full swing. The more than 1,000 members of the Jiangga Guild only need to provide the hinged Leviathan metal armor, and collect the smelted energy-enhancing metal ingots. At this time, Zhou had already made 10,000 ocean current armor plates. Because the energy-enhancing metal ingots had not been smelted yet, he temporarily returned to the stomach wall space, and then turned to the Liang Leviathan fish scale armor drawing and Liang Leviathan tail fin windbreaker drawing in the drawing interface. These two pieces of equipment could not be made before because of the lack of materials. Now that the turbulent seaweed has been found, they can be made after the materials are collected. Soon, two pieces of equipment appeared in front of Zhou, one of which was a black armor with fish scale-like gold patterns on the surface, and the other was a black windbreaker with golden lines all over the surface. Both pieces of equipment have energy attached to the surface, belonging to energy equipment. Zhou quickly tested the energy intensity. The energy intensity of the fish scale armor belongs to the small Leviathan level, and the energy intensity of the tail fin windbreaker belongs to the medium Leviathan level. But the fin windbreaker is not considered equipment, because it can only protect the upper body, not the head and lower body. It is equivalent to a breastplate, and can only be used as ordinary clothes. However, the tail fin windbreaker looks good, with a dark background and golden lines. Wearing it gives a domineering feeling. Wearing a golden mask, it is so handsome. It is handsome, but it is not very useful. Zhou commented after putting on the tail fin windbreaker. Chapter 767. Then, Zhou made a large number of fish scale armors, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, and gave the Liang Leviathan fish scale armor a simple name, called Wujin scale armor. After that, he began to condense the Huangjin energy and Jinlei energy. On the morning of the 175th day, after Zhou fed Huanling with food, he came outside. After the smelting of more than 300,000 ordinary survivors last night, Jiang Haitao had sent 900,000 energy-enhancing metal ingots. Zhou spent some time to make 90,000 pieces of sea current armor, and then quickly covered Huanling's body with 100,000 pieces of sea current armor, which is 100,000 tons of weight. Now Huanling weighs about 200,000 tons. After covering his body with sea current armor, his weight directly reached 300,000 tons. Don't you feel heavy? After Zhou laid the sea current armor, he found that Huanling's heavy voice did not ring in his mind, but he immediately realized that this might be because there was no gravity in the floating sea. Next, Zhou asked Huanling to continue exploring this floating sea area, and when Huanling was swimming, he found that Huanling's swimming speed seemed to have increased a lot. It seems that this sea current armor also has the effect of increasing swimming speed. Zhou looked at the blue sea current armor on Huanling's body and said, with the accelerated sea current of the sea current surge device, Huanling's swimming speed increased by 1.5 times in total. At the same time, in an unnamed sea area, 10 blue-eyed phantom leviathans swam forward together. This group of blue-eyed phantom leviathans was the phantom leviathan team that Qianlin Qianmu was heading to Area 5. Because they encountered the meteorite leviathan before, they abandoned 70 of the 100 blue-eyed phantom leviathans to lead the meteorite leviathan away. There should have been 30 left, but because Qianlin Qianmu was too arrogant, he chose to take the energy beam of the Starfall Leviathan, which consumed a lot of black energy in his body. In order to recover some black energy, Qianlin Qianmu killed 20 blue-eyed leviathans in a row. Originally, Qianlin Qianmu wanted to continue killing the remaining leviathans, but was stopped by the alien brain, saying that if they continued to kill, if they encountered the Starfall Leviathan again, they would not have a chance to escape. Hearing about the Starfall Leviathan, Qianlin Qianmu felt a sense of fear for no reason, so he did not dare to continue killing the leviathans. How many days have passed? How long will it take to reach Area 5? Have you alien brains planned the route? After traveling in the deep sea for more than 10 days, Qianlin Qianmu was already very impatient. Since the last encounter with the falling star Leviathan, they lost a lot of black energy. In the next 10 days, they encountered several large energy Leviathans. The alien brain did not have the strength to kill the large energy Leviathans, so Qianlin Qianmu was forced to take action, resulting in less and less black energy in his body. Qianlin Qianmu himself is just an ordinary survivor in Zone 6. He does not have the calmness and confidence of a real strongman. His fearless attitude on the day before was entirely due to the black energy as his confidence. Now, as the black energy in his body is getting less and less, he is often in a state of panic and tension. It's almost there. We should arrive in 3 days. The alien brain who led the whole team replied. The team of 100 people, half of which were survivors and half of which were alien brains, now only has 30 people left. The 70 people lost were basically killed by Qianlin Qianmu. Qianlin Qianmu is now extremely irritable, and will kill people if he disagrees with them, as if he wants to prove that he is still strong. He killed the most survivors in the team, and only a few were left out of 50 people. If the survivors did not need to contact the survivors in Area 5 through the system interface, they would have been killed. 3 days? Can it be faster? There is not much black energy left in Qianlin Qianmu's body. If he does not kill the Phantom Leviathan quickly to restore energy, he may turn back into the weak ordinary survivor before. This is already the fastest speed. There is no way to go faster. The leader shook his head. Qianlin Qianmu suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. He was about to kill a phantom leviathan to restore the black energy in his body, but when he thought of the threat of the meteorite leviathan, he took a deep breath and suppressed the impulsive thoughts in his heart. I will kill all the phantom leviathans in Area 5. Qianlin Qianmu secretly decided in his heart. 4 or 5 hours later, in the floating sea area, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space, stuck his body in the groove of the sea current bone on Huanlin's head, and swam with Huanlin. Because an hour ago, Huanlin had explored all the remaining floating sea areas, and only found 3 new creatures. At the same time, Zhou Wen also found a very serious problem, that is, how can they return to the deep sea below? Zhou Wen has the floating characteristic, which allows him to leave the floating sea area directly and fly back to the deep sea, but Huanlin can't fly. If he rushes out of the floating sea area directly and falls from a height of tens of thousands of meters, he will probably fall to death directly. At this time, Zhou Wen and Huanlin came to the border of a floating sea area. After letting Huanlin wait in place, he drilled out of the floating sea area directly, then turned on the floating characteristic and flew straight downward. He wanted to see how far the floating sea area was from the deep sea below. Zhou Wen had just flown down more than 1,000 meters when a large number of fog lice flew in from the thick fog below. Zhou Wen frowned, and then swung his arms downward fiercely. The next second, Zhou Wen's sword-like fingers emanated black gold energy. The moment the sword finger was drawn in the air, a 10-meter-long black crescent energy blade with golden lines inside was released and shot towards the fog lice below. Swish! The black gold crescent energy blade directly killed all the fog lice below, and Zhou Wen quickly flew downward along the route cleared by the energy blade. After that, Zhou Wen flew down 30,000 meters, but still did not see the sea surface. There was no need to continue flying down at this altitude, because it was meaningless. Huanlin could not survive at this altitude. If the altitude was 10,000 or 20,000 meters, Zhou Wen would have thought of a way to attract a 10,000-meter large leviathan, and then kill it as a cushion for Huanlin to land in the deep sea. However, now that the altitude exceeded 30,000 meters, he did not dare to do so. He did not dare to let Huanlin try anything risky. Is there only one way to wait for the floating sea area to descend by itself? Zhou Wen and Huanlin were able to enter the floating sea area before because the floating sea area fell from the air by itself, so the floating sea area would definitely descend, but the question was how long it would take. If the floating sea area descends every month, 3 months, half a year, or a year, then wouldn't he be trapped to death in the floating sea area? Now he can be said to be the strongest among all the survivors, but if he can only return to the deep sea after a year, then he will probably become the weakest of all the survivors. Chapter 768. Zhou Wen relied on the floating suit to float in the air. His deep eyes looked at the dark fog below and thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of any good solution. Finally, he could only return to the floating sea area. Then, Zhou Wen activated the floating characteristics and flew upwards, constantly cleaning the fog lice that were like flies. This time he did not use the Liyang characteristics to clean up. The Liyang energy in his body was limited, and it was too wasteful to use it to clean up the fog lice. The reason why he used it just now was entirely because he released it for the first time to test the effect. Waving 2 dark gold swords to clean up the fog lice all the way, Zhou Wen soon returned to the edge of the floating sea area. But what surprised him was that when the fog lice that had been chasing him were less than a kilometer away from the edge of the floating sea area, they suddenly seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and scattered from his side in a swarm, and then disappeared in the thick fog. What's going on? Zhou Wen wondered in his heart. This was not the first time he had seen this scene. When the floating sea area just landed from the air, the dead bloodworms in the deep sea also retreated to the depths, just like these fog lice. Could it be? Is there something in this floating sea area that scares these creatures? Zhou Wen suddenly felt a little curious. Anyway, he couldn't leave the floating sea area at the moment, so he might as well search the entire floating sea area carefully. After that, Zhou Wen kept driving the Waybreaker mecha, and then clung to the sea current armor of the Phantom Scale, opened the 3,000-meter range of mental detection, and searched the entire floating sea area carefully as the Phantom Scale swam quickly. During the search of the floating sea area, Zhou Wen himself was not idle. After such a long time, the energy consumed when he compressed 100 golden thunder energies had been restored, so he used another 100 golden energies to perform the energy compression ability again. Golden energy belongs to defensive energy, and its energy intensity is stronger than the same type of attack energy. It is also a common energy used by Zhou Wen to protect himself. Even if the compressed enhanced golden energy does not reach the level of king level energy, it is good to improve the defensive strength. The floating sea area is not large, but if you want to search the entire sea area carefully, it will not be completed in 1 or 2 days. When it was night, Zhou temporarily stopped the search, let Huanling rest, and he himself was teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. At this time, Zhou's enhanced golden energy compressed by 100 golden energies has been completed. The originally shining golden energy now looks even more dazzling, and at the same time gives him a familiar feeling. It feels a bit like the gilded energy of the king-level Leviathan Gilded Leviathan. Zhou thought to himself, but he knew that the enhanced version of the brilliant gold energy certainly did not reach the level of the king-level energy. It could only be said to be somewhat similar. In this case, in order to distinguish the enhanced version of the brilliant gold energy from the ordinary brilliant gold energy, the enhanced version will be called the flowing gold energy in the future. Zhou had originally wanted to name it the gilded energy, but it didn't feel right, so he chose a name that sounded similar. Then, Zhou started the brilliant gold characteristics, and then mobilized the flowing gold energy in his body. The next second, a large number of bright golden lines appeared on the surface of his body. These golden lines were much thicker and more condensed than the previous golden lines. The duration of the golden pattern was limited, so Zhou immediately activated the black flame feature, increasing his strength 5-fold, and then used the tip of the blade of the flame-splitting knife to carefully scratch his arm covered with golden patterns. The golden pattern was cut open without any surprise, but Zhou could determine that the strength of the golden pattern was already close to the strength of the king-level energy by feeling the slight resistance from the blade of the flame-splitting knife. If the normal king-level energy strength is 100%, then the golden energy should have reached 70%, which is already very good. Zhou's judgment would not be too far off, because he had used the White Horse Leviathan form many times, and had also seen a living king-level Leviathan, and Huanling had also used the daytime Leviathan form, so he knew exactly how strong the king-level energy was. After testing the strength of the golden energy, Zhou immediately left the colored bubble space. He came to the colored bubble space tonight not to absorb the 3-color energy, but to use the energy cube condenser. At noon today, Bai Lan had sent 12 groups of free energy over. He wanted to use the water pressure of this sea area to make a free cube. After these days, the previous free cube has been consumed by half, from the original 10 centimeters side length of the cube to only 5 centimeters. After Zhou took out the energy cube condenser, he directly put the 12 groups of free energy into the 12 energy compression balls. After the free energy was mixed with the condensation liquid in the compression ball, the energy cube condenser immediately began to shrink. Ding! Obtained free cube X1. The level of the free cube is very low. Not long after the energy cube condenser was shrunk, the free energy in the center was compressed and fell into Zhou's hands. There is no way to leave the floating sea area now. I don't know when I can reach Area 5. Zhou used his mental power to detect the remaining 30% of the condensation liquid in the energy cube condenser, and said with some worry. After making the free cube, Zhou left the sea area where the energy rainbow tree was located and teleported back to the stomach wall space of Huanling. The 5-fold power increase of the black flame property also ended. He fell into a weak state of weakness, but he could barely move his body. In the following time, he has been condensing the Huangjin energy and Jin Lei energy, while eating the flesh and blood of the sea flow Leviathan, condensing the Liang energy in his body. At this time, the Liang energy in his body has reached 83 channels. The condensation speed of Liang energy is 1 time slower than that of Overlord energy. Overlord energy is 10 minutes per channel, and Liang energy is 20 minutes per channel. By tomorrow morning, it will almost reach 100 channels. But Zhou just started to condense energy, and he received a message from Chen Xian asking for help. Chen Xian's guild actually opened up a route to the distant sea area like other medium-sized guilds, and has been letting guild members explore new sea areas. Just a dozen minutes ago, members of the Survivor Guild who were exploring in the new sea area discovered a giant creature emitting silver-white light all over its body. Faced with this energy creature that may be a large Leviathan-level creature, the members of the Survivor Guild did not dare to approach it easily, so they directly sent the guild leader Chen Xian with them. Chapter 769. Chen Xian currently possesses several types of energy, the strongest of which is only at the level of a large Leviathan, and cannot fight against energy creatures of the same level of a large Leviathan. However, before asking Zhou for help, she still activated the purple mist feature and tried to fight. After entering within 10,000 meters of the giant creature, Chen Xian saw the appearance of the Leviathan creature clearly. It was an energy Leviathan creature with a silver-white body, a slender body, a flat body, and a shape similar to that of a cutlass fish. At this time, The cutlass fish Leviathan creature also discovered Chen Xian, who was emitting purple mist energy. Just as Chen Xian was about to approach, the cutlass fish Leviathan creature suddenly flashed and rushed in front of her in almost an instant, leaving a string of silver-white blurred light and shadows behind it. The huge body of the cutlass fish Leviathan creature suddenly arrived in front of her without any warning, which startled Chen Xian, but she did not panic. Instead, she immediately used the slow-motion ability of her vision, and when the huge body of the cutlass fish Leviathan creature was about to hit her, she activated the Rainbow feature and Turbulence abilities. Rainbow feature can increase Chen Xian's speed attribute by 4 times, and with the Turbulence ability, the overall movement speed can reach 5 times the effect. In an instant, the surface of Chen Xian's body released colorful light, and the sea water around him spun rapidly. Swoosh! A colorful glow flashed, and Chen Xian's figure disappeared directly from the spot. But even with a 5-fold increase in speed, Chen Xian only barely avoided the impact of the fish-bearing Leviathan creature, and could not keep a safe distance from the fish-bearing Leviathan creature. While dodging the attack, Chen Xian also activated the Bloodthorn feature to attack, but it did not cause any damage to the fish-bearing Leviathan creature. He used almost all means, but he could not cause any damage to the fish-bearing Leviathan creature. Although Chen Xian still had the energy of the immortal Royal Lotus in his body, it was used to save his life in an emergency, and it was not worth using it at this time, so he sent a message for help to Zhou. After Zhou learned about Chen Xian's situation, he took out the Liang knife directly. When he was about to send it to her, he suddenly thought of something, and then sent the Liang knife to Jiang Haitao. Chen Xian should keep a low profile. Currently, Jiang Haitao is the confirmed king of survivors in District 10, and the kings of other districts are also focusing on Jiang Haitao. If the news of Chen Xian killing the large Leviathan is spread, it may attract the temptation of the kings of survivors in other districts, and then the secret of the 2 kings in District May 10th be exposed. Therefore, the Leviathan creature with fish that Chen Xian's guild found could only be killed by Jiang Haitao. Later, Chen Xian brought Jiang Haitao along at Zhou suggestion. Jiang Haitao had learned from Chen Xian that the Leviathan creature with fish was very fast, so he activated the flash feature as soon as he came along, increasing the speed attribute by 5 times, and then attached a layer of brilliant gold pattern on the surface of the body, and then holding the Liang knife, he rushed directly to the Leviathan creature with fish from the front. Although the Leviathan creature with fish was very fast, it was only a large Leviathan after all, and its energy intensity was only at the level of a large Leviathan. Therefore, the Liang knife in Jiang Haidao's hand easily cut the scales on the surface of the Leviathan creature with fish and successfully drilled into its body. A few minutes later, the fish-bearing Leviathan creature died, and Jiang Haitao crawled out of the belly of the fish-bearing Leviathan creature, holding a supply box in his hand. President Chen, we agreed before that the body belongs to you, and the core and supply box belong to me. Jiang Haitao acted as he said before. Of course, I also want to thank King Jiang for his willingness to help. Chen Xian also replied in a fake manner. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao ended his companionship and left, and Chen Xian asked the guild members to decompose the body of the fish-bearing Leviathan creature. Light and Shadow Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 30 million tons, food type, meat. Introduction. A large Leviathan living in the deep sea, with light and shadow energy attached to its body surface, swimming at an extremely fast speed. When moving at the maximum speed, it will leave a silver-white light and shadow. The teeth can be made into weapons, and the scales can be made into armor. The light and shadow crystal in the body is one of the materials for breaking through the second stage speed attribute. This is actually a Leviathan creature with a second stage speed attribute breakthrough material in its body. Zhou said with some surprise, after reading the biological illustrations of the light and shadow Leviathan. Ding! Obtain light and shadow core X1. Ding! Light and shadow core. After use, you can obtain the light and shadow characteristics. When the light and shadow characteristics are turned on, a layer of defensive energy is formed on the body surface, and the speed attribute is increased by 5 times. The duration depends on the light and shadow energy in the body. This core is also very good. It can attach defensive energy to the body surface and increase the speed attribute by 5 times. Then, Zhou open the light and shadow Leviathan supply box again. Ding! Obtain light and shadow Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding! Obtain light and shadow Leviathan Fang Great Sword blueprint. Ding! Obtain light and shadow Leviathan fish scale armor blueprint. Ding! Obtain gene stripping potion X1. Ding! Obtain land base X3000. There were only these 5 items in the supply box, and there was nothing to check. Zhou thought about it briefly, and directly sent the Light and Shadow Leviathan Gene Potion and Light and Shadow Core to Lung Liang. Lung Liang doesn't even have a large Leviathan level energy now, and his speed-related characteristics are only 3 times the Phantom characteristics. Now is the right time to improve his overall strength. Zhou sent both blueprints to Chen Xian, asking her to make them into equipment and send them to the guild members. As for how the blueprints were obtained from Jiang Haitao, he could just make up a reason for a trade to dispel the doubts of the guild members. Jiang Haitao sent the Liang blade back to Zhou as soon as he finished using it. There was nothing else to do afterwards, and Zhou continued to condense energy. On the morning of the 176th day, Zhou Liang energy finally reached 100. After feeding Huanlin, he continued to search the floating sea today. Just like yesterday, while using the Wavebreaker mecha to release mental power to search, Zhou began to compress the 100 Liang energies in his body. 2 hours later, the 100 Liang energies were successfully compressed into one in the heart, and the whole became a black and gold energy, which Zhou named Xianyang energy. When the Xianyang energy was just formed, the mini white horse Leviathan in the heart seemed to feel something. The white pupils that seemed to be made of light kept staring at the Xianyang energy, and seemed to be a little vigilant. Seeing the mini white horse Leviathan like this, Zhou was immediately excited. When compressing the red gold lightning energy and the flowing gold energy before, the mini white horse Leviathan did not show any vigilance. Now it showed vigilance to the Xianyang energy, which explained the problem. Liang energy can actually be compressed into king-level energy, Zhou said with ecstasy and excitement. Chapter 770. Then, Zhou transferred the Xianyang energy in his heart away from his heart, so as to prevent the mini white horse Leviathan from having any evil thoughts. Then, Zhou asked Huanlin to stop swimming temporarily, and he teleported to the energy rainbow tree sea area. After leaving the colorful bubble space, he went directly to the black rock platform below. This time, I can finally cause some damage. Zhou swam to a position less than 10 meters away from the black rock platform, muttering in his mouth. Liang characteristics, open. Zhou shouted excitedly, and while opening the Liang characteristics, he mobilized the Xianyang energy in his body, and then made a sword finger with his palm, and then slashed it downwards. Shwa. The next second, a black and gold energy thread with a thickness of 1 centimeter, and a total length of no more than 1 meter was released from the fingertips, and quickly shot towards the black rock platform below. Bang! A crisp and loud impact spread instantly, and then the energy thread dissipated directly. So thin, so short? What's the use of it? When the energy thread formed by Xianyang energy was released, Zhou's excited expression suddenly turned into disappointment. At present, the creatures he faced were leviathans of tens of thousands of meters. Even if Xianyang energy was really king-level energy, the destructive range was too small, and it would not have much effect. It could only be used on survivors. Although a little disappointed, Zhou still attached a layer of overlord energy to his body surface and landed on the black rock platform to check whether Xianyang energy had caused damage to the black rock platform. Zhou directly released his mental power to check, and then found a hair-like scratch in the area where the Xianyang energy thread attacked. The damage caused was not great, but it did reach the standard of king-level energy. Alas! Zhou sighed heavily. Xianyang energy is indeed king-level energy, but he just couldn't be happy. It would be great if Xianyang energy could be attached to weapons. That should make up for the disadvantage of too small attack range. Unfortunately, it can't be done. Zhou shook his head helplessly. Liang characteristic is the same as Golden Thunder characteristic. Both are characteristics that directly release energy outside the body. It is impossible to attach energy to weapons. Afterwards, Zhou returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space with a somewhat depressed mood, and then continued to drive the Wavebreaker mecha to search the floating sea area. A day passed quickly, and Zhou still didn't find anything unusual in the floating sea area, and the floating sea area has been searched halfway. At night, Huanlin rested, and Zhou condensed Huangjin energy and Golden Thunder energy as usual. 2 more days passed. At noon on the 179th day, Zhou searched the entire floating sea area, but still found nothing. At this time, he suddenly realized a problem. Is it possible that the dead bloodworms and fog lice are afraid of the seawater itself? Zhou actually had this guess in his mind before, but he felt it was a bit too far-fetched. Now he scanned the entire floating sea area with his mental power, and found no special items, so it could only be a problem with the seawater. Whether it is true or not, a direct experiment will tell. Zhou took out a wooden barrel, scooped a bucket of seawater from the floating sea area, and then sent it directly to Jiang Haitao through the system interface, asking Jiang Haitao to take it outside the water ball to test it. On the water ball in Area 10, Jiang Haitao was feeding the king coral polyp. After so many days, the size of the king coral polyp has grown to 100 meters. Jiang Haitao had just finished feeding when he received a task from Zhou. The task was very strange. He was asked to pour a bucket of water from the private message outside the water ball. After reading the task, Jiang Haitao felt a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. He directly called the abyss and swam out of the water ball. Soon, Jiang Haitao came to the edge of the water ball, letting the abyss wait inside the water ball. He quickly swam outside and took out the bucket from the private message. Huh? At this time, Jiang Haitao showed a surprised look on his face, because the moment he extracted the bucket from the private message, the dead bloodworms in the surrounding seawater suddenly retreated like a tide, which was almost the same as the effect of his releasing Wang Wei before. And when Jiang Haitao poured the water out of the bucket, the water in the wooden barrel did not directly disperse into the surrounding seawater, but condensed into a small water ball with a diameter of about 30 centimeters, and this small water ball was still slowly floating towards the sea surface. Then, the strange scene just now happened again. Wherever the small water ball passed, the dead bloodworms avoided it. After a while, the small water ball floated to the sea surface, but did not stay on the sea surface, but floated towards the sky. What kind of water is this? Jiang Haitao's mind was full of questions at this time. However, he did not watch the small water ball drift away. When the small water ball was about to enter the thick fog, he attached a layer of spiritual steel energy to his body surface, then jumped up from the sea surface, and put the small water ball back into the wooden barrel. After returning to the water ball, Jiang Haitao reported what he saw to Zhou. It's really because of the seawater. If that's the case, Zhou said, looking at the seawater everywhere around him. He decided to get all the seawater in the floating sea area back to the water ball in Area 10. The seawater in the floating sea area has the effect of dispersing dead bloodworms. If it is sold to all the survivors in Area 10, there will be no need to exchange the king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan in the future. In this way, the survivors in Area 10 will enter a stage of rapid development. So, Zhou immediately asked Jiang Haitao to send guild members to build an island with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and then cover it with glass blocks to hold the seawater in the floating sea area. Wait. The island will not be taken to the sky by the seawater in the floating sea area? Zhou suddenly thought. No matter, let's try it first. If it really makes the island fly to the sky, then don't store it, just sell it directly to the survivors. Zhou made a decision in his heart. After a while, Jiang Haitao's guild members successfully built an island to store seawater. Then Zhou began to use a large number of wooden barrels to scoop water in the floating sea area, and then send it to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao stood inside the storage island, constantly pouring the seawater in the wooden barrels, and then sent the wooden barrels back. After several hours of this, a large amount of seawater had gathered on the glass dome of the seawater storage island. Jiang Haitao stood on the island and looked at the seawater gathering above his head. He felt as if the sea surface was inverted. At this time, the tidal Leviathan, which was in a dormant state in the center of the water ball in Area 10, seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes. The huge colorful eyes looked directly at the island used to store seawater in the floating sea area, and then a trace of doubt appeared in the eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the seawater in the water ball in Area 10 fluctuated violently, and then all the survivors in the water ball saw a shocking scene. The tidal Leviathan, which had been huddled together before, actually moved at this time. Chapter 771. The huge body of tidal Leviathan just moved a little, and the whole water ball was in turmoil, and the turbulent water washed all the survivors present. What happened? Why did tidal Leviathan suddenly move? A survivor who was about to go to the Jiangga Guild store to buy items relied on his own transformed Leviathan to resist the turbulent water in front of him, with surprise and confusion on his face. The survivors who were waiting at the edge of the water ball to rent free seaweed were washed out of the water ball by the sudden influx of seawater at this time. But the magical thing was that the seawater in the water ball did not rush out of the water ball directly after touching the edge, but began to flow around the edge. The sudden movement of tidal Leviathan can be said to have caused great trouble to the survivors in the water ball in Area 10, and the survivors also discussed it in the World Communication Channel of Area 10. The tidal Leviathan has started to move. Are we going to leave this planet? It's probably true. Great. We can finally leave this garbage planet. I've had enough of this deep sea. That's not right. I just checked the regional communication channel. I didn't see any survivors from other regions sending messages about Tidal Leviathan's activity. It seems that only our Tidal Leviathan is moved. Is it related to the 180th day of the trial? Today is the 179th day. The 5th trial may be held tomorrow. Maybe it's really because of the trial. There must be a reason for the sudden activity of Tidal Leviathan? I don't think it should be. If it's really related to the trial, why are there no Tidal Leviathans in other regions? This doesn't make sense. Is there a possibility that the Tidal Leviathan activity is just because you kept the same action to sleep before, and your body is numb, so you are going to change the action and continue to sleep? Do you think Tidal Leviathan is you? And your body is numb? It's outrageous. What's wrong? Did something big happen in the water ball? I'm still out exploring new waters, don't destroy my home. Although the survivors have been discussing the reasons for the activities of the Tidal Leviathan in the World Communication Channel, for their own safety, they have all brought their own transformed Leviathans to the edge of the water ball. Once they find danger, they will escape from the water ball as soon as possible. At this time, on the island that holds the seawater from the floating sea, Jiang Haitao was still desperately pouring the bucket extracted from the system interface. He didn't notice the huge movement outside at all, and he didn't even have time to read the private messages sent to him by the guild members. He just kept pouring water. Gradually, the seawater on the glass dome of the island became more and more, and it had occupied half of the internal space of the island. At this moment, Jiang Haitao suddenly found that the light around him seemed to be brighter, so he subconsciously looked up, and then he was stunned. Because through the seawater and the glass dome above, you can see a colorful sky, but Jiang Haitao knows that there is no colorful sky in the deep sea, and he is also familiar with the appearance of this colorful sky. It is clearly the eyes of the Tidal Leviathan. Jiang Haitao paused for a moment, and then immediately left the island that stored the seawater from the floating sea. He wanted to see what happened outside, and why the sleeping Tidal Leviathan was disturbed. After Jiang Haitao swam about 10,000 meters away from the Tidal Leviathan, he could see part of the Tidal Leviathan's body. But then, he showed doubts in his eyes, because the Tidal Leviathan was looking at the storage island where he was just now, and seemed to be very interested in the floating sea water inside. Bang! Just as Jiang Haitao was about to report the current situation to Zhou Wen, the Tidal Leviathan suddenly opened its mouth, and the next second, the glass dome of the storage island was shattered by the stirring of a colorful energy. Then, the colorful energy wrapped up the floating sea water in the storage island, rotating it into a small waterspout, and all flowed into the mouth of the Tidal Leviathan. After swallowing all the floating sea water, Tidal Leviathan closed its mouth and eyes, as if it was feeling something. 10 minutes later, the light on the surface of Tidal Leviathan seemed to become brighter, but not very obvious. Only by staring at it could you find a slight difference. Huh? At this time, Tidal Leviathan opened its mouth and spit out a stream of water, which slowly spread in the water ball. At this time, at the edge of the water ball, a survivor who had pressed his body tightly against the surface of the water ball, and was ready to escape at any time suddenly found that the boundary of the water ball seemed to move a little bit outward. Damn! Did the boundary of the water ball expand outward just now? The survivor exclaimed. Did it? No. The survivor's companion looked at the edge of the water ball, then gestured the distance from himself to the edge of the water ball, and found that there was no big change. Really? Maybe I was dazzled. The survivor was not sure. After all, his attention was more on the Tidal Leviathan that suddenly moved in the center of the water ball. After spitting out a mouthful of seawater, Tidal Leviathan looked at the storage island below. A huge eye looked left and right inside the island, as if to check if there was any remaining seawater from the floating sea area inside the island. Tidal Leviathan actually likes to drink seawater from the floating sea area? At this time, a blue light flashed around Jiang Haitao, and Zhou Wen appeared from the blue light. Looking at Tidal Leviathan's unsatisfied look, he became more and more curious about the seawater in the floating sea area. Let's go, swim over and take a look. Zhou Wen called to Jiang Haitao. However, considering Jiang Haitao's safety, before approaching Tidal Leviathan, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao's guild members to send him an invitation to travel together, so that if Tidal Leviathan suddenly attacked them later, they could leave together as soon as possible. Zhou Wen originally came with Jiang Haitao, so he could just end the travel together when the time came. In the center of the water ball, after Tidal Leviathan confirmed that there was no floating sea water in the island, there was a little disappointment in its pupils. When it was about to curl up and rest, it suddenly noticed something, and looked at the two small black dots near it. Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao swam directly to a position 1,000 meters away from Tidal Leviathan's pupils, And then Zhou took out a wooden barrel from the system interface in front of Tidal Leviathan, and poured out a small water ball from it. After Tidal Leviathan saw the small water ball, its colorful pupils shrank slightly, and then the surface of its body emitted a slight light. The next second, the small water ball was wrapped in a stream of colorful energy, and automatically flew into Tidal Leviathan's mouth. Chapter 772. It seems that Tidal Leviathan really likes to drink the seawater in the floating sea area. What is in the seawater? Zhou had been in the floating sea area for so long before, and he himself did not feel anything. Could it be some kind of energy? Zhou suddenly thought as he looked at the water ball in Area 10. This huge water ball was formed by Tidal Leviathan using its own energy, so he guessed that the reason why the floating sea area can float in the sky is probably because there is some kind of energy in the seawater. What level of energy can make the king level Leviathan want more? King level? Or Emperor level? Zhou felt that it was most likely Emperor level. Zhou guessed that the floating sea area should be part of the infinite floating sea area of the endless sea, combined with the information about the everyday sea and the everyday emperor obtained before. If there is an Emperor level Leviathan in each sea area of the endless sea, then there must be an Emperor level Leviathan in the infinite floating sea. Maybe the infinite floating sea was formed by the Emperor level Leviathan using its own energy. Just as Zhou was thinking, Tidal Leviathan moved his eyes towards the two of them, as if to see if they still had seawater from the floating sea area. Unfortunately, Huanlin and I can't sense or absorb the Emperor level energy in the seawater of the floating sea area, but... Zhou thought of this and looked at Tidal Leviathan. Tidal Leviathan is a serious king level Leviathan. Although he is not yet an adult, the strength of the king level energy is unquestionable. Maybe he can make a deal with Tidal Leviathan. Therefore, Zhou immediately extracted a large number of wooden barrels from the system interface. The floating seawater in the wooden barrels automatically floated out of the wooden barrels, and became small water balls. Then, these small water balls were wrapped in colorful light, and flew towards the mouth of Tidal Leviathan. Zhou immediately pointed to the colored energy wrapped around the small water balls, and then pointed to himself, telling Tidal Leviathan that if he wanted the Emperor level energy, he should exchange it with his Tidal energy. Tidal Leviathan was a king level Leviathan, and his intelligence was not low. After seeing Zhou actions, he immediately understood Zhou meaning. After a little hesitation, he released a stream of colored energy from the surface of his body, and flew towards Zhou. Soon, strands of colored energy floated in front of Zhou, but he did not directly receive these energies. Instead, he first attached a layer of flowing gold patterns on his body's surface. After all, this was king-level energy. If Tidal Leviathan had malicious intentions, and was not prepared, he would probably die instantly if he was wrapped in these colored energies. After taking precautions, Zhou took the initiative to step forward and touched a ray of colored energy with his hand. The next second, the colored energy directly entered his body without any destructive power, and this ray of energy was completely controlled by him. Then, Zhou moved his mind and directly used the ray of colored energy that entered his body, forming a layer of protective energy on the surface of his body. After that, Zhou took the initiative to receive another ray of tidal energy, and then ended his journey, and returned to the floating sea area. He wanted to see if the tidal energy in his body would be abnormal, if he was away from the Tidal Leviathan. Although the Tidal Leviathan has always been like a guardian beast for survivors, the king-level energy is too dangerous, and it is stored in the body, so it is definitely right to be careful. After Zhou returned to the floating sea, the tidal energy in his body was still normal. Then he used the tidal energy again, and attached a layer of protective energy to his body's surface. He also did not feel any obstacles during the process. Okay, no problem. Zhou smiled lightly. After filling a large amount of floating sea water with a wooden barrel, he accepted Jiang Haitao's invitation to go with him again, and teleported to the water ball in Area 10. Okay, let's start the transaction. As soon as he appeared next to Jiang Haitao, Zhou released a large amount of floating sea water without any nonsense. After the tidal Leviathan sucked the floating sea water into its mouth, it released tidal energy from its body's surface into Zhou's body. With the energy of the tidal Leviathan, can I try to hunt the king-level Leviathan? Zhou has already hoarded 6 king-level Leviathan hunting tickets in his hand. Now that he has tidal energy, he can use the hunting tickets. Zhou has the ability to kill the king-level Leviathan because he has the Blade of Flame in his hand, but the Blade of Flame cannot protect his body, so he cannot get close to the king-level Leviathan. He also does not have the means of long-range attack of the Emperor level, so he cannot get close, and cannot kill. Now with the tidal energy of the tidal Leviathan as defensive energy, he also has the ability to get close to the king-level Leviathan. But just when Zhou decided to leave the floating sea area, he used a king-level Leviathan hunting ticket, and the tidal energy in his body suddenly began to surge towards his heart. Zhou expression suddenly changed, and he immediately expanded his mental power to cover his heart, and then he saw the mini white horse Leviathan in his heart absorbing tidal energy. Asshole! Zhou cursed inwardly, and then he wanted to transfer the tidal energy away from his heart, but the tidal energy at this time was not under his control at all, and it still flowed towards the mini white Leviathan. At this time, the tidal Leviathan, which was releasing tidal energy, also discovered Zhou abnormality, so it released its mental power to sweep Zhou whole body, then frowned slightly, and stopped releasing energy directly. Tidal Leviathan itself has been protecting survivors and transformed Leviathans, so it doesn't matter if it gives survivors some of its own energy, but this survivor actually used its energy to feed other king-level Leviathans. How can this work? Soon, all the tidal energy in Zhou body was absorbed by the mini white Leviathan, which made him very angry. I don't believe it. How much tidal energy can you absorb with your small size? Zhou poured out a large amount of floating sea water, ready to continue to exchange tidal energy with tidal Leviathan. He didn't believe that the mini white Leviathan could keep sucking. However, this time, after swallowing the seawater in the floating sea area, tidal Leviathan did not release tidal energy to him, but released a spiritual force, and then locked his heart. The meaning was obvious. Tidal Leviathan would not transfer its energy to mini white horse Leviathan. Fuck you. Zhou was almost angry to death. He finally had the opportunity to obtain king-level energy, but it was destroyed by mini white horse Leviathan. Alas, give him the energy. Zhou sighed helplessly, pointing to Jiang Haitao beside him, and said to tidal Leviathan. Tidal Leviathan turned his pupils, and glanced at Jiang Haitao, but still did not move. After a while, a spiritual force covered the two of them, and then a voice sounded in their minds. Chapter 773. Too weak. Too weak? Does it mean that the physical fitness is too low? Zhou thought. His own physical fitness attribute is close to 1,100 points, but Jiang Haitao's physical fitness is only 700 points. It's really a waste of time. Zhou originally thought that since he couldn't get the tidal energy, he would let Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Leng Liang and others get it. Now it seems that it won't work. At this time, the tidal Leviathan kept staring at Zhou and seemed to want to get the floating sea water from Zhou. Zhou thought about it, and decided to provide some floating sea water to the tidal Leviathan. After all, the tidal Leviathan is the foundation of the water ball in Area 10. The stronger the tidal Leviathan becomes, the safer the water ball will be. However, Zhou did not need to provide the floating sea water for the tidal Leviathan. After returning to the floating sea, he brought Chen Xian with him and asked Chen Xian to send sea water to Jiang Haitao, while he absorbed the immortal energy in the stomach wall space of Wanlin. During the period of absorbing the immortal energy, Zhou checked the regional communication channel. In the past 2 days, each district was relatively peaceful. The survivors in each district were exploring new sea areas and found many new creatures. But because of the exploration of new sea areas, the number of deaths in each district has increased significantly in recent days, especially in District 5, where more than 30,000 people died in one day yesterday. Huh? Why did more than 20,000 people die in District 5 again? Zhou frowned slightly, as he looked at the number of survivors displayed in District 5. Although the number of deaths in other districts in recent days is not small, only a few thousand people die every day. It is obviously normal for District 5 to die tens of thousands of people at a time. Is the alien brain in Area 5 out of control? Isn't there a pseudo-king suppressing it? Zhou wondered, so he sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to forward it to Garlan, asking Garlan to ask the pseudo-king in Area 5. At present, the water flow in the water ball in Area 10 has returned to normal, and the tidal Leviathan has shrunk into a ball again and entered its previous sleeping state, but small water balls have been automatically flying into its mouth, because there is a member of the Brother Jiang Guild nearby who has been pouring seawater from the floating sea area. Jiang Haitao handed the task of pouring water to a core member of the guild, and he only needs to forward the bucket sent by Chen Xian. In the water ball king's court in Area 1, Garlan received Jiang Haitao's message, so he immediately sent a private message to Shivam in Area 5 to inquire about the situation. At this time, Shivam in Area 5 was also in a state of panic. Since yesterday, many survivors have sent messages about encountering black shadows in the world communication channel of Area 5, but in the end no one survived, so Shivam still doesn't know where to find the black shadow. Hurry up and find out the situation, and then report to me. After learning about the situation on Shivam's side, Garen sent another message to urge him. Got it. Shivam replied impatiently, and then immediately asked his men to send a message in the World Communication Channel, prohibiting survivors from leaving the water ball from now on. After almost all the survivors in Area 5 who had gone out returned, Shivam sent a large number of men, and each of them had a travel ticket. As long as someone saw the Black Shadow, they would immediately take him over. At this time, in a sea area near the water ball in Area 5, a Black Shadow stood quietly on the sea. The Black Shadow was Qianlin Qianmu, who arrived in Area 5 yesterday. He killed all the dead survivors and the transformed Leviathan. After killing tens of thousands of phantom Leviathans, the black energy in his body became abundant again. All survivors are prohibited from going out. Haha, let's see how long you can hide in the water ball. Qianlin Qianmu sneered disdainfully after reading a message sent by a survivor in Area 5, who was controlled by the alien brain. Qianlin Qianmu did not kill directly to the water ball in Area 5. Last time, he almost died under the energy beam of the tidal Leviathan in the water ball in Area 6. This time he dared not go again. Anyway, the survivors could not stay in the water ball all the time. When their food was insufficient, and the phantom Leviathans were about to starve to death, they would definitely go out. Huh? Didn't they say that the survivors were prohibited from going out? At this time, Qianlin Qianmu suddenly sensed the breath of the phantom Leviathan nearby, and a trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. No matter, kill it first. Qianlin Qianmu did not think about it anymore and rushed directly in the direction where the phantom Leviathan was sensed. Qianlin Qianmu's ability to sense the phantom Leviathan was given to him by the black energy in his body. The more black energy in his body, the wider the range he can sense. Currently, the range he can sense is 10,000 meters around him. Swoosh! Qianlin Qianmu ran rapidly on the sea surface, carrying a sharp whistle, and in an instant he had traveled 10,000 meters, then plunged into the sea surface, rushing towards the phantom Leviathan 300 meters underwater. This phantom Leviathan was the subordinate sent by Shivam to search for the Black Shadow. At this time, this subordinate was still paying attention to the system interface and checking the situation of other explorers. At this moment, the stomach wall above his head suddenly exploded, and a black shadow suddenly rushed into the stomach wall space. Black. The subordinate was startled. Before he could even finish saying the word Black Shadow, the Black Shadow had already arrived in front of him. Puff! Qianlin Qianmu raised his hand and punched, and before the other party could react, he directly blew up his head. Schwa! Then, he swung a black energy blade towards the head of the phantom Leviathan, splitting the body and head of the phantom Leviathan in half. After a while, in the water ball king's court in Area 5, Shivam watched his subordinates, who were out searching, continue to die, and his brows furrowed tightly. What kind of creature is that Black Shadow? So many people can't even send out invitations to go together? Shivam asked in surprise. Then, Shivam checked the number of the exploration team to which the subordinate who had just died belonged. Before, when Shivam sent his subordinates out to search, he deliberately divided his subordinates into search teams and attached numbers to avoid the situation where invitations to go together could not be sent out. Team 30, I found you. Shivam sent a message directly to a surviving member of Team 30, asking him to go with him. At this time, the only remaining member of Team 30 was overjoyed after receiving the message from Wang. He had seen his teammates die one after another, and was filled with fear, worrying that he would be the next one. Now that he knew that Wang was going to go with him, the fear in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot. Sud. But the next second after he sent the invitation to go with him, the top stomach wall suddenly broke, and a black shadow rushed into the stomach wall space. The team member looked terrified, and was about to take out a weapon from the equipment column. The black shadow had come to him in a trance. At this moment, he only felt that the god of death had come. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out around him, followed by a golden energy shock wave released, instantly hitting the black shadow and knocking it out. Not dead? Shivam said in shock. Chapter 774. Boom! A golden light flashed, and a big hole suddenly exploded in the abdomen of the phantom Leviathan. The black shadow, which was directly concentrated by the gilded energy, was directly knocked out of the phantom Leviathan. When Shivam realized that the black shadow was not killed by his gilded energy, he immediately flashed and chased after him. His arms condensed gilded energy, and when he rushed to the black shadow, there was another gilded energy shock wave. After sending out this gilded energy shock wave, Shivam suddenly realized that the black shadow was actually a survivor, and his king-level energy gilded energy could not cause any harm to the other party. Finding that the other party was not simple, Shivam no longer retained the gilded energy in his body. He immediately condensed the gilded energy in both arms at the same time, and then shot left and right, releasing gilded energy shock waves in turn. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the dark sea water, accompanied by endless roars of energy. In just a few seconds, Shivam released more than a dozen gilded energy shock waves. But the more he attacked, the tighter his brows frowned, and the more solemn his expression became. Since he obtained the gilded Leviathan gene, this was the first time he felt powerless. Bang! At this time, a golden light suddenly lit up on the sea surface, followed by an explosion, and the sea surface exploded. Thousands of trees were swept by the golden energy, and flew out of the splashing sea water. The next second, another golden light lit up in the sea water, and Shivam rushed out of the sea surface, but he did not continue to attack, because there was very little gilded energy left in his body, and he had not yet obtained any information about the other party. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering the survivors in my District 5, for no reason? Shivam asked loudly, and his body was shining with golden light, and there was no sign that the gilded energy in his body was almost exhausted. Haha, you are the new king of District 5, right? Qianlin Qianmu turned over in the air and landed steadily on the sea, then raised his head and looked at Shivam with contempt. I am the king of District 6. Qianlin Qianmu did not kill the king of District 5 directly, because he was going to make a deal with the king of District 5. The king of District 6? Shivam was shocked when he heard that the other party was the king of District 6. You know, the current king of District 6 was promoted by killing the king of District 3 in a duel as an ordinary survivor. His strength is beyond doubt. How did you come to my District 5? Shivam knew that he could not be the opponent of the other party, but before leaving, he had to get as much information as possible about the king of District 6, otherwise it would be difficult to report to Galen. King of Area 5, don't you have too many questions? You don't think I didn't kill you immediately because I was afraid of your ridiculous pseudo-king energy? Qianlin Qianmu sneered, and swung his palm forward fiercely like a knife, and a pitch-black energy blade instantly flew towards Shivam. Shivam's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately mobilized the remaining gilded energy in his body to condense on his arm, trying to resist, but to his horror, the gilded energy was easily cut off the moment it came into contact with the pitch-black energy blade. Swish! Half of Shivam's arm was directly cut off by the pitch-black energy blade, and the pitch-black energy blade still flew towards his body with undiminished power. Just as the energy blade was about to cut his body in half, a faint blue light flashed in Shivam's eyes, and everything in his vision suddenly slowed down. Then he immediately activated his own speed attribute, increasing the speed attribute by 3 times, and then instantly moved several meters to the side to avoid this fatal blow. Qianlin Qianmu showed a hint of surprise on his face. He released this energy blade to give the king of District 5 a warning. He originally planned to let the energy blade dissipate before hitting it, but he didn't expect that the other party would dodge it. At this time, Shivam held his severed arm in his hand in pain, with disbelief on his face. He knew that the king of District 6 was very strong, but he didn't expect that his gilded energy could not block the attack of the dark energy blade to such an extent. Is he using real king-level energy? When Shivam got the gilded Leviathan gene potion made by the alien brain from Galen, he already knew from Galen that the king-level energy obtained by relying on this gene potion was actually not real king-level energy at all. Do you know the gap between us now? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Shivam. Shivam froze. The king of District 6 appeared behind him, without any warning. He immediately moved forward with a frightened look. Don't be so scared. I won't kill you. Qianlin Qianmu looked at the frightened look of the king of District 5, and enjoyed it very much. These once powerful men would now tremble under his divine power. What do you want to do? Shivam asked, enduring the pain of his broken arm. It's very simple. Be loyal to me, and then let the survivors in Area 5 go out at will. Qianlin Qianmu said lightly. There is a tidal Leviathan in the water ball of Area 5. He cannot directly enter the water ball to kill the survivors and the Phantom Leviathan. If the survivors always shrink in the water ball, it will also slow down his speed of killing the Phantom Leviathan. If the king of Area 5 can become his subordinate, he can force the survivors in Area 5 to go out. You are also a survivor. Why do you want to kill the survivors in my Area 5? Do you want to avenge the survivors in Area 6? Shivam still hasn't figured out why the king of Area 6 wants to kill the survivors in Area 5. Is there such a big hatred between Area 5 and Area 6 before? You have too many questions. You just need to answer whether you are willing to be loyal to me. Qianlin Qianmu frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Seeing that he could not ask any more questions, Shivam immediately activated his strength and physique characteristics, increased his movement speed to the maximum, and then suddenly pulled away from the king of Area 6 by several thousand meters, and then ended his journey, and turned into a blue light. Looking for death. Xianlin Qianmu was furious when he saw that Shivam dared to leave together. He flashed and appeared directly in front of Shivam. When his fist with black energy was about to blow up Shivam's head, Shivam had already turned into a blue light and disappeared. Asshole. Xianlin Qianmu cursed, but he felt a little strange in his heart. The king of Area 5 clearly knew the difference in strength between them, and he was already in the sea near the water ball of Area 5. How dare the other party disobey him? At this time, in the water ball of Area 5, Shivam had just returned to the royal court, and immediately asked his men who were out searching to return, and then reported the situation to Galen. After a while, in the floating sea, Zhou Wen checked the message from Area 5 forwarded by Jiang Haitao, and frowned slightly. The king of Area 6. The survivor from Area 6, who can release black energy? How did he end up in Area 5? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. Chapter 775. I don't know when the floating sea area will descend. This guy who uses black energy must be dealt with quickly. It's okay that the king of Area 6 has been slaughtering the survivors of Area 6 near Area 6, but now he has run to other areas, so he may run to Area 10 in the future. Just when Zhou Wen was a little worried, the stomach wall space suddenly vibrated violently. Then he went outside to check the situation, but found that the entire floating sea area was surging. Is the floating sea area going to descend? Zhou Wen and Huanlin were at the edge of the floating sea area at this time, just in time to see the thick fog outside floating up quickly. In order to confirm whether it was really descending, Zhou Wen immediately rushed outside the floating sea area, and then turned on the floating feature and came into the thick fog. It's really starting to descend. Looking at the floating sea area that was falling rapidly, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would really stay in the floating sea area for a long time. At this time, Zhou Wen received a private message from Chen Xian. Boss Zhou, what's going on with this floating sea area? Why is it suddenly shaking? Chen Xian had been scooping seawater from the center of the floating sea area and sending it to Jiang Haitao. Suddenly, something strange happened, so he immediately sent a message to Zhou Wen to inquire about the situation. It's not a big deal. The floating sea area is descending. However, considering Chen Xian's safety, Zhou Wen still let Chen Xian leave temporarily. Afterwards, Zhou Wen kept flying down with the floating sea area. At the beginning, the floating sea area was descending very quickly, and he was a little worried that the floating sea area would fall directly into the deep sea. If a fall really occurred, Huanlin would definitely not be able to stay at the bottom of the floating sea area, as it would be subjected to a great impact. However, after the floating sea area rapidly dropped about 30,000 meters, the speed gradually slowed down. When it was only about 2,000 meters away from the sea surface below, Zhou Wen could already detect the deep sea below through the wave breaker mech. And according to the speed of the floating sea area's descent, it seemed that it would not directly contact the deep sea this time. Therefore, Zhou Wen returned to the floating sea area, and then commanded Huanlin to come to the edge of the sea area. When it dropped to the lowest point, he directly let Huanlin rush out of the floating sea area and enter the deep sea below. Finally, when the floating sea area was about 1,000 meters away from the deep sea, the downward trend completely stopped. Go out. Zhou Wen shouted immediately, and raised his arm, and pointed downward. Huanlin immediately flapped his pectoral fins and tail fins, and under the amplification of the surrounding accelerated water flow and the sea current armor on the surface, he rushed out of the floating sea area in an instant. The body length of Huanlin is now close to 500 meters. A height of 1,000 meters is only twice its body length. Entering the deep sea from this height will not cause any harm to Huanlin. Plop! Huanlin plunged into the deep sea below, causing a huge wave of waves. After a while, Huanlin surfaced. Zhou Wen stood on Huanlin's back, looking at the floating sea area above that had begun to rise slowly, and directly activated the floating feature, then soared into the sky, flew back into the floating sea area, and then used a companion voucher to bring Chen Xian along. But this time, Chen Xian didn't have to scoop the sea water by herself. After Zhou Wen left, she could bring her core members of the guild to scoop the sea water for her. Then, Zhou Wen left the floating sea area and returned to Huanlin's back. Afterwards, Zhou Wen clung to Huanlin's body and followed Huanlin for a distance. He found that Huanlin's moving speed did not decrease, and it was still the same as in the floating sea area. Does the weight of these 100,000 pieces of sea current armor have no effect on the speed? Zhou Wen said with some surprise. 100,000 pieces of sea current armor weigh 100,000 tons. There was no gravity in the floating sea area before, so the 100,000 tons of weight would not be added to Huanlin, but now returning to the deep sea, Huanlin should feel heavy. After all, the weight of these sea current armor is half of its total body weight. After observing for a while, seeing that Huanlin did not feel heavy, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and then began to absorb the immortal energy, and at the same time checked his progress from Area 5. What surprised Zhou was that it took 10 days to reach Area 5 before, but now it has been reduced to 3 days. Is it that the phantom scales are swimming faster? Or is the floating sea also drifting towards Area 5? Zhou felt that both reasons were true. Since it only takes 3 days to reach Area 5, let Shivam bear it for now. When Galen reported the situation in Area 5 to him before, he also asked him what he thought, but he was still in the floating sea at that time, so there was no good solution. But now he has left the floating sea, and it won't take long to reach Area 5, so let Shivam continue to prohibit the survivors in Area 5 from going out, and wait until he arrives. At this time, in the regional communication channel, the survivors in each area were discussing one thing, that is, on the 180th day, whether the world system will start the 5th trial. Area 1 survivor. Tomorrow is the 180th day. I wonder if there will be a trial. Area 5 survivor. A terrifying black shadow appeared near the water ball in Area 5. It kills everyone it sees. Now the king of Area 5 has not allowed us to go out. We are all human beings. Can you donate some supplies to us? Area 2 survivor. There must be a trial. In addition to changing planets on the 120th day, there are trials every other month. Isn't this obvious? Area 4 survivor. Oh, everyone knows this. Isn't asking this question just hoping that there will be no trial on the 180th day? Many people will die in each trial. After the 5th trial on the 180th day is over, I wonder how many of you can continue to chat here. Area 5 survivor. Many people in Area 5 have been killed by the Black Shadow these 2 days. Can you help us? Area 8 survivor. I just hope that the trial will be simpler, and not too many people will die. Survivors in Area 7. The 4th trial was in the sky, so the 5th trial won't be in space, right? Survivors in Area 1. How could it be in space? It should be in the sea. Survivors in Area 3. If it's in the sea, what about the transformed Leviathan? Won't it be corroded by the dead bloodworm? Survivors in Area 2. Oh, don't worry, the world system can't create a trial to kill all transformed Leviathans. There must be a way to resist the dead bloodworm. Survivors in Area 5. Hey! Did you see the message I sent? I asked you to donate some supplies to us, didn't you see it? Survivors in Area 1. Why are you in Area 5 so shameless? It's just tens of thousands of people who died, and you actually want us to donate supplies to you? Chapter 776. Survivors from Area 8. I am convinced. Last time, they said that an unkillable ghost appeared in the sea near Area 5. Now they say that some scary black shadow appeared. Why do you have so many strange things in Area 5? Survivors from Area 9. Why didn't I see it? I just don't want to pay attention to you. This is the first time I have seen someone force you to take supplies. Originally, the survivors from various areas in the regional communication channel were discussing the 5th trial, but the survivors from Area 5 messed it up. Then everyone started to criticize the survivors from Area 5, and the discussion went off track. When it was evening, Zhou stopped absorbing the immortal energy. There was a high probability that there would be a 5th trial tomorrow, so before the trial began, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. These days, the survivors from various areas have found some new energy creatures in the new sea area, but the meat of these energy creatures is relatively precious, so they are all in the hands of the survivor kings from various areas. So, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to find the survivor kings in other areas and trade some new energy-type biological meat with items that increase attributes that other areas do not have. After a while, Jiang Haitao said Zhou want a private message with 21 kinds of energy-type biological meat. Zhou extracted these biological meats from the private message, cut them into pieces, and cooked them in a pot. While waiting for the biological meat to be cooked, Zhou used 5 portions of the Immortal Royal Lotus pulp to make 50 bottles of Immortal Royal Lotus Energy liquid, and then gave 10 bottles to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lun Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang each. The strength of the Immortal Royal Lotus Energy is between the Large Leviathan Energy and the Abyss-level Leviathan Energy, which is helpful to all 5 people. Giving more is also safer in the trial. Just after Zhou sent out 50 bottles of Immortal Wanlian Energy liquid, a world system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! All survivors, Please pay attention, it is the 179th day now, and the Dead Silence Labyrinth trial will be held on the 180th day. Please prepare for it. Dead Silence Labyrinth trial? Is it related to the Dead Silence energy pillar in the 4th trial? After hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zhou guessed in his heart. Wait, this Dead Silence Labyrinth is not the Black Rock platform under the Energy Rainbow Tree Sea area. When Zhou arrived at the Black Rock platform before, he felt that it was very similar to the Dead Silence energy pillar. Maybe the Black Rock platform is the site of the Dead Silence Labyrinth trial. What about my Energy Rainbow Tree? Zhou was stunned. If this trial was really held on the Black Rock platform, then his Energy Rainbow Tree would most likely be destroyed. Although the energy bubbles of the Energy Rainbow Tree can also release energy attacks, the intensity is not high, only at the level of a small Leviathan. Once it encounters the King of Survivors, or the King of Survivors subordinates, the energy bubbles will definitely not be able to stop it. I hope the 5th trial is not held on the Black Rock platform. The Energy Rainbow Tree has been planted, and it is impossible to move it now. Zhou has no choice. However, Zhou still went to the colorful bubble space of the Energy Rainbow Tree and temporarily transferred the 3 creatures inside to Jiang Haitao's living island. When the trial is over and the Energy Rainbow Tree is fine, he will transfer it back. After a busy time, the biological meat in the iron pot has been cooked. Zhou is eating very roughly now, and he just pours the iron pot into his mouth. With his current physique, even boiling soup can't hurt him. After eating all the creature meat in a pot, Zhou heard a series of attribute enhancement sounds in his mind. Zhou quickly calculated that these 21 kinds of creature meat increased his attributes by 108 points in total, including 41 points of strength attribute, 40 points of constitution attribute, and 27 points of speed attribute. But Zhou's constitution attribute was already full. When he was in the floating sea area before, he cooked and ate the 3 creatures he found in the floating sea area, and the green light fish meat sent by Zhou Junyang and Yue, which increased his strength by 4 points, constitution by 10 points, and speed by 6 points. After increasing the attributes, Zhou carefully looked at his character attribute panel. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 4, King of Survival, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 24, upper limit, concussion attribute, impact attribute strength, 964 burning attribute, explosion attribute, black flame attribute, golden thunder attribute, overlord attribute physique, 1100, upper limit, tungsten gold attribute, copper diamond attribute, brilliant gold attribute, luminous attribute speed, 943 arc light attribute, shadow attribute, 3 attributes, floating attribute, Liang attribute gene, plate tungsten snail gene, brainwave leviathan gene, brilliant gold sea dragon gene, black flame dragonfish gene, golden thunder leviathan gene, floating leviathan gene, overlord coral polyp gene, Liang leviathan gene evaluation, a humanoid leviathan that has reached the level of a small leviathan. If the 3 attributes are combined with the 10% amplification effect of golden thunder arc, the strength attribute will increase to 1060 points, the constitution attribute will increase to 1210 points, and the speed attribute will increase to 1037 points. All 3 attributes have exceeded 1000. Strength and speed are almost full. I wonder if this trial will reward items that directly break through the upper limit of the 3rd stage attributes. Zhou looked forward to it in his heart. Otherwise, he would have to find materials for the strength and speed attributes of the 3rd stage again, which would be a headache. In the evening, Zhou began to condense the golden energy and golden thunder energy. There was not much golden thunder energy to begin with, and he had compressed it by 100 using the energy compression ability before, so he had to condense more quickly. At this time, in the water ball of Area 10, the shops of various guilds began to sell biological meat and items that increased attributes at low prices, allowing the survivors to improve their strength as much as possible. At midnight, Andre, the king of Area 2, and Alexander, the king of Area 8, sent messages to Jiang Haitao almost at the same time. Jiang Haitao, you are not trustworthy. You clearly said that there are only 3 types of materials for the 2nd stage constitution: purple gold sea grapes, black yellow bone marrow, and tough water hyacinth. Did you hide another material? Andre asked. The tough water hyacinth was found by the king of Area 9 not long ago. It is also a renewable plant material. The king of Area 9 collected a total of 18, but Andre and Alexander used a bunch of purple gold sea grapes and a portion of black yellow bone marrow to extort 6 of them each. Originally, Andre and Alexander were very excited to see that the second stage materials had been collected. After all, the fifth trial would begin tomorrow. Now that they broke through the upper limit of the second stage physical attributes, their strength would be greatly enhanced. However, when they put the three materials together, the world system did not react at all. They immediately realized that Jiang Haidao had hidden one or more material names and did not tell them. Chapter 777. Andre, you told others the name of the second stage material that I told you without permission. What qualifications do you have to question me? Jiang Haidao said bluntly. You didn't tell me to keep the name of the material secret at that time. What's wrong with me telling others? Andre didn't think he was wrong, and now he knew that Jiang Haidao wanted him to spread it out and let them collect the second stage physical materials so that he could reap the benefits. Haha, if I asked you to keep the name of the material secret, would you really keep it secret? Andre, do you think I'm a fool? Jiang Haidao sneered. Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Send me 10 copies of each of the three materials, and I will send you the name of the last one. Jiang Haidao then sent a message to Andre, and also sent one to Alexander. 10 copies of each material. Jiang Haidao, you are asking for an exorbitant price. Do you know that the king of District 9 only found 10 copies of Tough Water Hyacinth in total? Andre said angrily, but he deliberately concealed the real number of Tough Water Hyacinth in order to pave the way for lowering the price later. The fifth trial will begin tomorrow. If you are not in a hurry, then let's talk after the trial is over. Jiang Haidao directly overturned the table and wanted to deliberately lower the price. So let's not talk. You? Jiang Haidao, your own physique has already reached the upper limit of the second stage, right? It's not good for anyone to make it so ugly. How about this, the king of District 8, and I will give you 1 copy of each material, and you will tell us the names of the remaining materials, which will be good for everyone. Andre persuaded. No, 10 materials, not 1 less. Jiang Haidao said without giving in. Forget it, since you are unwilling to give in, we can only wait until after the trial to talk. Anyway, it is too late to find the last material now. Andre saw that Jiang Haidao was so tough, so he had to temporarily give up the matter of trading the name of the last material, because even if they knew the name of the last material now, they would not have time to find it. Then let's talk about it after the trial, but I also found a second stage physical material recently, alas. What a pity. Jiang Haidao said playfully. You found the last material? No. You had a second stage physical material in your hand at the beginning, right? Andre suddenly realized. And he felt that the material in Jiang Haidao's hand might still be the kind of material that does not directly display the information of the second stage physical material, otherwise, hiding the material name would be meaningless. Jiang Haidao, we really don't have that many materials in hand. How about this, 3 copies of each material, and you give us 1 copy of the last material, how about that? Andre raised the price. Before he didn't know that he could directly break through the second stage of physical limit, he could still wait, but now the opportunity to break through is right in front of him. He can't calm down. 3 copies are not good, but I will take a step back, 5 copies, you two give me 5 copies of each material, and I will send you the last copy of the material. These few times of arguing, Jiang Haidao has put a lot of pressure on Andre, but Andre still did not agree to the request for 10 copies of materials, which means that the other party may not really have so many materials. Okay, let's trade in the regional trading channel. Andre said no more. Recently, the purple seaweed forest he occupied had produced 12 bunches of purple sea grapes. Among them, 6 bunches were traded with Alexander for 6 pieces of Xianhuang bone marrow. 5 pieces of materials are still available. No, send it to me directly by private message. Jiang Haidao refused. Jiang Haidao, do you think we are fools? I will send it to you directly. What if you regret it? Andre thought he was dazzled and misread the message sent by Jiang Haidao, and said in disbelief. I won't regret it. If you believe it, send it to me. If you don't believe it, forget it. Jiang Haidao said with an unquestionable attitude. Okay. Jiang Haidao, I will believe you this time, but you'd better not regret it. Tomorrow is the 5th trial. If you don't want too many people in your 10th district to die. Andre had no other choice but to threaten the survivors in Area 10. After all, the number of survivors in Area 10 was only about 1.6 million, which was still very important to the king of Area 10. Then, Andre and Alexander each sent 3 materials to Jiang Haidao, 5 copies of each, adding up to 10 copies of each of the 3 materials. Okay, send the last material over. After sending the materials to Jiang Haidao, Andre immediately sent a message. The last material is a medium-sized Leviathan core of the physical type. You should have it in your hands. Jiang Haitao sent a message to Andre and Alexander at the same time. The two people who saw this message were stunned for a moment, and then the expressions on their faces twisted. They were so angry that the last material turned out to be a medium-sized Leviathan core of the physical type that they had obtained a long time ago, and they actually used almost all of their second-stage physical materials to exchange for it. Asshole. Jiang Haitao, you better not let me find the formula for breaking through the second-stage strength attribute first, or I make you trade your entire fortune for it, Andre said angrily. In the royal court of District 8, Alexander's state was similar to Andre's. He, the king of District 8, was played around by Jiang Haitao. He remembered this grudge, and would definitely take revenge when he had the chance. Jiang Haitao didn't care about Andre and Alexander's rage. The moment he got the materials, he sent them to Zhou Wen. After Zhou Wen got them, he started to distribute them directly. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Ling Liang each got a material to break through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute, and the rest was kept for the time being. Although Bai Lan and Zhang Dongliang's attributes had reached the upper limit of the second stage, because their intelligence had not yet broken through, their attributes were still only 500 points, so they could not be considered to have truly reached the upper limit of the second stage. Well, give one to Galen as well. Zhou Wen thought about it, and decided to give Galen a material to break through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute. Galen has the second stage strength material blood power algae bulb plasma. Galen had better not have an accident in the trial. The blood power algae bulb grows a little slowly. The second blood power algae bulb plasma has not yet condensed. So Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send some riptide seahorse feces to Galen to speed up the growth of blood power algae. By the way, after breaking through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute, quickly improve the physical attribute, and then go to the tidal Leviathan to see if you can get some king-level energy. Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang. After receiving the message, the three of them were stunned. That was king-level energy. With king-level energy, they were not afraid even if they met the king of other districts in this trial. Chapter 778. However, in order to slightly conceal the relationship between their three major guilds, the three people who went to Tidal Leviathan to exchange tidal energy went separately. The first person to exchange tidal energy was naturally Jiang Haitao. At this time, Jiang Haitao's appearance had changed a little. His hair, which was black and gold before, had now turned all golden. Just now, Jiang Haitao activated the golden body ability that came with the Huangjin Sea Dragon Gene, which increased the upper limit of his physical fitness by an additional 100 points. Then he broke through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute, and the upper limit of his physical fitness has increased to 1,000 points. After eating various foods that increase physical attributes, his current physical attributes have also reached the upper limit of 1,000 points. At this time, Jiang Haitao came to Tidal Leviathan, poured out a large amount of floating sea water in one breath, and then pointed at himself with his finger. Tidal Leviathan did not open his eyes, but just used his mental power to scan Jiang Haitao. After confirming that he was able to withstand the king-level energy, he released some tidal energy through his body. Jiang Haitao could not wait to absorb the tidal energy, but after a while, he felt a tingling sensation in his body, realizing that the tidal energy in his body might have reached the upper limit of his body's tolerance, so he immediately stopped absorbing it. Then, Jiang Haitao felt the tidal energy in his body, a total of 20, which was equivalent to being able to perform 20 king-level energy attacks, which was enough to protect himself in the trial. After Jiang Haitao left, Chen Xian came to the tidal Leviathan. Her physical fitness at this time was 911 points, 89 points less than Jiang Haitao. This is because Jiang Haitao's golden body has an upper limit of 100 points in the first stage, so Jiang Haitao can quickly improve this 100-point attribute by eating physical blood vein fruit. Chen Xian also poured out a large amount of floating seawater. This time, the tidal Leviathan opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xian. It had seen Jiang Haitao before, and now there was a stranger who wanted to exchange tidal energy with it, so it naturally had to observe. After confirming that Chen Xian had no problems, the tidal Leviathan also released some tidal energy for Chen Xian to absorb. Because Chen Xian's physical attributes were slightly weaker, he only absorbed 15 tidal energies. Finally, Lung Liang did not have the title of King of Survival, and his physical attributes were lower, only 811 points, so he absorbed less tidal energy, only 10. Alas, they have obtained king-level energy, but I can't get it. Damn it! Joe pounded his chest uncomfortably after learning that the three of them had successfully obtained some king-level energy. He was really annoyed by the mini white horse Leviathan in his heart. Because the trial will start tomorrow, and all survivors with the transformed Leviathan must participate, Chen Xian replaced the core guild member who stayed in the floating sea area with a guild member who did not transform into a Leviathan and usually planted seaweed for the guild, so that the floating sea area would not be lost due to participating in the trial. The night passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 180th day, and at the same time, the world system prompt sounded in the minds of all survivors. Ding! Attention, survivors, the Death Silence Maze trial will start in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. When Joe heard the world system prompt sound, he had already fed Huanlin, and then he went to Jiang Haitao's island and entered the area where the Golden Thunder Cloud Mist Vine was cultivated. By touching the main trunk, he absorbed 15 Golden Thunder energies. At this time, he had a total of 65 Golden Thunder energies, 1 Red Gold Lightning energy, more than 500 Brilliant Gold energies, 33 Liyang energies, and 2 Xianyang energies in his body. There was no need to calculate other weaker energies. The 10-minute preparation time passed quickly. Soon after Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, he turned into a blue light and disappeared. When Zhou appeared again, he was already in a watery space. It was very dark around him, and in front of him, there was a palm-sized sphere emitting a faint golden light. For lighting? Zhou guessed in his heart, then reached out and touched the glowing sphere, and then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get Immortal Sponge X1. Ding! Immortal Sponge, a creature living in the immortal sea of the endless sea. When it contains energy in its body cannot be destroyed. It can absorb energy from the corpses of energy-type creatures and store energy in its body. When its body is squeezed, it will release an energy shield. The immortal sea, another new sea. Zhou murmured in a low voice, then grabbed the immortal sponge in front of him and tried to squeeze it. The next second, a light golden energy spread out from the immortal sponge, and soon formed a protective shield with a diameter of 2 meters, wrapping Zhou up. But this energy shield automatically dissipated after just 3 seconds, and the immortal sponge, which originally emitted a light golden light, also lost its light, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. It seems that the purpose of this trial is to charge the immortal sponge. Zhou thought to himself. Then, he released his mental power and quickly checked the surrounding environment. He found that he was in a black rock passage with a diameter of about 10 meters. The texture of the rock was very familiar to him. The venue for the trial of the Dead Silence Labyrinth is really a black rock platform. Zhou came to the edge of the passage, attached a layer of Overlord energy to his hand, touched the rock wall with his hand, and tried to destroy the rock wall with Overlord energy, but the surface of the rock wall was not damaged at all. However, the current position seems to be inside the black rock platform. Zhou's mental power can detect a radius of 300 meters. From the perspective of mental power detection, all outside this passage is black rock. His current position is obviously not on the surface of the black rock platform. Fortunately, the trial is inside the black rock platform. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, so that his energy rainbow tree would not be in trouble. Then, Zhou waited quietly for a while, but the voice of Huanlin did not sound in his mind, which made him a little confused. Doesn't the Leviathan need to participate in this trial? Or is the phantom scale too far from me? Zhou felt that it was the latter, because the Leviathan had never been absent in the previous 4 trials, and this 5th trial should be no exception. After roughly understanding the current situation, Zhou began to swim forward along the channel. During this period, he did not use a strong headlight for illumination, because he could detect more clearly with his mental power. After advancing about 400 meters, dead bloodworms gradually began to appear in the originally clear sea water. Zhou was not surprised. The black rock platform was originally used to produce dead bloodworms, and it was normal to have dead bloodworms inside. Chapter 779. Why aren't there any special dead bloodworms? According to what Zhou had seen on the black rock platform before, there should be many special dead bloodworms carrying black and red energy inside the black rock platform, but there are only ordinary dead bloodworms here. Is it because ordinary survivors can't deal with it, so there are no dead bloodworms? Zhou guessed. After discovering Zhou, these dead bloodworms swam up one after another, and then looked for gaps on the surface of the dark gold scales that could be drilled into. After finding no gaps, these dead bloodworms began to find ways to destroy the weak joints. But the dark gold scales had the overlord energy to enhance the hardness. Even the weak joints cannot be destroyed by dead bloodworms. Splash. At this time, there was a sound of water flowing in front, And then, within the detection range of Zhou Wen's mental power, a creature about 5 meters long appeared. It looked like a grass carp, but its pupils were scarlet, and there were sharp teeth in its mouth, and a layer of dead blood energy was attached to the teeth. This grass carp creature that was corroded by the dead blood worm suddenly began to swim faster, and opened its mouth, when it was less than 20 meters away from Zhou Wen, trying to attack Zhou Wen. Shwa! However, Zhou Wen took out the dark gold sword and cut the grass carp dead blood creature in half with one stroke. A 5-meter creature? Not even as long as my sword. Is this trial so easy? Zhou Wen was a little surprised, then looked at the body that was cut in half, and then looked at the immortal sponge in his hand. Can the dead blood energy be absorbed? Zhou Wen thought to himself, and put the immortal sponge in his hand on the corpse. Soon, a faint red energy floated out of the corpse, and entered the immortal sponge. The next second, the surface of the immortal sponge, which had lost its light, emitted a faint golden light again, illuminating the space of about 3 meters nearby. It's okay, Zhou Wen said lightly. At this time, several dead blood creatures in the shape of grass carp appeared in front of him and rushed towards him at the same time. After casually slashing a few times, and killing these dead blood creatures of grass carp, Zhou Wen placed the immortal sponge on the corpse to absorb the remaining dead blood energy in the corpse. Gradually, the light on the surface of the immortal sponge became much brighter, and the color of the light turned light gold again. There were many dead blood creatures of grass carp in the Black Rock Channel. Zhou Wen killed them while swimming forward. After advancing more than 1,000 meters, a relatively large space appeared in front of him. Through mental detection, he could see a dead blood creature of about 30 meters in the space. This dead blood creature of about 30 meters looked like a shrimp, with a black shell, but a layer of dead blood energy attached to its surface. Why do I feel like I'm back to the first trial, but now these 30-meter creatures are no longer enough? Zhou Wen smiled faintly, and was about to rush into the space in front of him to kill the shrimp-like dead blood creatures with a knife, when the immortal sponge in his hand suddenly released a ray of light golden energy into his body. Zhou Wen felt the light golden energy in his body, and then found that he could mobilize it at will, so he used this energy directly and attached a layer of light golden energy to the dark gold sword. Not bad. Not only can it be used for defense, but also to provide energy, but I don't know how strong the energy is. So Zhou Wen walked into the large space in front. Soon after he entered, the 30-meter long shrimp-like dead blood creature inside discovered him, and then immediately waved its 2 claws, rushed to him and launched an attack. Shwa shwa. He quickly swung 2 knives to cut off the claws of the shrimp-like dead blood creature, and then Zhou Wen rushed forward fiercely, came to the shrimp-like dead blood creature, and swung the dark gold broadsword with light gold energy in his hand from bottom to top, directly cutting the shrimp head in half. The energy intensity is okay, a little higher than the dead blood energy. The intensity of the light gold energy is not high, but it is still no problem to destroy the defensive dead blood energy on the surface of the shrimp-like dead blood creature's shell. In fact, it is difficult to kill the shrimp-like dead blood creature so easily by relying only on the light gold energy. Zhou Wen can do it so easily because the strength of the dark gold broadsword itself is much higher than the dead blood energy. Why is there no supply box reward? When placing the immortal sponge on the dead blood corpse of the shrimp-like dead blood creature to absorb energy, Zhou Wen used his mental power to carefully detect the entire space, and there was no reward. After the immortal sponge absorbed all the dead blood energy from the corpse, the light golden light on the surface became much more condensed, and the energy intensity seemed to increase a bit. Can the energy intensity of this immortal sponge continue to increase? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen suddenly became curious about what level the immortal sponge could increase its energy to. Although no supply box was found in this space, Zhou Wen detected another passage and entered it directly. Next, Zhou Wen swam quickly in the passage. Gradually, there were more and more dead blood worms in the sea water, which began to block his vision, but it had no effect on Zhou Wen, who used his mental power to observe the surroundings. There were still many dead blood grass carp creatures in the passage that attacked. Zhou Wen dealt with them casually when he encountered them, but he did not let the immortal sponge absorb energy. The dead blood energy in the bodies of these dead blood grass carp creatures was too little, and there were too many of them. It would be too time-consuming to absorb them one by one. Instead of slowly absorbing the bodies of these dead blood grass carp creatures, it would be better to go directly to the next large space and kill the large creatures inside. This way, the speed of accumulating energy will be faster. After making a decision, Zhou Wen immediately swam at full speed, with a speed of 1037 points, and a passage of thousands of meters, and he easily crossed it in a few seconds. And because the diameter of the passage was relatively narrow, Zhou moved at a high speed, directly pushing up the seawater in front of him, and those dead blood grass carp creatures were impacted by the seawater and went to the next large space. Splash. Not long after, a large amount of seawater suddenly rushed into the entrance of the next large space, accompanied by many dead blood grass carp creatures in the seawater. This sudden movement immediately alarmed the large creature in the large space. This creature looked like an octopus, about 50 meters long, and exuded dead blood energy all over its body. After discovering that a grassfish dead blood creature had entered, the octopus dead blood creature quickly waved its tentacles to capture it. Just as it was about to bring it to its mouth to eat, a figure suddenly flashed by. The next second, the octopus dead blood creature split into two halves and died. After Zhou placed the immortal sponge on the corpse to absorb the dead blood energy, he quickly went to the next large space. After that, Zhou killed 4 large dead blood creatures in succession. After absorbing the energy from the corpses of these dead blood creatures, the light golden energy of the immortal sponge gradually transformed into golden energy. When Zhou was about to continue to the next large space, 2 forks appeared in front of him, and at this time, a survivor wearing serrated armor swam out from a fork on the left. Chapter 780. When Zhou saw the survivor also saw him, and then the survivor immediately became alert. It was not a good thing to meet other survivors in the trial. Then, the survivor looked at the fork on the right again, and he immediately realized that he would enter a fork with the stranger survivor next. So he stopped swimming, wanting the stranger survivor to enter the fork first, and then he would enter, which would be safer, and he would not have to worry about being attacked from behind. Compared with the rich psychological activities in the survivor's heart, Zhou's heart was calm. He just glanced at the other party lightly, and went directly into the fork on the right. It's not that Zhou is not cautious, but with his current strength, these ordinary survivors on the opposite side, even if they stand in place and let him attack, they can't hurt him at all, so there is no need to be on guard. Moreover, Zhou has been releasing his mental power. Everything within a radius of 300 meters is within his detection range. Even if the other party follows behind, his every move cannot escape his detection. After Zhou swam into the right fork, he found that the diameter of this fork became wider, reaching 20 meters. The survivor in the sawtooth armor followed Zhou into the fork for more than 10 seconds. His armor seems to be very unusual, and he has no intention of attacking when we just met. I think we can cooperate. The survivor in the sawtooth armor thought in his heart. Although you have to be wary of other survivors in the trial, if you can meet some normal survivors to form a team, you can greatly increase the probability of survival, especially this time it is a maze trial. At the beginning, you are alone. It is safer to find someone to form a team at the beginning. However, it is definitely not okay to go up and contact them rashly. Without building any trust, rash contact may lead to conflicts. There are many dead blood creatures in the channel, and he swims so fast. There is a high probability that he will be besieged by a group of dead blood creatures. I will go up to help him, and I should be able to get closer to him. The survivor in the sawtooth armor thought secretly in his heart. Voila! Hula! Zhou moved forward in the fork for a while, and there was a relatively rapid sound of water flow in front of him. From the perspective of his mental power detection, a group of catfish-shaped creatures with dead blood energy on their surfaces swam in front of him, about 10 meters long. New dead blood creatures. If the dead blood creatures that appeared were still the grassfish dead blood creatures before, Zhou would have been ready to move forward at full speed and not waste time in the fork, but since it was a new creature, he would have delayed a little to see how much energy was contained in its body. Is there any movement? The survivor in the sawtooth armor, who was more than 20 meters behind Zhou, also noticed the changes in the seawater and immediately realized that a large number of dead blood creatures appeared in front of him, so he immediately increased his swimming speed, wanting to help and build trust. But the survivor in the sawtooth armor stopped swimming immediately after swimming a few meters forward, and then changed direction and swam quickly to the back. Because he saw a large area of red light in front of him, and those dead blood energy creatures all had dead blood energy attached to their bodies, and they were not the dead blood creatures of grass carp that he had encountered before. The dead blood creatures of grass carp only had dead blood energy attached to their teeth, so as long as they could avoid the attack, they could be easily killed. The creatures with dead blood energy attached to their bodies are not so easy to deal with. Ordinary weapons cannot cause any damage. Although he can use the light golden energy given by the immortal sponge, the light golden energy is limited. The light golden energy in his body is not enough to deal with so many dead blood creatures. Sucka! Why are you still standing there? Run! The survivor in the sawtooth armor turned around and found that the guy in front of him seemed to be scared and did not move in the face of the large number of dead blood creatures swarming in, so he shouted loudly immediately. However, the survivor in the sawtooth armor found that it was too late to remind him now. Those dead blood creatures had already rushed to the survivor. The big mouse, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, seemed to be able to tear him into pieces in the next second. Is this person a fool? He doesn't know how to run when he encounters danger? He doesn't know how to use the immortal sponge for defense? In this situation, the survivor in the sawtooth armor can't do anything. If he doesn't leave, he may also fall into danger surrounded by dead blood energy creatures. Shwa shwa shwa. But just as the survivor in the serrated armor was about to turn around and continue swimming backwards, he suddenly heard a dozen quick and short slashing sounds in front of him. The next second, a surging sea water suddenly rushed over and rolled his body. When the survivor in the serrated armor stabilized his body and looked forward, his pupils suddenly contracted and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this time, the dozen catfish dead blood creatures in front of Zhou Wen had all been killed by him. The process was very easy and was completed in almost an instant. Then, Zhou Wen placed the immortal sponge in his hand in the pile of corpses to check how much dead blood energy there was in these corpses. At this time, a cautious voice came from not far behind him. Hello. Hello, I'm a survivor from Area 2. My name is Levka. Can I team up with you? The survivor in the sawtooth armor asked carefully. At the beginning of the trial, he met a top strongman, and his personality seemed to be good. How could Levka miss it? If he could get close to him at the beginning, this trial would definitely be much easier. If you want to follow, just follow me. Zhou Wen said lightly without looking back, using the language of Area 1. Thank you very much. I don't know what to call you. Levka was delighted when he heard that the other party agreed, so he quickly asked for his name. Miles. Zhou Wen made up the name at random. Soon, the energy in a bunch of catfish dead blood creatures was absorbed by the immortal sponge. Zhou Wen checked the energy intensity of the immortal sponge and found that there was no big change. The energy in these catfish dead blood creatures was not much more than those grassfish dead blood creatures. Suddenly, Zhou Wen lost interest in these catfish-like dead blood creatures, and then he accelerated suddenly and swam towards the large space in front at a very fast speed. Master Miles, Originally, Levka was going to take the initiative to propose that he lead the way in front, because even if he was hugging thighs, he had to show his value, otherwise he might be abandoned later. But as soon as Levka opened his mouth, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a string of violently surging water. Ah! Levka was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he immediately chased after him. Chapter 781. A few minutes later, Levka quickly passed through a fork of more than 10,000 meters and came to the entrance of a large space. He paused at the entrance. When he saw that Zhou Wen was not there, he slowly swam towards the entrance, preparing to enter the large space. Lord Miles' light golden energy should be enough to kill the large dead blood creatures in the large space, right? Levka swam towards the entrance, feeling a little nervous. The large dead blood creatures in the large space are not comparable to the dead blood creatures in the channel. Levka had killed a 30-meter-long creature with dead blood energy attached to its surface before. But the killing process was very thrilling, because there was too little light golden energy in his body, which resulted in him only attaching light golden energy to his weapon 3 times. If he had not been experienced in combat, and had not chopped the dead blood energy creature 3 times in a row at the same position on its head, he might not have been able to kill it. As soon as Levka swam into the large space, he was startled by a large creature corpse with needle-like fangs exposed in its mouth. When he first saw it, he thought it was alive. If he hadn't seen that the head of the creature had been separated from the body, he would have retreated back to the passage. This is a large creature with a body length of 100 meters. Its teeth look like those of an anglerfish, but its body looks like that of an eel. It is covered with dark and dense scales. It is not an easy creature to deal with. And on top of this corpse, there is a figure standing. It is Zhou Wen who entered the large space early. Absorb those corpses. Zhou Wen pointed to the dead blood corpses of catfish-like creatures scattered on the ground in the large space, and said to Levka. These catfish-like dead blood creatures were rushed into the large space by the rapids formed by his high-speed movement, and then he killed them casually. It would be a waste to throw them away directly, so it would be better to let Levka absorb them. Oh. Okay, thank you, Lord Miles. Levka hurriedly thanked. He suddenly realized that Lord Miles did not seem to be an ordinary top-level strongman. The strength he showed seemed to be close to the purple gold guards in their area too. The purple gold guards in their Area 2 were guards directly under the control of the king of Area 2. There were 36 people in total. Everyone could use a powerful purple gold energy, and it was very easy to kill those dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. Is there no reward for this trial? Zhou thought in his heart. He had killed many large dead blood creatures so far, but he didn't see any rewards. This was not in line with the rules of the trial. Or are these large dead blood creatures too low level, so there is no reward? Zhou felt that these dead blood creatures should be arranged by the world system for ordinary survivors to use immortal sponges to accumulate energy, so there is no reward. Moreover, after advancing in the passage for such a long time, Zhou also discovered that these passages were actually in a downward slanting structure, that is, as he continued to advance, he would gradually enter the depths of the black rock platform. After a while, after the immortal sponge absorbed the energy in the body of the 100-meter dead blood creature, it released a golden energy into Zhou body. Zhou used this golden energy to test the strength, barely reaching the level of a small Leviathan, which was still not as good as the dark gold sword for him. After testing the energy strength, Zhou was ready to move forward, but there were 5 passages in this large space, which made him a little confused. He didn't know which one was the correct passage. Where is the phantom scale in this trial? Since this trial is inside the black rock platform, the phantom scale should also be inside, but the size of these channels is such that the phantom scale cannot move. It seems that we have to wait until the diameter of the channel reaches more than 200 meters before we can find the phantom scale. In the end, Zhou decided to explore one channel at a time, return when he encountered a dead end, and then choose another one to move forward. However, Zhou explored 5 channels from left to right, and the first 4 channels were all dead ends, and there was a large space at the end of the channel, and each large space contained a dead blood creature with a body length of 100 meters. Fortunately, Zhou was fast, and it took only more than 10 minutes to explore the 4 dead ends. By the way, he also killed 4 100-meter dead blood creatures and absorbed all their energy. During this period, Lekka maintained high-intensity exercise, followed Zhou to pick up the corpses of small dead blood creatures, and gradually increased the energy intensity of his immortal sponge to gold. Returning to the large space at the beginning, Lekka squeezed the immortal sponge in his hand to form an energy shield around himself, dispelling the seawater, and began to breathe heavily. In fact, Lekka's own strength is also among the strong among ordinary survivors in Area 2. All 3 attributes are around 200 points, but it is completely incomparable with Zhou. Just to keep up with Zhou, he has already tried his best. Then, Zhou entered the 5th channel, but considering Lekka's state, he did not rush directly to the next large space, but swam slowly in the channel. When they first encountered the catfish-like dead blood creature, Lekka turned around and reminded him, which made Zhou have a good impression of him, so he decided to train him a little bit. If the king of Area 2 commits suicide in the future, he can replace him with someone who is loyal to him. After swimming slowly for more than 10 minutes, Zhou's mental power found that there seemed to be a fork in the road ahead. At this time, there was a group of survivors gathered at the intersection, with a number of 32 people. As he continued to swim forward, Zhou's mental power detected a large space, and in this large space, there was another dead blood creature with a body length of 200 meters, which was already at the level of Leviathan. Come here, the 2 of you. As Zhou and Lekka approached the group of people, a survivor wearing black scale armor in the group said in a commanding tone. Zhou didn't even look at the survivor with black scales, and continued to swim towards the entrance of the large space in front of him. But just after swimming forward a few meters, a survivor next to the survivor with black scales swam over and blocked Zhou. How dare you? What's wrong with you 2? Do you know who that lord is? The survivor scolded. Who is it? Lekka really asked. In the trial, you may encounter any strong person. If the other party's status is really high, then the strength must be not weak. You still have to be careful, at least don't offend him. Listen carefully, he is the captain of the Golden Legion under the king of District 5, Lord Arjun, who has the dead blood attribute. You 2 guys dare to ignore Lord Arjun's orders. The survivor raised his head, as if he was talking about himself. Chapter 782. Arjun, surrounded by the crowd, snorted arrogantly. He was ready to accept the 2 men kneeling down to apologize to him. Golden Legion? Isn't it the Holy Elephant Legion? Zhou asked in confusion. The guys in the Holy Elephant Legion, who killed the king of the first 5 districts, were naturally purged. Now it is the Golden Legion established by the new king. The survivor said with some dissatisfaction. You still know the Holy Elephant Legion? There won't be any backers in the Holy Elephant Legion, right? But I tell you, your connections are useless to me. Come here and kowtow to apologize to me. I may consider letting you go, otherwise you will die here. Arjun saw that the two did not show any fear after knowing his identity, and they were still talking about this and that, which made him very angry. These two untouchables, who offended him, were only worthy of kneeling at his feet and begging for his forgiveness. Lepka kept looking at Zhou Wen and Arjun. He was panicking at this moment. He could not afford to offend a strong man from Area 5, who possessed the dead blood attribute. However, after following Lord Miles for such a long time, he knew that he was very strong, so he did not know what to do now. He was hesitating whether to apologize. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, Zhou Wen said to the survivor, who was blocking him in a flat tone. He was too lazy to pay attention to Arjun. It was a waste of time. You are looking for death. Arjun suddenly became furious. After a loud roar, he took out a sawtooth broadsword and attached a layer of dead blood energy on it. When he was about to rush up to kill Zhou Wen, he was stopped by another survivor beside him. Lord Arjun, the immortal sponges in their hands seem to emit golden light, and their strength may not be simple. The survivor reminded hurriedly. Golden light? Arjun immediately looked at the immortal sponge held in Zhou Wen's hand after hearing it. It was indeed golden light, so his expression suddenly changed. Among the group of people around him, 10 of them were actually his legion subordinates, who came with him using the companion voucher. Before, the 11 of them killed the dead blood creatures together, and the energy in the corpses was absorbed by him alone, which barely made the energy of the immortal sponge turn golden. But the immortal sponges in the hands of the 2 people in front of him were actually golden, especially the guy who had always looked down on him. The immortal sponge in his hand seemed to emit a brighter golden light. Why not let them enter the large space? There is a dead blood energy leviathan in it. They can't deal with it. Wait until the dead blood energy leviathan consumes their immortal energy, then it won't be too late to deal with them. The survivor whispered. Yes, I just thought of this solution, but I didn't expect you to think of it too. Arjun nodded and whispered in praise. Forget it, I will mercifully let you go, Arjun said, and then waved his hand to the men who blocked Zhou Wen, letting him go. Then, Zhou Wen and Lepka swam towards the entrance of the large space in front. 2 guys who don't know their own strength, Arjun said sarcastically. The reason why he stayed here was because he couldn't beat the dead blood energy leviathan creature inside, so he wanted to gather the survivors, and then use the pale gold energy in the bodies of many survivors to focus fire to kill the dead blood energy leviathan creature inside. After killing it, he will rely on his dead blood characteristics and his men to forcibly occupy the corpse, so that his immortal sponge energy will be greatly improved. Dead blood energy leviathan creature. At this time, Zhou Wen and Lepka had already entered the large space, and then Lepka saw a dead blood energy leviathan creature emitting red light all over its body, and he screamed in shock, with fear in his voice. Lord Miles, let's withdraw first. The golden energy in our bodies is not enough to kill such a huge dead blood energy leviathan creature, Lepka hurriedly said to Zhou Wen. Ha ha ha. Just as Lepka was about to escape from the large space, at the entrance of the large space, Arjun laughed and blocked the entrance, holding a sawtooth broadsword in his hand, and a layer of golden energy attached to the surface of the broadsword. Weren't you in a hurry to go in just now? Now you want to come out? No way, Arjun said jokingly, but he didn't plan to really block the 2 people in the big space. Instead, he wanted to wait until the energy in their immortal sponges was exhausted, and then let them out and squeeze them. You? Lep was extremely angry, but there was a strong fear in his eyes, because he could feel the seawater in the big space surging violently, and the dead blood energy leviathan creature discovered them. Sucka! Lep cursed, then condensed the golden energy in his body on his weapon, and then turned to look at the dead blood energy leviathan creature that was already rushing towards them. Lep did not choose to use the golden energy in his body, which was not much, to fight Arjun, because if he could not break through Arjun's blockade and the golden energy in his body was exhausted, then there would be no possibility of survival. So now, he has to work with Lord Miles to use the golden energy in his body in the most critical place to fight for that glimmer of life. Lord Miles, I will attract the attention of the dead blood energy leviathan creature for you. You will find a chance to kill it, Lepka said with a trembling voice. He knew that he definitely did not have the ability to kill the dead blood energy leviathan creature, so he could only try his best to fight for opportunities for Lord Miles. Zhou Wen turned his head to look at Lepka, who was trembling all over, with a somewhat speechless look on his face. Just a 200-meter dead blood energy leviathan creature made it look like a king-level leviathan. Lepka. Zhou said calmly. What's wrong, Lord Miles? Lekka thought Lord Miles had some battle plan to tell him, but he was halfway through his words when his expression froze. Because the Lord Miles in front of him suddenly burst out a golden energy, and then this golden energy turned into a series of thin golden electric currents, which quickly traveled throughout his body, and from time to time, there would be a crackling sound of electric current explosions. At this time, the dead blood energy Leviathan creature was less than 30 meters away from them, and its huge body was like a tall building collapsing, giving a suffocating feeling. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light exploded, and the entire large space was illuminated for a moment. In the deafening thunder, a tortuous golden thunder instantly pierced the body of the dead blood energy Leviathan creature. Bang! The moment the dead blood energy Leviathan creature was penetrated by the golden thunder flashed all over its body, and it instantly turned into a dark charcoal, and then fell heavily to the ground. You seem to have some misunderstandings about my strength? Zhou turned his head and said to Lek, who was already dumbfounded. Chapter 783. Originally, Zhou was going to wait until this dead blood energy Leviathan creature rushed in front of him, and then directly cut open its head with a dark gold broadsword and kill it in the brain. But he thought that this killing method was not intuitive enough, so he used a golden thunder energy. Although using the Sea Abyss level energy to kill an ordinary dead blood energy creature is indeed a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, but this effect is what he wants. Zhou wanted to leave an extremely powerful impression in Lek's heart, so that he would sincerely be loyal to him, and would not betray him easily in the future. At this time, Lek's expression was so shocked that he could not be more shocked. Before, he thought that Lord Miles' strength might only be close to 36 purple gold guards. But after seeing the terrifying golden lightning, he suddenly realized that the Lord Miles in front of him might have possessed the strength close to the king of the survivors in their second area. Lek had also seen the king of Area 2, Andre, use the king-level energy to turn the sea energy. That terrifying power was similar to the golden lightning just now. Just when Lek was in a state of downtime, Arjun, who was blocking the entrance to the large space behind him, was shaking all over. The playfulness on his face had disappeared, replaced by extreme fear. The reason why Arjun was so scared was not only because of the terrifying golden lightning released by Zhou, but also because he guessed Zhou's identity. Kill! Kill! The former king of Area 5. The mysterious strongman. The god? At this time, Arjun's eyes were dull, and his voice was trembling as he whispered in a low voice. He was now so scared that he was a little mentally ill. Arjun was not one of the survivors from Area 5 that Zhou led in the last trial, but Zhou's deeds and image had long been spread among the survivors from Area 5, so Arjun naturally knew a little about the general image of the mysterious strongman. A dark golden scale armor, an exaggeratedly large dark golden sword, and golden patterns all over the body, which could release terrible golden thunder. This time, Zhou's armor was still dark golden scale armor, and he had just released golden thunder, so his identity was beyond doubt. A powerful existence, who could kill the king of the first 5 areas as an ordinary survivor. He just threatened to make the mysterious strongman kneel down and apologize to him. The moment Arjun thought of this, he was swallowed by fear, and he didn't even want to escape. He just sat on the ground stupidly, as if he had become a living dead. Lord Arjun? Lord Arjun? What happened to you? At this time, several of Arjun's men who were standing behind and waiting to watch the show suddenly found that Arjun had collapsed to the ground inexplicably. When these people came to the entrance and prepared to help Arjun up, they also saw the situation in the large space. The dead blood energy Leviathan creature in the large space that made them helpless had turned into a charcoal at this time. Everyone was shocked and showed an unbelievable look on their faces. The 2 people who had just entered the large space killed the dead blood energy Leviathan creature so quickly. Among this group of people, several people quickly glanced at the dark golden scales on Zhou's body, combined with the golden light that flashed at the entrance of the large space just now, and the deafening thunder. Gurgle. Several of Arjun's 10 men had already figured out Zhou's identity. They felt their hands and feet cold and their throats dry for a moment, and swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Lord Arjun is dead. At this time, a man who was supporting Arjun suddenly found that Arjun had stopped breathing and seemed to be dead. You 2 lowly guys, you dared to kill Lord Arjun, my king will not let you go. A man who had not guessed Zhou's identity pointed at Zhou and Lekka and shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several of his companions who had guessed Zhou's identity were startled and hurried forward to cover their companions' mouths. The survivors from other areas gathered by Arjun looked at the swearing survivor from Area 5 like a fool, and then silently distanced themselves from the group of survivors from Area 5. The survivors from other areas did not know Zhou Wen's mysterious identity, but they knew Zhou Wen's strength. The strong man who could kill the blood energy Leviathan creature so easily, the people from Area 5 dared to threaten and curse him. Isn't this looking for death? Now they are in the trial. The survivors from other areas kept their distance from the survivors from Area 5. In fact, they were worried that when the strongman got angry and attacked the survivors from Area 5, they would be affected. Zhou Wen glanced at Arjun, who was scared to death. He was originally going to kill Arjun, not because Arjun had just ordered him and had a bad attitude, but because Arjun deliberately blocked the entrance to prevent them from leaving. Zhou Wen never cared much about some verbal conflicts, and he was not the kind of person who would kill people if he disagreed with them. But Arjun deliberately blocked the entrance to the large space, and his behavior was to kill him, so he would not let him go. However, now Arjun was scared to death, so he didn't have to do it. Then, Zhou Wen turned his head to look at the charred corpse of the dead blood energy Leviathan in front of him, and then, with a thought, a dark gold sword appeared in his hand. The moment the dark gold sword came out, the guy who had just cursed Zhou Wen was instantly replaced by fear on his face, and then his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Shwa! Zhou Wen came to the abdomen of the dead blood energy Leviathan corpse, cut open the crispy fish scales that were electrocuted, and then entered the inside. Not long after, Zhou Wen walked out with a black supply box in his hand. This dead blood energy Leviathan creature did not have a dead blood core. After placing the immortal sponge in his hand in the corpse to absorb the energy, Zhou Wen opened the supply box casually. Ding! Obtained dead blood energy liquid X1. Ding! Obtained land base X10. Ding! Obtained power crystal fragment X1. New things? Zhou Wen's eyebrows moved slightly with some surprise, and he directly took the power crystal fragment to check. Ding! Strength crystal fragments. After use, you can increase your strength by 1 point, only available in the first stage. Collect 100 fragments, and they can be aggregated into a strength crystal. It's actually an item that directly increases the strength attribute? It's a pity that it can only be used in the first stage. Zhou Wen looked at the irregular red crystal in his hand, which was only the size of a grain of rice, and said with some disappointment, I wonder how the effect of the power crystal will be after collecting 100 fragments. Zhou Wen muttered in his heart. A few minutes later, the dead blood energy Leviathan creature's corpse no longer emitted red energy into the immortal sponge, indicating that the energy in the corpse had been absorbed. Then, Zhou Wen picked up the immortal sponge and checked it, and found that the golden light on the surface became much more condensed, and at the same time, the immortal sponge also released 2 golden energies into his body. Chapter 784. All that should be obtained has been obtained, and Zhou Wen is ready to move forward, but there are more forks in this large space, a total of 16. Without Huanlin by his side, Zhou Wen didn't know which channel was right, so he decided to use the previous method of rapid exploration and check one by one. Just as Zhou Wen was about to swim towards the channel, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Levka and said, Bring his immortal sponge. Zhou Wen pointed at Arjun's immortal sponge. Okay, Lord Miles. Levka quickly agreed and swam towards the entrance. Now he was facing the members of the Golden Legion in Zone 5, and there was no fear in his heart. The Captain Arjun was scared to death after seeing the powerful strength of Lord Miles. With such a powerful backer, what else did he have to be afraid of? Levka swam to the entrance, and was about to go forward to take the immortal sponge in Arjun's hand. One of Arjun's men suddenly stood in front of Arjun's body. Just when Levka thought the other party wanted to stop him, the subordinate turned around and took away Arjun's immortal sponge, then swam to Levka and presented the immortal sponge with both hands in a very respectful manner. Levka's eyes widened slightly. Just now, someone in this group of people scolded them. Why are they suddenly so respectful and humble now? Their attitude has changed 180 degrees. After getting Arjun's immortal sponge, Levka quickly returned and handed the immortal sponge to Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen took the immortal sponge, he handed Levka a bottle of dead blood energy liquid he had just obtained. This energy liquid was completely useless to Zhou Wen, but it could be used as defensive energy for Levka. Can't absorb it? Zhou Wen brought Arjun's immortal sponge close to his own immortal sponge, and found that his immortal sponge did not react at all. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of something again. He squeezed the palm of Arjun's immortal sponge hard, and the golden energy in Arjun's immortal sponge was released instantly. However, these energies did not form an energy shield, but quickly floated towards Zhou Wen's immortal sponge. Soon, Arjun's immortal sponge lost its light, and all the energy inside was squeezed out and entered Zhou Wen's immortal sponge. It's true. Zhou Wen smiled lightly. However, after absorbing the energy in Arjun's immortal sponge, the energy in Zhou Wen's immortal sponge did not change much. Is this immortal sponge still useful? Zhou Wen looked at the immortal sponge in his hand that had lost its light and thought. His immortal sponge did not fuse it, and it seemed to be useless, but he did not want to throw it away directly. This immortal sponge is a very special creature. It can absorb the energy from the corpses of creatures and convert it into its own energy. It can also transmit energy to survivors. As it absorbs more and more energy, the energy intensity will increase. Zhou Wen currently does not know how high the energy intensity of the immortal sponge can reach, but it does not need to be too high. As long as it can reach the level of a large leviathan and can be taken out, its value is definitely not low. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen put the immortal sponge that had lost its energy into the black material box. Because Wanling was not around and the system interface could not send items for the time being, he could only use the black material box as a storage box. His own immortal sponge was not placed in the storage box. It was safer to hold such an important thing in hand. Then, Zhou Wen still explored the passage in order, but this time he started from the right. But as soon as Zhou Wen entered the rightmost passage, the survivors who had been waiting at the intersection of the fork in the road hurriedly followed him, as if they wanted to explore with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not stop them. If they wanted to follow him, he didn't care, as long as they didn't snatch the supply box and the dead blood energy leviathan from him. Huh? The next second, in the rightmost passage, Zhou Wen turned into a residual image and swam to the end of the passage at the fastest speed. He rushed into the large space in front without hesitation. There was also a dead blood energy leviathan creature about 200 meters long. This time, Zhou Wen did not use the golden thunder energy again, but used the dark gold broadsword to enter the brain cavity of the dead blood energy leviathan creature to destroy the brain. He only needed to do it once to show his saintliness in front of others, otherwise it would be a waste of golden thunder energy. After killing the dead blood energy leviathan creature, Zhou Wen also found a black supply box in its body. The items inside were the same: a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, 10 land base, and a power crystal fragment. Does every dead blood energy leviathan have a power crystal fragment in its body? Zhou Wen originally wanted to find the correct passage as soon as possible to continue moving forward, but now he decided to explore all the forks. In the next half an hour, Zhou Wen explored all 16 forks, killed a total of 16 dead blood energy leviathan creatures, and obtained 16 power crystal fragments. Moreover, during this process, Zhou Wen discovered a way to increase the speed of immortal sponges absorbing energy, which is to increase the number of immortal sponges. Zhou Wen has 2 immortal sponges in his hand. After placing them on the corpse of the dead blood energy leviathan, they will absorb the energy in the corpse at the same speed. After absorbing the energy, one of the immortal sponges can be squeezed to transfer the energy in its body to the other. Perhaps because of the same energy, the speed of energy transmission between immortal sponges is very fast. This method greatly improves Zhou Wen's exploration speed, because it takes about 5 minutes for an immortal sponge to absorb the energy from the corpse of a dead blood energy leviathan creature, and it only takes a few seconds for him to kill a dead blood energy leviathan creature. The process of absorbing energy is the most time-consuming. In this way, the survivors following Zhou Wen will be useful. Zhou Wen first lets their immortal sponges absorb the energy from the corpse of the dead blood energy leviathan creature together, and then squeezes the immortal sponges in their hands to transfer the energy to himself. But the process of transmitting energy requires the survivors to hand over their immortal sponges to Zhou Wen. If they squeeze it themselves, it will only form an energy shield, which cannot be absorbed by Zhou Wen's immortal sponge. However, no survivors refused, mainly because Zhou Wen's strength was too strong, and they had no ability to refuse. Moreover, Zhou Wen would not absorb all the energy in their immortal sponges. He would leave a small part every time. With the accumulation of more than a dozen dead blood energy leviathan creature corpses, the light golden light originally emitted by their immortal sponges also turned into gold. Thank you, Lord Miles. At this time, a survivor looked at the immortal sponge in his hand that turned into gold, and said excitedly, and several other survivors also thanked him. Chapter 785. At the beginning, there were 20 survivors following Zhou Wen, but now there are only 5 left. These 5 people can barely keep up with Zhou Wen's speed, and the others gave up after finding that they could not keep up at all, and then entered the correct channel. Zhou Wen told them to leave this area first. Every time Zhou Wen killed the dead blood energy leviathan, he would actually wait for the people behind him. If he could not keep up even in this way, he would have to be eliminated, Otherwise it would be too time-consuming. After that, Zhou continued to move forward, and then continued to kill the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. When he encountered a fork in the road, he would quickly walk through all of them. Gradually, the diameter of the black rock channel became wider and wider, and the number of dead blood worms in the seawater became extremely dense, which began to affect the line of sight. In this process, Zhou killed nearly 100 dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, and the size of these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures became larger and larger as time went on, and now it has reached 500 meters. At the same time, the number of power crystal fragments in Zhou hand also increased to more than 150 pieces. As the length of the dead blood energy Leviathan increased to 400 meters, the number of power crystal fragments in the black material box in the body also increased. At this time, while waiting for the immortal sponge to absorb energy, Zhou took out 100 power crystal fragments from the material box. The next second, these 100 power crystal fragments emitted a red light, and then the fragments automatically combined together to form a red dodecahedron the size of a walnut. Ding! Aggregation successful. Get Power Crystal X1. Ding! Power Crystal, after use, it can increase 1 point of strength, can only be used in the second stage. After collecting 100 pieces, it can be fused into a Power Crystal. Can the Power Crystal increase the power attribute of the third stage? Zhou speculated. After the Immortal Sponge absorbed the energy, Zhou continued to move forward. Although the Immortal Sponge has absorbed more than 100 corpses of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, there is still no sign of improvement in the energy intensity. Could it be that the energy intensity of the Immortal Sponge can only reach the level of small Leviathan at most? But then, Zhou shook his head and denied his idea. The Immortal Sponge was originally a creature used by the world system to balance the strength of the survivors, and there are special dead bloodworms in the black rock platform. The intensity of the black and red energy on the surface of the special dead bloodworms exceeds the level of medium Leviathan, but is slightly weaker than the energy of large Leviathan. There must be special dead bloodworms in this maze. If the energy intensity that the Immortal Sponge can condense is only at the level of small Leviathan, it must not be able to withstand the attack of the special dead bloodworms. Then this trial is not to deliberately let the survivors die. Except for the top survivors, who have the energy of large Leviathan and above, no one can survive. So Zhou thinks that the Immortal Sponge can at least condense the energy of large Leviathan. It should be because the dead blood energy is too low. Zhou thought as he swam into the passage leading to the next area. He had already explored all the other branches in the area he was in. The diameter of this passage has reached 100 meters. Not long after the group of 7 people entered this passage, Zhou detected a dead blood creature in front of him. This dead blood creature is 100 meters long, with dead blood energy attached to its body surface and teeth. It looks like a crocodile, with black spikes all over its body, and looks very ferocious. However, it was all the same to Zhou, no different from the grass carp dead blood creatures he killed at the beginning of the trial. While swimming forward quickly, he killed all these crocodile dead blood creatures. The 6 people of Levka, who followed behind, quickly absorbed the energy from the corpses of these crocodile dead blood creatures, and then immediately caught up. Huh? Just after advancing about 5,000 meters, a group of survivors appeared within Zhou's mental detection range. They were killing those crocodile dead blood creatures with the energy given by the Immortal Sponge. Zhou slowed down a bit, and after killing a large number of crocodile dead blood creatures, he met the group of people. When the group saw Zhou, they all acted very alert, and Zhou stayed where he was, waiting for the Levka people behind him to catch up. There is no road over there. The route you took is wrong, Zhou said to the group of people. It's okay. We are going to clean up the dead blood creatures in the forks. A female survivor in the group said. There are many forks around each correct passage. She doesn't think the other party can clean up all the dead blood creatures in all the forks. I have cleaned up all the forks, Zhou replied. Have you cleaned up every fork? The female survivor said in disbelief. Yes, Zhou nodded. But the female survivor still didn't believe it. There were so many forks. She didn't think anyone would explore every fork. At this time, Lev and his men had also caught up. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Zhou didn't say anything more and led the people to continue swimming forward. You'd better not go ahead. There are people blocking the road and robbing immortal energy. The female survivor reminded her and left with her people. Robbing immortal energy? It's not certain who is stronger. Zhou didn't care. When Leka and his companions heard that someone was robbing ahead, they didn't react much, and even smiled. Based on the strength shown by Lord Miles before, They were not afraid at all unless the king of survivors was blocking the road and robbing. Because the crocodile-like dead blood creatures in the passage ahead had been cleared by the previous group of people, the group was moving at full speed and arrived at the end of the passage after a while. Then Joe found that this was another intersection of forks, and there were many forks around, about 40 or 50. At this intersection of forks, many survivors gathered. According to preliminary calculations, there were about 2,000 people, of which 11 survivors were special. They were all wearing purple gold armor. As soon as Joe left the passage, a group of survivors swam over and surrounded Joe. "Humph! You just ran into this passage. Why are you coming out now?" A leading survivor snorted. "It's really abominable. Lord Igor asked you to hand over all your immortal energy. It's your honor. You dared to resist and run away." Another survivor said angrily. "Are you survivors from Area 2? Left Behind heard that all the words of the two were in foreign languages, so he immediately stepped forward to communicate. Survivors from the same area stand behind. Seeing that Left was also a survivor from Area 2, the leading survivor asked him to stand behind him, meaning to join their team directly. Everyone misunderstood. We are not the ones who just escaped. It has nothing to do with us that the group continued to go deeper into the passage. How could Lev stand directly opposite? Wouldn't that be giving up his thick thighs? So he quickly explained, "I don't care whether you are with that group of people just now or not. Everyone must hand over all the immortal energy. Since you don't want to join us, then hand over the immortal energy," the leading survivor said bluntly. Chapter 786. Leka saw that these survivors in the same area did not listen to his advice at all, so he could only sigh helplessly and gave up persuading them. Since these people were determined to die, he was too lazy to stop them. As survivors in Area 2, since they met in the trial, Leka still wanted to save them, but in Area 2, were the survivors really so loving to each other? Obviously not. In Area 2, the survivors were also scheming and fighting against each other. Therefore, for these survivors in the same area who did not listen to his advice, he could only respect their fate. "What are you still standing there for? Give me your immortal sponge," the leading survivor in Area 2 shouted loudly, and then rushed directly to Zhou, trying to take the immortal sponge in Zhou's hand. Schwa! But what responded to him was a flash of knife light, and the next second, the leading survivor was cut in half. The knife came too suddenly and too fast. The other two survivors only felt a wave of water flow. Before they could figure out what happened, their leader's body was split in half. The faces of the survivors in Area 2 changed drastically, from confusion to panic, and then to anger. The confusion was because they didn't know why the leader suddenly split, the panic was because they realized that the group of people in front of them seemed to be quite strong, and the anger was because they remembered that they still had a backer. "How dare you do it? You're dead." Although the survivors in Area 2 were very angry and uttered harsh words, they acted very cowardly. They immediately moved away from Zhou and his group, and then swam towards a survivor wearing purple gold armor. Zhou calmly led Lev and his men to swim over with the survivors from Area 2 who had escaped. Soon, they saw a survivor wearing purple gold armor. The survivors from Area 2 who had just escaped were now reporting the situation to the survivor in purple gold armor with anger on their faces. Lord Igor didn't want to kill people at will, but you dared to take the lead in attacking our people, so don't blame us," the survivor in purple gold armor said to Zhou and his men. Purple. Members of the Purple Gold Guard. Lev was shocked when he saw the survivor in purple gold armor. He had just thought that the group of survivors in the same area were just a robbery group formed spontaneously, but he didn't expect that they were members of the Purple Gold Guard under the Purple Gold Guard. The dead bloodworms in the seawater can affect the vision. If you are a little further away, you can't see anything. Zhou's mental power will not be affected, but ordinary survivors, like Levka, can't see the purple gold armored survivors, who are far away from him. Humph! You are also a survivor in Area 2, but you helped the survivors in other areas to kill your own people. You are simply a traitor, the purple gold armored survivor said, and his figure suddenly flashed. A purple gold sword appeared in his hand, and then he appeared in front of Levka, and the purple gold sword flashed with a cold light, and chopped down on his head. This purple gold armored survivor seemed to use the same method that Zhou just used to kill the leader of the survivors in Area 2, to kill Levka, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, in order to intimidate Zhou and his party. But just when the purple gold armored survivor's purple gold sword was about to fall on Levka's head, a palm suddenly stretched out, as if trying to catch the purple gold sword that was swinging down with great force. Ridiculous. This is an energy weapon given by my king. It can easily cut through the dead blood energy. How dare you block it with your ordinary armor? The purple gold survivor looked at Zhou Wen with a strong disdain in his eyes. At the same time, the purple gold sword in his hand fell immediately and slashed on his palm. Bang! A loud collision sounded, but the scene that the purple gold armor survivor expected, Zhou Wen's palm was cut off and Levka was split in half, did not appear. Instead, the purple gold survivor showed a shocked look on his face, because the sword he swung down with all his strength was actually caught steadily by the opponent with one hand. Impossible. The purple gold sword is an energy weapon. How can your armor block it? The purple gold armor survivor shouted in disbelief. Zhou Wen didn't care about this. A dark gold sword appeared in his other palm. He raised the sword and was about to chop it off, but just as he was about to do it, he took a look at the opponent's purple gold armor. This should also be an energy armor. It would be a waste to destroy it directly. These energy weapons and armors are currently powerful tools for cleaning up dead blood creatures. The 6 people of Levka are relatively strong ordinary survivors. They do not have energy characteristics. When facing those dead blood creatures, they can only use the energy given by the immortal sponge to kill them. If the 6 people can get a set of energy equipment, they can also save some immortal energy when cleaning up dead blood creatures in the future. So, Zhou Wen put away the dark gold sword in his hand, and then kicked the purple gold armor survivor in the chest, directly kicking the opponent back more than 10 meters, and hit the ground made of black rocks hard, while the purple gold sword was still held by Zhou Wen's hand. Zhou Wen casually threw the purple gold sword to left behind him, then rushed to the purple gold armor survivor and stepped on his chest. Take off this armor, and I will let you go, Zhou Wen said. Master Igor. Master Igor, save me. The purple gold armor survivor did not follow Zhou Wen's instructions, but shouted loudly to his boss. Zhou Wen did not stop him. There were 10 other purple gold armor survivors scattered in the space where the fork road intersected. It was just right for them to gather together and then catch them all in one fell swoop, so that those people would not flee in all directions when they saw the situation was not good, and they would have to waste time chasing them. At this time, from Zhou Wen's perspective, 5 of the 10 purple gold armor survivors swam towards him, and the remaining 5 were guarding the survivors they robbed. Among the 5 people swimming towards Zhou Wen, although they were all wearing purple gold armor, the leading survivor in purple gold armor showed a different aura. He was Igor, the leader of the purple gold guards. Igor was one of the 36 purple gold guards under the king of Area 2. He led a purple gold guard team. These 10 guards with purple gold armor were brought here by him using the traveling voucher. Dare to touch my people? You're looking for death. After Igor swam closer, he saw that his men were actually stepped on by someone. His expression immediately sank. With a thought, a 2-meter-long Xianwang axe appeared in his hand. There was a faint energy flashing on the Xianwang axe. It was obviously an energy weapon. Zhou Wen took a casual look, flipped his palm, and a dark gold sword appeared in his hand. He went forward with a backhand. Chapter 787. Bang! The moment the axe and the knife collided, a sharp clanging sound suddenly rang out, and the 2 huge forces stirred up, causing the surrounding sea water to surge violently. Crack! But then, there was a sound of breaking from the weapon. Low-level energy weapons dared to take the attack of my Xianwang axe? Igor shouted, then held the axe handle with both hands, and pressed down with both arms, trying to cut off the weapon of the person who was directly confronting him. Igor didn't think there would be any problems with his Xianwang axe, because his Xianwang axe was the weapon traded by the King of District 2 and the King of District 8. The material of the Xianwang axe is the teeth of the large Leviathan Xianwang Leviathan. The Xianwang energy attached to its surface is close to the energy of the medium Leviathan level. Ordinary energy weapons can't destroy it at all. Suddenly, Igor felt that the power on the axe handle increased, and the opponent seemed to want to resist. Don't overestimate your own abilities, Igor said contemptuously. But as soon as he finished speaking, Igor felt something was wrong. The power from the opponent's weapon was getting stronger and stronger, and then a trace of surprise appeared on his face, because he saw that the wide axe of his Xianwang axe was actually cut by the opponent's weapon. Crack! The cracks on the Xianwang axe were getting longer and longer, and it was about to be cut in half by the opponent's weapon. Igor's expression immediately condensed, and a stream of purple gold energy was released from his body and immediately attached to the Xianwang axe. Medium Leviathan level energy? At this time, Zhou Wen found that the trend of the dark gold sword cutting the axe was stopped, and immediately judged the intensity level of the purple gold energy used by the opponent. Clang! Zhou Wen exerted his strength violently, and the 2 weapons rubbed against each other violently, bursting into a string of sparks. Igor was completely knocked back several meters by this force. Who are you? After being knocked back, Igor did not dare to attack again. The opponent's strength was obviously superior to his, and the weapon he used was stronger than the Xianhuang axe. He must be no ordinary person. I am the king of District 8, the Dark Gold Knight Miles, one of the 8 knights of the king. Zhou Wen made up his identity. The 8 knights of the king? Igor frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name. So you are the Dark Gold Knight under the command of the king of District 8. My king and the king of District 8 have a very good relationship. I think there should be some misunderstanding between us. Although I have never heard of it, and don't know whether it is true or not, the opponent's strength is definitely true. In any case, let's build a relationship first. Humph! Misunderstanding? You are so arrogant, and have robbed so many survivors here. How many of them are my compatriots in District 8? You want to brush it off with just a misunderstanding? Zhou Wen said coldly, as if he was angry about the persecution of his compatriots in District 8. I'm really sorry. We didn't know there were friends from District 8 inside. We are willing to return the robbed immortal energy to you. What do you think? Igor didn't believe that the Dark Gold Knight in front of him would care about the ordinary survivors in District 8. He just wanted benefits. Want to return the energy now? It's too late. Zhou Wen didn't accept it. What does the Dark Gold Knight mean? To fight to the death with us? Igor's expression turned cold, and purple gold energy attached to his whole body, and said coldly, Huh? The next second after Igor said this, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly became trance, and suddenly appeared in front of Igor at an incredible speed, and then stretched out a hand to grab his neck. Igor was startled by Zhou Wen's sudden action. In panic, he almost subconsciously swung the Xianhuang axe in his hand with purple gold energy attached. But just when the Xianhuang axe was about to hit the opponent's body, a layer of dark red energy suddenly appeared on the opponent's body. Then the opponent waved his arm, and the 5 fingers of his palm became a knife, directly colliding with the Xianhuang axe. The collision between the two did not make a big sound, because the dark red hand knife was like a steel knife cutting tofu when it collided with the Xianhuang axe with purple gold energy, and instantly cut the Xianhuang axe in half. At this moment, the look on Igor's face changed from panic to horror, and his brain went blank. The next second, Zhou Wen's palm easily strangled Igor's throat, and then squeezed it hard. Igor only felt a huge force coming, and his neck was like being clamped by a pair of pliers, and the pain and suffocation came at the same time. Crack! The hard purple gold armor made an overwhelmed squeezing sound, as if it would be crushed at any time. You little fish can't break my net. Zhou Wen grabbed Igor's neck tightly, and said in a contemptuous tone. Bang! Zhou Wen swung his arm violently, and Igor in his hand was smashed to the ground below like a little chicken, making a dull crash. Hand over your immortal sponge, your equipment, and the supply box in your hand, Zhou Wen said to Igor and his men in an unquestionable tone. The Igor's men who were unwilling to hand over the purple gold armor before were now scared silly. In his eyes, the extremely powerful Lord Igor was smashed beside him like a rag. Master Dark Gold Knight, I am willing to hand over my equipment and immortal sponge to you. The purple gold guard member immediately took the purple gold equipment and his immortal sponge in his hands, then raised his hands above his head and handed them to Zhou Wen very respectfully. We too. The other 4 purple gold guard members followed suit. Their backers were defeated by the other side. If they insisted, they would only seek death. Their status in District 2 was not low, and it was not worth dying here. At this time, Igor, whose internal organs were displaced and blood was surging, lost his temper. This strength was not something he could resist at all. It was too strong. I'm afraid only the king of District 2 could deal with it personally. Afterwards, Igor also handed over his purple gold equipment and immortal sponge, as well as the power crystal fragment he had obtained along the way. The remaining 5 purple gold guard members, who were guarding the survivors, were also forced to hand over their items by Igor without knowing why. There were 11 sets of purple gold equipment in total, which Zhou Wen distributed directly to the 6 people who followed him. Each of them had a purple gold broadsword and a purple gold armor. The rest were temporarily stored in the supply box. The energy inside the 11 immortal sponges was all golden, especially Igor's immortal sponge. The degree of its energy concentration was almost the same as Zhou Wen's. After all, it was not surprising that it could reach this level after robbing so many people. Zhou Wen absorbed all the energy in the 11 immortal sponges one by one. When the energy in the last immortal sponge was absorbed, his own immortal sponge changed a little, and a hint of red gold appeared in the golden energy. Chapter 788. After a stream of red gold energy entered his body, Zhou used it to test the energy intensity. It didn't break apart after colliding with the dark gold sword. It seems that the energy intensity has reached the level of a medium-sized leviathan, Zhou said as he looked at the red gold energy on the surface of his palm. Then, Zhou opened Igor's supply box, which contained 350 pieces of power crystal fragments. After adding his own 50 pieces, he directly aggregated them into 4 power crystals. That, Lord Dark Gold Knight, can we leave now? Igor asked carefully. Go away, and don't bully the survivors in Area 8 anymore, Zhou warned. Got it. Igor nodded repeatedly, and then left with his men without looking back, not even wanting his immortal sponge. They didn't dare to ask the Dark Gold Knight to return their immortal sponges. Immortal sponges are not bound. As long as they can get them, they can use them. With the strength of this group of people, they can just find a group of survivors to rob some immortal sponges. After the robbery, Zhou led the 6 people wearing purple gold armor to move forward. Because the dead bloodworms were dense, the survivors in Area 2, who were farther away, didn't know that Igor had left with his men. Then Lek mistakenly took the 6 people of Lek as members of the Purple Gold Guard. Lek simply let the group of survivors in Area 2 disband, and the more than 2,000 survivors, who were captured to hand in immortal energy, were also released. Zhou's powerful performance just now was blocked by the dead bloodworms, so these survivors didn't see it, so no one was willing to follow him. Zhou didn't care. He already had 13 extra immortal sponges in his hand. The speed of absorbing the energy of dead blood creatures was already very fast, and there was no need to add more manpower. There was a large space on one side of the intersection of the forks. In the large space, there was a dead blood energy leviathan creature with a body length of 1 kilometer, but it was dead at this time. It should have been killed by Igor's group. There were still many forks in the large space, a total of 21. Zhou randomly chose one to explore quickly, and Lek and his men cleaned up the dead blood creatures in the forks behind. With purple gold armor and purple gold broadswords, they killed these 100-meter dead blood creatures very easily. In the large space at the end of this fork, there was a dead blood energy leviathan creature with a body length of 1 kilometer. Zhou took out the dark gold broadsword, drilled into its head, and quickly killed it. There was no dead blood core in the body, but the number of power crystal fragments in the black material box increased to 5 pieces. Afterwards, Zhou quickly explored all the forks. During this period, the survivors who were robbed also entered these forks. After seeing Lev's purple gold armor, these survivors stayed away from them like avoiding the plague. 21 forks, 21-kilometer-long dead blood energy leviathan creatures. A total of 105 power crystal fragments were harvested. 3 hours later, Zhou and his party stood in front of a large space entrance. During this period, they did not encounter any survivors blocking the road, so the speed of exploration was very fast. Zhou killed more than 300-kilometer-long dead blood energy leviathan creatures. After absorbing the energy from the corpses of these dead blood energy leviathans, the red gold energy in Zhou's immortal sponge has increased, and Lek's immortal sponges have also been upgraded to red gold. The passageway where Zhou was now had a diameter of 200 meters. The reason why he paused at the entrance of this large space was that the dead blood energy leviathan creature in this large space looked a little special, and it might be dangerous for Levka and his companions to enter rashly. Through mental detection, Zhou found that the dead blood energy leviathan creature in this large space looked particularly hideous. It was a crustacean creature about 1,000 meters long, covered with a dark and thick shell, with long and thin bone blades that curved upwards growing on both sides of its body, spiral cone spikes all under its abdomen, and a large pliers-like mouth at the front of its head. Zhou temporarily asked Levka and his companions to wait outside, and he went directly into the large space. The dead blood energy leviathan creature crawling on the ground immediately raised its upper body after discovering Zhou, and the next second, cone spikes with dead blood energy attached to them flew towards Zhou rapidly while spinning. After the dead blood energy leviathan creature fired its spikes, it immediately opened its large jaws, like a pincer, and charged towards Zhou, like a giant armored tank. This dead blood energy leviathan creature had many attack methods, but for Zhou, they were no different from the previous ones. After dodging the attacking spikes, Zhou cut open the carapace on its head with a knife and entered the interior. 10 seconds later, the dead blood energy leviathan creature died. Zhou cut open the carapace from its abdomen and came out with a black supply box and a blood-red sphere in his hand. The blood-red sphere was the dead blood core. Can the dead blood core be absorbed by the immortal sponge? Zhou looked at the 14 immortal sponges that were absorbing the energy from the corpse and asked curiously. So, Zhou directly placed the dead blood core in the 14 immortal sponges, and then, a large amount of red energy was released from the dead blood core and dispersed into these immortal sponges. Using the dead blood core to provide energy, can the energy level of the immortal sponge be increased faster? Zhou didn't feel bad at all for using the dead blood core to provide energy to the immortal sponge, and the dead blood core was worthless to him. At this time, Levka and the other 6 entered the large space, and then immediately placed their immortal sponges on the corpse to absorb energy, but after seeing the dead blood core, each of them showed desire on their faces. Although the dead blood core is the lowest level of energy core, it is also out of reach for ordinary survivors. The survivor kings in their area are all kingdom systems, which is very different from Area 10. The 3 major guilds in Area 10 will sell a small amount of dead blood core for ordinary survivors to buy. Other areas have no chance at all, unless they become the subordinates of the survivor king. It is not easy to become the subordinate of the king of survivors, so ordinary survivors in other areas have no way to obtain the dead blood core. Now seeing that Lord Miles actually fed the dead blood core to the immortal sponge, their hearts were bleeding, but no one stepped forward to ask for it, just turned their eyes away and didn't look. A total of 20 immortal sponges absorbed the energy from the dead blood energy Leviathan's body quickly absorbed, but it took 5 minutes to absorb the energy from the dead blood core. After transferring the energy from 19 immortal sponges to his own immortal sponge, Zhou continued to move forward with Levka and the other 6. But just as he was about to find a fork to enter, a voice sounded in his mind. Villain! Villain! Chapter 789. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhou paused immediately. This voice was exactly the voice of Huanling, and being able to hear it at this position meant that he was not far from where Huanling was. Zhou looked at the 12 forks in this large space. Because Huanling's voice did not indicate the route, he decided to explore all of these dozen forks first. It would not take much time anyway. It had only been 5 or 6 hours since the start of the trial, and Zhou already had clues about Huanling. Once Huanling was found, he could rely on Huanling's biological radar to find the exit of this maze as quickly as possible, so there was no need to rush. Afterwards, Zhou spent half an hour to kill all the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the 12 forks. The degree of mutation of these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures was much higher than before, so each of them had a dead blood core in its body. Moreover, an item in the black material box has also changed. The original 5 power crystal fragments have become 1 power crystal, and the number of land bases has also increased from 10 at the beginning to 100. After absorbing the energy from the corpse of the mutant dead blood energy Leviathan, Zhou and his party entered the correct channel they had just explored. In the process of moving forward, each person held a dead blood core and 2 immortal sponges in their hands, absorbing the energy from the dead blood core while moving forward. There are a total of 12 dead blood cores. It would take too much time to stay in place and absorb slowly. Why does this channel seem to be curved? After Zhou swam a distance in the channel, he detected through mental power and found that the path of the current channel was curved downward, which was somewhat different from the previous straight downward channel. This arc-shaped passage is also quite long. The previous passage was only more than 10,000 meters, but this arc-shaped passage is more than 30,000 meters. However, for Zhou, the length of 30,000 meters is not much different from 10,000 meters. Soon, the group arrived at the end of this arc-shaped passage. Zhou detected through mental power and found that there was another intersection of forks outside the passage. As soon as Zhou swam out of the passage, he found that there were many survivors gathered at this intersection of forks. He scanned it with mental power and found that there were about 3,000 people, all in small groups. In front of this group of survivors, there was an entrance to a large space. At this time, these survivors kept a certain distance from the entrance to the large space and discussed something with each other. What should we do? The creatures in the large space seemed to be the 10,000-meter Leviathan creatures that appeared when the dead blood Leviathan creature group invaded the water ball last time. The black and red energy level on the surface of the body is very high. Can our golden immortal energy work? A survivor said with some worry. We have to try it out, whether it works or not. The transformed Leviathan is inside. We can't just leave it here. Another survivor said helplessly. He knew it was difficult to deal with, but he couldn't just ignore it. Is there no strong man in the crowd? Another survivor shouted to the crowd, but no one responded. The giant Leviathan creature with black and red energy is no match for ordinary strong men. At least they have to have a large Leviathan level energy feature, otherwise they are looking for death. The energy of the immortal sponge can be improved. Why don't we concentrate our own immortal energy? A survivor suggested at this time. It's not enough even if we gather the energy of the immortal sponge. Even if the energy of the immortal sponge can break through the black and red energy, it takes a lot of energy to kill the giant Leviathan. A survivor asked. Then let's collect energy first, and when the energy in the immortal sponges is enough, we can gather it and give it to one person. The survivor who just proposed to gather the immortal energy spoke again. In fact, most survivors are naturally unwilling to hand over the energy they have collected with great difficulty. But in this situation, if they don't gather their immortal energy, they can't kill the giant Leviathan creature in the large space. Then, after some exchanges with each other, the survivor groups accepted the method of concentrating their strength to kill the giant Leviathan creature. No matter what, their own phantom Leviathan must be rescued. While the survivors were discussing, Joe took Lepka and others, put the dead blood core temporarily into the supply box, and swam towards the entrance of the large space, but did not enter directly, but stayed at the entrance and looked inside. The seawater in the large space was full of dead bloodworms, and it was impossible to see clearly at a distance. However, on the rock wall on one side of the entrance to the large space, a transparent sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters could be seen. Inside the transparent sphere was a phantom Leviathan about 210 meters long. Joe detected with his mental power that there were transparent spheres attached to the rock walls around the entrance to the large space. Obviously, there was a phantom Leviathan inside each sphere. Huh? At this time, a strong current suddenly came from the inside of the large space, and after passing through the entrance, it suddenly washed over several people. Unprepared, Lepka and his companions were directly washed away by the current. Joe had already discovered the abnormality of the water flow and was ready to fight, so he still stayed at the entrance. But then a huge black and red shadow appeared in the large space, and then this shadow slammed into the entrance at a very fast speed. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly filled the entire intersection of the fork road. Many of the survivors who gathered were startled, but some of them had smiles on their faces, because this kind of sound was not the first time they heard it. Many survivors who had just arrived here would check the situation in the large space, and then they would be discovered by the giant Leviathan in the large space. However, as long as you don't enter the interior of the large space, there will be no danger. The giant Leviathan creature is 10,000 meters long, and the diameter of the entrance is only 500 meters, so the giant Leviathan creature can't get out at all. Of course, there were some pretentious people before, who thought they were powerful, and didn't check the situation in the large space at all, and didn't listen to the dissuasion of other survivors, and went directly into the interior. As a result, they were swallowed by the giant Leviathan creature not long after entering. At this time, Joe looked at the giant Leviathan's mouth opening at the entrance. He really wanted to get in and kill it, but he held back. The villain is coming! The villain is coming! At this time, Wanling's voice sounded in Joe's mind again, and his tone was very cheerful and lively. It seems that Wanling should not be in danger in the transparent sphere for the time being. Joe thought to himself. Chapter 790. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the phantom scale, Joe was no longer in a hurry to kill the giant Leviathan creature. After finding Lepka and the others who were scattered by the seawater, they came to the crowd of survivors. Joe heard the conversation of these survivors just now. Since they wanted to concentrate the immortal energy in one place to kill the giant Leviathan creature, let him be the carrier. Joe directly winked at Lepka, who was stunned for a moment. After looking at the immortal sponges in the hands of the survivors, he immediately reacted and shouted loudly. Everyone doesn't need to collect immortal energy anymore. Now everyone just needs to give their immortal energy to our powerful Lord Miles, and Lord Miles will personally go out to kill the giant Leviathan creature in the large space. Lepka shouted to the survivors. Another self-righteous guy. Some survivors whispered with disdain in their eyes. Among the survivors gathered here, there are also some strong ones, including survivors with energy characteristics, but the energy of the immortal sponge in their hands is still golden, that is, the level of small Leviathan. Therefore, they don't think that anyone will raise the energy level of the immortal sponge to a higher level, and one level higher is only the level of medium Leviathan, which is not enough to kill the giant Leviathan creature. However, there are still many survivors who want to see this situation, but because there are too many dead bloodworms in the seawater, many survivors who are far away can only hear the sound, so they all move closer to the direction where the sound comes from. For a while, Joe and his group are surrounded by survivors. When the survivors saw the purple gold armors of Lek and his men, those who originally thought that Lek was bragging immediately believed it. Energy equipment is not something that ordinary people can wear. There were some survivors from Area 2 in the crowd. After seeing the purple gold armors, they directly regarded them as members of the Purple Gold Guard. At this time, outside the crowd, there was a team of 11 people. They quickly swam into a fork in the road. The leader of the team was Igor, who was robbed by Joe when before. Igor wanted to see who was so arrogant, but after finding out that it was Joe, he ran away with his men. How do you prove that you can kill the giant Leviathan creature? A survivor who came over to Joe questioned. Yes, although you seem to be very strong, the giant Leviathan is not an ordinary dead-blood Leviathan creature. What if we give you immortal energy, and you run away directly? Another survivor said. Faced with such doubts, Lev did not say any more nonsense, but directly raised his immortal sponge in front of everyone. Our immortal sponge energy has been raised to red gold. I wonder if any of you can reach it, Lev said, and the other 5 survivors who followed Joe also raised their immortal sponges in front of everyone. The survivors who were closer looked carefully at the immortal sponges in Lev's hands, and found that the light on the surface was indeed red gold, which was indeed different from their gold color. Your immortal energy has been raised to the next stage? Those strong men who were very disdainful before, after seeing the red gold energy, all widened their eyes, and said in disbelief. If only one person's immortal energy was raised to red gold, they would still think it was normal, but if all 6 people were raised to red gold, it would be really powerful. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the leader of Levka and his men, the Silent Lord Miles. Although Miles did not take out his immortal sponge to show them, the red gold light emanating from his fingers was enough to confirm that his immortal energy was definitely red gold, and even more condensed. For a moment, the survivors looked at each other. Although they were sure that the group of people in front of them had a high probability of killing the giant Leviathan creature, they were reluctant to hand over the immortal energy they had collected. Make a decision quickly, I don't have time to waste here with you, Joe said. In fact, Joe could have waited for these survivors to collect more immortal energy, and then asked them to hand it over, but that would take too long, and he had to continue exploring deeper. Hey! What's your attitude? You need our energy, not us, a survivor said dissatisfiedly. Do I need your energy, or do you need my help to kill the giant Leviathan and rescue your own phantom Leviathan? Joe asked back. If you don't want to, forget it. It's nothing more than me continuing to waste some time to upgrade the energy of the immortal sponge to the next level, but then, I won't have extra energy to kill the giant Leviathan. But it should be no problem to use the few immortal energies for self-protection, and then enter the large space to take away our phantom Leviathan. Joe saw that this group of people had been hesitating, so he exerted some pressure. As soon as Joe finished speaking, someone in the crowd was willing to hand over the immortal energy. With the first person doing so, the other survivors no longer hesitated and came forward to hand over the immortal energy. There were many survivors, and one person could not collect it all, so Joe asked Levka and others to receive the energy together, and finally released the energy in their immortal sponges to his own immortal sponge. After a while, the immortal energy of all the survivors present had been absorbed, and Joe's immortal sponge also entered the next stage, from red gold to purple gold, and its energy intensity had reached the level of a large Leviathan. Do you have enough purple gold immortal energy? Do you want to wait for other survivors? Just as Joe was about to enter the large space, some survivors asked. They were not concerned about Joe, but worried that their immortal energy would go to waste. Collecting immortal energy is very difficult. If this fails, it will probably take a lot of time to collect it later, so they hope Joe can succeed once. Joe ignored these people, asked Levka and the others to wait outside, and then flashed into the large space. When Joe disappeared from the sight of the survivors far away from the entrance, he summoned the Wave Breaker mech, and then replaced the free cube in the engine with the lightning cube. His mental power detection range was limited, and this space was very huge. Only by amplifying his mental power through the Wave Breaker mech could he find the phantom scale as soon as possible. Huh? Joe just connected to the intelligent brain and found a turbulent water flow attacking the Wave Breaker mech. The next second, a giant creature with a black body and black and red energy on its surface appeared in the coverage of his mental power. Chapter 791. This giant Leviathan creature looks like a squid, but its mouth is located on the head, and it is split vertically from the middle. In the mouth that is like a cliff, there are densely packed fangs growing horizontally. The giant Leviathan creature rushed to the front of the Wave Breaker mech, split its mouth to the left and right, and then suddenly closed it. Zizizizi. However, at the moment when the giant Leviathan creature closed its big mouth, a layer of lightning energy protection appeared on the surface of the Wave Breaker mech, and it withstood the huge force. Schwa. Then, a dazzling lightning shot out from the back of the mech. The next second, The speed of the wave-breaker mech increased sharply, and it directly broke the huge teeth in front of it that looked like a forest of stone pillars. The black and red energy on the teeth could not compete with the lightning energy at all. Soon, the wave-breaker mech rushed into the body of the giant Leviathan, and then used mental power to detect the location of the brain. After searching for a while, Zhou discovered that the brain of this giant Leviathan was not in the head, but in the body. However, after destroying the brain, the giant Leviathan creature did not die. Zhou had heard Shen Xian report about this situation, so he immediately rushed to the location of the heart. After cutting open the heart, a large number of special dead bloodworms poured out. After cleaning up these special dead bloodworms, Zhou entered the heart, then controlled the wave-breaker mecha, and used a fist attached with violent lightning to blow up the mutant brain cavity worms inside, and the giant Leviathan creature finally died. Afterwards, Zhou entered the stomach wall space of the giant Leviathan, and found a black supply box, and then drilled out of the corpse. The giant corpse of the giant Leviathan fell to the ground below. Fortunately, the transparent spheres that trapped the phantom Leviathan were all distributed on the rock wall, not on the ground, otherwise this huge corpse might have killed many phantom Leviathans. After killing the giant Leviathan creature, Zhou began to drive the wave-breaker mech to find Phantom Scale. Because the space was too large and the transparent spheres were densely packed, he searched for a long time before finally finding Phantom Scale swimming in a circle in the transparent sphere at the center of the top of the large space. Ha ha! The villain is finally here. Phantom Scale was very excited when he saw Zhou coming in front of him. Zhou put away the wave-breaker mech, came to the transparent sphere, and directly chopped it with the dark gold sword. However, the transparent sphere just shook like a balloon filled with water, and the surface was not cut. So strong? Zhou was a little surprised, then attached a layer of overlord energy to the dark gold sword and chopped it again. Pop! This time, a big hole was cut on the surface of the transparent sphere. The next second, the transparent sphere exploded like a punctured balloon, and the Phantom Scale rushed out and circled around Zhou. But as soon as the Phantom Scale came out, the dead bloodworms in the surrounding sea water rushed towards it. At this time, the immortal sponge in his hand released a purple gold energy and attached to the surface of the Phantom Scale. It can provide energy protection for the Phantom Scale, Zhou said with a smile. In the maze of this trial, there are so many dead bloodworms. The ordinary survivors' Phantom Leviathans have no means to resist the dead bloodworms, so Zhou guessed that the immortal sponge can release energy to protect the Phantom Leviathan. Does the purple gold immortal energy also have the effect of dispelling dead bloodworms? Zhou looked at the dead bloodworms that immediately moved away from the Phantom Scales, and asked with some doubt. Because immortal energy does not have this effect before it reaches purple gold, and this effect of dispelling dead bloodworms is very similar to king-level pressure. Could it be that the immortal sponge is a king-level Leviathan? Zhou guessed. If it is really a king-level Leviathan, then this trial may not be easy to complete. Zhou frowned slightly. Then, Zhou observed the purple gold energy on the surface of the Phantom Scale and found that the energy consumption rate was very slow, but if it was attacked, it would be consumed faster. Before leaving the large space, Zhou took a look at the transparent sphere that trapped the Phantom Scale. At this time, the sea water inside was gone, leaving only a thin transparent film. Ding! Get Water Wave Glue X1. Ding! Water Wave Glue, attached to the surface of equipment, can resist low-level energy attacks. This is very useful for ordinary survivors, Zhou commented, but it was of no use to him. At this time, at the intersection of the Fork Road, a group of survivors were waiting for Zhou to return, but after such a long time, there was still no sign of him. Gradually, some people's faces became ugly. Why haven't you come out yet? There was movement inside at the beginning. Why is there no movement now? Did he fail? Did that guy not intend to kill the giant Leviathan at all, but ran away with his own Phantom Leviathan? Slowly, the survivors who were originally waiting quietly became increasingly agitated as time went by. Many people thought that Zhou had failed, and some thought that Zhou had escaped. Hey! Did your boss run away? A survivor wearing a sawtooth armor looked at Lek and his men in a bad tone. After hearing this, many survivors also looked over. When they handed over all the immortal energy just now, they saw that Lek and his men's energy was not completely absorbed. Now the mission to kill the giant Leviathan is likely to fail, and they naturally want to recover some losses. However, just when the survivor who provoked the conflict wanted to take advantage of the situation and snatch the immortal sponge from Lek's hand, Lek swung the purple gold sword fiercely and cut off the head of the troublemaker. Since Lord Miles is not here, you treat us as soft persimmons? Have you forgotten that our immortal energy is red gold? Lev said coldly, and directly attached a layer of red gold energy to the surface of the purple gold sword. But you have to give us some compensation, right? Seeing that Lev killed people directly, the survivors who wanted to snatch the immortal sponge immediately retreated a few meters, but still insisted. What compensation do you want? At this time, a voice came from the entrance of the large space, and then a turbulent water rushed out. The next second, a phantom leviathan with a body length of nearly 500 meters, covered with thick blue armor plates, and rotating high-speed vortices around the body appeared in front of everyone. The moment this phantom leviathan appeared, the dead bloodworms in the seawater at the entrance immediately dispersed, and the survivors' vision suddenly became much clearer. What? What is this? Phantom leviathan? Some survivors looked at the phantom leviathan in front of them with surprised expressions on their faces, because this phantom leviathan was surrounded by water and looked like an energy creature. It's a phantom leviathan that has entered the food change period. A survivor suddenly thought of something and exclaimed directly. On the head of this phantom leviathan, a figure wearing dark gold scale armor was standing on the blue armor plates. Chapter 792. All the survivors present had shocked expressions on their faces. You know, there are only 2 strong people in all the districts who can make the phantom leviathan enter the food transformation period. One is Andre, the king of District 2, and the other is Galen, the king of District 1. These 2 are the kings of survivors. So when the phantom leviathan that seems to be able to control the water flow appears in front of them, the survivors present are so surprised, because they think that this phantom leviathan symbiont is likely to be a survivor king. Okay, the giant leviathan creature has been killed by me. You can go in and find your own phantom leviathan. Joan got off the head of the phantom scale and swam quickly towards the crowd, while speaking lightly. Lord Miles is really powerful. I knew you would succeed. Yes, yes. It's ridiculous that someone didn't believe you just now. Just now, there was a guy who tried to rob your immortal sponge, but he was killed by your powerful subordinates. He deserved it. Haha, Lord Miles is so powerful. He can kill a giant leviathan creature with a snap of his fingers. Those who don't believe it are all mentally ill. For a while, all the survivors praised Joan. Many of them seemed to have changed into different people. They just said that Joan failed or ran away, but now they all said with a shameless face that they always believed that Joan could kill the giant leviathan creature. Facing the performance of the survivors, Joan just shook his head. People are like this, so he didn't say anything more. He took Levka and others directly to the inside of the large space to find their own phantom leviathan. By the way, before you release your own phantom leviathan, it's best to use the immortal sponge to absorb some energy. Before entering the large space, Joan thought about it and decided to remind them to avoid losing too many phantom leviathans. However, the premise of releasing the phantom leviathans is that their immortal energy level can break the film on the surface of the transparent sphere. According to Joan's experience of cutting the transparent sphere just now, in order to break the film, at least the immortal energy needs to be raised to the purple gold level, that is, the large leviathan level. However, with the speed at which those survivors accumulate energy, it may take a long time. After Joan finished speaking, he took Levka and a few others to swim to the head of the phantom scale, and then turned into a turbulent stream of water and entered the interior of the large space. TSK, you want us to absorb energy. Don't you want to harvest another wave of immortal energy from us? Seeing Joan and his group leave, a survivor wearing white scale armor said dissatisfiedly. After hearing the words of this survivor, the survivors who were originally planning to go to other forks to collect immortal energy stopped. Let's go in and take a look first, a survivor said. Then, this group of survivors swam into the large space. After knowing that the transformed leviathan was trapped on the rock wall of the large space, they began to look for it. At this time, the immortal sponge in the hand of the white scale armored survivor, who was dissatisfied with Joan just now suddenly sent a force, and then flew out of his palm. The white scale armored survivor was immediately startled. The vision in the seawater is limited. If the immortal sponge flies far away, it will be difficult for him to find it, so he immediately chased after it. But before long, his immortal sponge rushed towards a transparent water ball. When he saw the phantom leviathan in the water ball, his face immediately lit up, because this phantom leviathan was exactly his own. But just when the white-scaled armor survivor was glad that he had found the phantom leviathan so quickly, the immortal sponge directly hit the transparent sphere. Pop! The film that originally required the energy of a large leviathan to destroy exploded the moment it came into contact with the immortal sponge, and the phantom leviathan swam out directly. Seeing this scene, The expression on the face of the white-scaled armor survivor immediately froze, because at the moment his phantom leviathan rushed out of the transparent sphere, a large number of dead bloodworms rushed directly towards the phantom leviathan. Don't! 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 The white-scaled armor survivor's eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately swam forward to stop it, but it was of no use. He could only watch his phantom leviathan being invaded by countless dead bloodworms. Such a scene was still playing out in the large space. Almost all the survivors who didn't listen to Zhou Wen's reminder accidentally released their own phantom leviathans, and then their phantom leviathans were all invaded by the dead bloodworms. Huh? The film of the transparent sphere can be broken so easily? Zhou Wen looked at the transparent sphere in front of him that was broken by the immortal sponge in Levka's hand, and asked with a puzzled look. The immortal sponge seems to be able to help the survivors find the phantom leviathan, but why didn't I feel it before? Oh, by the way, I'm driving a mecha. Zhou Wen was a little speechless. He found that being too strong was not good, because he would always do things that went in the opposite direction, just like the last time he mutated the split-head eel. Originally, the leviathan infected with the split-head eel could be driven away by bringing it close to the tidal leviathan, but he had to use the mecha brain to increase his mental power and skin all the leviathans, which was a thankless task. Soon after, the leviathans of Lek and his men were successfully freed from the transparent water ball under the tracking of the immortal sponge in their hands. Because there was still energy in the immortal sponge in their hands, a layer of red energy was attached to the surface of the leviathan the moment it came out. However, the red energy did not have the effect of dispelling the dead bloodworms, so as the dead bloodworms attacked, the red energy would continue to be consumed. Fortunately, the consumption rate of the red energy was very slow. After all, the dead bloodworms were not energy creatures, and were still very weak, so they did not cause damage to the red energy layer on the surface of the leviathan. The 6 men's phantom leviathans had been found, and Zhou Wen did not delay any longer. After absorbing the energy from the giant leviathan's corpse, he took them directly to the center of the large space. There was a large hole with a diameter of 500 meters on the ground here, which seemed to be a vertical passage leading to the depths. Except for this passage, there were no other passages in this large space. It was the only road. Zhou Wen did not hesitate. He stood on the head of the phantom scale, and directly commanded the phantom scale to enter the passage below. Leka and his men also stood on the head of the phantom scale, and commanded their phantom leviathans to follow the phantom scale. Because the seawater was full of dead bloodworms, if Leka and his men returned to their phantom leviathans, they would not be able to see Zhou Wen's instructions at all, so they simply stayed on the phantom scale. Chapter 793. During the dive, Leka and his companions looked at the vortex-shaped water flow around them, and began to feel curious about Zhou Wen's identity. Although Zhou Wen had always said that he was the Dark Gold Knight of Area 8, they did not believe it at all. Not to mention that they had never heard of the rumors about the 8 Knights of the King of Area 8. Zhou Wen's strength showed that he could not be a survivor of Area 8. Because the King of Survivors was very wary of those strong people in the same area who might threaten him, he would basically eliminate them directly, and would not leave them alone. Zhou Wen did not care about Leka and his companions' speculation about his identity. At most, they guessed that he was a mysterious strong man, which did not matter at all. At this time, Zhou Wen took out the black supply box that he had just obtained from the giant leviathan creature and opened it directly. Ding! Obtain Power Crystal X1. Ding! Obtain Gene Chimera X1. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtain Land Base X500. You've already opened the Power Crystal. Zhou Wen opened his eyes slightly, and took out the Power Crystal to check. Ding! Power Crystal. Increase 1 point of power attribute after use, can only be used in the 3rd stage, and after collecting 100 crystals, they can be fused into a Power Crystal source. Can it be fused? Can the Power Crystal source increase 1 point of power attribute in the 4th stage? Zhou Wen guessed. However, Zhou Wen did not plan to continue hoarding Power Crystals to fuse Power Crystal sources. He could already use Power Crystals to increase his own power attribute. He would wait until he filled up his own power attribute before using the higher level Power Crystal source. So, Zhou Wen used this Power Crystal directly. The next second, the blood-colored sphere crystal the size of an egg turned into a blood-colored energy in his palm and entered his body. Ding! Use Power Crystal, Power +1. My power has reached 965 points, and I am 35 points away from reaching the upper limit. I wonder if there are enough giant leviathan creatures for me to kill. Having found Huanlin, Zhou Wen is too lazy to kill those ordinary dead blood energy leviathan creatures. He is going to let Huanlin find the giant Leviathan creature directly. At this time, Huanlin, who was diving at a relatively slow speed, suddenly paused. Zhou Wen knew from Huanlin's voice that a dead blood energy Leviathan creature appeared below. After waiting for a while, a red shadow appeared in the vision of several people, and within the range of Zhou Wen's mental detection, it was found that this was an ordinary dead blood energy Leviathan creature, not big in size, probably around 300 meters. "You go clean it up," Zhou Wen said to Levka and his men. This size of dead blood energy Leviathan is nothing to Levka and his men who have purple gold equipment. "Yes, Lord Miles." Levka and his men immediately jumped on their own phantom Leviathans and rushed directly down. Later, Zhou Wen stood on the head of the phantom scale and slowly dived down, then used the immortal sponge to absorb the dead blood core obtained before, while Levka and his men cleaned up the dead blood Leviathan creatures below and absorbed the energy from the corpses. Soon after, the group came to the end of the passage, and below was a huge passage with a diameter of 1 kilometer. After swimming for a distance in this huge passage, the group saw many forks, but these forks were no longer the only correct passage as before, but the forks were connected to each other, and different routes could lead to the same place. Now should be the real maze trial. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and then gestured to Huanlin, asking it to find the giant Leviathan creature with a body length of 10,000 meters. There were still many dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the huge passage, but now Huanlin swam very fast, and Levka and his friends had no time to clean them up, so they directly let their transformed Leviathan follow the Huanlin in front. Zhou Wen summoned the wave breaker mech, replaced the lightning cube in the engine with a free cube, and then observed the situation within a radius of 3,000 meters through the mental power amplification to avoid any sudden situation. As Huanlin continued to go deeper into the maze, the dead bloodworms in the seawater of the maze became more and more dense, reaching the point where nothing could be seen beyond 1 meter. But Huanlin's body has purple gold immortal energy that can dispel the dead bloodworms, and the range of dispersal is 10 meters, so Zhou Wen can still see things within 10 meters. Now the dead bloodworms are so dense that Levka and his men can no longer see the light blue light released by Huanlin, so Zhou Wen brought them back to Huanlin's head. But when Zhou Wen drove the wavebreaker mech to find them, they were all shocked. They thought the wavebreaker mech was some kind of strange energy creature. If Zhou Wen hadn't told them it was a mech, they would have attacked. Can this survival world make mechs? Levka and his men stood on Huanlin's head, staring at the 30-meter high wavebreaker mech in front of them with disbelief on their faces. It was the first time they had seen a mech. At this time, Zhou Wen's identity became more and more mysterious in the eyes of several people. No one among the survivors in each area has ever owned a mecha. Even the High Survivor King does not have one, which shows how rare it is. Just as Levka and his companions were using the immortal sponge to absorb the dead blood core and guessing the performance of the wavebreaker mecha, the phantom scale suddenly stopped swimming, and the next second, a terrifying roar came from the front. Levka and his companions immediately became alert and quickly gestured to their transformed leviathans to get close to the phantom scales to avoid being attacked by unknown creatures in the dark. Zizizizi. But at this moment, the whole body of the mecha in front of them suddenly released a dazzling silver-white electric current, and then disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. The terrifying roar was made by a giant leviathan creature. After swimming in the intricate passage for so long, Phantom Scales successfully found one. Huh? The wavebreaker mecha moved at high speed in the seawater, swimming towards the direction of the roar. Soon, within the range of Zhou Wen's mental detection, he found part of the body of a giant leviathan creature. The moment he found the giant leviathan creature, Zhou Wen immediately rushed over, and then attached violent lightning energy to the fist of the wavebreaker mecha, and punched the body of the giant leviathan creature one punch after another, and in an instant, a big hole was made on the surface of its body. After drilling into the body, Zhou Wen destroyed the brain with ease, and then killed the mutant brain cavity worm in the heart, killing the giant leviathan creature in the shortest time. Chapter 794. Finally, Zhou Wen asked Levka and his men to absorb the energy from the giant leviathan's body, while he entered the giant leviathan's stomach wall space to find a black supply box, from which he took out a power crystal and used it directly to increase his own strength by 1 point. After a while, Levka and his men absorbed the energy from the giant leviathan's body, and successfully made their immortal sponge's energy reach the purple gold level. When their transformed leviathan's body surface was also protected by purple gold energy, the dead bloodworms in the sea water immediately moved away from the transformed leviathan's body, and dared not approach it again. In the next hour, Huanlin found several more giant leviathans. Zhou Wen drove the wavebreaker mech to quickly kill these giant leviathan creatures, and obtain the energy and supply boxes from their bodies. Is there something? It's not what I'm looking for, so forget it. Just as Huanlin continued to look for the next giant Leviathan creature, Zhou Wen suddenly heard Huanlin's voice in his mind. Something? Anything that can attract the attention of Huanlin in the trial is likely to be a good thing. Zhou Wen smiled as he thought of this, and then quickly gestured to Huanlin, letting it swim towards the area he found. However, just as Huanlin swam about 10,000 meters towards the target, an extremely abrupt mental force suddenly covered Zhou Wen. Is it an intelligent creature? Zhou Wen frowned slightly, because the legs behind him suddenly seemed to be controlled by something and swam forward without authorization. Their intelligence attribute is too low, so stay away from them for the time being. So, Zhou Wen activated Wang Wei, awakened the control people, and then let them return to the Phantom Leviathan, each commanding their own Phantom Leviathan to retreat, temporarily killing the blood-killing energy Leviathan creature nearby, and he continued to move forward. Soon after, Zhou Wen, under the guidance of Huanlin, entered a space full of red crystals. He carefully examined these red crystals with his mental power, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. A large number of power crystal fragments are condensed on these red crystals. Buzz! At this time, a mental power came, the intensity was higher than before, almost turned into substance, and the sea water was pushed up, but it did not affect Zhou Wen at all. However, considering Huanlin's safety, he had already arrived at the area where the intelligent creature was, so there was no need for Huanlin to go deeper. After Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to stay away from this red crystal space, he drove the Wavebreaker mecha to quickly travel through this space, looking for intelligent creatures that release mental power. But at this moment, a black and red energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly entered Zhou Wen's mental detection range. Zhou Wen thought quickly, then put away the Wavebreaker mecha, and then turned on the golden characteristics and overlord characteristics at the same time. The golden energy condensed into a layer of golden lines on the body surface, and the overlord energy attached to the surface of weapons and armor. Then Zhou Wen did not dodge or avoid, and directly took the black and red energy beam. Swish! Zhou Wen vigorously swung the dark gold sword with overlord energy in his hand, slashing at the black and red energy beam, and the energy beam was easily cut open. Seeing this situation, Zhou Wen immediately judged that the energy intensity of this black and red energy beam was only at the level of a large Leviathan. Found you. Zhou Wen drove the Wavebreaker mecha again, and then rushed towards the direction of the energy beam at the fastest speed. Soon, within the range of mental detection, a huge meatball appeared in Zhou Wen's field of vision. Because the size of the ball was too huge, Zhou Wen's mental coverage could not see the whole picture at all. No matter, the energy intensity is only at the level of a large Leviathan anyway, just drill into the body and kill it. Zhou Wen didn't want to waste time. The large amount of power crystal fragments in this area still needed time to collect. Buzz buzz buzz. While Zhou Wen was approaching the huge meatball, several black and red energy beams shot at him, but he easily dodged them, and successfully landed on the body of the huge meatball covered with black blood vessels. However, what surprised Zhou Wen was that there was no energy protection layer on the surface of the huge meatball. Boom! The fist of the Wavebreaker mecha with violent lightning hit the surface of the meatball heavily, directly blasting out a large hole with a diameter of 30 meters. But just when Zhou Wen was about to drive the mecha into the hole, the large hole was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Wen frowned, then quickly swung the fists of the Wavebreaker mecha, constantly hitting the surface of the huge meatball, but still couldn't drill into its body. The repair speed was too fast. It seems I have to do it myself. Zhou Wen immediately put away the Wavebreaker mecha, then attached the overlord energy to his whole body, and then turned on the arc light feature. Swish swish swish. Zhou Wen's two dark gold swords with overlord energy in his hands danced quickly, and almost instantly drilled a hole on the surface of the huge meatball that was large enough for him to enter. But soon after drilling into it, the hole behind healed. The healing speed is so fast. When we find the brain later, I'm afraid we have to turn on the 3 features to destroy the brain. Zhou Wen said a little worriedly. He felt that it was not worth using the 3 features here. However, after a while, Zhou Wen had a surprised look on his face, because he did not find the brain in the giant meatball. Why does this meatball seem to be solid? Zhou Wen speculated based on the route he had just moved. And the energy in the meatball's body does not seem to be generated autonomously. While Zhou Wen was constantly destroying the flesh and blood of the giant meatball, he discovered through mental power detection that the energy to repair the wounds was transmitted from the outside. So, Zhou Wen immediately moved straight in one direction, and soon rushed out of the body of the giant meatball, then summoned the Wavebreaker mecha again and began to use the 3,000-meter mental power detection range to move around the giant meatball at high speed. A few minutes later, Zhou completed the exploration of the entire giant meatball. This was a meatball with a diameter of about 30,000 meters, with a large number of tentacles growing on its surface. These tentacles were connected to the black rock wall, and energy in the wall was always transmitted to the giant meatball through these tentacles. Knowing the reason made it easier to deal with it. After Zhou put away the Wavebreaker mecha, he activated the shadow feature and turned into a blurred phantom. Then, the Overlord energy was attached to his whole body, and then it flashed quickly between these tentacles. In 1 minute, Zhou cut off all the tentacles connected to the black rock wall. Without these tentacles, the huge meatball fell heavily to the ground as if it was dead, and no longer released mental power. Is this meatball the root of the black rock platform controlling the energy-type Leviathan creatures? Zhou said secretly. The strange huge meatball guarding this red crystal area has been solved. Zhou immediately gestured to Huanlin to find Levka and others to collect the power crystal fragments here together. There are so many here that he can't collect them all by himself. Chapter 795. After a while, the phantom Leviathans of Levka and his companions were brought into this red crystal space by Huanlin. Inside the red crystal space, there stood pillars that looked like stalactite pillars, but were made of crystals. On the surface of these crystal pillars, there were many blood-colored crystals the size of rice grains, which were power crystal fragments. There were about 100 power crystal fragments on a stalactite crystal pillar, and there were at least tens of thousands of stalactite crystal pillars in this red crystal space. When Levka and his companions received the order from Lord Miles to collect these blood-colored crystals, they did not know what these blood-colored crystals were used for, but after they touched them with their hands, they were all shocked. The collection of power crystal fragments was temporarily handed over to Levka and his companions, and Zhou himself drilled back into the huge meatball. Without the amazing recovery ability this time, he could use the Wavebreaker mecha to increase his mental power and explore the entire huge meatball carefully to avoid missing anything. Is there really something? After exploring the huge meatball for about 10 minutes, Zhou really found a flesh-colored sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters a kilometer away from him. And through the flesh layer that seemed to be made of muscle fibers on the surface, you can see a transparent crystal sphere with a diameter of 10 meters in the center. Zhou immediately drove the Wavebreaker mecha to break the flesh and blood blocking the way, while heading to the location of the flesh-colored sphere, and the distance of a kilometer was quickly reached. Zhou left the mecha and first touched the surface of the muscle fiber sphere with his hand, but did not get any information, so he took out the dark gold sword, directly cut the flesh and blood on the surface and entered the interior, and came to the transparent crystal sphere. After approaching, Zhou could feel a faint spiritual power fluctuation released from the surface of the transparent crystal ball. After a layer of Overlord energy was attached to his palm as protection, he put his hand on it. Ding! Obtain Consciousness Crystal Core X1. Ding! Consciousness Crystal Core, one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the third stage intelligence attribute. It can also be used to make location beacon. How can there be a breakthrough formula for intelligence? Zhou was slightly stunned after reading the introduction. His current intelligence is 24 points. If it is based on the previous 2 stages, each stage only needs to break through the upper limit of intelligence by 1 point, then it stands to reason that his 24 points of intelligence should have broken through the upper limit of the 3 stages. Alas, there is another formula to collect. Zhou sighed helplessly. Collecting these formula materials is really torture. Afterwards, Zhou spent another 10 minutes to completely explore the entire body of the huge meatball. After confirming that there were no other items, he went directly outside to collect the power crystal fragments in the red crystal space. Levka and his men collected very quickly. During the time Zhou explored the giant meatball, he had already collected all the power crystal fragments on about 3,000 stalactite crystal pillars. Although the seawater was full of dead bloodworms, they could not see the location of other stalactite crystal pillars, but their transformed Leviathan could detect them. After collecting the power crystal fragments on a stalactite crystal pillar, they directly gestured to their transformed Leviathan, and the transformed Leviathan would take them to another one, so the collection efficiency was very high. In order to further increase the collection speed, Zhou also released the Wavebreaker mech. After about half an hour, all the power crystal fragments in the entire red crystal space were collected, and a total of more than 1 million pieces were collected. Zhou took out 6,000 power crystal fragments and rewarded them to Levka and his 6 companions, 1,000 each. This made them very happy. They did not think that Zhou gave too little. After all, without Zhou, They could not enter this red crystal area. After removing these small amounts, Zhou infused all the remaining 1 million power crystal fragments and obtained 10,000 power crystals. He fused another 10,000 power crystals and obtained another 100 power crystals. The power attribute will also reach the upper limit now. Zhou thought to himself and used 28 power crystals directly. Ding! Use power crystal, power plus 28. After the system prompt sounded in his mind, Zhou took a look at his character attribute panel. The power attribute increased to 1,000 points, which has reached the upper limit of the third stage power attribute. The remaining 72 will be used to condense the power crystal source. After putting the remaining power crystal into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou and his party came to the giant meat ball. When they just collected power crystal fragments, they all placed the immortal sponge on the giant ball to absorb energy. Although the giant meat ball does not seem to be a living thing, the energy in its body is still very abundant. It took nearly an hour for the 21 immortal sponges to finally absorb all the energy. After transferring the energy in all the immortal sponges to its own immortal sponge, the immortal sponge, which originally had only a few purple gold stripes, is now covered with purple gold stripes all over its body. If it kills more than a dozen giant Leviathan creatures, it should be able to turn into purple gold all over its body. Lord Miles, these are the dead blood cores we obtained when we killed the Leviathan creatures that emit dead blood energy just now. Leka handed the black supply box in his hand to Zhou. After Zhou took the black supply box, there were a total of 9 dead blood cores in it, as well as several other items, land-based, power crystal, and dead blood energy liquid. Zhou took the land-based and power crystal away, and gave the rest back to Leka, letting them divide it among themselves. After the exploration of the red crystal space was over, Zhou and his party began to continue looking for giant Leviathan creatures, and then kill them as quickly as possible to absorb energy. During this period, Zhou also asked Wanling to search for the red crystal space, but after killing more than a dozen giant Leviathan creatures, he did not find the second one. At this time, Zhou and his party came to a space with giant Leviathan creatures. Just as they were about to enter, they found that some survivors gathered at the entrance. There were not many survivors, only more than 100 people. Judging from their distribution of people, there should be 4 teams. Haha, another team has arrived. We should be confident now. After Zhou and his group approached, a team leader wearing Xianhuang armor said with a smile. Hello, friend. I am Liu, the Xianhuang Knight Commander under the King of District 8. The leader wearing Xianhuang armor came forward to greet Zhou. Hello, I am Miles, the Knight Commander of the Royal Court under the King of District 1. Zhou introduced himself. So you are the Knight Commander of the Royal Court in District 1. Nice to meet you. Leo paused slightly, because he had never heard of such a Knight Commander in District 1, but he didn't ask much. Anyone who could arrive here so quickly must be strong, so there is no need to make enemies. Chapter 796. Hello, Knight Commander Miles, I am Abimbola, the leader of the Black Gold Corps under the King of Area 9. A female survivor wearing green bone armor introduced herself. I am Dev, the leader of the Golden Corps under the Noble King of Area 5. A survivor wearing serrated armor said arrogantly. I am Ivan, the Purple Gold Guard under the King of Area 2. A survivor wearing purple gold armor introduced himself. During his self-introduction, Ivan glanced at Lev and the others behind Zhou. They were all wearing purple gold armor. He thought they were his companions just now, but they turned out to be people from Area 1, and there was no need to think about where the purple gold armor came from. But Ivan did not show anger. In the current situation, fighting with the other party would be disadvantageous to himself. After Zhou greeted these people one by one, he was ready to directly enter the space where the giant Leviathan was, but was stopped by Leo. Knight Commander Miles, don't be anxious. The giant Leviathan creature inside is not easy to deal with. Let's discuss countermeasures first. Leo said. Do we need to discuss countermeasures to kill the giant Leviathan? Before Zhou spoke, Leka behind him asked with some doubt. They came all the way here, and Lord Miles killed more than a dozen giant Leviathans, and it didn't seem difficult. Humph! Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak here? Dev's eyes condensed, looking at Levka and said coldly. Don't be angry, Commander Dev. Knight Commander Miles's men have just arrived, and it's normal that they don't know the situation. We still have to cooperate to kill the giant Leviathan inside. It's better to be harmonious. Leo persuaded. The giant Leviathan creature inside is a little different from the ones we encountered before. There is a worm-like creature in its body, and there are a lot of them. These worm-like creatures are attached to the surface of black and red energy, and it consumes a lot of immortal energy to clean them up. Abimbala on the side explained. Is there also in the brain? Joan asked. I don't know about the brain. I led my men to attack once before, but before I found the brain, I encountered a large number of worm-like creatures and lost some people before I ran out. Leo said. Well, I know. Joan nodded and continued to enter the space in front. Hey! Don't you understand what people say? Or do you think you are strong enough to kill the special giant Leviathan inside? Dev was very unhappy with Joan's self-righteous attitude. Let's discuss a strategy. Knight Commander Miles may not know that Knight Commander Leo himself has the Xianwang characteristics of the large Leviathan level, but even so, he still can't kill the special giant Leviathan inside. Ivan also persuaded. For a moment, the four of them looked at Joan, waiting for his decision. It's okay, I try it. Joan said lightly. TSK. If you want to die, go ahead. Dev glanced at Joan with disgust, and then returned to his team. Then you should be careful. Leo's tone was no longer as friendly as before. He was the strongest survivor here. Joan, a new guy, didn't listen to his suggestions at all, which made him a little dissatisfied. Joan ignored the attitudes of several people. After letting Huanlin and Lepka stay away from the group, he went straight through the entrance and entered the huge space. What a waste of time. It looks like we have to wait for the next team to arrive here. Dev complained. Haha, since Knight Commander Miles is determined to kill the special giant Leviathan alone, maybe he can really succeed? Leo said with a chuckle. Obviously Leo didn't think Joan could succeed, because he himself was the first person under the King of Area 8. He had the Xianwang energy of the large Leviathan level, but it was difficult for him to kill the special giant Leviathan creature, let alone others, unless they were the king of survivors. At this time, Joan had entered the depths of the huge space, and summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha to find the special giant Leviathan creature. After a turbulent water impact, a huge creature appeared within Joan's mental detection range. The giant Leviathan creature had a long strip shape, with a large number of slender tentacles growing on the surface of its body, and these tentacles were attached with black and red energy. Zizizizi. Joan immediately covered the surface of the Wavebreaker Mech with a layer of lightning energy protection, and then rushed directly towards the giant Leviathan creature. When the Wavebreaker Mech was about to hit the head of the giant Leviathan, the tentacles at the head of the giant Leviathan suddenly swung and whipped over quickly. Bang bang bang. The Wavebreaker Mech quickly swung its fists, with lightning energy attached. For a moment, the fist shadows flashed, directly breaking the whipping tentacles, and successfully landing on the head of the giant Leviathan creature. Bang bang bang. The Wavebreaker Mech continued to swing its fists, and soon smashed a big hole in the head of the giant Leviathan creature, and immediately drilled in. Soon after entering the body, Joan's mental power detected a large number of worm-like creatures. These worm-like creatures were about 30 meters long and looked like earthworms, but there was a conical black bone spur on the head, and a layer of black and red energy was attached to the whole body. This is quite a lot. At this time, thousands of worm-like creatures had already poured into the detection range of Joan's mental power. However, these worm-like creatures were nothing in front of the Wavebreaker Mecha with lightning energy attached. Rushing into the swarm of insects, one punch could kill 34 of them, but the number of these worm-like creatures was too large, as if they could not be killed. So Joan no longer wasted the energy of the lightning cube. After putting away the Wavebreaker Mecha, he flipped his palm, and a black crystal long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Liang sword with an energy level of the sea abyss. Swish. Joan moved at a very fast speed among the worm-like creatures. He dodged if he could, but if he couldn't, he would kill them with the Liang sword. The brain of this giant Leviathan creature is not in the head, so it needs to be searched for, and the location of the heart must also be found. Although there are many worm-like creatures, and the surface of the body is attached with black and red energy, the movement speed is not fast. Joan can easily avoid their attacks, and then move forward quickly. During this period, he also uses the Wavebreaker Mech from time to time to detect the location of the brain or heart. Half a minute later, Joan came to a honeycomb brain full of holes. The surface of the brain is covered with a layer of black carapace, and worm-like creatures keep drilling out of the holes. After finding the brain, Joan immediately summoned the Wavebreaker Mech, and then took the attack of those worm-like creatures, and rushed directly to the brain, punching the carapace on the surface of the brain. Bang! A loud noise spread, and the fist of the Wavebreaker Mech attached with lightning energy did not break the black carapace. It can actually withstand the energy of a large Leviathan? Joan was a little surprised, but not panicked. The black shell was indeed hard, but the brain protected inside was definitely not that hard. Chapter 797. Zhou first put away the Waybreaker mech, then attached a layer of Overlord energy to his body, and then swung the Liang knife in his hand to chop the black carapace. Shwa! The black carapace, that could not be destroyed by lightning energy, was instantly cut open by the Liang knife. After a while, a large hole with a diameter of 30 meters was cut out, which was enough for the Waybreaker mech to enter. Zhou was just about to drive the Waybreaker mech into the black carapace to destroy the brain, but suddenly found that the Liang energy in his body seemed to be being pulled by the Liang knife in his hand. Could the Liang knife also transmit energy? Zhou immediately thought of the true form of the blazing blade, so he expectedly transmitted a stream of Liang energy in his body to the Liang knife. The next second, a layer of Liang energy was attached to the surface of the Liang knife. Just as Zhou was about to test its power, a creature similar to a worm-like creature entered his mental detection range. Its body length reached 300 meters. Zhou immediately swung the Liang knife, and at the moment of swinging, the Liang energy attached to the surface of the Liang knife flew out directly and turned into an energy blade, but the length of this energy blade reached 30 meters, which was 3 times longer than when he released it directly with his hands before. Swish! The 30-meter energy blade flew forward, cutting off everything it encountered on the way. The large worm-like creature was cut in half by the energy blade as soon as it rushed to Zhou. Then, the energy blade continued to fly forward for several hundred meters before gradually shrinking and dissipating. It turned out to be the size of the amplified energy blade. Not bad. Zhou nodded. Having tested the effect of the Liang blade, Zhou did not waste any more time and immediately drove the Waybreaker into the black shell, and then quickly destroyed the brain. For some unknown reason, Zhou found that the number of worm-like creatures attacking him was decreasing while he was destroying the brain. When Zhou destroyed half of the brain and came to the center of the brain, he probably knew the reason, because the center of the brain was filled with a large number of eggs. Obviously, there was a mother worm that had been laying eggs and hatching worm-like creatures before, but now the mother worm was gone. Is it the mother worm that was cut in half by the energy blade just now? Zhou felt that it was likely to be. Soon, the entire brain was destroyed by Zhou, but the giant Leviathan creature did not die, so Zhou continued to drive the Waybreaker mecha to find the heart. Because the mother worm died, and the worm-like creatures decreased, Zhou's search for the heart was very smooth. Huh? But when Zhou stood in front of the heart, and scanned the inside of the heart with his mental power, he showed a look of surprise on his face. The heart was still protected by a layer of black carapace. Zhou used the Liang knife to cut it open, and then entered the heart. But this time, there was no group of special dead blood worms in the heart. Instead, there was a black-red sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. A mutant brain cavity worm was wrapping the black-red sphere with its body. Zhou killed the mutant brain cavity worm casually, and then touched the black-red sphere with his hand. Ding! Obtained Black Blood Core X1. Ding! Black Blood Core. After use, you can obtain the Black Blood characteristic, and at the same time have the ability to eat Leviathan's flesh and blood to condense Black Blood energy. When the Black Blood characteristic is turned on, you can mobilize the Black Blood energy in the body, and the duration depends on the energy in the body. Another characteristic that can obtain energy without genes. Zhou's eyes widened slightly, because this Black Blood Core is different from the Dead Blood Core. The dead blood energy of the dead blood core belongs to the lowest level of energy, and it is normal that it does not require genes. The black blood energy of this black blood core is beyond the energy of the medium-sized Leviathan, and it does not require a chimeric gene, which is equivalent to saving a position for a chimeric gene. However, it is still useless for Zhou. If he needs to kill a dead blood energy Leviathan creature, he can use the dark gold sword. If he needs to kill a medium-sized Leviathan level energy creature, he can also use the Waybreaker mecha, and he does not need the black blood core at all. After killing the mutant brain cavity worm, this special giant Leviathan creature died completely. Then, Zhou went to the stomach wall space and found a black supply box. The items in the black supply box are not much different from those of ordinary giant Leviathan creatures, except that the number of power crystals inside has increased to 3. At this time, outside the huge space, Leo, Dev, Abimbola, and Ivan saw that Zhou had not come out for such a long time, and they all thought he was dead, so they thought of Zhou's transformation into Leviathan. Because if Zhou died in the giant Leviathan, Zhou's items would not be taken away by the world system, but would remain in the Phantom Leviathan. Therefore, as long as the Phantom Leviathan is killed, the items Zhou left in the stomach wall space can be obtained. Your boss is dead, why are you still guarding his Phantom Leviathan? Why don't you just join my team? Leo said to Lek and the others. A mere giant Leviathan creature can't kill Lord Miles. If you retreat now, you may still have a chance to survive. Lek said, holding a purple gold sword with purple gold immortal energy in his hand, pointing at Leo. Why are you talking nonsense to them? I don't believe that they have more purple gold energy than us. Dev roared, releasing a burst of lightning from his body, and instantly appeared in front of Lek, holding a weapon with purple gold immortal power, and chopped directly on the energy shield that Lek had deployed through the immortal sponge. You hold him back first. I go kill the Phantom Leviathan. Ivan said to the remaining 3 people. Then, Ivan bypassed Lek and rushed towards Phantom Scale. Lek wanted to stop him, but was blocked by Abimbala. Since you are the Knight Commander of Zone 1, there should be a lot of good things in the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan. You killed my members of the Purple Gold Guard of Zone 2, and you should give me some compensation. Ivan grinned and rushed towards Phantom Scale at a very fast speed. The Xianhuang axe appeared in his hand, and chopped heavily on the blue armor plate. Bang! A sharp collision sounded, and the blue armor plate was not damaged at all. What kind of armor is this? Ivan was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the energy armor of the Transfiguration Leviathan. Haha, I've found a treasure now. Ivan's face showed ecstasy. If he could put these armor plates on his Transfiguration Leviathan, he wouldn't have to worry about the Transfiguration Leviathan being attacked by the dead blood energy Leviathan creature when he went out to explore in the future. In order to avoid damaging the blue armor plates as much as possible, Ivan decided to use the purple gold immortal energy to drill directly into the Transfiguration Leviathan's body. After destroying its brain, the armor plates on the surface of the body would naturally fall off. But just when Ivan was about to chop the head of the Transfiguration Leviathan with the Xianhuang axe with purple gold energy in his hand, suddenly, his high-speed moving figure suddenly stagnated. At some point, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ivan, with dark red energy emanating from his body. The moment he appeared, he grabbed Ivan's head tightly with his hands. Looking for death. Chapter 798. Ivan's head was suddenly grabbed by force, and his body swung forward violently, like a sunny doll blown by the wind. In an instant, his neck was under great pressure, and was pulled painfully by the body swinging forward. But soon, Ivan reacted and immediately looked back along the force that grabbed his head. When he saw Zhou, his pupil shrank suddenly. You are not dead? At this moment, Ivan's eyes showed a trace of panic, because killing the opponent's Phantom Leviathan was extremely bad among all the survivors. In this case, there was basically no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. But then he thought of something, and his panicked look became fierce, and then he turned his body violently, and his arms vigorously swung the Xianhuang axe with purple gold level immortal energy, and the huge axe blade suddenly chopped down towards Zhou head. So what if you escaped? Your purple gold level immortal energy should have been almost consumed. Ivan roared, and the Xianhuang axe in his hand drew an arc of cold light in the seawater, causing the surrounding water to surge. But just as the axe blade was about to fall on the opponent, there was a sudden cracking sound from his head. It was the sound of the purple gold armor helmet being scratched, and then he felt a tingling pain, as if something had pierced his brain. Impossible. Ivan's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The reason why he did not break free from Zhou palm at the first time was that he knew that the opponent could not destroy the purple gold armor helmet at all. Because before he turned around to attack, he had already mobilized the immortal energy in his body to attach a layer of defensive energy to the surface of the armor. Even the purple gold level immortal energy could not break his defense so easily. Giggle. But Ivan didn't have time to think about it now, because he had heard the sound of his skull being squeezed. At this life and death moment, Ivan's fear was replaced by anger. He decided to fight to the death, so he immediately activated his 3 powerful characteristics, and his strength instantly doubled to 1,500 points. The arms that swung the Xianhuang axe increased the power and speed of the chopping again, and the huge axe blade fell on the opponent's head almost instantly. Die! Ivan roared. His face full of blood was hideous and crazy, and his eyes, which were congested due to excessive force, stared at the moment when the axe fell. Bang! A sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly exploded, and the surrounding sea water formed layers of ripples under this huge force. But the expression on Ivan's face was stunned. The hideous expression and crazy look just now were all frozen at this time, and then gradually turned into unbelievable, because his full strength attack not only did not split the opponent's head, but also did not even make the opponent's head droop. How? How is it possible? Impossible. Why weren't you hacked to death? His full strength attack did not cause any damage to the opponent. Ivan's will to fight to the death was shattered, and the fear suppressed by anger instantly filled his body. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, the force squeezing the head became stronger and stronger, and the sound of the skull cracking exploded in Ivan's mind. The sound was obviously small, but in Ivan's ears it was as loud as a bell, deafening. This was the bell of death. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Let me go. I give you everything I have. You can also kill my transformed Leviathan. I can also help you search for supplies from the survivors in Area 2. Please, please let me go. Feeling the pain in his head and the increasing power, Ivan dared not resist anymore. He could only keep apologizing and begging for mercy, but suddenly, his voice stopped. Caw, puff! Under Zhou Wen's domineering energy, Ivan's skull was crushed like an eggshell, and red and white splashed out, like a watermelon crushed by a hydraulic press. Villain! Villain! Wanling happily swam to Zhou Wen, then gently nudged him with his huge head, and then took a look at Ivan's body in Zhou Wen's hand. Humph! Hateful! Zhou Wen saw that Wanling was fine, so he threw away Ivan's body, shook off the blood on his hands, and touched Wanling's head. At this time, a wailing sound came, and then a 400-meter-long phantom Leviathan rushed towards Zhou Wen quickly. It was Ivan's phantom Leviathan. I kill you! Before Zhou Wen moved, Wanling had already rushed up and hit Ivan's phantom Leviathan. Ivan's phantom Leviathan only had scales on its body, and no armor plates to protect it, so it was directly hit into a bloody mess. After letting Wanling take Ivan's phantom Leviathan to fight in the distance, Zhou Wen looked at the remaining three people. Just when Zhou Wen appeared, Liu, Abimbola, and Dev had stopped. After seeing Ivan's head being crushed alive by the opponent's hands, the faces of the three of them were solemn. Ha ha, Night Miles, you are really powerful. You can still handle that special giant Leviathan creature alone. So, the three of us will help you kill that special giant Leviathan creature, and the corpse and the supply box will belong to you. How about it? Leo said with a smile, obviously wanting to make peace. Yes, yes, we can help you. Abimbola quickly replied. Yes, Night Miles should have consumed a lot of energy just now. The purple gold level immortal energy of the three of us can still help you. Dev also said, but there was a hint of threat in his words. The strength Zhou Wen showed just now was indeed not simple, and the dark red energy on his body was also very powerful, but there was a premise, that is, Zhou Wen had just fought with a special giant Leviathan creature. No matter what level of dark red energy it was, it must have consumed a lot. In their opinion, he might not be without the ability to fight. No need, I have killed the special giant Leviathan creature, you are useless. Huh? Zhou Wen's voice fell, and his figure suddenly blurred. Leo, Abimbola, and Dev, who were standing in front of him, suddenly felt a strong current of water rushing towards them. The three people's faces changed drastically, and a sense of crisis of death came over them. In an instant, all three of them activated their characteristics, and at the same time squeezed the immortal sea in their hands, forming a layer of energy shield around them. Miles, do you really want to be our enemy? After killing this special giant Leviathan creature, how much dark red energy is left in your body? Leo's whole body radiated three kinds of light, and the three powerful characteristics were fully activated. For a time, the strength attribute increased by 2 times, the physique attribute increased by 3 times, and the speed attribute increased by 1 time. Chapter 799. You are not worthy of being my enemy. Zhou would appear directly in front of Leo, and the dark gold sword attached with the Overlord energy swung quickly, and cut down his head. Miles, you are too self-righteous. Leo shouted, and the surface of his body suddenly emitted black and yellow energy, which was the Xian Wang energy of the large Leviathan level. Although the Xian Wang energy is at the large Leviathan level, it is much stronger than the purple gold immortal energy of the same large Leviathan level. The Xian Wang axe is attached with Xian Wang energy. Leo swung it with all his strength, stirring up the seawater around him, and then whistled towards the dark gold sword that was slashing down on his head. Boom! The black and yellow Xian Wang energy collided with the black and red Overlord energy, instantly triggering a roar of energy, and an intertwined energy wave suddenly spread to the surroundings, directly shaking away Abimbola and Dev, who wanted to come forward to help. The Xian Wang energy can actually compete with the Overlord energy? Zhou Wen's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Although the Overlord energy is not the Abyss level energy, it is definitely not comparable to the general large Leviathan level energy. Ha ha. Miles, did you see it? This is the power given to me by my king. Die! Leo roared, and then his arms exerted force violently. A huge force was transmitted to the Xian Wang axe, and directly bounced off the dark gold sword. Zhou Wen did not activate any characteristics, and his strength attribute was only 1,100 points, so he was not Leo's 1,500 points in the strength competition. But he couldn't activate the characteristics now, because he had already activated arc-like characteristics and shadow characteristics before, and he didn't have weaker strength characteristics. If he activated black flame characteristics again, his body might enter a certain state of weakness. In the current maze trial, it is obvious that the deeper you explore, the stronger the creatures you encounter. Zhou Wen doesn't know what kind of creatures are waiting for him, so he doesn't want to waste his energy here. I will hold this guy back, and you two go kill his Phantom Leviathan and his men. Leo saw that Abimbala and Dev on the side couldn't help, so he said loudly. Hee, okay. After hearing Leo's words, Dev grinned and immediately rushed towards Phantom Scale, while Abimbala rushed towards Levka and others. But just as the two of them started to act, a sudden thunder sounded, and the next second, a golden thunder suddenly appeared and shot towards Dev in an instant. Before Dev could react, the golden thunder had already hit him. The purple-gold energy shield around Dev was like a bubble membrane in front of this golden thunder, and it disappeared without a trace the moment it came into contact. Zizizizi. After a violent golden flash, Dev's figure disappeared, leaving no trace. Dev might not know how he died until he died. And what Abimbala had to face was a 30-meter-long black energy blade with golden lines. She was better than Dev, because the sudden thunder just now made her look back subconsciously, and then she saw this suffocating energy blade. Abimbala still wanted to use immortal energy to resist, but the 3-meter diameter purple-gold immortal energy shield seemed extremely small and ridiculous in front of the 30-meter-long black energy blade. Shwa! The black energy blade directly enveloped the energy shield and Abimbala inside, without any obstruction, and there was no roar of energy collision. It just simply passed by, and then Abimbala's figure disappeared as if it had been wiped out. The sudden appearance of the golden thunder and energy blades, almost at the same time, instantly took the lives of the two allies. Seeing this scene, Leo, who was originally full of confidence, froze in place. Who are you? Leo turned his gaze to Zhou Wen, who had arrived in front of him, and asked with a look of horror. The one who killed you. Zhou Wen said in a cold tone, and the dark gold sword in his hand had been replaced by the Liang sword, and then fell immediately. No! You can't kill me! My king will not let you go. Death came, and the expression on Leo's face was distorted by fear. He screamed hysterically, and at the same time waved the Xian Huang axe in his hand, trying to resist Zhou Wen's attack. He will die if he comes. Zhou Wen said lightly. Shwa! The Liang sword was completely swung down, and a straight black line ran through Leo's body from top to bottom. Crack! The Xian Huang axe in Leo's hand split into two halves, and Leo's body was also split together. Afterwards, Zhou Wen flashed, and after killing the 3 people's Phantom Leviathans, he killed all their subordinates, and obtained a total of 112 immortal sponges that entered the purple gold level. Levka and his companions who witnessed the whole process swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Strong. Too strong. It was so strong that it was hard to describe. They thought that Lord Miles might not be the opponent of the King of Survivors, but now it seems that his strength may have reached the level of the King of Survivors. At this time, Wanling had also knocked Ivan's Phantom Leviathan to death, so Zhou Wen took Levka and his companions into the huge space and began to absorb the energy from the corpse. While absorbing energy, Levka and his companions were secretly discussing something. Do you think that Lord Miles is very similar to the mysterious strongman rumored in the regional communication channel before? The person who spoke was a survivor in Area 3. He had heard about the mysterious strongman from the survivors in his own area, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because he didn't think he would meet a mysterious strongman. You think so too? I thought so a long time ago. Now it can be confirmed that Lord Miles is the mysterious strongman who killed the previous king of Area 5. The survivor in Area 7 took over. Then Lord Miles is the king of survivors, right? Levka listened to the words of several people and realized that Lord Miles was the king of survivors. Yes, but Lord Miles didn't mention it, so we shouldn't say more. A survivor said. Under the absorption of 133 immortal sponges, the energy in the corpse of the special giant Leviathan creature was absorbed in less than a minute, and the dead blood core harvested before was also absorbed. Zhou Wen took his own immortal sponge, which had turned purple gold, and began to quickly absorb the energy from other immortal sponges. Slowly, the purple gold color on Zhou Wen's immortal sponge became more and more intense. After absorbing all the energy, a black gold stripe appeared on the purple gold surface of the immortal sponge. Then, a black gold energy entered Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen tested it, and found that the intensity of the black gold energy had reached the level of the sea abyss. I wonder if it can continue to improve. Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the immortal sponge in his hand. Chapter 800. If it can continue to improve, then there may be some trouble later. Everyone has king-level energy, so he has no advantage. However, even if the immortal sponge can be improved, it will definitely not be easy to improve to the king level. Among the items of the 4 people, in addition to the immortal sponge, there are various material boxes they have obtained along the way. Among them, there are 16 power crystals, plus the 92 in Zhou hand, a total of 108, which can be fused into power crystal source. Zhou 3rd stage power attribute is full, and power crystal is no longer useful to him. So he uses 100 power crystals to start fusing power crystal source. After a dazzling blood-red light, a fist-sized black and red crystal ball appeared in Zhou hand. Ding! Get power crystal source X1. Ding! Power crystal source. After use, it will directly break through the upper limit of the 2nd stage power attribute. After collecting 100, it can be fused into a power crystal grid. After reading the introduction of power crystal source, Zhou hand holding the power crystal source shook unconsciously, and he was extremely excited at this time. Power crystal source can break through the upper limit of the 2nd stage power attribute, then power crystal lattice can break through the 3rd stage. But when he thought of the difficulty of collecting 100 power crystal sources, Zhou's excitement calmed down again. But it's not impossible. Zhou felt that there was still hope. For example, a few more red crystal stone spaces, or more advanced dead blood energy Leviathan creatures later. If it doesn't work, after the trial is over, you can also go to other areas to buy survivors. After all, there is more than one maze in the trial. After collecting everything, Zhou and his party came to the center of the huge space. Like the space in the previous layer where they rescued the transformed Leviathan, there was also a big hole in the center of this layer, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The party entered the big hole directly, and swam slowly down. During the dive, Zhou took the Liang knife, and tried to transfer other energy in his body to the Liang knife, but he failed. Other energy could not enter the Liang knife at all. By the way, can the enhanced version of Liang energy, Xianyang energy, work? Zhou suddenly thought, and then immediately began to try. As a result, the Xianyang energy that reached the king level energy was easily transferred to the inside of the Liang knife, but it was different from the previous Liang energy attached to the blade. The Xianyang energy was condensed on the blade, replacing the original black crystal-like blade with a black and gold energy blade. This state is similar to the blade of the Lian knife. Can this Xianyang energy still be released? Zhou asked curiously, but he did not try it directly. He only had 2 Xianyang energies in his body. Now one was attached to the blade of the Liang knife, and there was one left in his body, and it was a king-level energy. If it was wasted, it would be a big loss. At this time, Zhou suddenly felt something. Open the immortal energy shield. Zhou turned around, and said to Lek and others. Lek and others immediately squeezed the immortal sponge, and condensed a layer of purple gold energy shield around their bodies. A few seconds later, a slender nematode with a body length of about 10 centimeters, and emitting black and red energy appeared in their field of vision. It was the special dead bloodworm. This special dead bloodworm did not attack the survivors, but rushed towards the phantom Leviathan. However, the phantom Leviathan's body was protected by purple gold level immortal energy, so the special dead bloodworm died instantly after touching the immortal energy. Although one special dead bloodworm is not a big deal, it will speed up the consumption of immortal energy on the surface of the phantom Leviathan. If you encounter a group of special dead bloodworms later, it will be troublesome. Splash. At this time, there was a sound of surging sea water in front, as if some creature was rushing towards them. Zhou summoned the Wavebreaker mech and quickly detected it. He found that there were several kilometer-long dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, but the degree of mutation was relatively high, and there should be dead blood cores in their bodies. This kind of dead blood energy Leviathan creature no longer needs Zhou when to do it. Just let Levka and others clean it up. The dead blood core obtained can be directly fed to the immortal sponge to make up for the consumption of purple gold level immortal energy. The energy on the surface of Huanling's body is black gold level immortal energy. The current small amount of special dead bloodworms can hardly consume the black gold level immortal energy. After a while, they dived about 30,000 meters. There were many highly mutated dead blood energy Leviathan creatures in the channel. Leka and his men killed hundreds of them along the way, and there were more and more special dead bloodworms in the seawater. Then, they dived another 20,000 meters. Suddenly, a roar came from below. Zhou learned from Huanlin's heart that it was a giant Leviathan creature, so he immediately drove the wave breaker mecha to rush down. This giant Leviathan creature did not have those annoying worm swarms in its body, so Zhou quickly killed it and obtained a power crystal. Zhou current location is at the bottom of the passage. Seeing that the villain had killed the annoying creature, Huanlin, who was waiting above, swam down with other transformed Leviathans. While the immortal sponge absorbed the giant Leviathan corpse, Zhou drove the wave breaker mech to scan in this space and found another horizontal passage. The diameter of this passage has reached 10,000 meters, and his mental power can no longer cover it. After absorbing the energy from the corpse, Zhou continued to let Huanlin look for the giant Leviathan creature. In the following period of time, when encountering highly mutated dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, Lepka and others were asked to deal with them, but in order to save time, the energy in the corpse was not absorbed, and the dead blood core was directly absorbed. When encountering giant Leviathan creatures, Zhou drove the wave breaker mech to clean them up. During this process, there was no danger, but the number of special dead bloodworms in the seawater had already replaced the ordinary dead bloodworms. 3 hours later, Zhou and his team had almost cleared all the creatures in this layer of the maze, killing a total of 100 giant Leviathan creatures, more than 1,000 highly mutated dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, and 10 special giant Leviathan creatures. Killing special giant Leviathan creatures consumes a lot of energy, and the lightning cube in the engine of the wave breaker mech has been consumed by half. Unfortunately, this layer does not have the red crystal space that appeared in the previous layer. Therefore, although so many Leviathan creatures were killed, it is only enough to fuse another power crystal source. Are there no other survivors arriving on this layer? At this time, Zhou and his team had already arrived at the central area of this layer of the maze, but did not see other survivors at the entrance. It was just right that there were no other survivors. Zhou didn't waste any more words, letting Huanlin and Lepka stay outside, and he drove the wave breaker mech directly into the huge space.